I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
has been a little over a month since the Atlantis Leviathans lifted the hammer as your Season 8 SMITE World Champions. SMITE fans everywhere, it is my privilege and my honor to welcome you into Season 9 of SMITE Pro action. This week, an absolutely loaded schedule. We have 6 teams already confirmed in the SMITE Pro League. Throughout the course of this week and this upcoming weekend, we will send 2 more teams in to the SPL. Stakes could not be higher for these players who are here in studio live this week. And so happy Season 9 of SPL, everyone. My name is Dolson, and I cannot wait to bring you this action. Gore Miser sitting along with me. And Gore, stakes high. The pressure is on to all these players. Play-ins week for the SPL.
This is, a lot of people are looking at this as pretty much like the second most important week of the year, with the first being the World Championship. That's going to happen way later on in the year, right? So this one has a lot of ramifications. It's really not an exaggeration to say, like, there are people who are literally going to have their lives changed if they get to qualify into it, right? You look at some of these teams, it wouldn't be maybe too surprising, but for a lot of these guys, being able to get a salary to play SMITE professionally for a living, like that's a huge change.
That's right. And when we talk about giving the opportunity to all of these players, here is your schedule for the next couple of days, Wednesday and Thursday. And so we start off Samsara versus Thunderhead. Gore. That'll be our first matchup here. And I think important to mention, especially looking forward, we'll see the bracket here in just a minute, a double elim week as well, double elimination. So we will not knock any teams out today, but we will be sending teams down into that secondary bracket. So Samsara versus Thunderhead, that'll be our first matchup. Nobody's favorite. And reverse card we'll be playing a little bit later on. And then you see those kind of grouped up teams there in the middle, Fun Havers Neighborhood, and then Duck Club and Just F6. For these next couple of rounds, Gore, all best of 3s, and then your qualifier game. So that's the quote, semifinals in the top right of the bracket there. That's a best of 5. And then the final round of the losers bracket will also be a best of 5. So best of 3s all week, best of 5s for the matches that will be sending teams on to the SPL. But why not get it started here, Gore? We've got a great one to send one team on to the next round. The winner of this one will play up against the Oni homies, who might be the favorites of this tournament. And Thunderhead is going to be the first team we talk about here all weekend long, Gore. And this is a team, a full Spanish team. Maybe it's the year of the Latin American SMITE players. Leviathans won the SMITE World Championships earlier on. And this Thunderhead team coming in with something to prove.
And this is a team that, again, you've seen a few of these guys playing throughout the last few years. You should recognize Chekio on this team. Yep. He is someone who has been playing SMITE for a long time and has been very successful at this level of play in the SCC area. It is that question of whether or not this is the team that is then going to jump up forward with them, right? Because what we have seen out of the rest of them, Dark Wizard comes to mind as someone we got to see a few times last year, but everybody else has a little bit of question marks right behind them, right? They've played around. We've gotten to see them in some of these important matchups and play up against teams that we should recognize, like you see here, highlights up against Just F6. But it really does come to question how well they're going to be able to blend together. Chekio, if I remember correctly, and you can see here, was playing mid for a little bit, then swapped back over to carry. So it's not a role that is uncommon for them, but I think that that's something that we're going to have to kind of pay attention to throughout all this, especially because duo lane with that obelisk over there is very important right now.
I know. It feels like we've had all these smaller changes that have resulted in how, the builds, the meta, the rotations around the map, priority sides of the map, things like that. We're going to be learning a lot here this weekend. We haven't run it down yet, so I'll give you the Thunderhead roster here. Wengu, Ray Shadow, Mark, Dark Wizard, and Chekio is this Thunderhead roster. This is a team that has found some success at the SOC level, dipped some toes into the SCC at other points there as well. And I think that's going to be an important conversation piece, Score, especially early on in some of these matchups, is does the meta look wildly different? Remember, Atlas had come out towards the end of Season 8.
Yeah.
Could Atlas be making some waves here this weekend? And I imagine we're going to start to see the identities of some of these teams start to form as well. We have seen a wide variety of play styles at the SEC, the SOC level, and teams could be bringing a new play style into the SPL with some successful games this weekend. Let's start things off, though, with an interview. We mentioned Chekio in that pregame moment. I'm standing by with Chekio right now to chat a little bit about how he's feeling going into this one. Chekio, first off, congrats. Happy to have you here. Excited to see what you guys were able to do this weekend.
Thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about what Gore and I were just talking about. some changes in the game from Season 8 to where we are now. Do you feel like the meta from what we saw at Worlds is wildly different from what we'll be seeing here this weekend?
Well, definitely it's gonna change a bit. Not really much, I think. The starter, the way you play early games is gonna be different. Since minute 4, you've got the staff, you know, the new objective.
Sure.
Yeah, you gotta play a little bit around that. We're gonna play our play style, the way we're gonna play. We're confident we can win playing like we know. So yeah.
Well, talk to me a little bit about pressure, because this is something that we haven't seen in the last couple of years, the ability to play your way in to the SMITE Pro League. Do you feel like yourself and your team is playing with a lot of added pressure this week, or you're going to come in and play your game?
No, we're chilling. Like, I mean, we're seed 8, I think. So no one really expects us to qualify, but we definitely have our chances.
You do. That's the beauty of this tournament. Every team has their chance, and it's about who's playing the best SMITE at the right time. I'll let you go get back with your team, get ready for the game. Thanks for chatting with me.
Okay.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
I think that's a good mentality to have going into a matchup like this is, look, we're going to come in, we're going to play our game, and who knows? Look, I mean, you know, talk about like the Cincinnati Bengals, right? Nobody expected them to go to the playoffs, win the first round, the second round, third round, go to the Super Bowl. They certainly won that, right? I'm remembering that properly. The point
hey, well, you know what? In the right world,
the point is,
that's a
though,
whole different conversation.
the point is, though, in tournaments like this, and I think Czechio's got a good mentality about it, is, you know, we come in as the 8th seed, but who knows? We're going to play our game of SMITE.
Yeah.
You find yourself maybe a couple of upsets, depending on what your seeding is, and you're playing in the SPL next year.
I went on to, what is this, the Backliners, Hi-Rez podcast last night, and like one of the things that I remember saying and talking about was like, there are a few of these teams that like, if you're looking at them, you're probably not looking at them as maybe your next SPL team, right? You've seen what they've done in the past, and you don't know how they're going to work. But realistically, what you're looking at is a team that's going to upset somebody, right? Like, this is a team that has a chance, whether or not it's going to be, you know, their chance to jump into the top 2, that's going to be determined by whether or not they can also upset some of these other top teams. And I think that's really the big starter is like, you know what? You're coming in, you don't have this amount of pressure on your shoulders to qualify, but you could ruin somebody else's chances, and that makes yours even better.
That's right. The team hoping to avoid their chances being ruined up against this Thunderhead roster is Samsara, the other team that we have in this first matchup. This is a team with some recognizable names as well, Gore. You got Snatty, Jangaru, Briz, Privative, Shinigami, and Taco, of course, will be coaching this team. This is a team that has seen some SEL level play, or SEC rather, and SEL level play in the past. And so probably coming into this match as slight favorites, but it's really all down to who's prepped the most. But this is absolutely a team where I think viewers and ourselves as well can look and say, we've seen what these guys can do in the past.
Well, and this is I think the biggest thing, the fact that they have that competitive experience already is a huge plus for a lot of players, just because you get to come into this, you already know what it's like to be there on game day, understand what mentality you have to be in, especially because this has been a team that has been incredibly relaxed with each other. Like, you can tell they all get along really well, and that's something that I think really is going to lend itself in game when it starts to come into this conversation of how well are they playing this meta, what are they doing. Plus, you've got people that are constantly grinding. Like, there is almost a guarantee you are going to run into these guys in your ranked queues at any given time during the day, and that is going to really showcase itself today. And I think that's exactly what we're going to be able to see, is just a team that knows what they're doing, and that's going to be a little frightening for Thunderhead.
I think it is worth mentioning, Gore, and this is more of a fun fact than anything else, is that Jangaru's playing on a controller. Yeah. And I think only 1 or 2 players this entire event will be playing on a controller. And to be clear, that's how Jangaru normally plays SMITE. Yes. That's not a suddenly we're swapping to this for the play-in event style of choice. More of a fun fact than anything else. But I agree, Gore. I think team chemistry is going to be massive for this Samsara team moving forward. And a very important player on the Samsara team is Privative, who is standing by for the pregame interview. First and foremost, Priv, thanks for coming into the studio. We're excited to see what you guys have got in store for us this weekend. I want to pick up right where Gore and I left off. How important do you think the team chemistry is with you guys? You think the meshing of minds works well, and your game plan is all pretty clear across the board?
Yeah, we've been together a pretty long time. Me, Ron, Snatty.
Yep.
Apparently, like we're like the best of friends. So I mean, no matter how bad we do, if we're horrible together. So
Do you think that relieves some pressure for a weekend like this? You know, it's so important. The way that this weekend works, playing into the SPL. Do you think having a team full of best friends like that relieves a little bit of pressure on what are otherwise huge games?
yeah, it definitely does. Cause when scrims go bad, I'm very like animated,
Right.
like when you laugh, cause I'm just like, look, you're horrible, but it's okay. And you know, they just laugh. We laugh it off, move on.
Sure.
You know, we don't really take anything too bad because you know we just keep working and see improvement,
Right.
and you know it can go up from there. So
It's a great way to be. There are teams in the SPL that are all best of friends, and they have massive success. Privative, thanks for standing by. I'll let you get back with the team and get ready for your matchup.
but I want those SPL people spot. No
That's
shade.
right. You'll be going for it. Privative, looking to play in the SPL a little bit later on this year. Got to move on from the first round up against this Thunderhead team. And I like that mentality. Look, I mean, I look at like the Olympus Bolts, right? That's a team who feels like just a bunch of great friends who play Smite together, and they're one of the best teams we have in the SPL. And especially in a weekend like this, you know, double elim, you're in the first round right now. A little bit of that pressure can roll off, right? If you lose this first round match, you're not out yet.
Yeah.
Clearly, you want to make your road a little bit easier for yourself and stay in that upper bracket. But you're going to take some lumps this weekend. And so the ability to, as a team, take a deep breath, regroup, and move on, massively important.
I do love that we got, I think, a little bit like both mindsets from the players, right?
Yep.
We got the, you know what, we're coming in as 8th seed, whatever happens, but this is going to be fun for us. We'll see what we can do. And then we got the, no, I'm going for that spot. Like, that's mine. I'm taking it, and I'm going to earn it. And so it's going to be interesting to see if, I mean, they can play up to that, right? I think I'm really excited to see what this Thunderhead roster is able to do because we know that they've played together. They know they have a little bit of competitive experience. But the Samsara team on the other side is the one that, you know, like they just said, you've got a few players that have been hanging out together for years at this point who know each other really well. You've got Taco coaching them, and I do think like it's always important to talk about whenever you have someone that is able to. I mean, you have to look at the Solar Scarabs is a really good example just because it's like sometimes picks and bans is like where your team can suddenly skyrocket in terms of power. If you know what you're going to go for, if that guy on the other side has a signature pick and you can get rid of it immediately, it really does kick that door open. And that's the other thing about these teams. You look at some of them, Just F6 comes to mind, you look at the Oni homies, there's countless footage on these dudes that you can watch. You're going to know how they play and you're going to know what gods they like. Go watch like the 3 Thunderhead games that you're going to be able to find. Like, there's not as much homework that you can do to find and really counter out these guys.
Gore, as a total side note, it is going to be, this is the test of professionalism, calling the Oni Warriors, because the
formerly known as Oni Warriors.
Right, they're not the Oni Warriors this weekend.
No.
They want their spot back.
They want to be the Oni
But calling them the Oni Homies instead of the Oni Warriors is going to be the peak test of our professionalism and a challenge, to say the least. Picks and bans for game number 1 of the SPL Season 9 play-ins, kicking off right now. And already, Gore, some Bastet priority in the ban column, Gilgamesh and Odin as well. Odin got one of my favorite skins added into game here recently. And then Umoja taken off the board. So we've got some control and some CC banned away. And then Bastet, that's kind of a carryover from the end of Season 8. Lots of Bastet at Worlds.
Yeah.
Won't be seeing her in our first game, at least.
Well, and I think there's a lot to be said about Bastet, but also knowing that you can hit that ult through walls is still just absolutely frightening to me. Like, whenever she's in the game, it's almost like enough to, like, you're just on edge whenever you know that she's nearby. And I think that's going to open up a lot. The thing that actually surprises me the most, I was expecting to see a lot of very heavy-handed, like, potential Atlas play because of the buffs that he got going into Season 9. When he was released, a little shakier in terms of the power and what he was able to contribute. But now when you see what he can bring, it is honestly really controlling for a lot of that. But he's going to get just completely thrown off to the side.
And, Gore, I think worth mentioning, just kind of as an overarching theme, luckily, we're not on the cast for this first one because there's so much.
There's way too much to try and talk about.
You got the upgraded relics. I mean, there's 2 options for all
like
of those. Glyphs now on a bunch of the items in the item shop. You got the
Hey, you remember that Draugr? He's gone.
Yeah, the Draugr's gone. The Gold Fury just spawns now. You don't have to kill a
you know
Scorpion
everything that you used to know about Scorpions? They're different.
Well, maybe it's the easiest time of year for us to cast because there's
so
always
much,
something
yeah.
to be talking about. At any rate, we'll catch back up a new to the ban column. Ban here is Amaterasu, not used to seeing her there. Serket and Cerberus going to be the first 2 picks for Samsara on the left side, and then Thunderhead over on the right, Ardio and Sol. So that, not unlike what we've seen here towards the end of Season 8. Gore, Ardio, highly prioritized at World. Sol saw some play as well. And so I think Thunderhead getting some great picks here in this current meta.
Especially considering what you can see. I think itemization-wise, like Sol right now just does a lot of damage for your team and can provide a whole ton while staying safe and healthy throughout a majority of that. We've seen what Ardio can do in the right hands. Whenever anybody is playing her, she gets very controlling into your backline and is very, very adept at slowing things down, especially when you look at the Serket, as an initial lock-in. I would not be surprised if we see another assassin get locked in for Samsara and that ends up being like a Serket over in the support role or something like that, just because we've seen a lot of high mobility, and again, duo lane being very important. Pressure over there is going to be pushed to the max. It also might just be a comfort pick, and I might be getting ahead of myself, which is entirely possible. But if you added that with an Izanami, you are going to control the duo lane early on. Honestly, Izanami alone is enough to give you a lot of pressure for that. Plus, we get to see, I think, a nice little counter in this, well, let's say, like, quote-unquote counter, and the Cerberus taking on the Ardio, at least something that can handle her a little bit better. But I think that is something that Thunderhead have really been able to set themselves ahead with by picking up.
We've seen, and you talk about niche picks, kind of pocket picks, whatever that might be. We've seen Cerberus players, when played at the top level, Cerberus absolutely has the ability, not only in the laning phase, Gore, but to take over team fights and set up so well.
Didn't Mika get a quadra kill?
That's what I'm thinking, right? Like even outside of support, like solo lane, Cerberus was absolutely a thing.
It's kind of nuts and good.
I do want to ask, as a bit of a side note, Gore, is it a refreshing feeling for you in your spreadsheets to start a new year? I mean, we're at the beginning of Season 9, like all of your sheets are empty.
That's exactly what it is. It's empty, and so it doesn't take like 5 minutes to load everything.
to load and scroll over
where
all
it has
stuff.
to be like, hey man, there's a literal year's worth of data in here to look through.
That's
like,
right.
No. There's nothing.
And we're going to be adding one more year worth of data. Who will be the 2 more teams joining that data at the SPL and in the SPL spreadsheet for Gore Miser remains to be seen. We'll find out by the end of this weekend. Medusa, also a pick, Gore, that saw a little bit of play towards the end of Season 8. We wondered with Crusher was such a popular starter item. The changing of the way Medusa applies anti-heal also changed up a little bit. And so a slight increase in play. I wouldn't say was the meta, but people still did enjoy Medusa in the duo lane.
And I honestly think she still has a lot going for her, especially at a draft like this. First off, you've got a lot of self-sustain on the side of Thunderhead, a lot of capabilities to keep your team alive, from the Ardio, but Sol and Camazotz are really good at keeping themselves going. But Medusa opens up a conversation because she brings in a little bit of anti-heal that helps deal with the Cerberus. It helps shut down any of the lifesteal that Izanami might be picking up. But also she just gets a little more powerful. Her ult is very strong. I like what Medusa can bring into the middle of a fight. Even if her peak is still kind of in that mid-game area, I think she's been more adept the last few months that we've seen her.
Well, Gore, maybe our question's a bit answered here. Athena locked in as well as the Cerberus. I would argue we've seen Athena more in support than we have over in the solo lane. Granted, Serket has also been played support, and we have seen Athena jungle. Things could get a little interesting. Thoth locked in for Samsara as well. So let me ask you a question here, Gore. I look at Serket, Cerberus, Athena, even Thoth, if you consider that route. They've got plenty of lockdown, plenty of setup, plenty of CC, whether single instance or over an AoE area. Are you concerned about the CC or lack of that Thunderhead has over there on their draft?
Yes, only because Ardio, early on is going to be not in any of these engagements, right? So you're looking at your very initial fights, lacking most of the massive cripple field that she can bring, a lot of the CC that she's going to be able to apply. You've got a stun from Finmir that is determined on not only his passive, but also hitting the jump. Right. And then a lack, the slows, I guess technically a route for Medusa, but a lot of those stuff, I was going to say, if you're using some of these as your CC, then something's going dramatically wrong for you. So you've got taunt, you've got stuns, you've got so much on the side of Samsara that's going to cause a lot of trouble for Thunderhead, and I think it's going to cause trouble immediately. I also think it's worth mentioning that Thoth is someone that has been mentioned and talked about over the last couple of days as being a very important, like, admittedly, it's really hard to determine because sometimes he's just absolutely this ranked destroyer, and then he goes into competitive and it's still Thoth and they just kill him dead. But I do think he's someone to be worried about here, especially having that damage from long range with such easy setup in front of him. I think Samsara have a really, really solid draft to start this thing off.
I mean, worth mentioning that there are a couple characters on the Thunderhead team a little slipperier. You look at Camazot's Bat Out of Hell, good for avoiding
they don't
a lot
die
of that
easy.
CC. They don't die easily. Fenrir with the Ragnarok as well. Ideally, you're using that for some setup, but if you really need to, the CC immunity to get out of some of the lockdown that Samsara has is there as well. And so I think, Gore, you're right. Thoth is going to be so important here for Samsara and dealing a lot of that damage. Got to be careful of Fenrir and the Ragnarok and jumping in to those fights. And if Thoth and the positioning is good enough and the peel is good enough from Samsara, I might give my edge to Samsara here with their draft in game 1.
It is also worth talking about because we're on bonus, so just like small nerfs, but like Fenrir got a 10-second nerf to his ult. You've got a little bit of, I think, of cooldowns there on Camazot's as well. Izanami was hit, but when you look at the two assassins that are really going to be the driving force for Thunderhead, they aren't hitting quite as hard as the last time we saw them or as they were at the beginning of the season. So that's something that they're going to have to try and factor into this. Specifically, that 10 seconds. It feels like something that's not big, but it changes so much in the middle of the game.
Well, Gore, SPL Season 9 play-ins. Let's kick it off. Game 1, Samsara versus Thunderhead.
What a big way to start it off. We got some of the top SOC in Thunderhead coming here, and they're facing off against Samsara for some of our first matchups of the weekend. And we've got a lot of them going on here. It's J-Mac Tucker and Mifflin going to be joining me here as we get ready to go into game number 1 between these teams. And I think Gormeiser brought up a really big point here for Thunderhead. A couple of their gods on this roster have seen some slight nerfs in this 9.1 balance, most notably the Fenrir and the Camazots.
Yeah, but I think the nerfs that we're seeing towards Thunderhead's draft really aren't enough to shift up how you're playing these guys or if you're really evaluating their power levels within the meta. I think that we're not really concerned about the Fenrirs of the world. We're not concerned about the Camazots. They're going to do the exact same things that we can expect. But more so, I'm interested in keeping my eyes on the power curve of Thunderhead. You'd expect Camazots to be able to get involved a little bit earlier on than this Surcat. I'm thinking the second that Jotuns is going to get finished, I'm definitively calling that it is likely going to be the Jotuns for Camazots. Where is he going to put his pressure? Does he want to head towards mid, try and slow down this Thoth? Does he want to work his way towards the duo lane, put some pressure onto Shinigami? Keep your eyes on both junglers. I'm very curious to see the pathing.
And definitely keep your eyes on this Thoth as well. It's a guy we don't see very much. We saw him kind of peek his head in during the Worlds playoffs, that qualifying stage. Saw him come up a little bit and had mixed levels of success. This Fenrir eating a lot of damage early on. A double dash in, Shell is forced, Dark Wizard is low. One more basic is all that's needed. But Shinigami can't get the damage out there. Dark Wizard sneaks by and avoids the first blood.
But loses out on the Shell, loses out on a lot of potions, and loses out on some of that jungle farm as well. Samsara's duo lane off to a roaring start, and you would expect Chekio to get out pressure.
Privative with a taunt against Dark Wizard forces yet another leap out of the support. And this is kind of what Gore was alluding to, is the main CC of this Fenrir requires you to leap in. Well, now that Dark Wizard is forced to leap out every single time, they don't have that same level of pressure with the CC and duo.
Yeah, just by nature, Fenrir wants to be the one initiating these fights. He wants to be the one on the forefront, but instead, being dropped so low in HP, he doesn't really have that opportunity. Any DPS trade he takes up against Privative or Shinigami likely just gets outvalued because Dark Wizard is running low on resources. Man's got 1 potion left.
Dash in and a taunt onto Chekio, slowed down by the Spectral Projection, and now a rotation in from Jengaru. Leap out by Dark Wizard, taunt is good, and Jengaru will strike first blood to put Samsara on the board.
When I walked in today, J-Mac, I saw Privative, and he looked at me, he whispers under his breath, because Thunderhead was right across the room, he says, "I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do to these people." And you know what? He should be. So far, Privative has controlled the pace of the duo lane, creating the situation where Jengaru can get involved. Shinigami has been able to leverage his pressure incredibly well. Dark Wizard on this Fenrir is a win condition. He's a win condition. You need your Fenrir support to perform well. And as of now, Dark Wizard has not been allowed to play.
Dark Wizard doesn't get to play Smite right now, and Thunderhead are on the back foot immediately because of that first blood for Samsara. And Mifflin, I'm going to be honest, I'm surprised it's taken so long for us to see Athena. I mean, Dash Taunt is just such a strong initiation. The fact that Taunt is also AoE, it really just kind of baffles me that we haven't seen her nearly as much because she can just keep going in and doing this every single time.
All right, well, here's the thing.
Okay.
Not often are you going to find the double taunt literally every time you dash forward. Privative has just gotten a really good eye of the initiator. That's why I like to say when support's able to find these opportunities consistently. But the main weakness of Athena is the fact that if you're starting a fight around your Athena, your ultimate loses out on a lot of value, and it's very easy to exploit the early.
One more time, and the Dark Wizard, he'll leap away, but not quite the direction he wanted to go. But Ray Shadow is here to try and turn the tides for Thunderhead. Shinigami forced down low. The shell is used. Bat out of hell will be enough to help take him down. Dark Wizard is the one who strikes the kill, and maybe he can get a second one. It's Ray Shadow to grab him, and Thunderhead turn it around to the duo.
Jangaru hovering nearby. Still level 4, does not have the ultimate available, but might not need it in the 1v1.
Jangaru misses the taunt up against Chekyo, and he'll get into the separate, and out will go the Hunter. Jangaru out of mana. After those abilities, he'll be forced to go right back to base. But Thunderhead, after being pushed on the back foot for the first 3 minutes of this game, one nice rotation from Ray Shadow turns that one right around.
Yeah, Ray Shadow doing a very good job farming up in the jungle, rotates into the duo at level 5, and if you've got that ultimate available, you can do just about no wrong on Camazotz. Is able to turn around that fight very easily. Gotta wonder what Jangaru was doing. He's slow on the rotation as well as behind in levels.
It looked like he was maybe back towards his speed buff. We see the initial jump out by Dark Wizard, and this is where we thought that maybe Samsara could turn the fight around, but Ray Shadow makes a quick rotation in. Dark Wizard gets his shell back up just in time for this fight to happen, and they're able to turn around and pick up 2 quick kills and put Thunderhead right in the lead. And Dark Wizard, less than 20 health by the end of that rotation there. Great patience out of the support from Thunderhead.
And he still wants to get involved yet again. Dark Wizard working his way through the jungle. Thought maybe we would see an engagement there, considering Chekio's ultimate's available, but instead, he's got his eyes on Purple.
Purple started up. The ultimate expended from Chekio to try and secure it, and it doesn't seem like he was able to. And now we get a first look at the brand new obelisk on the map. Once that 4 minutes hits, the obelisk spawns up, and a bunch of those camps start enhancing. You see the gold rings around the ones. And then in both of the side lanes, you get a couple of little snake minions that drop down. Killing those will also grant a Lotus, as we see highlighted there by Shinigami. But you can always go up to that enemy obelisk, stand around it, expend a decent chunk of your health bar, but you can also steal their flowers away and maybe go for another rotation. Taunts in on the Dark Wizard. The silence is good. And a jump in by Jangaru, but he won't find anything yet. Chekio does get the ultimate on top of him. And Jangaru will blow him up. A nice turnaround kill for Samsara. Ray Shadow jumps in, but has to use the bat out of hell to get himself right back out.
Man, just tough stuff. Yet again, Thunderhead caught on the back foot on this rotation. Just great plays from Privative individually, who has refused to leave this lane for the first 5.5 minutes, finding consistent taunts, consistent initiation that has been followed up beautifully by the rest of Samsara. But taking a peek at the gold, the experience, Thunderhead are doing a good job elsewhere on the map, controlling the macro, controlling the neutral. Mid camps have been getting split generally 50-50. So despite Samsara's dual lane getting off to a very nice start, about a 1-level lead for Shinigami and about a half for Privative, Thunderhead is staying afloat everywhere else on the map. That said, Gold 3 now spawning at the 5-minute mark means that pressure can go somewhere.
Briz under fire in the mid. Crusher plus might be a little bit enough. Not quite. Briz does go down. Ray Shadow, credit to the kill. Privative is surrounded by 3 and cannot find a path in. Good stun by Dark Wizard. And Privative has absolutely nowhere to go. The tier 1 tower is not safe for the support. And Dark Wizard will be the one who picks him up.
What a massive turnaround for Thunderhead. Just catching out that Thoth early on. And up against a Fenrir, you don't really have the greatest options as Thoth to deal with him, as well as Camazotz being able to stick to you incredibly easily. But silver linings where they lie for Samsara. They do have the obelisk spawned up. They can pick up that scepter and just kind of work the map.
Wengu now finally seeing some action on the right side of the map. He'll be thrown back by the last breath from Jangaru. Snatty will breathe on him, and Jangaru will be credited for the last hit. But as you talked about there, Mifflin, the obelisk has now been activated. It's now been filled up and has dropped down the Indra Scepter onto Privative. There's many different, little pseudo names that have come around. Jimmy, the scroll, the scepter, whatever you might want to call it. It does look like a scroll, but it will be the Indra Scepter. A nice little buff to anybody who does have that on them. HP 5 aura for your allies. Can heal your towers, which we'll get to see maybe a little bit of that there in the mid lane. It's the only one that's really weakened. or if you're around enemies, deals a nice little bit of damage.
Yeah, a little bit or a lot of it. I think it's more so a lot. It really does shore up your support's damage. Privative is now an individual threat on the map. The taunt's going to set up probably 2-3 ticks of that scepter, doing about 80 damage per tick as well, meaning that if you're standing near this Athena, you're probably just losing the fight. Privative is a major threat now, and I'm sure Thunderhead would love to be able to shut him down before he gets too much value from this item.
To kind of go back onto the solo laners, an item that we haven't seen for such a long time from Season 8, but is now making a return here in Season 9 thanks to its upgrades. Teleport picked up and fully upgraded to the Persistent by both teams. We'll talk more on that after this fight because Mark goes in with a nice ultimate. Jangaru picks up one, but the shell has been expended by Dark Wizard to negate the majority of that last breath poison. And just as quickly as the fight starts up, it will slow right back down.
That was a high engagement cost for Thunderhead, costing them both Mark and Dark Wizard's ultimates. So their team fight takes a major hit, whereas Samsara only have to expend Circuits. They still have the ability, Samsara that is, to group up and maybe force an engagement around these mid camps or potentially even the Gold Fury itself. But to speak to your point, yeah, we're going to see a lot more teleport, I think, throughout the entirety this year. Persistent is just so strong as a utility tool. Every time you pick up a kill or an assist, it reduces the cooldown on that relic, meaning that you're going to be everywhere on the map. It's like anime. They're just wherever you want to be. Sorry, kid, I'm behind you.
Now, sometimes you can maybe see a relic dagger, though I don't think that we will see it in that solo lane. Could drop that another big chunk and reduce the cooldown even further, but maybe not so likely when it comes to these two solo laners picking that one up. Kind of going into the mid lane here, a little bit of a rise of Thoth, kind of going back to him. We talked about him earlier, how we kind of saw him for a little bit during Worlds qualifiers, mixed levels of success. But now that we're seeing this kind of double flat pen meta coming back in for these mid laners, Thoth has really been on the rise.
Yeah, it's just a really good power curve for Thoth. The second he finishes up that secondary item, Thoth always dealing a ton of damage, just like Shinigami up against Chekio, takes him out in his own purple buff, and you can see it. Shinigami, he's pretty happy with that one. Saw the smile on his face.
Shinigami with that Crusher and now working towards the Atalanta's bow after its buff. So we'll be seeing a lot of extra damage coming
Crazy
out of
item.
this Izanami. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Chekio only had that Ring of Hekate to himself, and Wengu once again will see some fighting over on this right-hand side. Defender of Olympus and Wengu gets a nice double stun, but he misses the one who's doing the damage right to him. Snatty picks up the kill in solo. It puts Samsara up 5-4 on the kills, but not super far up in the gold. It's only a few hundred gold separating them.
You know, I really like that call from Samsara to commit so much to the right side of the map because of what we see on the screen right now. Had Shinigami not taken out Chekio on his own, there's pretty high risk that Thunderhead could have just gone to Gold Fury. But with this soul removed from the map, individually by Shinigami, you could commit everything to the right-hand side of the map. And that's exactly what Samsara does, just pushing that lead a little bit further forward. But as you said, paltry sums as of now.
Greater Scorpion here will be stolen by Thunderhead to remove that one from the side of Samsara and negate some of that experience and enhancing those buffs. Those Scorpions specifically have been changed up from wins past, where instead of going back and forth between different spawn points, you now both get one on each side of your jungle to try and enhance your own camp. So it looks like both of them end up getting stolen by their respective teams.
Yeah, just trading out farm wherever they can elsewhere on the map. I'm curious to see now how Chekio decides to address this lane. He's already realized that he's not really winning the 1v1. Shinigami, having finished up Atalantis, has got a good deal of lifesteal. He's got crit, he's got power, he's got everything he needs from that item. I think Chekio's gonna have to sit on the back foot for a little while.
And they're gonna be seeing a lot of this kind of action over the course of the weekend. This fight around the obelisk, Dark Wizard wanted to stop Privative from stealing a couple of those Lotus Flowers, but two did manage to get stolen away by the Samsara support. And that obelisk is looking mighty low now for the side of Thunderhead. Samsara just need a couple more, and maybe a couple kills on top of that. Ray Shadow forced away. The Petrify from Mark is good, but the taunt from Jangaru is even better. Privative will continue the dash through, and Mark has absolutely nowhere to go. Just needs to wait a couple of seconds longer for some help, but he will not get it. And it's Breeze is the one to take him down. Meanwhile, Snatty, with the teleport to the left side of the map, has made himself known, and he'll shut down Chekio instantly under his own tower. A pullback in on Wengu should spell the end for the solo laner.
It's going to be a dash in and a taunt. Briz, credit for the kill, and the entire team rotating to the left-hand side of the map for Samsara. Hits pay dirt. Where can they go now? Dark Wizard, the only one hovering nearby. Ray Shadow, no ultimate available, but is making his way over. I don't love their odds, Thunderhead that is, in this fight around the gold.
Gold started up, and it is Ray and Wizard here to try and hold them back. Not full committing to it just yet.
Oh, really?
In fact, it looks like Samsara will back away. Just the damage and the CC threat alone from Thunderhead is enough. But we were talking about the power of that teleport. Snatty teleports that left side to fight, and look at that. With 3 kills to his name, or 3 kills/assist in that fight, it's already right back off a cooldown. He can put himself wherever he wants to go, right back on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a ridiculous relic, man. The ability to control pacing, control where you are on the map, make sure that you're always where your team needs you, be it around an objective or around a team fight, is just so valuable. But we can see the double-edged sword that is Persistent Teleport from the other solo laner. Wengu also rotates in towards that fight. His is still on cooldown. The fight didn't seem to go so well for Thunderhead. So if you do dedicate that relic for a rotation and you don't hit pay dirt, you're kind of sitting duck for a little while.
I think one of the more interesting things to note here is that neither of the support have gone for Gauntlet of Thieves, which is kind of the premier starting item for supports all last season. Wengu will be aggressed on one more time in that solo lane. He'll eat a couple of ultimates, quite a bit of damage. He's holding out for now, but I don't think he's got too much further that he can go. The stun is nice, but he's really just buying time out here. But kind of going back on this Gauntlet of Thieves, man, we really just aren't seeing it here, at least in this very first game. Instead, it's at Sovereignty and a Runeforged Hammer first by Dark Wizard.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Runeforged for Fenrir are going to do a lot of damage, but maybe not the most defense as he's forced into his own tower. Privative forced to step back, and it's another solo for Shinigami? Okay.
Now quick beads out of Briz will get him away from the Petrify from Mark, but Mark will sidestep the final judgment from the Thoth, but he's still eating all the damage from the tanks under the tower, but the tanks now need to run because they've soaked up quite a bit. Huge stun on the Dark Wizard. Almost takes him out, but now Rayshadow's caught in the middle of 3. He'll pick up Priv and maybe be able to make it out. No, he will not. The breath from Snatty is good enough.
What a phenomenal trade. Privative, with his last breath, is able to launch out that taunt and make sure that there's a return kill for his team. If it got lost in the confusion, yes, Shinigami yet again takes out Chekio. Chekio not even given the opportunity to shoot off his own ultimate, and Dark Wizard narrowly escapes death. He's inside his own tower, and he has to jump as the support just to avoid a little bit of damage before he heads back to base.
I can't say that's a little bit of damage. You saw how much it did to him last time. You see how
Like
much it's doing to the mid laner.
Yeah,
maybe put him kind of towards half health, throw him right back into the clutches of Thoth, and Jingaru will block the path to set up for the mid laner to get the kill. And what was kind of a slower start here, what was a small gold lead up by Samsara, has now exploded to nearly 5,000 gold, 7,000 experience. We get a nice little look one more time at another solo kill by Shinigami. This man over here in that solo lane, or in that duo lane, I should say, feels like a solo lane at this point. He's popping off.
And Shinigami's not even getting lucky, man. There was that one crit throughout that entire fight. That looked exactly like the last solo kill. Chekio needs to drop some wards defensively there. He's been caught out at his own purple buff twice now, which has costed his team mightily in this neutral territory fight. So now Samsara, playing with a massive lead that they've netted just from kills, because no neutral objectives have fallen as of yet, have created a situation where they could just go ahead and do it. Group up on the gold free, force the advantage while you've got it, and make Thunderhead walk into you.
Now Obelisk does get picked up one more time by Samsara's support, so Priviv will have the scepter around his waist, or floating around him at least. Give him that little bit of extra damage, allows him to kind of clear out these camps. One of the big boosts there for the supports, they finally can get the damage they need to clear camps by themselves.
Look, they don't deserve it, man.
What are you talking about?
Already the tankiest people on the map. You want them dealing damage too? My man soloed oracles. That shouldn't happen. No way. Primitive's too strong.
Well, Dark Wizard's going to need a lot of help here, but none will come. Instead, it will be Snatty and the rest of Samsara collapsing on the support of Thunderhead, set up for a kill, and the first major neutral objective of the game going the way of Samsara. Gold Fury goes down, but Thunderhead make a quick response, head over to this Pyromancer, and they'll drop it just as quick.
You know what? I went on my spiel that supports don't need help. They need help. Dark Wizard got evaporated on the map, and I think his team is going to follow him.
I think Mark needs a little bit of help, too. These tanks are going right for the throat. Mark has nowhere to go. Jangaru gets the last hit. Ray Shadow, as soon as he lands out of the bat out of hell, he's got to blink out. And Samsara now up 14-5 on the kills. And what was barely 5,000 earlier has now gone up to about 7,000 gold, and maybe even make it a Fire Giant on top. So we went from having not a single neutral objective taken until 15 minutes to all of a sudden 3, but Dark Wizard is here to try and hold that one out, but Final Judgment is more than enough to secure it, and Primitive barely squeaks himself by there. Jangaru helps turn around, kill the support, and the Fire Giant will go to Samsara.
Gotta give credit to Dark Wizard for that warrior's spirit he just put on full display. It takes a a lot of bravery to be willing to jump into 5 people. What did you say? 8,000 gold down at the time on your own when you're already 2 levels down, don't even have that secondary relic available. And he nearly takes away the Fire Giant, but Samsara, with superior clear and space control, are able to net themselves the largest neutral objective on their first step towards qualifying themselves into the SPL. And now Thunderhead, with a decent team comp for defending around these tier 2s, defending around the Phoenixes, have to struggle against a massive lead of Samsara. You're looking at Chekio to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. If Mark isn't landing massive ultimates, I'm not sure how strong their defense is.
Just leave him alone.
Oh, no.
Snatty uses his teleport to come over and just bully Chekio in the duo lane and take another 10 seconds off the cooldown of that relic as he makes that rotation. They get the kill and then continue to push up this left side. No towers for safety for Chekio any longer. It's only the Phoenix on this left side.
I'm out here trying to weave tales on how Thunderhead's going to defend. Chekio was the win condition on the defense, and he's gone for the next 20 seconds. Better believe Samsara is going to make use of that time. Looks like they're just waiting on this minion wave to catch up with them before they start this siege on the left side Phoenix. I guess now you got to hope Ray Shadow can do it himself.
They're going to need Dark Wizard, but you're not going to get Dark Wizard. Briz erases him off the map. Final Judgment does more than enough damage. Ray Shadow tries to hold them back with a bat out of hell, but will only delay the inevitable as Samsara regroup, and they'll have to wait for yet another minion wave to come through. But Dark Wizard was there, and then he wasn't.
Hey, but he bought time for Chekio to come back, and Samsara put some respect on Chekio when he's inside his own Phoenix. When he's alone in the lane, it's pretty easy for Snatty to walk up and find that solo kill, essentially. So instead, now Samsara, instead of grouping up, going for the bird, they're going to go ahead and clear out the rest of the map. Why leave it up to Risk? Tier 1 mid-tower, that's easy. Tier 2, foregone conclusion. Wouldn't be surprised if we see them work their way over towards that right-hand side, and then spend up this gold lead, which has very quickly become massive.
Taunton onto Wengu, and an ultimate from
Surely
Jengaru.
not.
That's going to get the beads out of Wengu. He will get away. Dark Wizard at half health inside of his own ultimate. Final Judgment started, but canceled right away. As Ray Shadow, again, the one to deter them back over near the speed buff, he will go to try and get away. That Phoenix has already eaten half of its health and damage from Samsara, but it'll be a quick retreat from them as they don't want to commit too much more.
Man, that is crazy. Thunderhead responds properly. They drag Privative forward, but Privative's too tanky at this point.
Privative goes in. He'll find one with the taunt because the beast from Ray Shadow, but that one is all that he needs. Doesn't matter how many defenses you have. It doesn't matter how many players you have. If you want to run the conveyor belt at Samsara, they are more than happy to take that trade. And they're going to go all the way to the Titan room without even having a Phoenix down, making a nice and easy 4. And Chekio, the last man standing, will not be standing much longer as Shinigami picks up a triple kill to essentially end the game here in game number 1 for Samsara.
Game 1's a duo chasm, J-Mac. There's no other way to word it. Shinigami's finding solo kills on cooldown. Privative found double taunts literally every 5 seconds for the first 5 minutes of this game. Thunderhead, I think it's clear we need to address in the P's and P's going into game 2. You cannot allow Samsara to be this comfortable in the duo.
I got to talk about Jengaru here a little bit out of this jungle lane because again, we came in here learning that this man was coming in here with a controller to play here and popped off 7-0 with Circuit out of the jungle. Not one of the easiest gods to play on that peripheral exactly.
Okay, I mean, to speak to your point, when I was playing on console, J-Mac, my team said, hey, Mifflin, could you please play Circuit? And my hands like crumbled into dust as I attempted to make something work for my squad. It never did. I started playing a Wheelish instead. So credit to Jengaru for doing what I could not. That man, very impressive on the sticks.
A strong performance out of Samsara here in game number 1, but there is still some hope for Thunderhead because there's another game that they got to play. It's a best of 3 all weekend long, at least up until we get to those exact qualifier matches at the very end of the week. But Thunderhead are going to have to get a big wind under their sails here to kind of bring them back because it was definitely a struggle in game 1. We'll see if they can bring it back in game number 2.
Friendship team wins game number 1 in a very convincing fashion. Samsara off to a great start here in the Season 9 SPL play-in tournament. Some back and forth action early on in this game, but a steamroll later on. And this is no surprise, I don't think, because the way that some of these North American SOC and SEC teams play is just in your face, knockdown, drag out style of play. And the snowball was just rolling for Samsara by the mid-game.
And I think it's really important because it's by the mid-game, right? Early game, you still have 2 assassins on Thunderhead, and they played that pretty well. They use that to their advantage. They get a couple of kills early on, and they look pretty solid because of it. But then time maybe goes on a little too long for them. Unfortunately, they had Privative and Jengaru to deal with on the other side. Jengaru starts getting active super early on this Circuit and finding early ganks, really controlling the duo lane, helping find a lot of damage. But you also get some really, really amazing taunts and setup coming from Privative. And I think the two in tandem, roaming the map, really cause a lot. I think it's actually this gank on solo was one of the ones that really started the forefront. I mean, look, it's a 12.0 KDA. You've got this guy all over the map. It's impossible to handle what this Circuit was able to do, and you cannot let them do that if you want to be able to win this set. So I do expect some control in the jungle going forward for Thunderhead, but realistically, it wasn't just the Circuit. The Circuit had an absolutely knockout game, but you've got this great setup from Privative, who's doing great terms, body blocks, taunts, things like that, and that allows things like this Thoth to look incredible on top of that as well, and just really open the door for this team to swing for the fences.
Gore, these two highlights, the one that we previously saw from Briz to that last one, was like 3 or 4 minutes apart in game time, and 10,000 gold difference between the two highlights. That purple buff play, the game was 1 kill in favor of Samsara, and the gold was dead even.
Yeah.
And then like 4 minutes later in that game, we're at like 8, 9, 10,000 gold ahead. And when you talk about an immediate snowball, in that moment where everything just spiraled out of control, it was Samsara who was able to move forward. And we wondered, purely in picks and ban score, if that was going to be the style of game we saw because of the setup from the solo lane and the damage from the Cerberus, the Circuit, the ability to set up there, the Athena, the ability to set up and do damage there, right? And then can you protect the Thoth? And the Thoth was protected all game long.
Copiously. He was covered.
And so I think, Gore, we saw some good moments from the jungle of this Thunderhead team early on there in that game as well. Gonna need to see more of that. Maybe that's the style of game where you're best of 3, we go back to the drawing board on some picks and bans, we realize that we've got our place in this set as well.
I thought of something mean, but I don't want to say it because it'll make you sad.
It'll make me sad?
Yeah, it'll make specifically you sad. I don't want to do that.
Why? Because you just said
no,
that?
No, because I was gonna say that's what you wish the Bengals O-line looked like.
No, here's all right.
Protected. Look at how much protection he had.
That's
he
right.
was perfectly happy back there.
Yeah, right. So how safe?
And I'm talking about Briz.
How safe Briz was in that game was the opposite.
Exactly. That's what you wish you could have seen.
Right, and then Samsara had Aaron Donald and Von Miller rushing down the back line of Thunderhead that game and absolutely destroying him. And so maybe, now we're in the off season, right? We're in the free agency period. If we're Thunderhead, let's pick up a free agent offensive lineman maybe. Let's add a new player to our team to keep our back line nice and safe.
And that's what's weird because they had theoretically some really good divers on their composition. The problem is I think there was just too much disjointment in a lot of their engagements. And the best example, and this is something like just to quote Mifflin, was that Chekio got respect when he was under Phoenix, when he was somewhere where it could really provide a lot, and that was about where that ended. Never in the jungle did they care. They made sure to shut down that soul, so it didn't matter if you had this Camazotz, this Artio, this Fenrir that could create space, get to the backline, cause some trouble back there, because you didn't have any follow-up damage. There was nobody there to make sure that mattered, that got kills for your team. And so realistically, I think Thunderhead, it's not just maybe a switch up here in the gods to make sure they have a stronger front line. I do think that they need to change up how they protect Chekio.
A beautiful drafting from Samsara in game 1. More of the same in game 2. We'll see them moving on to play the Oni homies. I'm 1 for 1, Gore, on Oni homies versus Oni Warriors.
And I'm going to try to keep it that way.
We're going to keep it that way. We're 1 for 1 there. So now Thunderhead find themselves in that first pick. So we had some fun in game 1. Let's hope we get a little bit more of that here in game number 2. Similar bans, but an immediate respect ban to Privative. The Athena being taken away by Thunderhead. So we don't want that as first pick. We don't want Privative to get it later on in this draft either. And I wonder, you know, and we talk about the meta shifting and kind of learning things early on here this weekend. It's picks like that, where of course these teams have been scrimming and prepping, but it's picks like that where, you know, maybe we give a shot. Let's see if Athena works in game 1, and then suddenly every team sees Athena and it looks amazing, and then like all weekend long it just starts to get banned out. And so a lot of moving and shaking will be done priority-wise in these first couple of sets, but still some figuring out to be done. Amaterasu banned out as well, so that won't change. And then Kleena, Goro, we've seen a couple of Kleena bans early on here in this weekend.
And I do think it's a carryover. It was actually really weird. I remember talking about it because after Worlds, I think it was day 1, I remember sitting back and thinking, there wasn't any Kleena today. And then that stayed true for the rest of the weekend. It was just very bizarre because she'd been very prominent during the Worlds qualifiers there at the end of December and things like that. So it is that question of how much power she can bring. And realistically, I think she can be a huge threat in the right hands. And I think Samsara just trying to make sure that to respect that. I think big note that I have coming out of this is that, you know, they still go for this Amaterasu ban. Bastet is suddenly available. Like it's the one that, you know, you're harping on. I'm wondering, and specifically because it's Snatty, I would be worried about pretty much anything over there. And that's something else to mention from last game was that it took a little bit of time before Snatty picked up.
Yep.
But then once Snatty joined the fight, guess what? Snatty had a great positive KDA.
And Thunderhead Gore, and you look at solo lane specifically, this RDO was shut down in game number 1. It was early jungle pressure from Jangaru on the right side of the map. And you're right, it took Snatty some time to rotate into those fights. But when Wengu was finally rotating into fights, it felt like the RDO was a little bit behind just because of the way that laning phase had gone. Thunderhead realizing that it was maybe more the way that early and mid game went and not so much the RDO pick in general. And so we will return to an RDO pick early on here for Thunderhead. Morgan Le Fay, though, Gore, with 0 mid lane bans. Morgan Le Fay standing on top of the priority list for Samsara.
Morgan Le Fay can do some good damage. And Morgan Le Fay, as Mifflin would put it, has an unreactionable CC that you can throw out there. But I also think that she's just in a really comfortable spot with what she can provide for your team. Good damage, good control. You're probably not going to be able to get away with the thought they recognize that they don't have the Athena this time, so like setup isn't going to come as easily to the team. Granted, that's not to say that it's not going to be something they'll be able to find. I'm excited to see what this is going to be able to provide because we've seen a lot of Morgan Le Fay games where she has been absolutely nuts. But there were also a lot of games last year when she got nerfed after a little bit, and then all of a sudden it was like, okay, well, she's like your 4th string, maybe your 5th string mid laner that you're going to pull out. You're still going to your Tiamats, who we've not seen at all today, as well as some of the other mid laners that used to kind of run the meta. I think the items right now also really heavily benefit her early game and could really open up some conversations, especially if she's paired with a Surcat jungle after what we just saw.
And that's where she's needed a little bit of help in that early game, and Morgan Le Fay maybe itemization-wise in a better spot. We do finally see a mid lane ban, Gore, but it's Persephone that's getting taken away. And so in all of the variety that we've seen in the mid lane, we've seen a Thoth already, right? A Morgan Le Fay, now a Persephone gets banned out. And so mid lane, as important of a role as it is, seeing some unique picks and bans.
Yeah.
And Thunderhead, Gore, you know, you look at their draft from game 1, one of the concerns was setup and CC. And, you know, you have great dive, but elsewhere in the fight, do you have the lockdown to really set up for these fights better? The answer ended up being no. I think Thunderhead have already addressed that here in their picks and bans for game 2.
Yeah, much better CC. Plus, and this is something I just love Sylvanas, and this is regardless of meta. I
want to put you on the spot, so
go for it, and we'll see what happens with it.
I enjoy your Sylvanas impression, Gore.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were going to say something and it was going to be like some really obscure thing and like Sylvanas' kit, and I was going to be like, all right, dude, hold on, let me Google.
Potentially as embarrassing as your Sylvanas impression.
Sylvanas.
And spot on.
Yeah.
That was him getting locked in, by the way. That wasn't even Goremizer. That was the voice of him getting locked in. That was fantastic from Gore. Let's catch back up, though.
I had to, like, steel myself for a second.
You had to take a deep breath. Look, we're getting back into the swing of things.
You can't do an old man with, like, a big smile on your face.
No, you absolutely can. That's how happy we are to be back here with some competitive Smite for Season 9. Odin and Horus. And you want to talk about team fight and lockdown, Gore. You got plenty of that for Samsara here. Horus, admittedly, a bit surprising. We had heard rumbles of maybe some Horus here this week. We're getting it in game 2.
And I honestly really like Horus. I think yesterday me and J-Mac were talking about Horus with like Runeforged and what like kind of shenanigans you can do with things like that.
Yep.
But like just like you remove items, remove some of the other stuff, which is wild to say in a MOBA, and I don't know why I'm starting with that as a premise. But realistically, in his base kit, you've got good healing, you've got a really fun ult if used properly, and you've got one of my favorite like CC abilities, even though it's really short, even though it can be difficult in the middle of the fray to actually hit the guy that you want. You've got a prot shred and a stun that all comes together, plus a really hefty knock-up, even though it's centralized around you. I just think he's fun. Early on, it's real rough. It's rough times for Horus because you can just get bodied and bullied really hard. But once you do get some of those items online, I really like what he brings to the table. The downside is that this is a very heavy physical comp so far from Samsara.
Wow. Okay, so Thunderhead Gore throwing some unique picks at the end of their draft here. ESET, and the last time we saw some of these SOC, SCC teams and these players specifically, feels like ESET was support in all the games that we were seeing ESET. That's not going to be the case
We got a Nox support to counter.
Yeah, how fun is that?
That's
right?
burned into my memory.
As it should be, in a bad way. ESET picked here for Thunderhead.
And that team won Worlds. Hold on.
Outside of pure chaos, ESET will be in the mid lane here. Ho Yi for ADC. And so both carries locked in last for Thunderhead. Let's start with ESET here and realistic expectations.
Okay.
If CC is your concern, Spirit Ball and the silence that ESET has, great instances of some CC and some setup for your team. And then there's some big damage on top of it as well, circle protection.
Each of those can be used for self-peel too, right? Like if the Serket's jumping on you, you can silence her, you can stun her and try to get away. The problem is that Serket is super mobile, and Serket's going to sit on you no matter what. You can silence her, and it's like, cool, you stopped her dash, and now she's going to leap at you. No matter what, I think someone's going to still be able to close that gap. So this is going to be a really high execution threshold in my mind for this ESET to look good. She does a lot of damage in the right hands. I mean, Spirit Ball does like 1.5x at max range, so you can hit really hard. You had mentioned Circle of Protection, but it's great for objectives. I think when it comes to team fights and control and healing, Thunderhead have so much in their favor. When it comes to mobility and trying to escape the guys that are going to kill your carries, ESET's going to need a little bit of help. Hu Yi should be fine.
Gore, could we see like 10 sets of beats? I think everyone in this game, every single character,
You might want it.
has some style of CC like right off the bat. Every single lane is going to be under some type of pressure from minute 1 until the end of this game.
Now, here's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
And this is only because
I always want to hear what you're
I
thinking.
have not bought this yet. But it was a shift in relics, because Phantom Veil doesn't exist.
Right.
But Phantom Shell exists.
That's right.
And I'm wondering if that's going to be a pickup in this game because of dealing with the Odin. It's something, because like you get the shield, it feels pretty decent overall. I think you still get the basic attack reduction, the 50% on top of that. It's just now you can walk through walls on top of that. And so it's going to be something that could be very fun. But based on relics we've seen, it's kind of this toss-up for whether or not Thunderhead won it.
That's a good point. To be clear, no more Phantom as a relic, but if you upgrade Shell enough in the right tree, it'll allow you to walk through those Odin walls. Erlang Shen, I always jokingly call Earlyon Shen, mid lane sometimes under some pressure here if you're Morgan Le Fay. Thunderhead might be able to find some pressure early on in the mid lane. They need to bounce back in game 2. Let's go.
It's going to be a big one, and what an arsenal of gods that we get thrown at us here for game number 2. We get Sylvanas making his way back in. ESET not in support role this time around, instead going towards the mid lane. And Ho Yi, a god who, at least in the SPL, has had some less than good success, I think is the best way to put that one. But over on the other side, we also get things like Horus and Morgan Le Fay. And I think talking maybe about Snatty here with this Odin and kind of talking about the potential of Shell now going into that Phantom Shell being a huge change here.
Yeah, beforehand, you're picking up Phantom almost feels like a concession. Like, okay, I guess his walls are good enough. I have to get this relic just to deal with that. But now that the Phantom effect has been applied to Shell, you're already building Shell for the most part anyway this season. So I feel like Odin probably indirectly takes a bit of a nerf with that change towards the relics. But I got to be completely candid with you, J-Mac. When I was watching the draft phase, I saw Samsara's top 3. I looked over, saw Thunderhead's top 3. I said, GG. I mean, I was like, no way they're able to stack up against the pressure that Samsara is bringing. But having seen these drafts completed, I really like how Thunderhead's team composition is going to work holistically once they group up. But where did they struggle in game 1? It was getting to that point. It was a lot of lane diff, so they got to clean that up to get there.
We want to talk about the potential of lane diff. We already see it once again. Lots of pressure out of Samsara's dual lane. They're able to put Chekio and Dark Wizard already back at their tier 1 tower, and they get a very early beads out of the Hunter. Chekio will have those on cooldown.
Uh-oh.
Nice little pull by Dark Wizard, and the dash from Privative just a little shy from hitting that tree. So Dark Wizard will be just fine, but Chekio is eating some good poke out of Shinigami. They'll be able to go over and get that new Heartbeat camp that's there. One of those things that we didn't really touch on last time is, yes, the Draugr camp is gone. No longer will that be there. Instead, it is a couple of Harpies there to go for some farm and some experience. Axe off the mark, but not the stun. Primitive gets some good damage onto Chekio and forces that leap out of the Hunter. And he'll be put down to a quarter HP.
That's going to cost you the shell from Dark Wizard. Beads down on both Hunters, so keep your eyes on the junglers. Jangaru hovering nearby, might look to get involved, but as is the Ray Shadow, could be a brawl in the duo.
Ray Shadow is the one here first, despite Jangaru being the
Dash
earliest
in.
to the rotation. Ray Shadow just needs a good pin, just needs some good setup, and he misses the pin. The stun is good. The knockup from Ray Shadow is decent too, but now Jangaru is back here, but he separates his targets, and Dark Wizard is the one who gets left out to dry. It's Shinigami who picks up first blood.
Yeah, surprised to see Ray Shadow elect to pick up Beads so early on. Maybe concerned about all the CC output. Beads does save his life, but maybe cost him that early kill towards Privative, who had dashed in aggressively, not realizing that the jungler was so nearby. Samsara on the knife's edge finds himself in a first blood position, comfortably ahead.
Oh, we saw this all last game.
Chekio?
We're seeing it once again.
Chekio?
Chekio is trying to face tank the damage of Shinigami, but that is not the best idea to try and box up against an Uller early game. And Mark will get collapsed on at his own red buff. Not a chance in the world he's making it out of there. Briz comes up and gets a second kill for Samsara with the help of his jungle and his support, and they'll steal away the red buff from Thunderhead.
It's twice now that Samsara has put so much emphasis on the duo lane throughout the early, and we have not seen a proper response from Thunderhead. Red buff, purple, both controlled now by the Chaos team, and plenty of experience on their side of the map to fall back towards and pick up. Gotta expect Ray Shadow to try and rotate back over towards the duo lane, trying to get that redemption arc. Shinigami, sure. Bluestone Ul, not super fun to play against. Lots of poke, lots of burst potential, especially considering he's got that kill for himself, so Transcendent's going to be finished up very shortly. But somebody's got to slow him down. This was the pressure point for Thunderhead in Game 1. Samsara's duo lane was allowed to roam free for much too long, and now controlling the neutral farm, the enemy farm, their own farm. We're looking at a second verse, same as the first situation.
One massive relic change that has kind of swapped up here from Game 1 to Game 2 has been a Bracer out of Privative. We'll see if that even gets put to use right now. Dash is just off the mark, so check it will be fine. But it is a Bracer picked up by Privative, something that we saw kind of rise at the very start of Phase 3 last season, and then kind of taper off just a little bit. We didn't really see it all that much more, but now it's gotten a buff in its third tier of it at least. You get like 20% extra power or movement speed depending on what your health is at when you go through. But right now, it starts out at what it was when it was fully maxed out last time around at that 15%.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of Bracer, just full stop. I think that having a Sentry Ward built into your Relic slot feels very good. The ability to just buff your team consistently as well. You're not sacrificing too much in that secondary Relic. So that's why I was kind of surprised that that item kind of fell off the face of the planet for a little while here. But now in Season 9, got a little bit of a resurgence. Two options going forward that are both going to be incredibly strong. It's also going to save you a lot of money throughout the game. I think that's one aspect of this Relic that a lot of people aren't accounting for, is just you're not spending 120 gold every time you want a Sentry. That's going to start slowly adding up. I'm keeping my eyes on them, see when Privative decides to upgrade that.
Red buff started by Thunderhead. Samsara a little bit late on the rotation to try and steal that one away, but they are definitely fishing for anything that they can grab here. Thunderhead, though, do have the advantage as far as the obelisks are concerned when those ones spawned in. You can already see about 4 or 5 stacks that they've been able to put up on their obelisk.
Are you sure?
Well, it was about 4 or 5 stacks. Primitive will come over and try and slow that one down. And thankfully for Thunderhead, their team was there to pick up the one flower that he had dropped on the ground. So yeah, it'll still remain about that 4 or 5 stacks.
Yeah, but Horus is a very good god at playing that aggressive steal your flower style, right? Like, he's just going to hover nearby, stand in there. If he gets into the risk, he's got the global ultimate to escape, or he could utilize the global ultimate to re-engage onto the obelisk itself. I mean, look at him. He doesn't have to show respect. Privative groups up on the obelisk yet again. He's snagging your flowers, and he's already involved in the fight.
He's going to use the ultimate. Chekio used this leap very early. The land is right on place. Right on target.
Good knockup.
The stun is now good because the beads were expended to get away from the knockup earlier. Chekio is holding out for as long as he can, but that's not much longer. Shinigami able to get the kill, and a little bit of help with that bracer dropped in the middle of the tower during that fight too.
Man, Privative is putting on a show today. I mean, the Athena was magnificent in lane, the control he brought, and now the Horus as well getting involved.
Briz under fire himself though, 3 surrounding the mid laner, ultimate is already gone, and the CC is not going to matter to Mark. He'll be able to close out that kill and finally put Thunderhead on the board here in game 2.
And Wengu at least is allowed to play his lane this time around instead of getting 3-man dove consistently. But
are you really playing the game if you're playing Artio, though?
it looks like he's having a lot of fun. I don't know, man. He's sitting on the tower line, healing up, dealing some damage. But Thunderhead finally finding a response on the map, able to strip away some of those flowers and put some pressure onto Samsara's jungle. Just like game 1, 6 minutes in, the gold still relatively even, experience relatively even across the board as well. Samsara have got themselves a kill lead, but have got only that, just the kill lead.
Thunderhead finally get an obelisk of their own. They finally get the Indra Scepter for their team, but maybe they want more than just the Scepter. They will want this Gold Fury, but just with Privative walking over, that is more than enough pressure for Thunderhead to walk away and think twice about going for this objective, even though they do have the Set, who is one of the better gods to secure these objectives.
We got to speak objectively, man. She's the best. She's the best at securing objectives. There's no way anyone's better. The damage output at this portion of the game, the damage mitigation for your own team, the healing, nobody wants to fight into that, especially at the 7-minute mark.
Well, Privative will slowly eat a little bit of damage from Dark Wizard. Wizard will get the pull up against Privative. He doesn't have an ally near him just yet. Jengaru is here. Lots of damage popped through to this support, but fortunate for a Horus, he does have that dash to allies. And with Jengaru nearby, he's able to get on out. And 7 minutes in, a fairly even game, very slight lead here for Thunderhead thanks to some of those turnaround kills and especially getting that obelisk up. They're at least able to maintain a state of evenness here early on.
What I'm looking at Shinigami's build. That can't be standard on Uller, is it? I didn't get a lot of chance to play in the last couple of weeks. COVID knocked me out, but dominance early on, giving your basic attacks additional penetration, that's nice. But Ull's kind of an ability-based god in my mind. It doesn't synergize very well with the Bluestone. And Thunderhead, well, they just walk over to the Gold Fury using that superior secure.
And not just that, they also use the Suns. They'll jump in on Shinigami, who uses the beads to get away from one stun. Mark is under fire, but a huge ultimate from Dark Wizard holds 2 of them back. Now Shinigami gets turned right back on. He doesn't have his leap. He doesn't have his beads. He doesn't have anywhere to go. It's Chekio to finally put him in the dirt. But Jengaru gets 1, makes it a 2. Jengaru able to leap away for the time being. And Snatty with his rotation over with that teleport, able to turn this fight back around. He'll grab Ray Shadow alongside Briz.
And Chekio, he's not out of the pan just yet. Briz might be able to catch him out. If he rotates in towards this wave, could expose himself here. But Samsara, they may not have gotten the objective, but they win out on the team fight afterward. At the end of the day, once the dust settles, that does put Thunderhead ahead in gold, but just gold. Experience still exactly even across the board. Massive win, though, for Thunderhead. I gotta say, utilizing that early pressure on the E set, utilizing that circle protection to create these scenarios to generate threat on the neutral objective is going to force Samsara to put respect elsewhere on the map. They got to worry now about the Fire Giant, the ability to do that, the Pyromancer as well, now under threat.
All right, well, Wengu, your free trial of the early game is over, and now it's time to fight, and never mind, there's a stun, and he's completely fine. All right, you can continue your trial. Maybe, hold on that thought. Jengaru goes back in, Privative there with the knockup, but it's level 7 and level 8 versus a level 11 Artio with that Jade Emperor's crown. Yeah, there's no chance they're killing her.
No, very difficult to shut down Artio, regardless of build. Just having additional CC, having the ability to heal yourself, all these roots, as well as the dash up against Samsara, who had already utilized the Odin ultimate, so Snatty doesn't have the lockdown. Jengaru's ultimate just now coming back up, means that he wasn't able to utilize that either. Wengu just able to work his way throughout the entire of these team fights. I'm expecting this Artio to start making some pretty massive rotations over towards mid. Got great lockdown ability against gods like Morgan Le Fay. It's time to start utilizing it.
Chekio. He definitely wants to get some fighting going this time now that he has the advantage. He leaps in and uses the Suns to put Shinigami back. And
That's
now
free.
sets up for some aggression for his team to go for this Pyromancer. Nobody from Samsara within range to take this one away. And the first neutral objective, or second neutral objective of the game. It was 15 minutes last time before we saw one go down. Now we've seen 2 in barely 10 minutes of play, and both of them go to Thunderhead.
Yeah, I was just bringing up earlier how Thunderhead had already shown that they've got the ability to shut down these objectives so quickly. I was expecting Samsara to show up on time, but they were only about 5-6 seconds behind, and 5 or 6 seconds against this draft that Thunderhead have got is going to net them an objective. The auto attack damage of Ray's Shadow, the damage output of this New Age Mage build from its mark, all just going to add up.
Jengar and Primitive go in deep to try and get a kill against Ray Shadow, but now with Dark Wizard here, it's going to spell the end of that. But the pull off the mark by the support, so that fight will cease to exist any longer. But now the Obelisks are back up and active, which means that these camps are back up for grabs, and Shinigami only needs one basic to steal away that camp and get the first Lotus on the board for his team. We'll go over towards these little side camps too, and we can see that that's where one more of those flowers was active there, and on those Alpha Harpies over in the solo lane.
Yeah, I'm enthralled by Shinigami's build so far. I mean, it's very standard. He's got a high addition of penetration early on. It still goes towards that standard Atalanta's in the second slot, so he's got some crit chance available, some attack speed. I'm very curious to see where he goes.
That was 600 of Brizz's health taken out in just an instant there. He's going to get a little bit of it back thanks to the ultimate. And under the tier 1 tower he goes, not willing to continue any further in towards that fight as Thunderhead. But a double taunt and a double ultimate there out of Dark Wizard and his jungler. Keep them out for now. But a cage is dropped by Snatty to hold them in. Chekyo managed to pick up a solo kill all the while up against Shinigami. And Thunderhead can go for a retreat now that they know their Hunter's got that secured kill. And the rest of them are out.
Man, Chekyo playing with a vengeance. That was a solo kill between Shinigami's towers, by the way. He was playing that aggressively elsewhere on the map, and you're allowed to take that style of play when you realize that the entirety of Samsara is locked down on the right-hand side of the map. It's impossible for anyone to make a rotation to help out Shinigami. So, rightfully so, Chekyo utilizing that opportunity, now forcing Shinigami back to base, slowing down his build even further, and a build that is going so heavily towards crit is something you want to get online very quickly. Tier 1 Shuriken, not a great stat stick. Tier 2 Shuriken, pretty bad as well. If you're going for a crit build, it's all about the Tier 3 items or Tier 4, but we haven't got an opportunity to talk about those just yet. Whereas Thunderhead's ADC Chekyo has gone for a very standard build. It's Crusher, it's Aussie, it's Balanced Blade. He's going to be shredding objectives, and he's going to take every 1v1 from here on out.
Chekyo, we get a nice little replay there. A gross bounce off the wall to stop the back. And the 1v1 just goes handedly here to Chekyo, even a kill with the Suns under the tower. But kind of speaking about Tier 4 items, we didn't get to see any last time because the game went so fast, and maybe we'll have to hold off on talking about them for now. Oni Fury is here. Ultimate down from the mid laner to try and hold this one back. It's an early ult in by Primitive. Thunderhead get the Fury and to get the kill on the support. Jengaru goes in to try and get some damage back, but there is nothing to help him out. He gets bursted down alongside his mid laner, and it's a 3-for-1 trade as Snatty is able to pick up the support.
And Shinigami wants to turn it into even more. He's doing a good deal of damage as Snatty forced to use that ultimate defensively. Is it time to fall back? Ray's Shadow, I don't think you win these.
Not quite. He does get a little bit of help from Wengu to hold him back here, but now that the dust has settled on the fight for the time being, unless Snatty can find a cheeky pick here. Let's talk about this Tier 4 item that Snatty's picked up in that Breastplate of Determination, giving him some extra procs whenever he eats some ability damage, and then once he gets that fully stacked up, he gets a nice little burst of movement speed too.
I have been playing jungle for 9, 10 years. Breastplate of Determination almost single-handedly made me switch my role. That's how strong this item is. When you have got full use of the passive, it's 40 protections both ways, additional movement speed. You've already got the base stats of Breastplate on it. I think it's 65 prots, 20% CDR. That item is crazy how strong it is, the power spike at this point in the game. I think that at this point, Snatty can do just about no wrong. My man can walk all the way to Isengard for all I care, man. He could go anywhere on the map, and you're going to struggle mightily to shut him down. And that's true of Odin on his own just because of the nature of having a health shield as well as the ability to spawn up a cage. Now having to deal with additional movement speed and all those prots, I think Snatty's going to be creating a lot of space in these fights.
And it's an item that's becoming real popular with the solo laners. We've even seen some cases of supports throughout the early stages of this season, kind of in ranked play, casual play. I've been seeing a lot of supports even maybe look towards this item if they want to get some extra CDR in their build, because what can go wrong for a support to get some extra CDR, get your abilities, your CC up a little bit sooner, and all those prots are going to be necessary.
Oh my God.
He just gets chunked out by the Spirit Ball. There's not many places he can go. The ultimate, not quite enough, but it's Mark here. We'll be able to take him down thanks up with the Wind Guns. Does Primitive even have the speed to get out of here? Yes, he does. just tanky enough to make it out.
Mark is dealing too much damage right now.
He's
600 damage from a Spear Ball, each tick a Wing Gust, doing upwards of 250 as well. This E-set needs to be addressed in the team fight. It's got to be Snatty. If Snatty's not around, Samsara can't fight around its Mark.
I think everybody forgot how much damage ESET can
I
do
did.
because for the last half of the year, we've been seeing her in support role over everything else. Now that we're seeing her in mid, we get to truly see what this god can do.
Yeah, the 408 has really skewed everybody's vision. Wangu maybe skewed his vision as well, stepping up a little bit aggressively, but never mind, Mark's here, and he erases.
Yeah, no, Spirit Ball will take him down. Briz uses the Aegis and the beads quickly, but he's going to need a second set of them to try and get out of here. Ray Shadow's the one
Still alive?
who closes it out. Snatty, even with all those protections, it is not enough to save his life. Chekio picks him up for a nice three-piece combo for Thunderhead.
Yeah, its Mark is just a menace on the map. 2, 2, and 8 for the mid laner right now, but the damage output is just ridiculous. Worth noting that Briz on the other side is putting out similar numbers, but it is not having similar impact. Both sitting at 9,100, but only one team grouped up on the Fire Giant, and only one team has still got the best confirmation in the game available. This Fire, it's a foregone conclusion.
It is a free Fire Giant here for Thunderhead. And talk about a complete 180 of a game that we've had from game 1 here into game number 2. Last time around, it was Shinigami solo killing Chekio every opportunity he got. Snatty using teleport to go to that left side of the map every opportunity that he got. And now it's Shinigami getting soloed by Chekio earlier on. Now it's Wangu making these faster rotations, these more impactful ones out of that solo lane. And Mark, completely different game than we saw in game number 1. Now those Wing Gusts hitting upwards close to 300 damage a tick. Yeah, that is some pain to deal with.
Yeah, in game 1, I think the only time I said it's Mark's name was when I was calling out his deaths, right? I mean, he was not having a high impact match. The opposite is true this time around. My man is the game. I mean, there was a Harpy there at one point, or at least so I'm told. Production in my ear has informed me that yes, there was a Harpy, but no longer. Same could be said of the Tier 1 tower, Tier 2 as well. Samsara, they don't love their odds in the defense, so instead, they're trying to split the map and at least get some global gold for their squad. But they're going to have to back very shortly because that Tier 2 has already been removed, and they're on the Phoenix. Thunderhead pushing in.
Yeah, not a base race that you want to take here, though. Ultimate out of Privative. Keep your eyes on where that one may land in. It's going to be
50%.
right in the middle of all of them. And that will slow down the Phoenix, but Shinigami gets stopped right in his tracks. Once again, Mark with this Spirit Ball on point, really showing the damage output that this E-set has.
Yeah, mages are not allowed to complain ever again. I don't want to hear it from anybody. These guys are dealing so much damage at this portion of the game. Phoenix on 50%. Thunderhead, they can play it slow. They still have 2.5 minutes with this Fire Giant. Just poke out the Phoenix.
Pull off the mark by Mark, but Privative does not matter. Dark Wizard will be able to get the kill there. A cage comes down from Snatty, but that's really just to get his team out of danger more than anything else. The shell does get popped, that Phantom Shell, just to make sure they can continue that push on the left side. Phoenix goes down, and Thunderhead in complete control here in game number 2 will make their way towards the mid lane tower to strip that one off the map.
Man, what an incredibly quick pace of the last 8 or so minutes of this game. Thunderhead have completely opened the doors of Samsara, and they've pushed this gold lead exponentially, approaching the 10,000 mark 19 minutes in. And do my eyes see me? Yeah, they do. For a second there, I thought Privative was down at the Gold Fury. He was going to get collapsed on. Instead, it's just the Gold Fury. And Thunderhead going to pick up yet another objective for free. We have seen next to zero opposition from Samsara around these neutrals. To be fair, you don't really want them at this Gold Fury, but a little bit earlier on may have gone a long way.
To be fair, we did see one attempt at a stop at a Gold Fury earlier, and as soon as Privative landed, he was dead. And then 2 of his other teammates died right after that one. So not the most fun thing to try and do is fight into this team at those objectives. Wangu will have his blue buff stolen away by Shinigami, but Wangu won't take that lightly. He'll charge forward. And now the rest of Thunderhead have gone back to base. They've had some time to buy their items and start regrouping. We can see that it is an upgraded Bracer out of Dark Wizard for his second relic picked up here. But I think the more interesting thing is that Mark picked up a Phantom Shell of his own.
Hey, if Mark's the only one who's going to be the target of Snatty in these team fights, might as well be able to peel out for yourself. E-set, essentially a sitting duck if Odin is able to drop the Ring of Spear, is no longer the case because Mark now has additional HP built into his kit because Shell just does that. And he's also got the secondary properties of a Phantom, so he can walk through walls. Thunderhead going to feel very confident in their ability to take the next couple of team fights. I think Samsara, on the other hand, had to play very smart, very defensive. But it's worth noting that experience across the board is largely equalized. I think the largest level deficit is 1, and that's for supports and jungle. That's not a lot. Gold, on the other hand, tells a little bit of a different story. And at this portion of the game, gold's still incredibly important. But Samsara are still able to fight their way back in. Thunderhead have still got to keep their head above water.
And you see the largest gap that we have is basically 1 full item between the solo laners, and then half items kind of back and forth between the other players across the board here. Although there is an upgraded starter item out of Czechia that's Temper picked up. That way he can get a lot of extra damage whenever he starts shredding through some of those. And Privative, going with one of the new Ankh upgrades here, I believe that's the Blighted Ankh he picked up, which will take any of the healing that was dealt throughout the duration of it, and they'll take a percentage of that away from them and give it towards his team instead, which is a little interesting because I've been seeing a lot more of the Drowned Ankh, which is where you drop that miasma pool and you kind of get that extra little damage out there. So interesting to see the Blighted.
Yeah, still worth noting that it still has that OG Ankh effect where if you do take healing while you're affected by this relic, you also take additional damage from all sources. I believe it's 25% from this Ankh that Privative has picked up. On the other side, Mark picks up the Wild Beads, essentially, that does additional damage if you're able to cleanse some CC to whoever applies it to you. So that said, Ismark is now an incredibly tanky, incredibly damaging. You don't want to CC him. He's also giving his entire team healing and damage mitigation. I don't know. Maybe shut down Mark a little bit earlier, but it's going to be pretty difficult for anyone on Samsara to close gap, especially now considering Snatty's ultimate not going to do a whole lot on first rotation.
I mean, with the damage that Mark is outputting, I don't know if anybody from Samsara wants to jump in to try and stop him. It feels like really only Snatty is going to get any kind of benefit from doing so there, and we've seen what's happened to him even so. But the Fire Giant started up one more time by Thunderhead, and they don't even need the ESET ultimate until just now, just as the securing blow to take that one down. Primitive goes in with the ultimate, but he's all by himself in the middle of 5, and that's not where you want to be up against Thunderhead. He gets blown up instantly, and the shell gets popped just to get themselves in, out, and back inside the cage at the very least. But Thunderhead get the Fire Giant, and they get 1.
Yeah, they got Dark Wizard's shell, by the way, so Mark can still peel for himself pretty easily as Ray Shadow is able to connect the pin, and he's taking no damage.
He does not care about anything that Briz is doing here. The beads, the ages, they're not enough. Czechio picks up 1 kill. That's now 2 down for Samsara, and 15 until 1 comes back up. Snatty, all those protections are going to need to come in even better for you here if you want to get out of that one. That left side Phoenix is down. Thunderhead will at least go for the right side before they look towards the Titan that's already got fire minions pushing into the throne room. And the Titan under fire now. But keep your eyes up. Privative is back up. He'll go in. Big bird bomb, but the ESET ultimate is up. And that might as well secure game number 1. Thunderhead turn this one around and tie up the set.
Man, Thunderhead just plays so masterfully around their objective-focused composition. Once ESET grouped up on that first Gold Fury, Thunderhead never slowed down. It was Gold Fury, 2 minutes later, Pyromancer. 3 minutes later, back to the Gold Fury. Fire Giant at, 17 minutes into the game as well. Samsara just were not quick enough on the uptake to deal with this high-paced, objective style that we saw from Thunderhead.
I mean, this new double flat pen meta out of these mid laners has kind of brought
I didn't realize it was that crazy.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
It's just that good, but it's also kind of brought something we haven't seen in a while, which is objective securing gods. Before, it was a lot of the hunters, kind of the mage hunters. These ones don't really do a whole lot of instant damage to those objectives. Now we're seeing what Thoths and ESETs and things like that can do up against these objectives. It's called melt them and kill them instantly, and that's what we see here in game 2.
Yeah, and you don't even have to say objectives. It could be gods, it could be like camps. It doesn't really matter. This double penetration build throughout the early is just your go button. You finish Spear of Deso, you start fighting, and that's the truth of it. But that's not to take away from Magical Hunters, J-Mac. With Nimble Rod now in the game, I think that Magical Hunters have only gotten better. I think we will see them throughout this weekend, but likely in the long lane instead of mid.
Well, we'll see what happens here in game number 3, excuse me. So we get ready to take it to a break, and then we'll get started to see who's going to close out our first set of the day.
One set into the play-ins weekend. We've already got a game 3. No knockouts happening in this next one, but remember how important it is to stay on that upper side of the bracket. Give yourself a little leeway. Avoid going down to the loser side of the bracket here this weekend. And so the game 3 we have before us already, one set into this weekend, so important in giving Samsara or Thunderhead the ability to move forward in a slightly more comfortable manner. You go against the Oni homies in your next matchup. But for now, you're happy with the way things have gone. And the reason we get a game 3 gore is because Thunderhead bounced back, and they bounced back in a big way.
Yeah.
The way we can kind of word it to really simplify it, if you watched game 1 and you missed game 2, reverse what you saw happen. Thunderhead snowballed this game out of control, and Samsara was swept by the side.
Yeah, I think this one, it was insane to watch. First off, Chekio looked night and day compared to that Soul game. Soul, in game number 1, was just getting sit on, got soloed a couple of times, was not able to really get running the way that you would have wanted out of that pick. But Yi, on the absolute other side, was just controlling in all regards. But I do think that something really played into this. You'll look at this as a 3.75 KDA here for Mark in the mid lane on this E-set. And you're probably going to notice there's not a whole ton of kills that Mark got this game. Most of that KDA is from the assists, and that's really where the key came through. It was really good objective play coming down from Thunderhead here, but you also got a lot of control in every fight from that E-set. You've got stuns that are coming out left and right from virtually everybody on this team. Some form of CC was going to happen every single engagement. And of course, when you have someone like Chekio playing the way that he did, getting solo kills like this, having a much, much, much more successful game in game number 2 than what we got to see in game number 1, it just coalesced into this really, really great team fight. And it looked really great.
It sure did. Thunderhead able to make use. And I love that in moments like this, you see all the instances of single target CC. Chekio's got to hit everything in all these clips, and he's just absolutely inch perfect on all his abilities.
I'm gonna. This is absolutely a break, but when we launched the confetti at Worlds, we were laughing because in the rafters,
is that what just fell down?
That was a piece of confetti that just fell down. I'm gonna keep track of that throughout the entire year
Out of the
because
corner
that
of my
is
eye.
so wild to me. There's so much of it still up there.
I was watching the replays and looking at you, Gore, in the meantime.
I'm just watching this thing fall down.
I saw a tiny little thing out of the corner of my eye, and I wasn't sure, and I see it on the ground. I thought it was like a mark, like a blue tape mark on the ground in front of us when I looked down at it, but no. One of the blue pieces of Leviathan's confetti just fell down from the rafters. We're still celebrating a Leviathan Season 8 SPL win. What team will move one step closer to joining those same Leviathans in the SPL this year? Well, Game 3 is going to have to tell us. And now, Gore, we have seen, I think, some life from Thunderhead, which was so important here in Game 3. Even if Thunderhead loses this Game 3, they drop down to the loser side of the bracket. Avoiding just a crushing 0-2 loss, right? I mean, even if you lose this one 2-1, you've at least shown now that you belong here, and that's what Chekio was saying is, we're just going to play our game. We're the 8th seed. Nobody has us projected to win or even qualify to the SPL. But getting a little momentum going in a set like this is so important. And I'd argue momentum on the side of Thunderhead. You kind of took the wind out of Samsara's sails after a big game 2.
And you get to push forward here and I think we did the math, or I say we. I did the math at one point last year for the SPL because there was that conversation of game 1s versus game 2s. And granted, that always comes up in best of 5s, and I can't remember. I know it was like slightly in favor of game 2s, but realistically it was just, hey, if you win the first 2, you win the set, usually. But for best of 3s, game 2 was like leagues ahead of how important it was to win that one, mainly because, if you won both of them, then it was just over. So if you win game 2, then yeah, maybe you're going to be able to turn things around. And it's exactly like what you said, right? It's a huge stopper onto Samsara, so it slows them down completely, but then opens up this conversation. You got a good draft, you got a good game, you're in a much better mindset now if you're Thunderhead, and it's just keeping those picks and bans in that play style and level up. Which is the more difficult part here, right? Now that Samsara have seen where they struggled, they can talk about it, and you can see that they've been having those conversations. It is adapting to what we just saw. If Thunderhead tried to pull the same thing out, how do you beat it?
All right, remember, in moments like this, you're looking at Samsara, and we talked to Privative before Game 1 about how the chemistry that this team shares with one another was going to be important, win or lose. And, you're feeling great after a win. All right, wins out of our sails a little bit. Suffer a tough loss in Game 2. That's where Privative talks about this team, the Samsara team's ability to take a deep breath, We all jokingly might point fingers at one another, whatever. We're gonna have some fun, and then we'll move on to game 3. And so I can't imagine that this team is sweating what just happened all that heavily. Before we get into the next round of picks and ban score, we now have 2 games of data so far in this current meta, and it feels like we've already seen a decent variety. You know, some repeat picks here and there. The RDO comes to mind, but it feels like the mid lane has seen some variety. The Hunter role has already seen a couple of different picks as well. Feels like things are kind of wide open depending on how these teams want to play their individual games.
Yeah, and I think that really is going to showcase maybe more of what we're going to see this weekend, right? When you go to the SPL, there's a lot of very similar strategy because, you know, most of those guys are very, very adept mechanically and are going to play very similar styles. Good gods, at the end of the day, are going to dictate what your team needs to play. And so you'll end up in this position where you know what to expect out of like the Dragons. You know what to expect out of the Leviathans whenever they're playing. Again, with a lot of these guys, they have kind of free reign to mold themselves still. They haven't necessarily fallen into that, here is your exact style. We just saw that, I think, from Thunderhead being able to go from a composition that was kind of okay at skirmishes and trying to fight to one that was just, all right, we're going to control objectives, and that's going to get us our lead. And so I'd love to see what they do going into this set, especially with the adaptation that we're going to see from Samsara. What kind of bans they're going to have. Are they still going to take care of that Athena? Are they worried about it coming back? Was that really just the problem for them? And is Privative the one they need to control to make sure that they can flourish?
Right, when Thunderhead was able to match the lockdown and the CC, it really felt like the game plan just looked a little bit better. Of course, objective control with Circle of Protection and the ultimate from Ho-Yi as well to make sure that Thunderhead got all the objectives taken on their own. But just those instances of locking down individual targets and a lot of the replays that we saw just looked annoying. It was like a pull from Sylvanas into a Spirit Ball from ESET, into the knockup from Sylvanas, into the silence from ESET, and then a Circle of Protection. And like just the ability, or the inability to play the game if anyone on Samsara's beads or CC immunity was on cooldown. And that's important, getting your feet underneath yourself, realizing that you can draft a composition that works and gives you a great opportunity to move forward. And I think Pressure Gore, if you zoom out a little bit from this individual set, might start to mount in moments like this. Again, it's still round 1, nobody going home just yet. But game 3, if you lose, your path becomes harder. You got no breathing room if you end up losing this game, if you're Samsara or you're Thunderhead. Let's waste time no longer. Samsara versus Thunderhead, picks and bans for a winner-take-all in this round. Game number 3, and Gilgamesh Gore continues to get banned out. Maybe not all that surprising. We know what Gilgamesh is capable of. I'd be hard-pressed to see a world where we see all that much of him here this weekend.
Especially, and it's so wild to think about it, whether it's Winds of Shemesh and the slow and what he can bring there, but the drop kick is just really comfortable. His mobility, like his way of getting around the map. Yeah, it just makes sense to try and lock him down, slow down the jungle as much as possible. And that's where Samsara's been for a lot of this. I mean, we've seen Gilgamesh and we've seen the cleanup banned by them every single game so far. They're going to continue that trend. They really are trying to control that down, make things a little more comfortable for Jangaru, and ultimately we saw the duality of that Serket, right? In game 1, it's like a 12.0 absolute menace throughout the game. Game 2, it has its moments, but it's not quite what I expected to see out of it, especially after what we had seen in game 1. It gets controlled maybe a little too much there. And so I'm curious how they adapt and try to make that flourish again.
Man, Privative earned some respect on the Athena in game 1, huh? The Thunderhead doesn't want to deal with it any further. Izanami also going to take a ban as well as Amaterasu. Gore, something with Ama is in the water here this weekend. Nobody wanted to play against Amaterasu over in the solo lane. Serket, though, has been maybe one of the most important picks of this set so far. 1 win, 1 loss, but now being played in all 3 games for Samsara. And if it remains in the jungle for Jangaru, I think that's a great opening pick for the Samsara team with how important the jungle has been early on.
And realistically, it's alongside that ESET ban, right? You get rid of 2 gods in the jungle for Samsara that are maybe going to be problematic or keep up with Serket pretty well. You get rid of the god that just gave her a lot of trouble, and now you gave Jangaru the opportunity once again to step forward. And realistically, Jangaru was going up against an Artio Medusa in game number 1. If you look at the 2 side lanes, those were some of his highest priority targets. And so now they're going to go back to that. If you bounce back and have a performance similar to that, those 2 gods should be quaking with fear.
It should be. Medusa continues to be prioritized in this set. I mean, the RDO now, actually, much like the Serket, the RDO is split a couple of games here, has been picked in all 3 of the games, 1 win, 1 loss. This was the answer to the RDO in game 1 for Samsara, was this Cerberus, the ability to put Serket and Cerberus in a gank position against the RDO in game 1. Just made life so much more difficult for Wengu in the solo lane for Thunderhead. Now, Persephone Gore has eaten 1 ban so far this set, unpicked, unbanned in game 1, banned in game 2. And Persephone, for the first time in Season 9, is going to grab a pick here for Samsara in the mid lane.
And I will admit, just being impressed with this, because Persephone, I think she was in this weird area. You know, you go back when we used to see her mostly banned, was pre all of her kit changes, right? And then afterward, she was competitively banned for a little while teams got used to her, trying to figure her out. Since then, we've seen her like twice, maybe 3 times in the SPL. It was, and Hurrywind, I think, was like the only person who really picked her up and played her at all. But she does still provide a lot for your team. I mean, if you're looking for damage, she's got it, and she's got it pretty decently. She's got safety. But realistically, I can ignore most of her kit. Just look at her ult. Her ult is still awesome in the middle of a team fight.
Yep.
Root one person, combine and tether down the team around them. It's really fun. They do have some auto attackers on the other side, so they might be able to get out of it semi-quickly on the side of Thunderhead. But that is a big threat to have to deal with if you are on the side of Thunderhead now. You have to worry about this Persephone, how like wild range that ult is, and how it can really change the tide of a fight.
Especially, you know, Persephone ult has always been great in the jungle and some of those more narrow engagements, but with some of the way I don't know if it's a new map at this point, but the map changed over the course of the last year, those jungle corridors feeling a little bit more slim, and so Persephone, even if you're offbeat just a little bit, still get some good value with that ultimate depending on where you are fighting. Sylvanas, you could say the same for him. Now we've seen some success for Sylvanas this weekend, but the first pick of the weekend and the first pick of the year, Gormizer, for Cabrakan, in a very important game 3, mind you, and it looks like, I would say, I mean, Cabrakan support based on where we saw Cerberus go earlier on, but we have also seen Cabrakan in solo lane, and so maybe some flex potential between those two.
Yeah, I honestly think this is a fun glance to see what he's going to be able to provide. I mean, you always look at Cabrakan as lots of damage, pretty tanky, good at putting up walls, and those are not 3 things I want to go up against in most of my games. And you combine that, you know, if you throw him into the duo lane like you had just mentioned, if you do put him alongside this Hu Yi, all of a sudden you've got a very easy way to lock them to take way more damage out of the Suns than they'd like, plus make sure that Hu Yi can get even more continual damage. You start to throw him over into the mid 3v3 or any of these team fights, he's really good at chasing down and dealing with certain, you know, specifically maybe immobile people. Should be able to chase down a Kukul Khan, no problem. Wow. And then Medusa as well, even though she has that dash.
The rest.
Yeah, you gotta. How long has it been since he's been locked in? Hold on, I've got an excuse.
Say Kukul Khan 5 times fast. I don't think I could do it. Kukul Khan though, Gore, I said it 2 times fast.
There you go. We just need 3 more. Let's keep
Kukul Khan thrice, but this is not fast. We're beyond fast now. We're just saying it.
Yeah.
Very important for setup to be there for this pick, right? The Spirit of the 9 Winds paired with the 9 turns blessing could be a great opportunity to find some damage, and not unlike what we saw from Thoth in the Final Judgment and setting up around that big skill shot damage burst from the mid lane. It's going to be important. You've got Medusa, some lockdown from Ardio, Erlang Shen, Sylvanas, pairing all that together might be the name of the game here for Thunderhead.
And I honestly think that they're going to be able to find, you look at the CC, right? Technically, you don't have the same thing from the Kukul Khan that you have out of the E set, but you do still have all of that beautiful, beautiful CC from an Erlang, from a Sylvanas, like you had highlighted. Their team fight, putting it together, is going to be very, very easy to do. That downside is Sylvanas, Erlang, well, I guess Erlang Shin does technically have a dash or something akin to a dash to get him out of there. Kukul Khan as well. They're going to be a little more susceptible, I think, to Persephone's damage and to the Cabrakan. So I think there's a lot of openings for Samsara to take advantage of the draft that Thunderhead have. And I think there's a lot of opportunities for Thunderhead to do the exact same thing we just saw. And granted, they'll have to change like little tiny things throughout it. But you've got someone with really easy clear in the mid lane who has a really good ult for securing objectives from very far away safely. Ultimately, you kind of just subbed them in to play the exact same style with some small self-sustain and self-peel changes.
Well, we've seen some different priority itemization in the mid lane. Kukul Khan, one that loves building Book of Thoth, And remember, towards the end of last year in Season 8, Book of Thoth plus Book of the Dead was like the item, Breastplate of Valor, things like that were so important in mid lane builds later on. And so if you're worried about Kukulkan diving and being killed off quickly, maybe that's the style of build we can see here. A very, very important game number 3 between Samsara and Thunderhead starts right now.
The good news between these two teams is that losing this one isn't the end of the world. It is a double elimination bracket, so if whatever team loses this, they still have another shot. But you always want to have to play the fewest games possible to qualify into the SPL, and a win here will set them on track to do so. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here in game number 3 of set number 1. And again, we get some more new picks coming back out here. Kukulkan, probably the one to talk about the most here, as we do not get to see this guy very often. I was curious if he was going to go the Book of Thoth Rush like you would expect out of him, and he will do so here.
Yeah, but that is sacrificing the ability to go towards that double flat pen early on, which means that its mark is going to have a much slower power trajectory than Briz will on this Persephone. I'm expecting Briz, the second he finished up that secondary item, to get involved, try and rotate towards these side lanes, utilize the CC of that Grasping Death, whereas its mark, he's slow. He's going to have to finish Book of Thoth, which is an expensive item, start stacking it up, get some penetration a little bit later on, which means that it feels like Thunderhead is going to have a much slower approach to the game. Luckily for them, if they do want to go for the objective style, they still have great confirmation.
And the worst part about fighting a Kabrak in level 1 is if you're stuck inside the wave like this Sylvanas, you're going to eat a whole lot of damage because you're not going to be able to get out of the Tremors. Dark Wizard under fire. Shinigami needs one more basic, and he will find it one more time. Samsara can put themselves on the board.
No way.
Stuck inside the Tremors again. It's a double kill for Shinigami to really get this game going.
Man, this set has been the battle of the duo lane, hasn't it? One team is fighting solo kills or early kills in the lane. The next game, it's the other squad, and now Samsara going to go ahead and retake that throne of the duo lane. A double kill early on means that Shinigami is going to hit that power spike pretty quickly, and an early crusher could make it very difficult for Chekio to fight back into this lane, especially considering Medusa is not a god you pick to play passively. Medusa is a god that you pick to dash in with Lacerate, use those Viper shots, and get involved around level 3. I don't think that's going to be an option for him. As the second Shinigami goes back to base, the power differential is going to be very high.
Oh, Privative once again wants another fight. Maybe had that first ability pop there, but instead he'll just go for the Tremors one more time to help clear that wave. And no Tremors don't hit the hardest earlier on. We saw it showcased there with the lack of boots, with the lack of that movement speed that you get early in the game. It's almost impossible, especially if you get caught in the middle of those Tremors, to get yourself out. So while they don't deal a lot of damage individually, well, when you eat about 15, 20 ticks of it, that's when it really starts to stack up.
You think they took like 20 ticks right there? No
I mean,
way.
you can full charge that thing for 10 seconds, and it's every half second you take damage?
Was it you that argued with me that it's actually Kabrakan that's got the highest damage ability in the game?
It's 21 ticks of that you can take, I believe.
I hate you so much, man. Just
crazy.
let Ganesh have it, all right? Just let Ganesh have it with the Dharmic Pillars.
Now, here's the thing, though. Ganesh has to hit it on a god, because if it's not hitting a god, it does 40% reduced damage. So you're not going to get the full value out of it on something like a Crack and Tremor would, which doesn't take reduced on the minions.
And that's what I deal with, Chad. Those are the pedantics
What
that we
you
get
deal
into.
with. What we
those
deal
are
with.
the arguments we have on the casting team. As of now, I think it's very clear that Samsara has got the forefoot. They are the ones who are going to set the pace throughout the early portions of this game. So you got to expect them to keep up that pace. They need to be able to play with the lead while they've got it, because this is one of the largest leads we've seen accumulated in the early. In both games 1 and 2, Samsara did get off to an early kill lead, but they weren't able to transition into gold experience. Now, we're already looking at 1,000 2 minutes in.
It's a nice little lead that Samsara has built themselves up, and we saw some aggression over on that right-hand side, though because it is a Cerberus, that leap was able to get him out of danger pretty quickly up against Rayshadow and Wengu, and, well, Wengu didn't really have the health to kind of keep that action going. We do see teleports once again picked up by Solo, and it feels like this is just going to be the meta for a while, is this pick up teleport tier 1, max that out as soon as you can, maybe with that first item, and see what kind of impactful rotations you can make.
Yeah, and keep your eyes on Rayshadow as well. I mean, the second he finishes up this Crusher, I'm very excited to see him get involved, assuming that it is going to be a Crusher. Sure, Rayshadow could go towards one of the new Jotuns, the one that applies essentially a Sunder effect. Going to be very effective on this Erlong Shen. But as of now, it's been a very slow start for both of these junglers. That said, look where we've got Jangaru standing. He's deep in enemy territory.
He really wants to fish for a kill. Luckily for him, the obelisk hadn't spawned yet, so he doesn't get spotted on that topside rotation. But Thunderhead have a couple of members on their way to try and stop any potential pressure. But just as quickly as they rotate over, they make their way right back to the back end of the jungle. I'm not sure if they realize that there really was a gank going on here. But Jangaru doesn't want to continue in. Instead, he'll back his way up into the jungle one more time. And it is a double blink out of Samsara this time. One for the jungle, one for the support.
Yeah, so their initiation going to be incredibly strong, which is going to lend itself well to this aggressive style as it's Dark Wizard isolated, but man, just tanky. He's not falling to that. He's not going down that easy. Just a damage check for Samsara in the duo lane.
Yeah, he's able to make it out of there pretty nicely. Those Kabrakan walls could be a problem as the game goes on, though, because none of these gods are able to get through or over those walls. They're going to have to break them down or potentially go for a Phantom Shell if they want to get through that one some other means. So a nice way to at least stop the aggression, slow it down there over in that dual lane. That'll allow Thunderhead to be able to pick up that purple.
Yeah, Thunderhead taking a very slow approach to this game, even having its mark rotate over towards that purple buff, just ensuring that Samsara can't get aggressive on this side of the map, means that Thunderhead really have kind of identified that the strength point of this composition is not going to be at the 10-minute mark. It's probably not going to be around the 15-minute mark. We're keeping our eyes on Thunderhead once we start to approach the late game. We have not had a whole lot of opportunity to watch late game in this set. It's generally around that 10 to 12-minute mark where both of these teams start to group up around objectives, and Samsara having the stronger early game composition is going to lend itself very well to the pacing that has been established in the set so far. Can Thunderhead, in a Game 3 situation, completely change the face of how these matches have been played? They're going to have to if they want to win with this comp.
Another item that we're starting to see a little bit of extra popularity on after its buffs has been the Stone of Binding coming out of Snaddy one more time in the solo lane. Got a little buff to its protections, and every little bit of extra prots helps when it comes to that solo lane. Getting, I believe now it's 35 of both physical and magical. And we've seen that rise, and we've seen one more blink here in the mid lane. Dark Wizard, though, doesn't have a way to get out. The ultimate from Mark will help him out just a little bit, but now he's got another cage steal. At this time, it's Persephone's, and Jangaru will walk in and be able to steal that one away with that Deathsbane.
Dark Wizard was not allowed to move for 9 entire seconds. He was just locked down, just like Jangaru, but the ultimate from Ray Shadow comes out just too late. Jangaru slips out of trouble. Had he been connected with that 9 turns blessing, I mean, Jangaru's just dead there. Luckily, he's able to escape narrowly and make that a 1-for-0 trade favoring Samsara.
And unfortunate for Dark Wizard, that's all that Mark could do to help him was throw out Spirit of the Nine Winds and just hope that it hits somebody.
It did.
Hope that it can slow them, deal enough damage.
Well, it didn't.
But it did not. It was not quite enough just yet. He does have Book of Thoth online, starting to get some stacks. So we'll see that big power spike kind of come through then. You get a lot of power once it is stacked up. Kukulkan specifically gets to double dip the passive of that with his own. So we'll see a nice large power spike once that's finished. But like you were talking about earlier, until that's finished and until you start getting that second, third item, it's going to be a long early game for Thunderhead.
No way.
And maybe a long dual lane for Chekio if this is going to keep up.
Whoa.
Yet again, the bounce of Shinigami. He was going to get out of there until that hit, and now he doesn't need to because Privet is here to help shut him down.
I just can't think that that was like intended.
No,
No way
it
my
was
man
not.
was
He
lining
was
that up.
leaving.
He's like, easy bounce, no, he was faking a leave to force Chekio to walk into a position where he gets caught by the secondary tick, and then it sets up very well for Privative to walk on over and finish off exactly what Shinigami had started. Samsara off to a 4-0 start, massive gold lead, experience starting to leak in their favor as well. One of the largest separations being in mid and ADC, one level for both Briz and Shinigami. But so far, we have not seen Samsara feel confident enough to group up around these objectives and start forcing fights around the Gold Fury proper, despite being willing to force fights literally everywhere else on the map. It doesn't matter if you're in your tier 1 tower in duo or the center of the map, it's always Privative going in with this ultimate and setting up for his squad. Maybe Samsara concerned about the steal potential that its Mark has got.
Well, Ray and Mark want something here. Even Dark Wizard rotates over to mid to maybe try and catch Privative or to catch Briz off guard. But they do not. There'll be a nice little ward there to kind of spot them out. And so everybody from Samsara and Thunderhead will retreat back and get back towards their own farm. Once again, Privative not going for a Gauntlet of Thieves. It's been an item that's been somewhat absent. We saw it last game on the Sylvanas from Dark Wizard. We'll see it again this time. But it's a very early sovereignty out of Privative this time around.
Yeah, I think it's just speaking to the pace of the game that Privative wants to set. He wants to get involved immediately. Doesn't want to have to buy Thebes, wait for it to stack up, and then get his defense. Instead, it's sovereignty. All right, I'm Cabrakan. Let's get involved, and he's doing it now.
Let's get right involved once again against Dark Wizard specifically. Locked in one cage, locked in another one. Spirit of the Nine Winds will hit just Primitive, but Primitive does not care about the damage.
No
They don't
way.
have quite enough for Dark Wizard. He was so tanky under that ultimate, so tanky with the help of those whiffs, that he somehow manages to slip through the walls of the Cabrakan and get out.
Yeah, Dark Wizard just a little bit too tanky. Shinigami going to try his best to take that 1v1
Part two.
yet again, but is not going to connect with the stun this time around. I got to call him out, though. I'm going to do it. Briz would just show the most fear I have ever seen in my life. The Ray Shadow uses 9 turns Blessing on the escape just to give himself a heal. Briz, 3 country miles away, just pops his beads on reaction to the sound effect. There's props to be given in that heads-up play. You heard it, you beads, you didn't want to get CC'd. But no awareness in realizing that the Ray Shadow was nowhere near him has created a scenario now where Thunderhead, who is playing from a very large deficit at this portion of the game, have now got a clear target to engage on. Briz, no beads for 2 minutes.
Look, for the last like 6 to 8 months of mid laners' lives, it's been that god in their face. So respect knowing that, hey, that's probably going to be hitting me, but like you say here, you know, a little too far away, just kind of a reactionary beads just because of how conditioned he's used to be to fighting a god like that. Jengaru does go for the Jotun's Wrath for his first item. We'll see if he upgrades that, but we haven't seen a Jotun's Wrath upgrade just yet. We've only seen that breastplate back there in game number 2. Curious to see if we'll see even more, especially with Primitive now going towards his Heartwood. Amulet of Silence could be a solid pickup as a tier 4.
It could be, but generally these upgrades that are a little bit less impactful, I'm talking if you're not talking about upgrading like Rod of the Hootie or your Deathbringers of the world, you want to wait a little bit longer to spend that gold elsewhere.
Ray and Chekio want to fight against Shinigami.
Surely
it's the
not.
2 level 10s versus the 1 level 12, a jump out. And with Ray Shadow's ultimate expended, he's going to have to get away. But now he doesn't have the ultimate to help him out. But he's got Chekio with a nice Petrify. And
He's
Primitive
in.
does not care about the tower. He does not care about your life. He doesn't care about your health bar. He'll dive under that tier 1 with the rest of Samsara to pick up 2 quick kills for Samsara.
Primitive's just an animal, dude. This guy has got
W.
zero concern. He's Wing. I mean, you're right. That key has got to be taped down. Can we get an admin in there and check out this man's keyboard and make sure he hasn't got like
He's got a
just
rock on that thing.
just somebody else holding it down for him, because he is yet to let off the gas. It's reminiscent of the Athena game we saw earlier on. If Primitive thinks there's a 10% chance that he can find a kill, he's walking in regardless.
Gold Fury started up and not so quickly going
Close.
down. It finally will go through. Spirit of the Nine Winds just a tad off the mark by Mark. And now he's the one in danger as Rengar is chasing him out. A leap in, but a quick shell from Dark Wizard just in case it was going to go through. But Jengaru didn't have ultimate, so there was no kill there for Mark.
Man, 11.5 minutes in, 6-0. Gold's looking pretty tough. Dark Wizard forced to use the shell defensively after a fight. Still doesn't even have the Thebes stacked up just yet. Whereas on the other side, Primitive, 2-level lead, already finished up that Heart Ward that you were talking about earlier, and also Sovereignty. So his defense through the roof, his initiation potential through the roof as well. Thunderhead have got to find something on the map to get a little bit of gold in their favor. Be it around this Pyromancer, if maybe they can make a sneaky play there. A little bit less so an option now that Gold Fury's already been taken, so Samsara can dedicate themselves to playing this right-hand side. Or maybe look towards some of these tier 1 towers. Some rotations from Ray Shadow could make it a lot easier in the duo lane, but as of now, it's Samsara in again.
Quick beads up against Mark. Mark doesn't
Good
have the ult to
pull.
get himself out. Wizard helps him a little bit with the pull, but it doesn't help him enough as Jengaru chases him down. Have a nice initiation by Primitive. He will upgrade that hardware. It won't be the Amulet of Silence, though. It will be the Amulet of the Stronghold. So instead of getting the Silence with the basic after the thing stacks up, instead you just get more magical prots based off the amount of physical that you have. You get 10% of your physical prots will be additional magical protections here. So I'm curious how much Fizz prot Primitive is willing to build in, despite the fact he's going up against a triple magical comp.
Worth noted that the exact wording is converted. It's not just additional. They are taking away some and giving you some elsewhere, which means that, sure, he's got it now. He's going to get a little bit more going forward, but Primitive maybe keeping his eyes towards the Ray Shadow with this selection. Chekio going to have a very hard time dealing with Primitive once we see a little bit more defense there as well. So I'm very excited to see how this one kind of shifts up how Primitive elects to play.
Well, will be some aggression from Shinigami once again at this purple buff. It's a 4-level deficit
Someone's
between
gotta
these
stop 'em.
hunters. And once again, Chekio is feeling the pain of being so far behind for his entire jungle on his side of the map being stripped away. Samsara relentless in dealing with this Hunter, not just in game number 1, but here in game number 3 as well.
Look, Shinigami has been jumping aggressively onto Chekio consistently on cooldown for the last 4 minutes. Somebody from Thunderhead has got to rotate over and make use of these aggressive plays. If Hoyi's jumping in, that means he can't jump out, which makes it very easy for guys like Ray's Shadow to lock him down, to stick in close. Wangu's already got the upgraded teleport. Maybe he can make some rotations. But who has it been making the rotations so far in this lane? It's Privative, consistently. It's always Privative being on the forefront. He's always there in the fight first. Every single time Samsara has taken an engagement, look at Privative's positioning. He's in front of his entire team, walling in at least 2 members. It's a massive initiation for his squad. But every time he uses it, if it's down and it doesn't hit pay dirt, Thunderhead is not exploiting that fact. They're not going in and trying to get involved while Samsara are weakened or missing resources. Instead, it has been a consistent effort just to tread water for Thunderhead, which, to their credit, you're playing from a very large deficit. It's not going to be very easy to find these opportunities. But if they keep allowing the game to just happen to them, Samsara are going to continue pulling ahead, which is why I love to see Thunderhead at least heat check the Pyromancer.
Yeah, they heat checked it, but that's all they're going to do is just check it, and instead it'll be Samsara starting it up. Wangu is here, so keep your eyes open onto this RDO, but a quick retreat and a quick beads out of the solo lane or two. Very scared with where he may have been thrown from Jengaru's grasp. So instead he'll get out. Chekio left alone over in that duo lane though. He's down 3 levels. He needs all the farm that he can get, so he'll push up some waves by himself. Maybe even this tier 1 tower to try to get himself back in. But the rest of his team, they got to worry about what's going on in mid lane. Dark Wizard is getting CC chained to death. He's still alive, and a massive taunt from Ray's Shadow pulls everybody back in, but Briz is the one to finally deal the final blow until Ray's Shadow goes in and trades his life to at least get 1.
Privative trades his for 2, though, and that's the support, so that's a high-value trade. Maybe worth noting, good eyes Doug. Chekio picks up a lot of levels, just pushing out those waves, as well as a tier 1 and half of a tier 2 tower. If Chekio is able to stick around and finish that one off, would have been a massive win for his squad. At the end of the day, I'd say about a net wash, considering the experience deficit. Thunderhead at least putting themselves on the board. But what's spawning in just a couple of seconds? It's the Primal Fury. I don't think Thunderhead can allow this one to go down without a fight, and they're going to have to fight in 7,500 down.
And they're going to need Mark's ultimate to be the one to steal this one out. Chekio, even with the Petrify, could get some good damage up against it. They've got good, long-range damage to get in there to where they don't have to commit their entire selves to steal it away. But that's also 2 of your biggest ultimates when it comes to a fight, and trying to use that to secure not always your best plan, but maybe that's the one that they need to try and get back in this game.
Yeah, maybe. Just anything they can do to slow down this death march that Samsara has been on. It's been a slow grouping, though. I was expecting Samsara to just kind of walk in with Abandon and just pull the Gold Fury itself, but maybe the Oracle Vision dissuading them a bit. It's Mark, isolated in the jungle, has to play safely here. Luckily for him, Privative does not have the blink available, so he allows Mark to walk out of this one. And Samsara will be starting the Primal Fury in the vision of Thunderhead, unconcerned.
And Mark already went back to base because now their long-range steal, their long-range secure potential is completely out the window, and that allows Samsara to take a free Primal Fury. That one goes down nice and easily to the team in blue here. They continue to extend up that lead, 8,500 gold and XP, and still ever climbing, and has not stopped since minute 1 of this game. Since that first double kill over in dual lane, Samsara have been on a parade throughout this entire game.
And desynced neutral objectives means that Thunderhead do not have much response to make on the map. Chekio's wave is at least pushed up to his own tier 2 tower, so he can pick up a little bit more farm, but Wangu can't step up to his wave. It's too close to Samsara's side of the map. You really don't love Mark's odds stepping up that far in mid. Maybe drop a tornado and walk away, because if Privative just shows up, a blink ultimate engage is going to be very difficult to deal with on the side of Thunderhead. That said, at least Dark Wizards has got himself the Phantom pickup, so he can at least mitigate 1 wall.
And there's going to be those walls dropping through. The shell is popped to allow them to go through, and Privative has finally been eating the damage that he's been deserved this entire game, but Briz trades out and makes it a 1-for-1, but Shinigami comes through and puts in the big damage with Statty to grab 3 kills in the fight so far for only now 2. Actually, no, it's just 1. Now finally will be 2 as Jengaru does go down to Mark, but it's only Ray Shadow left alive to fight against 3, and there is no hope for him to get out of here as Shinigami picks up the double kill. They pick up the deicide, and they really show Thunderhead what's what.
Yeah, Shinigami goes unaddressed in the entirety of that team fight. And when you've got this style of build with a Deathbringer finished up already, you've got to have earned the respect of Thunderhead. But instead it was, all right, we got to shut down Primitive. He's deep in our back line, and they do so very well. But then if you look at the rest of the engagement, it's Jengaru creating space. He may have traded out his own life, but he zones 2 members of Thunderhead, creating a scenario where Shinigami can slowly work his way throughout the entirety of the Chaos team. The target selection from Thunderhead just hasn't been there. They're not selecting them, really. They're waiting for the fight to come to them and just fighting whoever's close enough, whereas they need to get onto these priority targets. They can't allow Briz to walk through an entire team fight at 50% HP. He can't just walk out like that. I don't think Shinigami took any damage from enemy gods. The most damage he took in the last 3 minutes was from the Fire Giant proper. Thunderhead have got to utilize their dive composition to at least set up some CC, burn away some of these defensive relics, and then you've got great follow-up potential on the secondary rotation of CC. But if you're looking at it, Shinigami's got both relics still available. Ray Shadow wasn't able to connect his ultimate onto a priority target. So in this next team fight, Thunderhead are still going to have to work through all of these priority resources despite having already lost out in an engagement.
I mean, I'm looking across the board. I'm seeing full item up for Hunter, full item up for support, mid lane basically a full item here. Tied in the way of the jungle at the moment. Jengaru is still, kind of at that 1-1 at those tiers. Solo lane pretty even here. But I'm really looking at where the brunt of the damage has been done here between Briz, Primitive, and Shinigami. All full items up and ahead. 4-0 and 7 for Shinigami on this Ho Yi. And I'm just waiting for him to go back and maybe finish up that Deathbringer to see where he goes. But instead, he gets his Death Embrace, make sure he gets a little bit of extra lifesteal, because he is a little bit lacking with this build in sustain.
Yeah, well, no longer. Death's Embrace going to shore up all of that, HP and mana sustain going forward. Fire Giant should at least help out with that a bit as well. So, Thunderhead have not really got the advantage in a poke war anymore. They had great sustain from Sylvanas if these fights went a little bit longer, but now Samsara with just Fire Giant kind of match up to that level of sustain on their own. That said, there's still plenty of towers on the map, so this could be a situation where Samsara uses the first Fire Giant just to clear out all of the towers. It's a 4-1 split as of now, Jengaru working his way through the center of the map. But it doesn't seem like they're going to concern themselves. Samsara, that is, with the right-hand side. It's just Phoenixes all day.
Primitive scares Thunderhead a little bit. He pops that one, walks into the tower and goes, hey, you know what? I don't actually want to be here. I'm just going to walk away. And you saw a quick little root come out there from Wengen to maybe slow him down. Dark Wizard, I could see it in his eyes. He was like, all right, guys, I'm ready with my Phantom if he comes in. But for now, he will get a hold on to it while Samsara continue to clear out minions and wait for that next wave to start pushing up towards that Phoenix.
Jengaru does a good job of distracting Ray Shadow. A 2-level lead here, and the ability to remove healing means that Ray Shadow should not love his odds in that 1v1. And with that split, it's Primitive in first.
Primitive goes in. He only finds Dark Wizard with the ultimate, but a lot of turnaround damage. Primitive is low, and he'll have to get his way out of there. But Shinigami picks up one before Primitive goes down. Phoenix still under fire by just Shinigami. Briz gets the alternate timeline proc to save his life, and the Phoenix now continues to be under siege by Samsara. Shinigami has not left the line, and he'll make sure that one goes down before the rest of his team can finally disengage from the fight.
So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Bird goes to Samsara. Tier 2, taken out in mid, means that gold has largely leaked in their favor as well. We're up to 16,000 favoring Samsara at this point.
Yeesh.
That is hard to play into. 16,000 gold's like generally something we see like 40 minutes into a game for a team that's been struggling to close out a match. Not 22 minutes in, when you're still legitimately buying items. Thunderhead do a good job of really slowing down the push, though. Only losing out on that left side Phoenix, although being the most important Phoenix, not going to make it very easy for subsequent Fire Giant defenses, is probably better than they could have expected considering the deficit they were playing into on that base defense. Thunderhead buy themselves a little bit more time. Once Chekio starts to approach level 20, once we start to finish up some of these penetration items for its mark, these fights very well could start to turn around a little bit. Samsara, they're approaching maximum strength. I mean, we're getting to that 6th item. Relics are starting to get finished up as well. So if Thunderhead could just hold on for a little bit longer, there might be some more intrigue in this game than a glance might show you.
This might be the most important wave, at least, that Thunderhead need to deal with. It's now the Oni fire minions on the left-hand side, so there's no chance that they can let those ones pour in. That'll clear through every single minion wave. That'll do a hefty chunk to the Titan too if left alone. So for now, they are going to be forced to deal with these Oni waves. They're just going to have to give up yet another objective to Samsara. Pyromancer goes their way. But all this time does buy for at least Briz to try and get this alternate timeline back off a cooldown. It is a long one, 6 minutes when that one procs before you can get another opportunity. And we're 2 minutes now through it. But I don't think Samsara wants to wait the full duration to kind of close this game out.
Got some good news, though. This being one of the longer games of this set means we get to talk about some more new items. Tier 4 finished up for Jengaru. It's going to be the Jotun's Ferocity, I believe, is this one. Yeah, it is Ferocity. And that is essentially going to apply a Sunder effect to whoever you mark with your basic attack. You mark somebody, and then if you hit them continually with abilities or basics, it's going to apply a stacking effect, or if you take damage from them as well, that is going to give you additional percentage damage to whoever you connect with. On a god like Jengaru who's playing, Sir Cat, you're kind of loving that. You hit somebody with the CC, you're applying all that additional damage, and then you're already playing a burst-focused god. It's going to be very wild.
Well, Thunderhead's going to need a lot of help, especially their support. Spirit of the Nine Winds does clip Briz, though, and that's going to put him out for a little while, but he does manage to pick up a second kill. It's a double for the mid laner, despite being low health, and he wants even more. Wengu is on the run and getting chunked out by this Persephone, but Chekio is right behind, and I'm not sure where he's going or what he's trying to help with, because it's a triple kill for Briz. 4 down on the side of Thunderhead, and it could be 5 as Privative will just W key at Mark and throw a teleport from Sandy just to guarantee that this mid laner goes down.
Yeah, Privative got credit for the kill, and he made sure that Mark is going to know about it. Drops the taunt there. And just to harken back to the first game, Privative said, I am so sorry for what I'm about to do to these players. Yeah, I mean, it happened. He did it to him, and he doesn't seem too sorry, if you ask me.
Well, hey, Dark Wizard's back up. And that's going to be their one shining beacon of hope to try and defend against this Titan. Briz is still low, but ultimate hits Dark Wizard. He'll respond with his own, at least catch Privative here for a little bit. But it's just one lone Sylvanas to defend against the 5 strong of Samsara. But Samsara are low after that last fight. They didn't get the Fire Giant. And it was just the one lone tree to defend.
Yo, Dark Wizard goes absolutely crazy. This man is going wild and nuts simultaneously to be able to put up a defense there. Being a little bit glib, I am very surprised to see Samsara elect not to go towards the finish there. There was about 20 seconds left on the next respawn that would have been a genuine threat to their ability to close out that fight. Maybe Briz being so low on mana and dedicating so many resources towards Dark Wizard and not hitting that kill means that Samsara don't want to leave it up to risk, especially considering we're like 20,000 some odd gold in the lead. Might as well just regroup, head over towards the Fire Giant. You've shown that you're still very capable of winning fights in the neutral territory. So I don't think Thunderhead's going to be very willing to step up and take yet another engagement around the Fire Giant proper. So Samsara, they back up, they take out that mid-Phoenix and pick themselves up the largest neutral objective yet again.
Fire Giant down to a quarter and will go down with no struggle at all to Samsara. That one will go nice and easily, nice and clean. And an Envenomed Deathbringer for Shinigami gets picked up one. For those of you who may not have heard the news, Poison Star is gone, and now it's a glyph for Deathbringer, so you can get some extra some extra damage reduction up against whenever you hit somebody with a critical strike. That person will deal less damage to you. Though you do need to get a crit, but he's 3 crit items in, so he's going to be critting pretty often.
Yeah, it's going to apply a 10% slow for every crit, and it makes them deal 15% less damage output.
He's going to need every little bit of help there, and so is Wengu. Dark Wizard with another big ultimate, but it's circle upon circle upon circle here for Samsara. They yank them through,
dude, stop
and, and Primitive and Briz are teaming up to do all the damage necessary. Double kill for the mid laner, and only Ray, Shadow, and Mark left alive. No ultimates this time for them to try and defend up against the 5 strong of Samsara. And maybe now this time, Mifflin, Game 3 can close out as Samsara goes straight for the throat and take down the Titan to end our first set of the SPL qualifier play-ins.
Was that easy? It only took like 3 auto attacks to kill the Titan. You could have thought that maybe we see that 2 minutes earlier, but instead Samsara, again, take the methodical route throughout the entirety of this one. Privative goes through that last team fight without taking a single bit of damage. I'm pretty sure he was 100% HP, despite sitting in the middle of the entirety of the enemy team, just slamming the ground. That was a dominant performance from Samsara's dual lane, start to finish.
And Privative, game number 1, showed us just how strong he could be on the Athena, just reminded us just how good that god is. Then comes out with the Kabrakan here in game 3. And also reminds us just how good that God can be, even in the support role. We've been seeing more often than not more damage builds coming out of like solo lane and jungle out of him. But kind of getting a nice little throwback here to the Kambrakan support really shows just what kind of threat that this one player has. And with that one, Samsara take the victory in set number 1, and we'll take it to a break and come back to the desk.
Dominant game 1 and a dominant game 3. Samsara able to take the 2-1 victory over Thunderhead in their first game, or their first set rather, here of this weekend. Avoid dropping down to the losers bracket and move themselves on to the next round on the upper side of the bracket. And that is very, very important. And the fashion they were able to win these games, very important as well. In Gormizer, this is a knockdown, drag-out game 1. A little speed bump in game 2.
Little speed bump.
Little speed bump in game 2, and then Samsara right back to game 1 fashion here in game 3. Snowball this one out of control. Might have been able to end a little bit sooner, but let's cross our T's, dot our I's, and make sure we're moving on.
And realistically, I think you get to see a good adaptation from them as well, because what goes wrong in game 2, there's a lot of control coming from the mid lane. They got rid of the E set. All of a sudden, it became a much easier time against a very similar composition to deal with in a lot of these team fights. Plus, you have some really, really good performances. This Persephone goes 8-0-8. Shinigami goes 5-0-13. But most of them don't die. Privet is the only one who really dies on that, and honestly, as a support, that's kind of what you want to do in a lot of these fights. It's better for you to give your life and let them get out of there. So they just played that one clean. I mean, there was a point, I remember looking at you, it was like 7-0, and I was like, so that's the kind of game we're in for here.
Yep. Yeah, just the way that game started felt like that was the direction we were headed. The Thunderhead carries just sat on, it felt like, from minute 1 there in that game. And so that's another instance for the Samsara team. As we start to gather data on these teams, not only their picks and bans, but the way they like to play, that ability to get into the back line consistently. I look at Jangaru as well. Jangaru played Surcat over and over and over again in this set, and it looked really good. A pivotal piece of the puzzle here for Samsara was their jungler Jangaru, and as luck would have it, Jangaru standing by with me now for the post-game interview. Jangaru, first and foremost, congrats. You get the first set win of the week out of the way. I want to start. You're playing on controller, correct?
I am.
Do you feel like you're giving a face, a voice to controller players everywhere playing here on LAN with the controller?
Yeah, it's a little different, especially competing with other people that are on keyboard and mouse.
Sure.
So I feel like it's definitely, something people probably look down on, but me, I personally I've always felt comfortable, and I feel like it's a good place to show it.
Look, you played at an incredibly high level. And you look fantastic here in game number 1. Surcat, you get Surcat 3 games in a row. Do you like the character enough that you're going to be excited playing Surcat maybe all week long? Because you look too good on that pick to maybe move away from it if it's not banned. You like the pick enough?
I think I have no choice, but I feel like I'm okay with playing Surcat. It's nothing that I can't really.
Right.
I feel like I can do it.
That's a good way to be. Talk to me a little bit about game 2, because game 1 is a steamroll for you guys. Game 3 is a steamroll for you guys. What goes on there in game 2 that gave you some trouble?
I think game 2, we got a little bit too experimental. I feel like we weren't playing, obviously, how we were game 1. It was just a little stuff. Even with, like, our draft, I didn't feel like it was something we normally would draft. So I guess it was a wash in our end. The game 3, we kind of got back onto it. And
get the feedback underneath yourselves and looked really good. Congrats again, getting your first win of the week underway. I'll let you go back and celebrate with the team. Best of luck in your future matches.
Thank you, thank you.
A good head on his shoulders, obviously giving a face as we joke to the controller players everywhere. And I hope you didn't take it as like looking down on it. I think the ability to play on the controller at the level that Jangaru just did, amazing, and I think a fantastic look for the Samsara team, regardless of input, is to have a jungler playing that good of SMITE moving forward this week. I
mean, the KDA in games 1 and 3 should speak for themselves based on what we got to see. But even in game 2, which was a loss, it was positive, I believe, for the Surcat. So it was really good 3 games in a row from the jungle, and a really good, again, adaptation. The way they played game 1, the way they played game 3, and if you want to take them at face value, the experimentation maybe not going exactly how they would have liked there in game number 2. I think what we've gotten to see out of Samsara is, again, a team that I expect and anticipate to play pretty big upset throughout this weekend. I think they are one of those teams that is going to come in. You have a lot of players that you're going to recognize on it, but you don't know what fully to expect out of them. And I think they're going to be able to take a lot of the top teams, the higher seeded teams, by surprise because of that.
Well, they have a chance.
Yeah, we'll find out.
A big old upset if Samsara is able to find it in their next matchup. Remember, your prize for beating Thunderhead in your first set of the week is moving on to play the Oni Homies tomorrow. So, but is there some confidence now instilled, Gore? Because especially in a tournament like this, it's double elim.
Yep.
But as we move further on in the weekend, it's got to be that any given Sunday mentality, right? If you're drawing parallels, to the NFL. Any given Thursday, maybe, if Samsara's playing well enough, tomorrow they'll go up against the Oni Homies, which will be a ridiculously fun matchup. But moving on for the rest of today, Gore, I think the next one that we've got, you and I are going to jump over and cast this one that I'm looking forward to as well. And Mifflin, I'm sure he'll talk about it on the desk, this nobody's favorite versus reverse card match. Miff thinks we're underselling this nobody's favorite team pretty heavily. Miff, I think, and he'll explain it on the desk, feels like this team has got a real shot at moving on throughout the bracket. With a win here, they would move on to face the Winter Dogs tomorrow. And so Miff, I think, very high on this nobody's favorite team, and we'll get to see him in action up next.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this squad as well, just because, again, it's a lot of names that you will recognize and should recognize, and then some that it might not seem as common, especially depending on like whether or not you're grinding ranked at the same time that they are. But like from what I have heard, not just from Miff, but even last night when we were talking about it on Backliners, like it is caught my attention. This team is someone that I'm going to keep my eye on and see what they're going to be able to provide for us today, because it should be entertaining.
Yeah, of course, nobody's favorite. Maybe underselling.
Honestly, they might be everybody's favorite.
Everyone's
really.
favorite. Yeah, Elian on that team. I believe we'll be talking to him prior to that matchup. I think it's Schlemmy on that team that Mifflin is just so excited for in my Zen dashboard. I mean, that's a roster the next desk will break down. I think carries a lot of expectations with it, and you're right, Gore. Maybe everyone's favorite, but can't undersell what we just saw from Samsara, the ability to come out in an event like this. You talk about pressure, but really the bounce back from this team and the chemistry that they share after a tough game to realize that the experimentation just kind of didn't work. Moving forward is going to be very important for them. You're going to face some adversity tomorrow against the Oni Homies, and I think they'll have the ability to deal with it.
And realistically, you're going up against an SPL team, so that one does mean detrimental. They are, they've played against the best of the best for a consistently long time now. Last year they had that entire experience, but also means there's a lot of footage on them. You know what kind of gods they like to play. You know what their style is. So theoretically, you're going to be able to come into that set understanding a little bit of what you need to do to control them.
And that'll be tomorrow. We get to see that matchup. The next matchup today, though, it'll be nobody's favorite versus reverse card. Don't go anywhere. The Season 9 play-in tournaments. Be right back.
take it too far. Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. Like a fish on land. I started to get lost at the station where you left. Everything was falling off. Who am I without this man? Oh, fingers crossed at any cost. Knock, knock on wood. I hope I'm better off. I would kick your if I could, but I'm deep, deep down on the bottom of a well. I don't belong, can't you tell? This place must be hell. No more cookies in this jar. Did I take it too far? Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. 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 I was getting lost in the quicksand. Pink clouds eating their way into my head. On and on until I bled. Superstitious, kind of vicious. Oh, knock, knock on wood. I was getting lost. And before I understood, I was deep, deep down on the bottom of a well. Seagrass was all I found. I know alternative hell. No more cookies in this jar. Did I take it too far? Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. But I'm deep, deep down on the bottom of a well. I don't belong, can't you tell? This place must be hell. No more cookies in this jar. Did I take it too far? Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. Like a fish on land. Like a fish on land. Like a fish on land.
to day one of the SPL play-in qualifier tournament, whatever kind of long name you want to give this event, because we are sending two teams to the SPL by the final day of this event. My name is J Mac Tucker. I'm going to have Mifflin joining me on the desk as we get ready to go into our second set of the day. It's nobody's favorite up against Reverse Card. And Dave kind of alluded to it. We'll talk a little bit more as we get into here. But this nobody's favorite team specifically is kind of one that you're seeing a little bit of favorite towards.
Yeah, it might be a misnomer since I'm here, right? Nobody's favorite, again, for the fans at home who aren't familiar with this team, is Malachi, Schlemmy, Leon, Dashboard, and In My Zen, with ranked all-star Sada Dragon acting as their coach. And this is a squad that I think has got a lot of potential. Specifically, Leon has been around the scene for an incredibly long time. I mean, I've been competing against Leon back in my day. He's still going. It's blowing my mind. He is a very mechanically talented player, but I think the main standout about him is his ability to be a shot caller.
and they're going to be going up against Reverse Card. It's our second set of 4 for the day. We'll have 4 tomorrow. The winner of this match is going to go up against one of the SCC champions of last season around Winter Dogs, who had a nice little running during their time in the Worlds qualifiers last December. Will be the match that they go to. And we're going to take a nice, long, and hefty look at this bracket here. And what a bracket we've got. What an entire week. It's 5 days of non-stop action. 4 sets a day for the first 3. And then we get a couple of best of 5s at the very end of the week on Saturday and Sunday. Those will be our qualifier matches to see who ends up going to the SPL. Because remember, we are sitting 2 from this tournament there. And kind of talking about these 2 teams, you're talking about the veteranship that El Leon has with here. He's bringing kind of a lot of competitive rookies, to say the least, but we can't say that these players are rookies by any stretch of the imagination. He talked about a lot of the high-level players on his team and him kind of bring them around here for their chance to go for the SPL.
Yeah, so the squad built around El Leon has got a lot of talent. I mean, you've got In My Zen, who used to play on console at a very high level, also a Grandmaster on PC for as long as Grandmaster has been allowed to exist. Schlemmy has been one of the standouts for me. I mean, I don't know how Leon finds these guys, but just randomly one day this guy shows up in literally every single stream. I mean, you tune into a Nika stream or a Zatman stream, and this guy is dominating the queues. Very impressed with what I've seen from him out of the jungle. Dashboard as well, another streamer that has been very successful in the ranked scene. But we got to talk about who I consider to be the titular member of this squad, El Leon. We've talked about his mechanical prowess, incredibly talented in that regard. But more so, and it's something I alluded to a little bit earlier, is the leadership that this guy brings. There are plenty of memes around him about how he likes to communicate in comms, very loud, likes to be repetitive, but you cannot ever say that if El Leon wants his team to know something, that they don't. If it's get on Ra, it's look at Ra, look at Ra, look at Ra, look at Ra. If it's chase Geb, my man's screaming Geb on repeat as well. And it has led his teams to wild success in the past. You can see Leon's hands on every single team he's been on, because I think he's been a dedicated shot caller for as long as he's been playing competitive.
And we do actually have El Leon, who's going to be standing by for a pregame interview. We're going to kind of talk to him and kind of pick into his mind a little bit here. El Leon, first off, thanks for coming. Glad to have you in the studio playing out here. You've got a team of rookies kind of around you here. They haven't really had much LAN experience, if any at all. How do you think that kind of affects the team coming in here for your first LAN event?
Yeah, definitely having a lot of rookies. Obviously, everyone actually here is a rookie coming to LAN. So I think it's, this first game is really important because it, pushes them over the top to be confident to get this, 2-0, for them to be confident going into the next game, which we're going to need because there's a lot of tough competition in this play-in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you get a win here, you get to go up against the Winter Dogs, who was an SCC powerhouse last time around. We got to kind of get a nice little first look at the new meta of Season 9 in that first set. A lot of crazy things that have kind of come out here. Does that kind of line up with some of the expectations that you and maybe in your team has had coming into this LAN?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I call it OB because the pronunciation on that, I mean, I'm Latino, so I make pronunciations for everything. But yeah, the meta has definitely shifted towards, playing a little bit more aggressive. I think that's what, Hi-Rez wanted, because the games at Worlds were a bit slower, a little bit more methodical with macro. And I think the pace is really important now, making sure you get the first couple OBs and making sure that you, set up early and defend from the supports trying to steal it nowadays.
Yeah. Well, you got a big set ahead of you. I'll let you get back with your team. Thanks so much for spending time and talking to us in our pregame interview.
Appreciate it. Pleasure to be here.
Good luck. Talking about the OBs, and we got to see a lot of that in set number 1, where there was a lot of OB, talking about the Obelisk specifically, where these teams were running up there. The support specifically were kind of W-keying to that objective and making sure that they could do anything possible to try and steal those flowers. I mean, yes, you got to sacrifice some health, but who cares? But more than anything, Mifflin, I really love the confidence out of El Leon. Yes, this is a team of rookies. We don't have LAN experience, but this first game is the most important one for them to kind of establish that early presence.
Yeah, he didn't say early presence. He said to establish a 2-0. He is considering his opposition on reverse card as a stepping stone for the rest of this tournament. That is the competitive prowess, the veteranship that he's bringing. He does not care about a first-round game, especially in a double elimination bracket. My man has got his eyes on the prize. But standing between him and a victory is reverse card. And for those of you unfamiliar, that's Slash, Valo, Vi, Monster Bomber, and O Conviction heading up this squad with just Todd as the coach. His name is just Todd. This is a team that has got...
What do you call a Todd like that for?
Well, I mean, it's just Todd, like...
Man's name's Todd. Put some respect on the name Todd.
You think, is that like his gamer tag? Is that his actual name? I'm not sure. It says
both.
Todd. That's what it says on my notes. I'm going to go into the evaluation now. This is a team that has got a lot of untested talent on it. We've seen a couple of these guys throughout the years. O Conviction and Monster Bomber specifically are the standout names for me. I've seen them competing for a very long time, a lot of individual talent. But we have not seen this squad very often together or even kind of operating on this high of a level. So I think this is going to be a phenomenal heat check to see whether or not they are SPL ready, whether or not these guys are going to be contenders for one of the 2 spots up for grabs this weekend. I've got some expectations for them, but they've got stiff competition ahead.
Yeah, and maybe if you don't recognize the name Vi, their mid laner did formerly go known as Globe over in that mid lane, but a lot of talent to be seen here. I mean, this is the 10th seed team coming into this event, so they've got some of the higher expectations to really kind of step up here and go up against the powerhouse team like nobody's favorite over there up against Elion. So they've got a lot to look up towards, but seeing Conviction back here, I mean, he's been playing competitive Smite for a long time. I believe he started out a few years back going through here and is finally getting another run out here into the competitive scene to try and vie for their spot here in the SPL. And it's going to be a big matchup here because this is one of the harder teams that they're going to have to face off, at least in the early stages of the bracket, Mifflin.
Yeah, I think so, man. Again, nobody's favorite is just a misnomer. I mean, this is a squad of stacked veteran talent, but I do not count Reverse Card out. Specifically, I think this is a team that's going to operate a lot through Monster Bomber. I feel like the shot calling around him is going to be very strong, but it is worth noting again that there was some kind of a little bit of roster drama coming into this weekend with this team.
Yeah, and speaking of Monster Bomber, we do have him standing by. We can talk to him just a little bit about it for our pregame interview. Thanks for stopping by here. Now, I won't have you go into any details. I mean, we got to see anything that kind of came through on Twitter, but we know that you do have some roster changes that came into this event last minute. How do you think that kind of affects maybe your standings coming throughout here?
It affected a little bit because of the fact, like, they were more well known, of course. So, but I don't think it's gonna affect that much. Like with our standings, we're still very confident, like going into these play-ins.
Typically, when it comes to events like this, when you're seated a little bit lower, people maybe sometimes kind of count you out here. Does that maybe kind of help relieve some of that pressure? Teams maybe don't think that, oh, we don't have much to worry about. But does that kind of make you maybe sometimes feel like a dark horse in these kind of events?
Not really. We come in here, we prove people wrong at best.
In that support role specifically, we talked to Elion. He talked about how important the obelisk is in this season. Kind of as a as a support player, talk about how important really that obelisk is towards your early game. How does that really affect like those first 10 minutes of play?
Honestly, inting for obelisk is always worth. It's just a mini Gold Fury. As bad as that sounds, it's the truth. It just provides so much gold on the map, and so much XP where it's just needed. Like even my teammates just tell me, just go for obelisk, just go die. As long as we get it, it's worth.
Yeah, no matter what, the support's always got to throw their lives out for something. Well, thank you so much for spending time talking to me. I'll let you get back to your team, and good luck in your set.
Thank you.
So it does seem that obelisk is becoming the new thing for everybody to really go for, and once again, the supports have to give up their life to go for something that the team wants. But it is a very important objective, and it's something that we got to see a lot during our set. I imagine we'll see a lot of objective control towards that obelisk here in set number 2. But I'm also real curious, Mifflin, how the picks and bans are going to change up here from set 1 to set 2, if we'll see maybe a lot of the same similarities.
Yeah, I'm not sure, right? Because a lot of these teams are establishing their own individual kind of identities. There's some picks that I wasn't expecting to see a whole lot of that got banned out in the last set. Like Athena, in particular, from Privative, was not something I was expecting to see, and certainly not something I was expecting to see perform at the level that we just saw. So I think that there's a lot of room here to experiment with the meta. We haven't got that SPL backing just yet, so we don't have the endorsement of what the true meta really is, which means that I get to break out a term that I haven't said for an entire calendar year. We're in something called the emergent meta. Everybody's trying to figure out exactly what's strong, what's going to work in a competitive level, what's going to kind of mesh well with the synergies on these teams. So we could see some more of the same, but I would not be surprised if this is a wildly different set.
And I think emergent meta might be the best way to describe it, because typically when we go from phase 1 to phase 2, we kind of have that mid-season through, but there's never really a gap in playtime. You get maybe a week, 2 at most, where you don't really see what's going on, but it largely still stays the same. You see a lot of those same picks. It's when you transition from season 8 now into season 9, or previous season to new one, we get this 2-month gap almost before we ever really see any competitive games go through. And we've already seen the one full patch with 9.1 go through. We've seen the 9.1 bonus patch come through. A lot of things have changed from Worlds up until this point. And I think one of the more interesting picks, we kind of talked about it yesterday, you know, when we were kind of meeting up and kind of talking about the weekend as a whole. I'm actually really surprised we didn't see any priority towards Atlas in that first set.
Yeah, me too, man. That god has gotten buff after buff after buff. Having an admittedly weaker release has gotten a lot stronger over time. The damage output, the control, the CC, the damage shred, or defense shred rather, that his ultimate affords you, all incredibly strong. If somebody's straggling away from a team fight, that ultimate is also a global, by the way. So I think we will be seeing Atlas at some point this weekend. I really do. I'm going to give it the full Mifflin backing. I think that god is incredibly strong.
Yeah, I mean, between the games that I've played, the games that I've seen him played, time and time again, from 9.1's release up until this bonus, he has been incredibly strong. And maybe we'll get to see him here in set number 2, or at least, hopefully at least one time this weekend we'll get to see him and finally see some light shown towards this god. As you said, he was a little bit slow on the upcoming whenever he got his first release in 8.12. But now that he's been such a powerhouse over in the dual lane, we've been seeing how much priority has been put on the dual lane. So much as seeing level 2, 3 ganks from the jungler going over there trying to establish some very early presence.
Yeah, and that speaks to kind of how the jungle has changed here in Season 9. There's been a distinct shift up in how you are approaching the laning phase. Back in Season 8, it was, all right, we're just going to keep farming, we're kind of waiting for level 5. But now with the pathing as it is, junglers have the opportunity to essentially, air quotes, cringe gank either mid or duo. They've got that opportunity every single game. It's just where you want to establish your pressure early on. You're almost always going to have the ability to show up at level 2 when somebody is level 1, which is very interesting. We saw some of that shift up in the last set where one jungler would go towards the duo, establish early pressure there, and they would be able to leverage it for purple or red buff invades, or somebody rotates towards mid, and that gives them control around these mid harpies, which kind of shifts up the macro farm game as well. It's a game of chess right now between these junglers as everybody's trying to establish, all right, what's actually the most efficient start?
We've seen a lot of change-ups in relics, too. I mean, we went from being in a quadruple meditation meta for a while, whereas both solo, both support were picking up med every single time. Now we're not seeing, I don't think we've seen any med just yet, especially after the changes that have come to med with this bonus patch, a little bit of nerf and the extra healing that it gives. But instead, you're right to talk about how Shell has become such a prominent first item for these supports. We've seen it come in clutch a couple of times in these early engagements.
Yeah, especially considering now that one of the upgrade paths for Shell is also Phantom, right? When you used to pick up Phantom, it was, all right, it gives you some damage mitigation, but you're walking through walls. That's the only reason you're picking up. Now it's, hey, you got that health shield, you've got your damage mitigation, and also you're walking through walls, which is just an incredibly strong stat stick. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that version of Shell picked up, even when there aren't too many like active walls on the map.
Yeah, we've also been seeing a couple of the new Tier 4 items that have come through, the glyphs, as they're so formally known as. We do have, you know, we got to see the Breastplated Determination come through for the Soul Laner. We got to see Envenom Deathbringer come out in that very last game. We haven't seen any of the Rada Tahuti upgrades just yet. Haven't gotten a chance to see that Calamitous Rada or the Nimble Rada Tahuti picked up.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, man. That's an item that's going to come very late into your builds, especially with the flat penetration start that we're seeing from a lot of these mages. The 10% pen that you get from Rada Tahuti is nice, but percent pen, something you want to kind of backload on your build. And then afterwards, well, you got some pretty great upgrade options, especially Calamitous Rod. The amount of damage output that brings in AoE format to these late-game team fights is deceptive. I mean, it's very easy to just kind of play around and you're not really paying attention to this passive meteor that's dropping on your head, but it does enough that you really need to put a lot of respect towards it. I think if we were to see a Rada Tahuti picked up early, that is a little bit more so kind of favoring the Nimble Rod style. A Magical Hunter in either mid or the long lane can utilize that item very well.
Yeah, that's one thing when that Nimble Rada Tahuti kind of came out, that glyph was kind of crazy when we looked at it on paper and we're like, man, Magical Hunters are they're already really good. And then they get this item. Sure, I think it was like Telkines, they got like a 10 power nerf on it, but then you turn around and see Nimble Rada Tahuti, you get 2% attack speed for every 40 magical power you have. It's like, okay, who cares about 10 power? Let's just get a lot of attack speed. And let's get a lot of picks and bans going here. Game number 1 between our second matchup of the day, Reverse Card, and nobody's favorites here in game number 1. And our first ban is going to be the Artio. We saw her 3 games in a row last time around in the first set. Now we're going to get to see her all here in game number 1 of this set.
Yeah, Yark the Shark put some fear into the entirety of the SEC, it would seem. That Artio pick has been getting a lot of respect, and rightfully so. With the breastplate changes, she's already utilizing CDR a lot better than these gods that don't have 6 abilities, right, as well as just the upgrades, making her an incredibly tanky force to be reckoned with. Means that her power trajectory is very early game slanted. I think you're 2 items in on Artio, and all of a sudden, you've already become that raid boss. So it makes sense to me that Reverse Card, a team that I do not expect to play overly so through the solo lane, just decide to get rid of it.
And another pick that made it through 3 games in the last set, but will not make it in at all this time around. Reverse Card ban away Cirquette alongside Bastet, who got one little kind of target ban in that first game, and then didn't really see anything at all remaining in that set. But I think the most interesting one out of all of it is this Persephone, because it's a god who saw basically no competitive play towards the latter half of Season 8 after her changes to her kit. I think it was only like Hurrywind who was really playing that god. And then now we've seen not just a ban, not just, well, now 2 bans technically, but we also saw a game of play and some pretty solid success out of that mage.
Yeah, I got baited on Twitter, man. Like, every SPL mid laner is like, yo, Persephone's not good. Like, I was literally surfing Twitter last night. I probably saw like 4 tweets about exactly that. And now we're seeing ban priority. It performs well when it's getting picked. So maybe it's an SEC special. Maybe it's an SPL play-in special, rather. But I've been impressed by this god. A god I haven't been impressed by, except for when it's piloted by El Leon, is Yanis, or, you know, Hurrywind as well. That's a god that is largely inconsistent. I don't think it utilizes the new style of build incredibly well. You want that double flat penetration early on, which is going to make you incredibly strong in the fight. Yanis, more so just about kind of operating as an assassin on the sidelines. So I'm curious to see if it's going to get picked, not just in general, but like this early on as well. Very surprising.
It will not be picked up just yet. Instead, swapped over to a Sobek. But Elion did recently put up a little video on his Twitter. He got his first pentakill of Season 9 with Giannis. And,
yeah, that makes sense.
And to quote him, it's not a new season if I don't get a pentakill on Giannis. So would not be surprised if we did see that one sneak its way through at some point in this set. But first picks are going to be Fenrir for Reverse Card, Sobek that got swapped away from the Giannis, and then a god who was banned away all last set, Kleena, who was largely absent during Worlds. We didn't get to see her at all in the first set. Now we finally see her as a second pick. How do you feel about Kleena here?
I mean, Kleena is just an incredibly strong pick. She brings a lot of damage. That's what she does. She's going to apply that damage regardless. I don't think that Kleena is a god that you really have to like say to yourself, okay, well, I've got a good counter matchup here, or, oh, this god's really going to slow me down. Kleena is just kind of plug and play, going to fit into most drafts and perform relatively well against the majority of drafts as well. But the main thing about this god that I think a lot of people are sleeping on is her ability to shred objectives. Gold Furies, Pyromancers all fall down expeditiously when Kleena's lined up in front of them. And now with the AoE damage output that Hou-Yi is bringing, it's going to really make it easy for nobody's favorite to go towards these early Gold Furies.
I mean, she really does feel like, you know, an assassin Anubis when it comes to double dropping
Agreed.
that ultimate. She can shred Pyros, Fires, Gold Furies, Gods, whatever happens to be stuck in the way of there. Hou-Yi going to be picked up once again. We're seeing a lot of priority towards this god. End of Season 8, we saw a lot of Hou-Yi play, not a whole lot of Hou-Yi success. It's been the reverse here as far as this weekend has been concerned so far. We've seen some good plays out of Hou-Yi, some good games. And then it's going to be Izanami and Agni, interestingly banned away. This seems to be a god, after his buff, a lot of people thought, man, Agni's probably going to jump in. The extra damage to his stun, his ultimate procs with that, you know, that Gem of Focus. But he was largely absent, now receiving a ban here in the second phase.
Agni is nasty right now. I was surprised that it's taken this long for him to get like a nod, right? The damage output that he brings is incredibly strong. He's really going to favor that double early penetration build because of the amount of poke that he's able to apply. He's generally pretty safe as well. I think Agni is a god that is going to stick around for a good bit of time, and he also synergizes pretty well with some of the new glyphs available. Calamitous Rod, something that I think he synergizes very well with. Taking a peek now at Reverse Card's kind of draft, the top 3, it is dive, dive, and dive, right? They are trying to close gap onto the back line, but looking at nobody's favorites composition, who are they diving? Kleena can get into a wall. Hou-Yi, maybe a pretty decent target to lock down, but he's able to drop a large AoE damage ability at his feet, jump over walls as well. He's relatively slippery as far as hunters are concerned. And then if this Yanis gets locked in, good luck closing the gap on this guy. I mean, he's going to walk through multiple walls consistently. So Reverse Card, although having superior dive potential, have not got great targets for it. And you know what? It might not be a Yanis, but you're not diving a Nike.
Look, man, we keep getting baited by this Giannis hover. Every single time he's done it now, it's been swapped over for a tank in its place. So Sobek and Nike, the front line here for nobody's favorites. Kleena towards the jungle, and Hou-Yi over in the dual lane. So now we are just waiting, this time on Elion's pick for nobody's favorite. But it's a quick response out of Soul, and then a Kali hover, a god that we've seen a lot of. We've seen a lot of kind of differences in builds. One of the more popular ones kind of going into that Crusher route, whatnot. But I don't know why I even thought about the Kali for a moment unless it was going over into the ADC role for some reason, because they already did have Fenrir, Gilgamesh, and Osiris. Instead, it'll be swapped over to Tiamat, who's a mage that has stood the test of time through nerf after nerf, even through no matter how many changes we've seen in the meta. This god still seems to push her way back up into favorites.
Man, I really like how Reverse Card has shored up their draft these last 2 picks. You've got a ticking time bomb, Soul's scaling, going to be incredibly strong. We're going to get our first look at some magical hunters here in Season 9 as well, so we get an idea of when these guys are starting to itemize towards the Nimble Rod. Tiamat scaling, incredibly strong, should be able to operate relatively well for self-peel, which was going to be my main concern for the selections from Reverse Card is how well are they going to be able to deal with this Kleena? How well are they going to be able to survive some of these fights? Tiamat can drop the stun or drop a slow and make it a little bit harder for some of these close target gods to lock her down, as we do see another Yanis hover. I'm not going to talk about it until he gets actually locked in. And that was something he hovered a little bit earlier, Poseidon actually, the lock-in for nobody's favorite, and this gives a target to Reverse Card. Now Fenrir should be able to find somebody a little bit easier. Gilgamesh, Osiris, both can have a much easier time closing gap on a Poseidon. I didn't think I was going to be endorsing a Yanis pick today, but looking at the draft that Reverse Card has brought, I think maybe Yanis would have played a little bit better into it.
I mean, this puts a massive target on their back. Poseidon, a fairly immobile god, only gets that movement speed.
He's
through
fast,
the
at
passive.
least.
I mean, he can get zooming at some points, but it does take him a little while there. The Kraken, probably the most notorious thing in all of competitive history, whether those become very impactful or if those kind of whiff to high heaven. We'll see which one of those Poseidons that we kind of get out here, out of nobody's favorite, out of Elion in that mid lane. But looking at the 5 of Reverse Card, you're really liking kind of how everything is kind of closed up here for this composition. Now with this Poseidon locked in, how do you kind of feel about this Nobody's Favorite draft?
I feel like Nobody's Favorite has the ability to keep doing what we were talking about earlier, the ability to kind of control objectives still. Going to favor them very heavily. Poseidon's burn potential is incredibly high, as well as he's got one of the best confirmations on the map with Kraken. So I'm expecting Nobody's Favorite to kind of stick to their guns and play around objectives throughout the early. Whereas Reverse Card, I'm expecting a hit-the-ground-running style of play. Like, I want to see them get aggressive all the way across the map. This Fenrir is someone you want to keep your eyes on for the first 10 minutes, because now that he's got some clear, definitive targets that he can go towards, it really is going to be on him to find that impact, to create space and create time for his late-game hyper carries to get to that point. Soul, sure, incredibly strong in the early because of how Gilded Arrow operates and how Magical Hunter's scaling works, but make no qualms, it is still a very late-game focused god, as is Tiamat. So given some space, this could very quickly become, or shift rather, from a dive composition from Reverse Card into a king protection composition around this Soul and Tiamat.
So assuming Fenrir goes into the mid lane here, that leaves the kind of coin toss between Osiris and Gilgamesh. Now, I won't ask you which one I think you want to go into the Soul lane, because I remember you told me a while back, if it's Gilgamesh and solo, it's not the answer that I'm looking for. So most likely imagining this Gilgamesh running up into the jungle up against Kleena. Has that kind of early 2v2 towards mid lane kind of go there, between Reverse Card and Nobody's Favorite? Which of that 2v2 do you favor?
At level 2, Gilgamesh should have the advantage, right? If you're able to kind of play around the enemy's wave, you can utilize Dropkick to stop the channeled ability from Kleena. Easier said than done, but certainly something I expect these guys are very capable of performing on. And then from there, you've got a decent damage output. I think it's around level 6, level 7, where the damage disparity is going to start to grow and start favoring Kleena. Once she gets that first item finished up, that second item, that's really where Gilgamesh is going to have to kind of shift his attention away from being that 1v1 pick style god and instead play it a little bit more so how we saw Panatom address this pick throughout Worlds. Become that facilitator, look for these HP stacking items, stick around your teammates, give them these auras. That's really the strength of Gilgamesh. But in the early, Mans can still be a bully.
Yeah, I mean, Witchblade, Shogun's Kasari, those were such potent items on this Gilgamesh when we did see it during Worlds. Kleena, because she was so absent during Worlds, we don't have a whole lot of data on this god. We've got mixed success between whether she was in jungle. We did see her go into solo lane a couple of times and get some strong performance. I believe Ducky was one of the proponents of throwing that god over there because she just got some nice and decent clear. We'll see how it works out for these two teams here, Reverse Card and Nobody's Favorites, squaring off here in game number 1.
Highly touted teams, both gunning for a spot in the SPL here in Season 9. Reverse Card versus Nobody's Favorite. And it's Dolson and Gormizer bringing you all the action. Gore, this one I'm very excited for, not only because of some of the talk that's been going on the desk, specifically around this Nobody's Favorite team, but some of the picks now that we get to see that we haven't been able to see so far this weekend. And I want to start right here in the mid lane. Tiamat versus Poseidon. As I'll hold on, we might not be allowed to start over in the mid lane. Malachi Gang jumps on out. But Tiamat versus Poseidon, not a mid lane matchup I thought we'd be talking about here today.
No, not a matchup I thought we'd be talking about anytime soon. Poseidon has not been at the forefront of people's minds. I think when you look at the Tiamat, what she provides, what she was able to do, and what she can still do are still going to be great, right? Itemization right now I actually think helps some of the mages like Poseidon, but Tiamat's good. We saw that Tiamat was good. We've watched Tiamat be very good throughout most of last year.
Yep.
And so I'm not looking at Vi right now. You've got a very good constant for reverse guard in that. It is what Leon can do on this Poseidon that is going to make the big difference for nobody's favorite, because we've seen some Whirlpool, Kraken, what have you from Poseidon, the rotations he can do, be the end-all, be-all, and form the entire great scheme of game, and we've seen some Krakens cost people World. So realistically, you've got to ride that, not even that middle line, you got to ride to one side of the line and really hope that you're making the impact here.
Well, Mifflin was very excited, is very excited, as Elion forced to use his beads back away from the jungle gank of Valo over in the mid lane. And I want to continue the conversation with jungles, is that Schlemmy was, I think, Miff's sort of secret MVP maybe on this team. And Schlemmy gets a pick in Kleena that has been very, very contested in the ban column all day today, and so I think high expectations here in game one.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what this player and pick is going to be able to accomplish. I think we got to see her a little bit during those qualifications, and you can see so much of what she's capable of. Being able to go into the wall was always really interesting, not just for getaways, but also for engagements. There were a lot of capable ganks for that. But the problem is especially when I look at this team, who do you gank? I mean, Soul, they're going to be able to get out of it pretty easily. She might be the most susceptible to it. Osiris would have to use his ult to be able to get away, so he might be pretty easy. Tiamat has some pretty good self-peel, though, so mid lane's going to be a little more awkward, I think, to get things rolling. And realistically, I don't know that nobody's favorite wants to fight early on. You heard Mifflin say it on the desk, but Valo here, as a Gilgamesh, is already going to be controlling things pretty well. That drop kick does so much early on, along with the Winds of Shemesh that they'll get pretty soon at level 5. I like the pace that they're taking this if you're nobody's favorite, because early on, you do not, and that's early on, not early on. You really do want to make sure that you're just kind of grinding up those levels, getting the experience so that you can actually fight at level.
We've got a lot of love to nobody's favorite. I think reverse guard has a chance here in the duo lane, as we already see good damage rolling into the nobody's favorite duo lane. But some aggression from the red side. Why is that? Schlemmy and Leon have both made their way to the left, and that means Conviction and Monster Bomber will take their way back to the tier 1 tower. But I think for reverse card, this duo lane is maybe a spot, Gore, where some early pressure can get applied. You know, obviously you want some time for Soul to wind up. Maybe difficult to say up against a Sobek and a Ho Yi. But a Blink Fenrir is always going to provide you at least a little bit of pressure here over in the duo lane.
It's unfortunate for Monster Bomber that he has to use his Blink defensively there. I mean, good for him that he's able to stay alive. But ultimately, being able to use that Blink, or at least burn that Blink, good for nobody's favorite, keeps them safe, makes them a little less worried about his next, minute and a half now that he's going to be able to engage. And it helps slow it down. Monster Bomber and Conviction, in my mind, are the, not necessarily win conditions for reverse card, but they are going to be the problems, I think, that nobody's favorite have to face, because they create a lot of pressure from the duo lane, especially having a Fenrir here. But as players, they've got a lot of experience. And so it'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to trip up nobody's favorite. They've already got the 2v1 over here, since we've got Dashboard going over towards mid. And I think this Fenrir has actually been surprisingly quiet. Now that he has the Ragnarok online, I want to see him get involved.
That's right, Monster Bomber, especially with a minute on that Blink. If you're able to use the Blink and then the jump in, you're saving yourself a lot of engage and disengage. And so, with the sets or with the games rather, Gore, we've already seen early today, you talk about like NA, SCC pace of play.
Yeah.
In our first matchup, Thunderhead versus Samsara, felt like all 3 of those games were just smacks one way or the other. I think, you talk about nobody's favorite in the way that they like to play. It does feel like right now, kind of building that good base layer is what their focus is on. I think at any given moment here, we could just see all chaos break out.
Yes.
And then suddenly we are just on a breakneck pace for 15 more minutes. And then suddenly the game ends.
Someone's going to engage, and then 6 things are going to happen at once, and then the fight, there's just going to be scraps left over. Maybe nobody dies, maybe everybody dies. Something is going to happen. And I'm looking at Dashboard, and I'm looking at Monster Bomber, because Monster Bomber...
There you go. There's the engage, there's the pluck, there's a Kraken. I don't think Monster Bomber took as much damage as nobody's favorite thought that the Fenrir was going to. It only takes half HP down, and that's Kraken, a relatively important ultimate that goes down.
And that's the big deal, right? Dashboard gets a really good pluck, trades out the ult though. Monster Bomber, hey, your Blink's available while Ragnarok's down. So you're trading these things out. It actually ends up working out well for them, and I think keeping, again, the grand scheme of the game a little bit more in their favor, slowing down what this Fenrir support's going to be able to do. But he still has good potence. I mean, you can see where he is on the map right now. A simple gank is sometimes all it takes. He has a good stun on his 1. Things like that are really going to be eye-opening, I think, for nobody's favorite as to what he can provide. But you get to see the other end of that conversation, which is that, yes, you know, Kraken didn't necessarily get what they wanted. I think maybe more damage from nobody's favorite is what they had in mind. But they burned so much in the process on the side of reverse guard that you can eat that cooldown. You're not really stressing out about it too much.
Gora, I think as a good pluck finds its way onto Conviction, and there's a lot of lockdown. And Disapparate won't find its way in, and it is nobody's favorite on the left side, the area we said maybe there's a chance for a reverse card to get some pressure with Monster Bomber. An early death for a reverse card and an early kill on over to In My Zen, the ADC.
I love where Dashboard's mind was at as well, because immediately just cracks his knuckles after that kill happens. He zones out Monster Bomber and then turns to the jungle. He's like, I see this purple buff is coming up off cooldown. Let's go and try to strip it away.
Schlemmy will not survive, and that is a solo kill in the jungle for Valo and reverse card. And that's just pressure over on the blue buff. Looks like Malachi at least was able to pick up the enhanced blue buff that Slash was putting a little bit of pressure on. That's an important bounce back now. That gives Valo that 1 level lead, an extra kill in the back pocket, and so on one side of the map, nobody's favorites getting themselves a little bit of pressure, a small lead. On the other side of the map and in the jungle, maybe one of the most important spots, reverse card building up some presence.
Yeah, that might be the most important part. Looking at this Kleena, we've already had a little bit of question marks. She's been banned out, but she was void there for Worlds. Nobody played her. So what is she going to be able to provide? So far, we haven't seen as much from what Schlemmi's been able to do, and that's not exactly the way that you want to be remembered as of right now, as getting soloed off in there. But it is, I still think, one of those moments. I expect to see more of Kleena as we continue throughout this game than right now, where Gilgamesh is very strong, Fenrir is very strong. And guess what? That Osiris, very strong.
Right, a difficult spot for nobody's favorite, depending on what side of the map they want to fight on. Now, if Schlemmy goes like 0-5 this game, it's explicitly Mifflin's fault because Miff has been talking up this player. But this is a chance now for Schlemmy to prove Mifflin right as he rotates into the Cold Fury fight here. Valo uses a little bit of everything to get on out. Kraken finds some damage, and it's enough for Elion to grab his first kill of the set, but bye, right back in. And the team out has found another, so reverse card able to trade out 1 for 1.
And that is, I mean, it's so difficult. Getting the kill on the jungle versus the mid laner, which one's going to be more worthwhile? Well, that 2-level experience lead that Valo has makes him a little more worthwhile, right? That gives Schlemmy plenty of opportunity to farm up, try to catch up, plus gets a good assist on that kill and opens up this conversation to play to get some experience under their belt. Maybe a little bit more. Look over here in the duo lane, or at least to the purple buff.
Looks like is a ward for reverse card. Back at the last little intersection of this jungle. So the rotation of Dashboard and Schlemmy will not catch the reverse card duo lane off guard. And I think we saw, Gord, in that fight, something that we're going to see as this game goes on. And it's Leon on this Poseidon getting his damage off and then dying, right? It feels like you obviously want to live these fights, but hitting a Kraken, getting the Whirlpool out, getting your 1 out, just everything you can, front load it into these fights. And then if you die, you've at least done what you've aimed to do. And so that was, I think, a pretty good example of maybe what could happen, especially with a lot of the dive that reverse card had.
You know, I'll bring back the conversation not only about Leon, but also adding Schlemmy into the mix, because Leon, we've seen him for a long time playing mid, doing pretty successful, but a lot of people would recognize him as a very, very adept jungler. And so that's one of the conversations that comes with this team, you know, knowing that you have someone in your mid lane that is a very good jungler. It makes me even more interested in what Shlimmy has to offer. But it also showcases, I think, where their synergy should come from. They understand each other, at least Leon will understand everything that Shlimmy's looking for here, and that's going to make it a lot easier to find those combos, find the combinations that they need to make sure they can lock things down. Unfortunately, there is always that downside of who's going to be doing the most damage right now, right? You've got 3 gods on the side of reverse guard that pretty much from level 2 to level 20 feel really, really good, but really early on they're able to get their hands on the steering wheel and control how they want things to go. It takes a little longer for most of Nobody's Favorite to get to that point. And Let's Dashboard right now is hitting a really, really insane pluck, which you've seen a few times. It's going to be this pace for them.
Nobody's Favorite, Gore, been able to answer back a lot of these kills. Maybe reverse card the one starting off some of the fights, but Nobody's Favorite answering back well. We're tied up in kills, effectively tied up in gold, but that's gonna tilt back towards Nobody's Favorite as the Kraken gobbles up Valo, and another good skill shot from Elion. Should be a second, and it is the first for Shlemmy and Nobody's Favorite's jungler in the mid.
That's just good, clean kills. They isolate one, they kill one, and then unfortunately for Vi, you're just in the wrong place afterward, and that opens up a bigger conversation. You finally get an objective, and they try to go for the steal.
Pyromancer all but secured, and reverse card will take it away. It just stayed alive way too long, but will Nobody's Favorite pay for it in blood? Monster Bomber the first to go down. Dashboard! A sliver of HP becomes 0. And at least Nobody's Favorite able to pull back a kill. They let that Pyromancer slip through their fingers.
This is where the grand scales of fate really start to teeter back and forth, right?
Yeah.
If you're Nobody's Favorite, you just got a lot of kills and you got them onto important targets. If you look at what reverse card get in terms of kills, it was Dashboard, which admittedly, that's who you want to die if anyone's going to die on Nobody's Favorite. But that steal, which I kind of didn't feel almost like a steal, it almost felt like Nobody's Favorite wanted to leave, and then reverse card are like, well, I mean, it's only got like 1/10 HP, might as well see what we can do. And that really helps keep things even for them. Otherwise, this would have been a much more massive swing for Nobody's Favorite. Getting that Pyromancer helps keep this within like 200, 300 gold of each other. In fact, I think they're technically slightly ahead. They're going to be able to find more.
Luck onto Valo, and then a tail whip out from Dashboard. This engages pressure from reverse card all but failed as the entirety of the left side of the map will rotate in to Nobody's Favorite jungle. Dashboard under the water, and out he pops. So it's an ultimate burnt from the Nobody's Favorite support. Looks like they're happy to back on away. But the pacing of a game like this, Score, this is what we've seen all day in the first 3 matches of the day. It was like first 10 to 15 minutes is that even game window. And then there's that snowball out of control. So you start to look at some of the builds. Who's better positioned to maybe take the lead in this game over the next couple of minutes? Gold Fury going to be very important. You have to imagine Nobody's Favorite will favor themselves with the Kraken in a moment like that. And Gore, with that, and to bring it back to itemization, I think mid lane builds are going to see a lot of what we're seeing now between Vi and Elion. This flat penetration mindset has been hyper important for mid laners.
And not only that, but realistically, early on, all the flat pen items also have a lot of good power numbers on them, so it really does get to double down for you, but it feels comfortable, you get good fights, and I think it's opening up the conversation. A lot of damage so far from the Tiamat, but you're seeing equal damage. Whenever that Kraken has connected, it has been a lot in one area. So Nobody's Favorite just have to find a little bit more of that. I'm also watching all of these marked camps, watch their cooldowns, because look at the obelisks. I mean, they're both virtually full.
That's right.
We've seen Monster Bomber walked in, stole 1 Lotus from Nobody's Favorite's obelisk. And so now they're trying to figure out the last little bit. That's going to be a big difference maker. Again, it's like an HP aura for your teammates. It can heal up towers, but it also helps get free damage against any enemies when you're nearby them. It's a good enough buff that you really want to get it. And Monster Bomber keeps floating around that side of the map. I feel like he wants to go for a little bit more and is just worried. I mean, it's 1 dash from Dashboard, and all of a sudden you're dead just going for something as simple as a steal there.
Yeah, the obelisk score, I think will be intriguing how heavily prioritized stealing away camps, stealing away obelisks, things like that are. Monster Bomber walks in towards the obelisk right now. Was there an overextension? The ultimate says yes, and out Monster Bomber will head. And so you're not going to have Ragnarok for a couple of minutes here. We'll have Blink, but if you're looking for a reverse card to engage, might be a little bit limited with Monster Bomber's ultimate being down. Tiamat minion heads its way towards dashboard. Monster Bomber plenty well protected, but watch out, Conviction in some trouble.
There it is. And that's going to charge up the obelisk enough. Inmyzin might be able to take this fight, though.
And it's Schlemi rotating in as well. That's big damage out from Conviction, but there's just way too much from nobody's favorite. Big rotation in. Leon still has his Kraken, so watch for that on the back end of this fight. And it whiffs, looking for the pluck. But Valo used the beads and he remained in place. Still sending the ultimate out, but at least the beads are now gone for the reverse card jungler.
You know what? Grand scheme, that ult does not look great, right? I mean, there's nobody there. It doesn't hit, doesn't connect. But if you look at what the theory was, that was on the back of a really, really good-looking pluck. It just happens that the beads on the other side outweigh the Kraken that was waiting for.
Monster Bomber is stunned in place, halfway back to getting the Ragnarok there. Gore, big change. Scorpion's no longer on the map, and that means the Gold Fury just spawns when it's ready.
Yeah.
What is it, 4 minutes in, I think? 5 minutes in? Yeah, 4 would be an interesting number. 5 it is. And so, I don't know if that's, let me rephrase, they spawn on their own, but still around the outside of the maps here to enhance the buff. So Gold Fury, do we imagine we'll start to see difference in priority or timing? I don't know if the Gold Fury Scorpion really changed how early people were willing and teams were willing to rotate over there and start to prioritize that objective. It spawned quickly enough after taking it anyway. Still waiting, 17 minutes, regardless of Scorpion or not.
There's been metas, because pre the Scorpions over there, like for the longest time in SMITE, it always did just spawn at 5 minutes, right? So Gold Fury has notoriously been there. Might have to hold that thought, Leon's in trouble.
Yeah, Leon, this is the downfall of the Poseidon. Good Aegis. But Leon will fall down nonetheless. And so that's a good engage. Right on time when the Ragnarok comes back up, Monster Bomber able to exert a little pressure on the nobody's favorite mid laner.
Now being able to, that sounds really mean, by the way, nobody's favorite mid laner.
Yeah, right.
It's just the name of the team.
Nobody's favorite. Well, the Kraken Gore is now not on the map, so the steal pressure limited for nobody's favorite. And the reverse card will walk right on in. Gold Fury melted through. Dashboard close. And reverse card secure the Gold Fury. But the fight after, not looking quite as good. And nobody's favorite at least will pull back one. And so you lose Leon ultimately in the grand scheme of things. You're able to get the support if you're nobody's favorite. But Gold Fury, the big difference maker here in reverse card, make a big call.
They might be trailing by 3 kills, but every fight the last couple of minutes has really felt good for reverse card here. You get a Kraken that doesn't really get anything. You kill Leon before his beats come back. That ult is not available to help secure a Gold Fury. This time you get a Gold Fury, you lose only your support, but you killed the mid laner prior. Like, every single thing about that is what you want going your way. If you could have gotten Pyromancer, it probably would have made you feel even better about your lead. But you've got to be able to take what you have and really make it grow. With Pyromancer off the board, you need one good team fight, Fire Giants on the table. Go for some invades. Like, try to force something to happen here, or look at these obelisks when they come back up in a couple of minutes.
This one feeling close. The reverse card have now pulled the biggest lead of the game so far. The big difference, of course, down in kills, but up in gold is something that that has been said plenty of times throughout the existence of SMITE. But you're right, the experience still somewhat close there. And all it takes is one Kraken Gore. I think the playmaking ability of Leon and piloting the Poseidon, especially when Leon, if he's on the map, right, I don't know if reverse card are ever going to feel fully confident in pulling out an objective. So I think the shot calling there was near perfect from reverse card to find the kill on the priority target and then immediately rotate into an objective that suddenly the steal pressure is off the map a little bit. Saw some good damage Gore on the left side of the map just a moment ago from Schlemi, and that big 4-man rotation from nobody's favorite. Feels like Valo has slowed down a bit though. That early kill on the right-hand side has now been met with like heavy answers from nobody's favorite. Yeah. And the Gilgamesh, despite now a big gold lead for reverse card, he hasn't quite been able to be comfortable as of late.
And it was a 2-level experience lead overall. Now he's actually a level behind Schlemi. Right. So Valo, it has been a little while since we've actually focused in. So this Gilgamesh maybe needs a little bit more. And this is where things get awkward, because you look at the 2 warriors that they have on reverse card. Slash, as an Osiris, able to get a lot more hands-on, I think, earlier than this Nike will. But Nike's now level 19, got a lot of items under her belt, has the Blink online and the ult available. Team fights are going to be different when nobody's favorite actually group up and Malachi is a part of this. Right. And that really is going to be... it's going to test their mettle, because look at reverse card. They don't have a sprint. They don't have anything to really deal with the shielding. They don't have anything to deal with the slow. And so one massive ult from Malachi theoretically can then lead into a huge sweep for nobody's favorite. Easy setup for Dashboard, for Enmyzin, and for Elion, and that makes it a lot easier to find these kills off a Kraken, or whether it be the Suns or a good Ricochet. It'll be fun to watch if they can make it unfold the way they want to.
Gore, itemization has been fun to watch as some of these games have unfolded as well. Runeforged Hammer, I feel like it's been popular on some individual instances throughout the last couple of games we've seen. Valo grabs one of those for the Gilgamesh in this game. Will we see some value out of it? Are we tower diving the Nike? We're sure gonna try. Up down for Malachi, no good. There is the Sentinel of Zeus, but Malachi will hold on to the ultimate. So we're considering some damage if we're a reverse card, but not the full-on dive as Shlemi had rotated through for a little bit of assistance. And I want to look at the mask as well for Monster Bomber here, Gore. A Fenrir and his ability to get into the fray maybe lends itself to the way that we are seeing the Lono's mask being picked up for Monster Bomber.
And I always love this because you get CCR, you don't deal as much damage, you don't heal as much, which actually as Fenrir does matter. That healing done means that you're not going to be able to lifesteal as much. But realistically, you're going to live a little longer, and you're going to be able to try and get in there and fight a little bit more, which is what Monster Bomber's been trying to do this entire time.
Valo blinks, and there's nothing there that he wants to be a part of on the other side. Beads out from Vi, walks back into that Whirlpool and actually takes a decent little chunk of damage. There's your flat pen, Divine Ruin, Spear of the Magus, doing some work there for Elion, and then Obshard completed as well. Vi has completed Rod of Tahuti, and so keep your eyes on these mid laners who are both poised for big damage numbers in this next fight. Dashboard has to lurk in the waters, and out goes the Sobek, out goes the Nike as well, and Reverse Card have shown enough face to make nobody's favorite think twice.
Now, if Shlemi was any other god than Kleena, I'd be a little more worried, but you can walk through walls, so I'm not too stressed out about it. I think that is wild. We're watching Monster Bomber, take away some of the obelisk and take away and rightfully spawn their own scepter. And I think that's probably going to be the most important thing that comes out of that, because despite the fact that Fire Giant was started up, that fights happen and you get some ults drops, realistically, that is such a big deal because you finally got a buff out of it. But now you've got that Kraken available, the Fury spawning back up, and the fight's still going on.
There is a Kraken on the map this time. Will Leon use it for damage in a team fight, or will he use it for objective secure? In through the jungle, come Reverse Card. Valo's grabbed the first, but Malachi, the Sentinel of Zeus, will answer back for nobody's favorite. 1 for 1, both supports down. Dashboard did not have his ultimate to get on out, but look at this. Reverse Card have pulled the Fury.
And with Kraken available, all you need is some eyesight there for Leon.
Oh,
or a good fight.
Malachi is low, and Valo does not have the last bit of damage. Neither of these two teams ready to pull the objective. Health bars looking very similar across the board. That could be a difference maker, and it is for a Reverse Card instead of nobody's favorite. As Reverse Card jump back in. Leon under chase.
In?
But how? How has this Poseidon lived as long as he has? Leon will finally fall. We have traded carry for mid laner. Leon falls, but so does Conviction.
Honestly, that's a toss-up as to whether or not who comes out on top. Both level 20, both doing pretty well. It'd come down to like their net worth, things like that. It is unfortunate though. Leon has had, and I'm going to say this in a duality, the best worst Krakens in the world. Which is that they are all really well positioned and well timed, and they should get a lot done for the team. But unfortunately, every time it's a Beads that stops a Pluck. It's a Beads that gets them out of the area just in time to make sure it doesn't do enough damage. It's always just shy of really winning the team their fight. And it's not really in his power, it's everybody's reactions on Reverse Card that have really slowed it down. So they're doing a great job of stopping this. It's the Beads from Osiris that time that give the CC immunity to let him get out of there. But now that that's off the table, you've got Primal, you've got Pyro, you've got Fire, you've got so much available to you that you don't have to worry about for a little bit. Leon's now respawned, but that Kraken is still going to take a little bit longer to be available and ready to take anything.
And you will want it right now if you're nobody's favorite. If Reverse Card pulled this objective, Dashboard in some trouble. Ragnarok out, and he's got a whole world of hurt around the other side. No chance for the Sobek, and that is now 45 seconds of a 45. And how about this call from nobody's favorite?
I love
it's a 3-man FG over on right, and nobody from Reverse Card is in range. Fire Giant to nobody's favorite. And Leon was just vibing in the mid lane. Didn't even have eyes for the Fury, didn't have eyes for the FG, was just making sure that Reverse Card would not be able to rotate through without being seen, and nobody's favorite with the call. They sacrifice their support and grab an FG. I'll call it for free with an asterisk on it.
And I mean, you know, like you said, you lose the Fury. You might lose the Pyromancer. You might lose a couple of towers. You've got 4 people with Fire Giant, and they've all been doing pretty well in these team fights. I mean, Xin still hasn't died yet. If this came down to who's going to push harder, it's going to be nobody's favorite. The gold lead is definitely still skewing in favor of reverse guard, and you're starting to see that in some examples of items tier 2s where tier 1s are bought, or being able to upgrade potentially to some glyphs or otherwise aren't afforded. But realistically, this is going to be a big boost for nobody's favorite.
Tower absolutely shredded, and reverse card continue their onslaught. Malachi, Sentinel and Zeus, it's big. That health shield, important in keeping the solo laner in the fight a little bit longer, but this is a 2 versus 5 we're looking at here. Where's nobody's favorite? They're pushing down the mid lane, grabbing a Phoenix for themselves. Are they going to try to end this game? Leon has Kraken. In my Zen's got damage as well. They have got minions. The Kraken will do serious work. The backs are stopped. Valo, though, heads back to base now. Leon jumped on. Good evaporated. As Valo is in my Zen. Will pick up the last little bit on the reverse card jungler. And it's not going any better on the right side of the map. Vi snags one on the dashboard, but then Vi dies as a big call from nobody's favorite. And this game, Gormizer, it will end and nobody's favorite turning around.
Look, if you want to talk about the fact that we always mention and have been harping on, hey, these X player has been playing competitively for a while. Blank has a lot of competitive experience. That's why, because nobody else says, all right, guys, let's go Fire Giant, and then let's just send 2 of you. Yeah, 2 of you go over there to defend against 5 on left, and the rest of us are gonna run down mid and see what happens. You get the Phoenix, they make the call to stay there, they get a good kill. If that kill is just a little short or it takes a little longer, then you probably lose Leon and this game's still going, but just really good, sustained, controlled damage coming out from this team to make a call like that, to really just pull that game and then just squeeze it and get all of the juice they could out.
I mean, that is a serious series of calls there from nobody's
and they're
favorite.
all good.
I mean, rewind back to the grand scheme of what allows that moment to happen, and it's the call to poke the Sobek's head around the corner and just see what's happening with the Fury.
Yeah.
Send everyone back to the FG as you outline, and then just sort of the world that they set the stage, nobody's favorite did for the next 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes of that game. And when we talk about Leon and his ability to shot call and set the stage, things like that are exactly what we're talking about. The gold was there for reverse card. The ability to end that game in a near fight was there for reverse card. Nobody's favorite will pull the rug out from underneath them. Game number 1 to nobody's favorite. Game number 2 coming up next.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes, I'm mixing. I know I've been missing, I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Welcome back to our second set. Getting ready to go into the second game of Nobody's Favorite versus Reverse Card. And maybe we should rename Nobody's Favorite because they're the ones who pull out the Uno reverse card at the end of the game.
Jesus Christ.
They go for an end call, that being, reverse
How long were
card
you working on that?
I literally just came up with it on the spot.
That's actually impressive.
I'm going to be honest, I just came up with it as
That's
that
good.
transition was happening. But they pull out the Uno reverse card instead of, reverse card ending the game on a right side push. Instead, it's Elion making the call, and we did actually confirm, and Elion did make that end call to go push up that mid lane, end that game. Most importantly, being able to stop all those backs is probably the most impressive part, in this kind of 2v5 situation, being able to stop everybody from going back and stopping that push.
Yeah, I mean, we should go back a little bit further and evaluate some of the macro play throughout the early portions. Reverse Card was actually getting the better end of a lot of these engagements, netting themselves neutral objectives as well as a couple of team fight wins. But by the time it was time to start moving in towards those more major neutral objectives, I'm talking about the Fire Giant, it was actually Nobody's Favorite, 4,000 gold down, who pick up that objective and then create a situation where they are capable of going for these backdoor wins. That was, by the way, an LA owned call. The second you saw it, if you're an LA owned fan, you know that's a call that he's always willing to make, and we did get confirmation from him himself that, yeah, that was him. But even then, I think it comes down to a couple of micro misplays that allows Nobody Favorite to go for that end. It wasn't even necessarily that Reverse Card had their back stopped. They got one individual member back to base, and then a couple of other members of Reverse Card say, okay, well, he should be able to handle it on his own. We'll just go ahead and stick our own engagement. Let's try and take out this right side Phoenix. And not the case. The man who backed got slammed by a Kraken, and then the Titan fell immediately afterwards. But with all that said, with a name recognition that Nobody's Favorites roster is comprised of, I would argue that Reverse Card essentially had the rug pulled out from under them, and they had essentially already won that game through the macro. That was a much, much closer game than I was expecting.
And the man there on the screen, Schlemmy, really putting in some big
That guy's
work
crazy,
during
right?
that game. I mean, you've been talking about Schlemmy. We've been hearing about him all day, just how crazy this man is. And now we got a first-hand look in the midst of this competitive set. As you said, they were going down 4K by the time that end call really comes through there for Nobody's Favorite team here. But Slemmy putting in some work on that guy. We kind of seen some bans throughout it. We got to see, a little bit of a break since her initial debut, but now we got to see just the potency and the shred that Kleena has specifically up against objectives, up against gods, the threat she can put at just about any one of those objectives. I mean, we saw the one Gold Fury where she goes in the wall, she drops a trap, and you essentially have to either force yourself off that objective or you have to play in and try and DPS check it.
Yeah, and also worth pointing out that Schlemmy goes for the less traveled of the two paths of Jotuns instead of going for that essentially sundering Jotuns. He picks up the lifesteal Jotuns, which actually had major implications in some of these late game team fights where he's able to slip away with very minimal HP, utilizing the lifesteal from both Serrated and the Jotun's passive. Very interesting to see some of these players bringing out some of these less utilized items on what is essentially one of the largest stages we're going to see this year. SPL spots are on the line and still performing at that level.
Yeah, solid game one here, back and forth pretty much the entire way through. Game number two, imagine maybe we'll see some change-ups in the picks and bans here. We saw a lot of Giannis hover out of Elion.
He's going to keep
we'll
doing
at least
that.
talk about it because we know he's probably going to do it again. But how did you kind of feel about the Poseidon throughout this game? There were a couple of big team fights where we saw some Krakens kind of miss the mark, but those few times that he really did slam that Kraken, we really got to see the effectiveness of that damage.
Yeah, as long as you're hitting over 50% of your Krakens, I think you're performing at par or above par, right? You can't expect to land every single one of these all the time. I think Leon had a good enough hit rate that Poseidon was a valuable pick for his team. I think had he gone for Giannis, this very likely would have just been a loss. Giannis can't backdoor a Titan, right? Like, that's just not an option for this pick. And I think that Poseidon probably does have a decent home in Season 9. My only concern for that pick in the initial Ps and Bs was the ability for Reverse Card to very easily dive him. But Leon kind of circumvents that issue by saying, I simply won't participate in the team fights. I will just go somewhere else. I'm going to kill your Titan and not you guys. And that's a strategy that worked out for him.
Even in some cases, we saw him kind of use himself as bait and then drops a Whirlpool at his feet and then a Kraken right after when a couple jump on it. Picks and bans, though, for game number two between Nobody's Favorite and Reverse Card. Camazotz and Artio, the first one's off the board. No surprise with the dominance that these gods have had through the test of time, and even a Gilgamesh kind of sprinkled in there. Now we got to see just what a Gilgamesh could do in that last game, but even still, they don't want to let that one through, that being Nobody's Favorite, so they'll ban it away. And then one more ban out of Reverse Card, Fenrir. Finally seeing a hit in the ban.
Yeah, Fenrir is a pick that I think is going to be around for as long as the Obelisk is around. That god, through the support roles, able to control the Obelisk flowers so incredibly well. It is nigh impossible to stop him from going over to your own Obelisk and just kind of hijacking some of your own resources because he's got so many escape tools. He's so largely mobile. CC immunity in the ultimate makes it very hard to lock him down. This is a pick that has had a lot of buzz coming into this week. The Amaterasu locked in. It's something we essentially just let go of throughout the duration of Season 8. But now in Season 9, with some of these itemization changes, she really can just become a bully. I'm excited to see what Nobody's Favorite is able to do with this.
We saw it, I believe, once or twice out of Nika specifically, kind of piloting this Amaterasu, and it had mixed varying degrees of success. I think it did get like an early first blood, which isn't something that you normally see out of an Ama in lane. But with a lot of the change-ups to the items, you know, Death's Toll is a popular potential item that she could pick up. Bluestone's coming back in, though that doesn't really help her out as much. Changes to Warrior's Axe, but most importantly, a lot of like Berserker Shields, Runeforge Hammer, things like that have really been making her a powerful pick. And now we finally get to see it. It was banned in Game 1, but now we get to see the Season 9 debut of Agni here in Game number 2.
Expect a lot of damage output from this god. It's going to be a little bit of a slower early game. Around level 5 is where Agni's going to start to hit his stride. I know that's not groundbreaking analysis, right? The god who's got 3 ultimates is going to get a lot better when the ultimate's available. But it is incredibly true, especially around that second item slot. Agni is going to become a very hard to deal with threat on the map. His ranged engagement still incredibly strong. That's been one of his main assets throughout the entirety of Smite, the ability to drop the Rainfire and the Noxious Fumes and just initiate some of these engagements for your team. But now more so, I think itemization really favoring this pick, as well as some of the recent buffs. You know, Noxious Fumes doing explosion damage additionally, as well as now being able to utilize Conduit Gem a little bit better, has all kind of added up to a perfect storm where I think we're going to start seeing a lot more Agni.
And specifically, the Calamitous Rod Tahuti is a great god to set it up for just himself. I mean, you basically guarantee a 1-second stun. You only need that like 0.5 second delay after to guarantee to hit the meteor, and Agni is a great god to do it. So what was 3 bombs now basically becomes a 4th one if he can get those off in the midst of the team fights. Pairing alongside the Agni is an Osiris. We'll wait to see if that one ends up going jungle or solo like we saw last game. But against that, we have Sol and Sobek. Sobek making his way back onto the roster one more time.
Yeah, Sobek is just a consistent pick. I think Sobek is one of the most meta/nerf resistant gods in Smite. I mean, you're always going to have great displacement tools. Your peel tools are incredibly strong. CC immunity in the ultimate that allows you to travel means that you've got decent objective steal potential as well as confirmation. It's very good for locking down these team fights. So I think that Sobek is always going to be a flavor pick, and it's a pick that I really do closely associate with El Leon. I think he very much encourages his teams to go towards this pick because of how he likes to play around it. It's something that's been consistent throughout his entire career. So no surprise to see Nobody's Favorite go back towards it. What is surprising is this Izanami lock-in on the other side. That's going to net this squad a lot of early pressure. I was expecting them to want to play more so through the mid lane, considering the early trajectory of Agni's power curve. But with Izanami locked in, that's going to get you a lot of pressure in the long lane. It's going to allow you to start moving in towards the enemy purple buff or even potentially some reds. This could be a situation where Reverse Card is trying to drag some of the attention away from this Agni and allow him to farm up throughout the early.
We have been seeing a lot of Izanami throughout all of Season 8, up and through now here in Season 9, some priorities on picks and bans. Dodgy Medusa banned away by Reverse Card. Medusa been seeing a lot of rides ever since her changes with our anti-heal applies, with all the changes to items that have made her such a strong boxer in the early game. Khepri banned away by Nobody's Favorite. Probably the most surprising ban, I think, out of all of these ones here. Bacchus taken away here. Is this maybe just a pocket ban? Like they know that Reverse Card has a Bacchus and they're taking it?
Your guess is as good as mine, man. I was not expecting to see a Bacchus priority ban whatsoever. It's a pick that I think can fit pretty well in Season 9, right? We've seen that, especially in the last set, some of these supports going for much faster builds, the Sovereignty immediately into the Heart Ward. You can then, from that point, start to itemize a little bit more so towards damage, and Box is a god that can utilize that incredibly well. But that said, there's still just so many other incredibly strong supports available and on the field. We haven't seen it yet today, but I think Yamoja is still incredibly strong as well. So there are some options going forward.
Wait, yeah, you just mentioned Yamoja, and that completely blanked from my mind that we have not seen her basically at all. Maybe
they forgot.
Maybe a stray ban here or there, but yeah, lack of Yamoja so far, but not a lack of Sylvanas, as he's being hovered here alongside Serket. But there's no way that that's going to be it. I mean, they've got Soul, so they've got a Hunter or a mid laner. They've got Sobek and Amaterasu, so you got to imagine that's their solo support. So this Sylvanas, he's baiting us. This is 100% a bait by Leon. He is hovering this Sylvanas to mess with us.
Bro, I mean, Leon loves doing this kind of stuff where he just like hovers some incredibly wild picks to keep his enemies guessing. He loves doing it. He did it back in the console days. He did it back in the SPL days. He's going to keep doing it here today. I guarantee you, he's like listening to the cast right now. He's like, I made him talk about Sylvanas and losers. Well, no.
I
think
had
this
to
was
double
gonna
take.
happen.
I had to double take for a moment to make sure if Sylvanas could have even been a possibility. I look back over and I see, Sobek Alma, and I'm like, okay, there's no way. Okay,
Oh my
no,
God.
there is a way.
He's spiteful, bro. He did it out of spite.
So this is Sylvanas mid then, or is this Sylvanas ADC with Mannequin Scepter, or Sylvanas mid with Mannequin Scepter? I don't know. That's the only way I can really see the Sylvanas panning out is if you're going Mannequin Scepter and he's not playing support.
I think we could very likely have Sobek over in the Soul lane. He holds his own relatively well there. That's going to put Soul over in the long lane. Amaterasu out of the jungle, which could leave you with a Circuit Sylvanas lane, which is pretty heavy aggression. There's a lot of good lockdown there. The ability to find God kills is pretty good. If you are going towards mannequins, you're not sacrificing too much in lane clear. Yeah, I don't know. And it seems like they don't know either. You see the smile on that man's face? That's the I don't know what to do. I didn't. It's like when you're at a party and you don't hear somebody, so you just like kind of smile and nod. That's what I'm getting from this player cam right now. Nobody's favorite has got me confused.
I am absolutely baffled how this composition is going to pan out for nobody's favorite. But one thing that we can be a little bit more certain on here, and maybe the one that we can talk a little bit more in depth on here, is reverse card. Osiris, Erlong Shen, and Yemoja as the front line. Or Erlong Shen most likely towards that jungle spot. Yemoja, we talked about not seeing a lot of Yemoja, and maybe they heard and they're like, all right, fine, I guess we'll just 10th pick Yemoja, who was a god who was first banned material not even a month and a half ago.
Yeah, I mean, Yemoja's just going to be a strong pick. I mean, maybe the change to Shell, now having Phantom on one of the upgrades, has kind of dissuaded players from going towards Yemoja because you're not forcing somebody into going for a relatively weaker relic. Now they're still just getting Shell, but happen to be able to walk through walls as well, which could indirectly kind of affect Yemoja's power rankings. But I think that her healing, her damage output, her control in lane, all things that are still going to be unaffected by the Season 9 changes. So I don't really think we're going to see a lack of Yemoja going forward. And then the rest of the reverse cards draft is just like pretty standard across the board. It's hard to want to talk about them when I keep looking over at nobody's favorite, and it's just like I'm still brain blasting Jimmy Neutron style, just trying to figure out what's going on here.
I mean, the Alma is going to be good along this team more than anything just because of her passive, hits a few basic attacks on something. You do more damage to it. So that's going to amplify Soul's damage out the wazoo. Sylvanas can get some extra damage if he ends up going full build. I think more than anything, I just want to know where this Sylvanas is going. Is this going to be a mid Sylvanas? Is this going to be a carry? Is this going to be a support? I don't know where this god is going, Mifflin.
Yeah, me either. It really is getting me guessing, right? I mean, the only things that I think you could really realistically flex, I've got Soul locked in mid for my money. Sobek obviously going to Soul lane in my mind as well. So then you've got the opportunity to either have an Amaterasu Sylvanas lane or you can have a Circuit Sylvanas lane. Both have certain levels of merit. Amaterasu would have the superior clear, Circuit would have the superior kill potential. But I think that Sylvanas is going over towards the long lane. Whether or not he's going to be operating as the hunter, yet to be seen. You could have Circuit be a dedicated support and then have Sylvanas go towards this mannequin-style build with rings. And Nimble Rod could change some things up as well. But it's weird. It's just weird.
Well, let's delay no longer. Let's jump right into Game 2 and figure out where this hodgepodge of a team is going.
Plenty of answers await us on the other side of this graphic. Nobody's favorite and reverse card. We're on our desk for a loop, and for good reason, because we've got some weirdness locked in. And, well, actually, I think Miff was wrong on everything. I think literally everything Miff said was wrong. So it's Malachi on Alma solo.
I'll stand in solidarity.
Sylvanas mid for Elion. Sobek not solo lane, he's support. And then MIZen, not mid lane, ADC. I wouldn't be surprised if Miff walks down the hall to the player booths and death stares Elion for what he just put him through there on the desk. Good luck breaking this one down, Gore. I think he could probably say something about Amaterasu solo. And that's it.
Well, you know what? Hey, Cirquette's played in the
Cirquette,
jungle.
right,
Yeah, there you go.
jungle.
Soul is carry. And you know what? Dashboard
actually,
just played so bad. I
wait.
can say stuff about all of these.
Wait, I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. I was dunking on Myth, and now I'm wrong. You're right. You could say something about
The
everyone.
dunker becomes the donkeyed.
Except Leon on Sylvanas mid. Now, full damage Sylvanas, Gore, is something I've played against, like, jokingly.
I have a friend that loves to play it. He likes to get every ring. He says he's got a branch for each one of them.
Is that Coldfire?
Yeah, that is. No, that's spot on.
For some reason, the last time we all played together, like, I remember him.
Did he do it?
Yeah.
It's not surprising.
All right, so as someone maybe, Gore, who's vaguely familiar with playing with it on your team, what are realistic expectations here?
Well, so here's the thing that's wild. He's still, if you're looking at it, one of the things that he does in the duo lane is actually still applicable in mid, which is that he clears really well, right? He's hitting everybody. Granted, is it going to be better than a normal mage? Probably not at the end of the day, right? I mean, it's just going to be the normal auto attacks, but it does do a little bit of damage. It should help a lot with these early game camps as well, along with the jungle, and he's got a lot of CC. Admittedly, when he transitions to late game, you're just looking at a guy who has a good heal, a good pull, and a good knockup.
Let's see what we've got damage-wise. There's plenty of it onto Vi, and First Blood right around the corner, but not there. And Leon on the mid lane, Sylvanas will be one auto attack shy of getting First Blood, but there you see some of the pressure and some of the damage that damage on Sylvanas will provide you, forcing out Vi in the mid lane already.
And that's more or less going to exist until Agni can full clear the wave with his 2. And realistically, it's going to be difficult to kill him because he can heal, he can heal.
He can just fight here as well. There's a taunt back in. His First Blood here, finally.
Pull!
Pull! Yeah, baby, from Leon, and there it is. Sylvanas mid grabs First Blood 2 minutes in. And nobody's favorite off to a great start. Hey, red buff, that's spawning as well. We will take it to go.
You know, earlier, I was going to say I stand in solidarity with Myth because I had said, watch this be something even more wild, and it's going to be Sylvanas jungle. Happy I was wrong, because that's fun to watch overall in mid.
Would we say Sylvanas jungle is more wild than Sylvanas mid? Good, I took it back. I thought there might be a fight there. Malachi loses his blue. And Slash, who is very much on Erlang Shen solo, by the way. We haven't
Wait, what?
We haven't gotten to talk about that yet. I do wonder that, I mean, Sylvanas anywhere but support is always going to be wild. So, like, how much more wild is mid compared to jungle as, like, a game of fractions, right? It's just as weird, but maybe a little bit more so here and there. But Elion, Gordon, and nearly got First Blood onto Vi a couple seconds before the actual First Blood rolled through. But then Leon grabs a miraculous pull to lock in First Blood. And I believe we'll be able to look back at it and see Leon in the big play. And smart trades here to set this up.
I think he only gets it because he ticks to level 4 here, because he ends this at level 4 and gets the pull and is able to pull that in. I would bet that's where that level comes in. No, he had it. He had one in each. But either way, I mean, that is just like perfect timing for him, being able to get a pull like that. That's what you expect to see out of Sylvanas in mid. It's what you expect to see out of Sylvanas otherwise. It's just this one's going to do a little more damage than some of the others. He's going to have a root that hits a little harder. His 2, it's going to heal him. It's also going to do some decent damage on the other side.
9 turns Blessing used by Slash, and that heal is going to be needed. Half HP, dazzling offensive. I'll take one, please, says Malachi, and nobody's favorite. Off to a great start here. Amaterasu's been banned out all day long. And the first time we will see her locked in will be for an early kill for nobody's favorite.
Now, Dave, I feel bad. I'm going to bring this back to this game.
Okay.
But in a world where Amaterasu is in the meta, I'm more scared of the Oni homies this tournament than anybody else.
That's right,
because Nika had an insane win rate. Was that season 7? It was like an 89 or something ridiculous like that. Maybe even higher % win rate on this Ama. And that makes me not only worried for any team that has to find themselves up against the Oni homies, but also worried for anybody here, because if she is the meta, or in the meta, she does provide a lot for her team that can control the game.
How much trouble is dashboarding? There is a lurking in the waters. A nice Buck sends Conviction around the side. Dark Portal dodged. And Dashboard just waltzes right on out. There's a knock-up from Elion, and that is a lot of damage. You're telling me that was a 4 versus 1, and it's nobody's favorite? Who's going to grab the kill? Massive rotation in from the Sylvanas. Pull dodged out by Vi. A little bit telegraphed there. But Elion makes reverse card pay for collapsing.
There's a world where Vi isn't paying just enough attention, and then that's another kill right there. That is insane. First off,
that's
Dashboard,
me. I get pulled by that.
Honestly, most people get pulled by that in any given day. Dashboard lived through all of that, and he's able to now
turn back around and went in.
He wanted to fight more. That is just a good showcase. A couple of good jukes, breaks some ankles, gets out of there, is just fine. They dumped so much on reverse card to get that. And this is so different from last game. I mean, last game, we're talking about the fact that it is a mostly even game up to a very distinct point. But then you get a fight like this early on. They've already got a 1K gold lead at this point if you're nobody's favorite, and you're able to turn so much. There's the anti-heal that gets spread out, but Valo isn't able to do anything more. Monster Bomber is too low to try and fight. The same thing can be said for Vi. Everybody had to run away at that point, and so nobody's favorite gets to just run rampant in the jungle and turn it into something. Now they're up by 2 to 3K.
That's a nice riptide from Monster Bomber. Force the dodge out of Leon, who does not connect with the pull. And Vi on this Agni will be able to back away. Farm back up in the mid lane. Looks like a speed buff steal for Valo, as Schlemmy just a little bit too low to stick around, but stick around he does. That'll set up the dazzling offensive order. The Afterlife does get on to 1, but it's only 1. That's going to give Malachi this Amaterasu fine at chasing targets down. Oh, that's a big play from Valo. Nearly gets the kill on the Schlemmy. You're going to die for that every single time, but barely short on damage from getting a return kill.
You were going to die no matter what. So might as well die trying to get the kill as opposed to dying for nothing. And I like that. There's also a world where not only does that get the kill, it might even steal the speed buff away. But ultimately, we don't live in that world. Valo, unfortunately, is now 0-3. And that is an unfortunate spot to be
for the
if
Osiris.
You are a jungler. You are feeling the experience. I mean, it's only one level there, but you're really starting to feel the impact that Schlemmy is having across the map in hands of whether Dashboard is helping set up kills, whether it's Malachi, whether it's Leon. They are a little more all over the place than anybody else on the side of reverse card.
We have seen this story before, but this time the River's Rebuke is perfect. No chance for Dashboard to get out of that one, but nobody's favorite will collapse quickly. Leon still holding on to the ultimate. Dark Portal doesn't do much. And it looks like one and done for reverse card, at least getting a kill on the board. But it's onto the Sobek, and that gives a chance for this. The re-engage blink on in and knock up on out for Elion.
And anytime, he's almost got that pull on Vi, but he hasn't been able to get it. That's a good stun. This is a good re-engage for reverse card.
Valo, Lord of the Afterlife in, but immediately leaves. In a numbers advantage, reverse card still Gore. Not confident enough to continue fighting. Malachi avoids the solo kill. So Erlang Shen in the solo lane, still strong enough to bully out Malachi despite 2 early kills.
We'll see how long that's going to be able to last. They haven't got a lot of safety items. Vi is just flirting with death and getting away with it very narrowly.
Death is interested.
Yeah, death is hovering around, but hasn't quite taken the bait just yet. As such, I mean, this Agni, look, more power to you. You're getting away with a lot that I really think should be punished at this point. But ultimately, as long as you're able to escape, it's opening up this conversation for the level gap starting to disappear. You really see it in solo. You see it in the duo lane. But everybody else, it's only about 1 level, maybe 2 now in mid. And that's really starting to stack up.
Yeah, I'm feeling fine on the net worth charts, though, if I'm nobody's favorite. Everyone in the lead of their counterparts. Elion engaged on. Big knock-up. And damage connecting onto Valo as well, but there's a stun on the other side, but Valo has to leap on out. There's a taunt in from Schlemmy as well, and nobody's favorite rotates in force, and Schlemmy gone too far, my friend. And Death will take that drink to go. Monster Bomber returns the kill, and when you're finally getting a kill, if you're a reverse card, you don't love it going on to Monster Bomber as your support, but at least you're getting something. But that's a nice rotation in from In-My-Zen, who's grabbed a helmet, Gore, to start off his build here. Some chaos in game number 2, but it's all working out for nobody's favorite.
It has been a wild 9 minutes to be in this game. And realistically, what we just saw from Schlemmy, let me describe exactly what that kind of death is. That's the kind of death that you get when you know that your team is ahead, and you just think, I can get him. Like, trust me, I can get him. I got this, no problem. Yeah, you bite off a little more than you can chew, you can end up going down. But like you had mentioned, In-My-Zen has made some good rotations so far and has done it without a ton of power under his belt. Now he's already got that spear, so I expect the next fight to be something that's going to be a little more punch from the soul. And Leon has been 2-0-1. I was actually thinking about this a second ago. The Chronos Pendant with the Sylvanas passive. You probably got a good cycle of rotations up pretty often for Leon. Your heal's going to be up a lot, your pull's going to be up a lot, and so it's fine when he misses some.
Look, Valo's already Vi rather's already 3 levels down. Leon is going to try to widen that gap. River's Rebuke has locked Leon in with Valo, and that is way too much damage from the level 11 Sylvanas. And at 3-0-1, Gore, Leon has made waves, I would say. We were wondering how the Sylvanas mid would look.
He's planted seeds in their minds.
Oh, I hated that.
Yeah.
No, I love
so
that.
you know, I'll be honest, I kind of hated it too.
We have a long year of that ahead. We are day 1.
Oh man!
Of season
no!
9.
I'm sorry.
We're already planting seeds in your mind for Sylvanas.
It's too early
Look,
for that.
This mid lane Sylvanas pick, or it's been the talk of the game so far.
Yep.
And plenty of pressure out from Elion, of course. But this Agni has just been kept behind. The jungle pressure as well that's made its way into mid from Schlemmy has just made everything uncomfortable for reverse card. It feels like all the dominoes are stacked properly this game. Remember, in game 1, it takes a little comeback, a little creativity from nobody's favorite. This one, it feels like their ducks are in a row.
Valo has spent a lot of time in the jungle, unfortunately trying to play catch-up, hasn't been able to get as aggressive. That helped lead to Vi falling behind a little bit, especially because that early first blood, early kills coming down from Elion, and aggression from the team. And it's really made up a lot. Like, this first blood really does mean so much because it's against the enemy jungler. This sets back 2 people in the process of getting a kill like this. So this is a really, really good opportunity for them by being able to set themselves up and strip away. But then Vi has had to spend a majority of the rest of the game dodging out plucks from Leon. You'll see it at the end of this clip, but like, he has been everywhere and has been setting this up. You haven't been able to set up for damage if you're on reverse card because you're too busy trying to just absolutely ignore and dodge out what this Sylvanas is throwing at you.
That's a great rotation of abilities from Leon. Whenever it's on his perspective, in any of these fights, you notice that the pull is continuously off cooldown and waited and saved for the last moment to grab that escaping target. And nobody's favorite has capitalized time and time and time again. Pyromancer being taken down by nobody's favorite. No answer from reverse card. Gold Fury not threatened on the left side of the map. Little extra gold will find its way into nobody's favorite back pocket. 3.8K. But Gore, maybe the more worrying number is the 5.1 thousand experience that nobody's favorite is ahead.
Yeah, that you feel. 11 minutes into the game, you feel
Both your
every
carries.
single level of that one. Yeah, having 2. I will say Vi is actually caught up. That was 11 to 8 just a second ago. So ultimately, 10 to 12 is a lot better look for you, I think, at the end of the day. But unfortunately, you're still feeling this in every engagement, every fight. Individual points are going to be hitting harder. Leon, at this point, should have his heal maxed out, should have a lot of damage there, things like that. It's just going to make things a little more difficult. Yeah, all in the heal and then 4 points already in that route. Which I'll say as a support, in good circumstances, already feels like you're hitting pretty hard. Like, not as hard as some support abilities can, but like, it feels pretty good, right, overall. And here, as a carry, it's going to hit even harder, and it's going to help set up a lot of kills. You can see that, I think it was 50% scaling on top of that, but 240 base. It's just a really good chunk to start off a fight, plus you either force a beads, you force a dash, you force something from reverse card to make sure that they don't get completely controlled by just one ability.
And Gore, speaking of dashboard, it feels like has gotten away with so much so far this game. The Sobek walks in, turns everyone's eyes towards it, and then lurks in the waters on out. Paid for last time in blood, but will it happen again? Monster Bomber plucked into the back. Big burst damage out of In My Zen, but Dashboard again left alone. Taunt back through from Slash, but the Erlong Shen immediately disengages. Stun from Malachi has found the back line. Is now nobody's favorite regrouping in the jungle. Elion holding on to that knockup. It'll connect on a conviction, but in the meantime, Schlemmy has finally found an opening kill, and now you just collapse.
Oh my
And nobody's favorite walks in, takes down another, 2 for none, and Gold Fury's on the menu.
I mean, and Dashboard, again, is just hovering close to dead. One hit is all it takes. All it will need is a coordinated assault from reverse guard, but they can't get coordinated. They're just getting separated. They're getting zoned out. It's great play by nobody's favorite to make sure they just rip them apart and don't let them play as a team here. It's led to a massive gold lead at this point. But realistically, you also have to look at the setup. You're getting good dashes from Dashboard. You're getting good taunts from Schlemmy, good engages from Malachi. And then it's just easy for Leon and Zen to do whatever damage they want to do afterward and see what they can accomplish with it. And all on top of that, I was going to highlight the Phantom Shell that has been picked up because we were talking about it a little bit earlier in the day. And it's great against Monster Bomber. I think we saw it once earlier. But you just get to use it for the good old-fashioned shell part of it there in that fight and stay alive.
Right, 2 relics in 1. I'll take that every day of the week. It used to be you had to get both. Not anymore for Dashboard, and it'll serve him well if he's going to engage in the way that he has. Watch out, Leon's got ulted. It is big. 3-man knockup from Leon, and look at those health bars melt. Vi, the second one to fall. Should be a third, a double kill for the Sylvanas mid. 502, and my man Leon is on a rampage.
Now, I will say, after what was a very wild ride in picks and bans to get to this point, I am really happy with the Sylvanas mid, and that is not a phrase I expected to say
this year.
Season 9?
Yeah.
In general, let's just say.
In SMITE.
Yeah, so this is going to be something that I think is very fun to watch, not only unfold the way it's been going, but I mean 11-2, you've got 7,000 gold up on the other team, you get a Fire Giant on all 5 members. Give me ults like that from Leon in every single team fight, and I have no doubts that they are going to be a team that is absolutely fighting for one of those top 2 spots in an easy fashion at this rate. But realistically, you have to do so much. If you're a reverse card, put them into the other shoes. Valo's got to be able to step up here, only a level down. Not necessarily the end of the world, but 0-4 and 2, we haven't gotten to see a lot of this Osiris. Slash is really where you're feeling a lot of this. Slash and Vi, because they are both down by 4 levels right now. 3, since Slash just leveled up to 12. It's a very good game mode. It just came out. Make sure you go play it. But also, Erlang Shin has not been as impactful as we're used to seeing in this game so far. And that's really where I think things need to change for them. You need good taunts, you need good damage. And okay, you're pointing it out. I gotta give him credit.
Killing the Totem of Coup game.
Yeah, I was gonna say coup diff, all in favor of reverse card here.
That's literally it, though.
That is about it.
That is it. Because Malachi has been elsewhere, 303, 3-level lead. I'll take all the coups possible when...
Never before has that Totem of Coup counter been so detrimental to a point I was making.
Well, I think it supports your point, Gore. Because the only reason Slash has 8 is because Malachi has been gone in all the fights making an impact, right? Like, Slash just hasn't been able to be there. He's been getting them for free because he's stuck in lane. And so, Erlang Shen with the Sovereignty and Berserker Shield, I don't know, maybe towards the back end of this game something changes, but with Leon and the rest of nobody's favorite playing the way that they are, going to be a steep hill to climb for a reverse card. Maybe once you start itemizing, a little magical defense, you've already got Heart Ward if you're Monster Bomber. That'll help out the team with that big burst damage from Zen and Elion. Gore, I think you're going to need a little bit more than a Heart Ward to get your team back into this game if you're a reverse card. I don't even know if you bother defending this tier 2.
The Fire Giant on the other side and the way the fights have been going.
Yeah, right, they got FG.
I was going to say, I'd probably give this up.
Well, Malachi has a minion wave, and so he'll get the tier 2 for free. This is a 5 versus 4. Keep that in mind as this fight breaks out. And Elion, he's looked at early on in this fight. And finally, the Sylvanas is dealt with, but Zen has returned the damage back tenfold. A 3 versus 4 now. Over on left, right side Phoenix being pressured by Malachi.
And he's got archers. He's got enough that this should be able to go their way, no problem. But losing Leon, I mean, 5-1 and 3 now, that 1 kill is actually worth a ton compared to what Valo is worthwhile. Now, is it worth losing your right side
tier
Phoenix?
2.
I'm not entirely sure if it's worth the objectives you just lost, but it is still worthwhile for you. You close up some of the gap, you cause a little bit of trouble for him, and ultimately you put yourselves in it's a very similar position if you're a reverse card. Everything is still kind of stacked against you here. You're 12K down, and now you have to worry about that right-hand side. But glory is, it's the right-hand side, not the left-hand side. You're going to be able to contest things like the next Fire Giant if you can make it that far, and you're going to be able to mount up a defense under your next Phoenix here. I don't know if I take a fight under the tier 2 with how fast they should be able to destroy it.
Tier 2 gone on left, tier 2 gone in mid. As in my Zen, the Tower Shredder on the Soul deals the last bit of damage there. Primal Fury back up. That's where nobody's favorite will rotate in. So Elion has only died once so far this game, Gore, and it took a hell of a lot to get him there. And feeling like you only got 1 kill, you lost 1 kill anyway, you lost your right side, you lost your tier 2 on left, and now your tier 2 in mid for only 1 kill on the Sylvanas. Not feeling great for a reverse card. What you might need, Gore, I nearly regretted finishing that statement. I was going to say you need Vi to start to scale up and rain down some artillery. But he's 3 levels down on Elion and has 2.5 items compared to 3 fully completed for Leon. We're looking at a game that needs to go like 10 more minutes, 15 more minutes, and like nobody's favorite has the ability to regroup, maybe one more FG and end things.
This is where things, they get real awkward for reverse card. Because when you start talking about where are they in position, if you can ignore the 13,000 gold.
Hard to do.
If you can ignore the fact that there's still 5 towers standing for nobody's favorite,
also
then theoretically, and no matter what in SMITE, I actually stand by this. At a certain point, sometimes all you need is one fire giant fight to go your way. And it feels like 20 minutes is a good mark. This is not an easy fight for them. You mentioned it. They're down in levels. 3 in most of the roles, 4 for the carry. But if you can get a good win here, get that FG, you run down mid, you knock down that one half tier 1 that's still standing, the tier 2, the Phoenix, you could theoretically kill the Titan in enough time.
Gore, we are bending over backwards to find a way back into this game for reverse card. A lot of damage and enough damage onto Conviction, who stood no real chance. Beads down, Dark Portal down. That is Blink and ult from Leon, and you saw the burst damage that the Root provided from the Sylvanas. Fire Giant has fallen off, but now you're in a 4v5, and you are in the lead by a hefty margin, and nobody's favorite has eyes towards the mid lane Phoenix. Silence out from Malachi. Dazzling offensive used. Defensive. That's a dazzling defensive from Malachi. And nobody's favorite will have to live to fight another day on the mid lane Phoenix.
I'll have to go look it up again, but I know it was in like the 20K area is the biggest loss we've seen while a team had a 20K gold lead at the time.
Oh, like the swing?
Yeah, so it is entirely... No, not swing, as in they were up by like 20 plus
If
thousand.
nobody's favorite lost right now, they would lose with a 15K gold lead. So somebody lost with a 20K gold lead.
Absolutely more insane things happen. Granted, they are obscenely rare here. And for reverse card, I think this is the right play to call. You've just lost Conviction, sit back, make sure that those fire minions stay far away, and mount up a defense around your Phoenix. Now, the problem I'm seeing right now, Valo's too far out of the base. You need the experience, I get it, but that is a dangerous place to be playing in. You need to be able to defend this Phoenix.
Yeah, there are level discrepancies in the 3-4 range across the board. Double stun, that's nice from Vi, that'll help you out. But it's literally no damage, it's only CC. There's the rest of it. Shell used, Sprint used, and nobody's favorite uses those to get back out of the fight. Leon able to sustain up the rest of the nobody's favorite squad. Maybe one more push here, looking towards the end of this game.
Yeah, not going to be able to find the pull, but I love the damage they have in the setup. I mean, look at this, the healing, they're back at full health.
River's Rebuke, and there's no Phantom Shell to get nobody's favorite out. Working in the waters from Dashboard. But now you're kind of using one ultimate at a time to defend these if you're the reverse card. Dark Portal a second ago, River's Rebuke before that. Lord of the Afterlife will be back up off of cooldown. Still waiting for Lurking in the Waters in the Soul ultimate. But nobody's favorite still has a lot to work with.
Schlemmi's already split off, though, to make sure they try and get that right
there you
Phoenix.
go.
And now they're going back in.
Blink, ult, and it's good from Elion, as it has been all game long. Slash low, slash down. Double taunt as his death wail, and nobody's favorite group up as 5. Conviction evaporates before my eyes, and nobody's favorite with a Sylvanas in the mid lane will walk out of the Titan room and then presumably right back in. 1 by 1 reverse card fall. And Gore, it looks like nobody's favorite are going to take a deep breath.
I can't imagine doing anything other than letting Leon heal everybody up, get some minions, and then rush back in.
There you go. Yeah, this one will end. Don't you worry, everyone. This game will be over, and it's nobody's favorite in 22 minutes. Sylvanas mid, 5-1-8 for Leon. And nobody's favorite 2-0 over reverse card. We'll move on to the next round.
Let's make it 5-1-9. There we go. Just to make sure he gets the assist on that one. Yeah, it looks good. Look, if you had told me with what the I don't want to say catastrophe. What's another word for something that's absolutely like chaos? The chaotic nature of that picks and bans and how it felt. That was going to, first off, come out at a surprisingly normal draft, save for one pick, ultimately, but then at the end of the day, end up looking that good in that scenario as well. I think it's just impressive. It showcases what this team has to offer. It really did get off to a great start for them, and that just let them run away with it. I'm going to put out the PSA now. I do not recommend running your Sylvanas mids.
No, it's always happened.
Unless you can guarantee a start like that. It's going to not always go as well.
Wait, this always happens. Something gets played live on broadcast, and then my games are just taken over by it for days. And so I don't want to see Sylvanas mid unless I'm the one playing it.
Yeah.
I want to be the one playing it because I bet I could play it as good As El Leon, I bet I can.
I can play it as good as I play every other mid laner that I play.
Which is not
Actually,
well,
I could do it
in my
better.
case.
Yeah, no, same for me. So.
Fair enough. Nobody's favorite. Well, I'll give Myth the benefit of the doubt. He picked nobody's favorite in this set, and nobody's favorite with the 2-0 win. Myth, I was going to let you throw it to break, but you don't have a mic on. So we'll see you right after this, back with the desk.
What a game, too, that we get to not only win the game, but also win the set on a Sylvanas mid out of Elion, and nobody's favorites coming out with some out-of-left-field strategies here. But that this kind of out-of-pocket strategy ended up working for them here in game 2, and pretty convincingly, Mifflin.
You're so much nicer than me, J-Mac. Out of left field, interesting pick. Spicy, I think, is the buzzword I've seen tossed around a lot. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'll call a spade a spade. That was freak behavior, bro. That guy is just a strange human. Elion with the Sylvanas. I was walking back there, right? I have to walk past the player booth when I go sit down to watch the games. And I walk past, and Elion looks up. He makes eye contact with me mid-game, and he goes, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to, I was like, what do I do with that? And then I get to where I'm going to sit, and he's already 5-0. What is going on? The damage output, the ability to play around these unorthodox picks is something that is going to make nobody's favorite a highly contentious team going forward. If you're able to bring out these strange picks, it's going to keep everybody guessing. It is not often that I am 5 for 5 wrong on figuring out where gods are going to land on a draft. I had no clue going into this, and I gotta assume that reverse card had no clue either. And nobody's favorite is starting to look like a favorite. If you ask me, man, that was just impressive play through and through.
Yeah, I think after this game, they're definitely somebody's favorite out there. A strong performance across the board. Malachi over in that soul lane was able to get a lot of things rolling thanks to the help of the pressure that Elion and Schlemmy kind of alleviated in mid lane, allowed Schlemmy to make rotations over to solo and start getting some impactful plays, and kind of just let dual lane do its own thing. Going back to dashboard here on the Sobek, that one play kind of it was maybe 6 minutes in the game, and he's got 4 people surrounding him. Should have been dead. And what happens? Elion blinks in the middle, gets a 4-man Wrath of Terra, and absolutely decimates the competition. I mean, these are plays that you don't get to see at the SPL 1 because we never see things like that. But getting 4 people with 1 Sylvanas ult 6 minutes in the game is just unheard of.
All right, well, to be fair, all right, sure, Dashboard, we'll give him some credit, right? He's juking around, he's playing a controller, incredibly impressive. They missed 4 ultimates on him right there. Dude should have been dead for where he was standing. Luckily, Elion was having the wherewithal to move his way in there and make some strides happen. But you got to talk about Schlemmy. This dude out of left field is a guy that I had not heard of before, about a month and a half ago. Comes out here, first LAN experience, 4-1 and 11, 9.5 KDA. Just impressive stuff. I can't imagine the nerves that this guy has to play through as well, considering how new he is to the scene. I believe he's only been playing competitive for about 1 year, and he's already competing for an SPL spot. I had to grind for like 3 years before I even got to smell SPL, man, and he's already on the heels.
And that's why we're sitting here on the desk, and he's going to be standing over here and talking to us
You don't have to
momentarily.
blast me like that.
Or actually talking to him right now. Let's talk to the jungler Schlemmy here and kind of pick his brain a little bit. First off, one thing that Myth was mentioning there is that this is kind of your first year in competitive. You started playing around the console scene. What's kind of been that journey going from just kind of starting up in console to now potentially fighting for an SPL spot?
I mean, it's been amazing. I've been waiting ever since I started, ever since I loaded up that game, my first competitive game. I've been waiting to have the chance at SPL, and it's just been my dream. And it's just a thrill to be able to have such a well-rounded team that is so confident and clean when it comes to game day. And I just love to be around them, and I'm so thankful for the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, so far you guys have been looking real strong. Tell me a little bit about the comms and picks and bans at the end of game, coming into game number 2. We saw the Sylvanas get hovered. We're like, no shot. He's just messing around. You've already got your front line. There's not a chance. What was Elion saying that entire time to actually convince y'all to let him lock that in?
I mean, we all just trust Elion so much. We know that if he wants to run a pick, if he wants to run a certain comp, if he wants to play a certain way, as long as we follow, we are always going to succeed. And I think having that trust in our shot caller, having that one person that can just get us the win, even if we just listen, is just something great to have. And I think that's just insanely great, and we can't really ask for more.
Yeah, you guys definitely look like you are ready for this. You got a competition up against Winter Dog. I'm going to give you the which one here. Who do you think is more out of pocket with their picks here, Elion or Benny Q when it comes to that mid lane?
I don't know. Last year we saw Benny Q at LAN pulling out anything, so I don't know. It's going to be fun to see what he pulls out this year.
Well, congrats on your win today. We'll see you next time in your next setup against the Winter Dogs. I'll let you get back to the team to celebrate.
Thank
you.
you.
Good luck. Or congrats, I should say, not good luck.
Good luck going forward.
Good luck going forward. That's where I was looking towards. And congrats on the win here in this set specifically. But I think it's a very important thing is they just trust Elion. If he makes a call, says, we're going to do something, we want to do something, they're willing to put that trust in him because of how long he's been around the scene, for how long he's been playing this game. And we got to kind of see it get put on display here in game number 2. We saw it a little shaky in game number 1, but still that veteran shot calling that he had was able to net his team a win. They get their first set. But now they've got to go up against Winter Dogs for their next one.
Man, I just want to know how Elion found a team that he could brainwash like that. I've never seen trust like that before in my life. This man legitimately said, whatever Leon wants, I just have to perform on it, and it's going to work. You know what people would pay for that kind of ideology for their teammates? That is wild that this team, as new as they are, have already established that kind of rapport. It just really does go to show that veteranship from Elion has garnered that respect from his team. And seeing the results that we're already having from this squad, considering how new they are, is just nothing short but of impressive.
We are only at the halfway point of our day. We still have 2 more sets to go. Let's take a look at the schedule, see what's up. It's in the Neighborhood versus Fun Havers, and then Duck Club and Just F6 will be our last sets of the day. And now with the win here for nobody's favorite, they will move on the top side of the winner's bracket. Reverse card, they're not out just yet, but they do move down into the loser's bracket. They're going to have a much longer trek to try and get their qualification towards the SPL, as you can see, provided by our lovely, amazing, and giant bracket here. But kind of going back to, picking up a team of rookies here, it's something that Elion talked about in his pregame interview. Found a team of rookies. They're all really strong. They all work really well together. We all trust each other. It kind of brings me back to kind of the airs of Payne Divion back in the old SPL days when he would bring up these rookie squads. He'd find them over in the minor league, the challenger circuit at that time, and then bring them up in. Now you got this SPL team. At one point was even able to take them all the way to World's Finals at one point. It's just so wild seeing all these kinds of, here's one player. He's been around forever, been around for so long in the scene, and they're able to find such strong talent seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, there have been a couple players throughout the years who have kind of have the moniker of talent scout, right? I mean, great call out with Payne Divion. For those of you who don't know, that is one of the OG SPL heads. If you were watching on Twitch, he was the guy who was always playing in his garage. You could just see people driving by in the background, and he was grinding Smite day in and day out. Raffer as well as a player that has been able to find just insane talent almost out of nowhere. Sun Touch comes to mind for that exact same style, and I think we can put Leon up there as well, man. He's every single year coming to try and play at a competitive level with almost just a completely new group of guys, and every single time has competed at that highest level.
And just as I said, though, this was only set number 2. We've got 2 more to go, but before we get there, we are going to take a brief break, so make sure to refill on your drinks, grab some snacks, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
take it too far. Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. Like a fish on land. I started to get lost at the station where you left. Everything was falling off. Who am I without this man? Oh, fingers crossed, had it cost. Knock, knock on wood. I hope I'm better off. I would kick your if I could, but I'm deep, deep down on the bottom of a well. I don't belong, can't you tell? This place must be hell. No more cookies in this jar. Did I take it too far? Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. Like a fish on land. Like a fish on land.
Two sets down, 2 more to go here in the Season 9 SMITE Pro League play-in tournament. Had one longer one quicker one, and this is another matchup we're about to go into. Could be expected to be a very close matchup, but it's going to be fun no matter what. I can't do it alone, though. Gormizer with me on the desk one more time as we continue on throughout our day here, Gore. And this is a matchup between a couple of teams now, both of them, and we'll get into it a little bit more in our analysis, have faced some roster intrigue coming here into this week.
To the point where last night the rosters I was studying for this exact
totally
matchup
different.
are not the same rosters that are playing today.
That's right.
There was a point where like Kiki was going to be in mid. I know Dame from Newark was going to be over in the jungle. Things that have shifted around for them, and that's going to make it a little more interesting to see how the synergy works for these players, because we know that they're all ranked monsters. We know they grind a lot. We've seen them and what they're capable of individually across the SMITE scene, but what they're going to be able to do as a team, especially when you have a spot on the SPL on the line, is going to be a completely different question, especially knowing that that turmoil can really cause some issues coming into this league. You know, the guys that you've been practicing for the last 2 weeks might not be the ones you're playing today.
Now, here's the good news. If you are either of the next 2 teams playing in either of our next 2 sets, is you're not going against the Oni homies, and
That's
you're
a big
not
win.
going up against the Winter Dogs, right? You're going up against different teams on the other side of the brackets. Of course, those last 2 matches tomorrow on Thursday will be losers matchups. So we will be sending 2 teams on in the winner bracket to start off the day tomorrow. And then to end the day tomorrow, 2 teams will be going home. But looking to avoid that will be both of the teams that we have playing in our next matchup here. Already a couple teams find their way down into the losers bracket, Gore. And people have been asking about these styles of tournaments, things like that. Gives you a little bit of breathing room, especially with so much on the line, qualifying up into the SPL. So a long, long week of fun SMITE action ahead of us here. Let's talk about the 2 teams that we've got now, though, Gore, and the way that these rosters have changed, the ups and downs that these rosters have faced. The neighborhood, let's start there. Delny, Jumpa, Dame, Vonson, and Mineral. A team that is stacked with talent, and a team I think that has found success in the past. You got some console world champions on this team, and so I think in reality expectations should be pretty high going into this.
It's fun to be able to say this because this is a team that you should know everyone's name on this roster, but for admittedly wildly different reasons for every single player. I mean, like you had mentioned, if you look at Delny, you look at Jumpa, and you look at Mineral specifically as the 3 that I'm going to grab, all of them have past competitive experience. All of them have had something to showcase throughout the last few years. As you had mentioned, Delny has been literally on top of the world and has been able to lift the hammer, at least for console, and look really good in a lot of scenarios like that. Jumpa has been around for a long time. Same thing for Mineral over in the neck area. And that gives you 3 people that are going to be all across the map on this team to already put your eyes on. And that makes things interesting. The question mark I do have, though, is that, again, last night I'm looking at this, and I know that Dame from Newark was going to be in the jungle, now is going to be in mid. So that's going to be a little bit of a pivot for them that might impact a little bit of that game in the 2v2 and then that 3v3.
Right, and so the ability to adapt, not only as a set goes on and picks and bans, things like that, Now on a dime, right, changing up what some of your game plan may have been will be pivotal to both of the teams that we have here. Vonson, a guy who was on the roster last night, still on the roster here today, and standing by for the pregame interview. And one of the pivotal members of this team. Now, I've heard your Twitter game is the best in the business.
You've heard right.
Can you confirm that?
I can.
Do you think the Twitter diff is apparent in this set?
If it's not, then the support one will be. I'm
right.
just that guy.
Well, look, Gore and I talked about it a little bit. Obviously, one way or another, some role swaps, things like that. How heavily do you think that affects your team?
Well, last night during prep, we were in a room together, 321 third floor. Send that in. Tap in if you'd like to.
Right, got it. That's just an open in.
But, yeah, so we're in the room, and we're prepping. And, we realized that we wouldn't have our mid. Dame does have previous comp experience in the mid lane. Frank, obviously, being a console champion.
Right.
In the jungle, we figured it'd just be our best bet to put him in mid. And as far as how that impacts our game plan, I don't believe too much. We're kind of a hit squad, so as long as they roll up and perform, I'll carry them.
That's right. And look, I think a lot of what we've been learning this weekend has kind of been on the fly. It's been some downtime from competitive SMITE. Has anything in the games that you've already seen today surprised you meta-wise, itemization-wise, things like that, or about what you've expected?
Yeah, nothing's really surprised me too much except the fact that these guys are playing this hard for second place. Because I'm going to get first.
Over the Oni homies and all the other
the
teams?
The Sylvanas mid, actually. That was that was a little bit.
But that didn't catch you by surprise.
Yeah.
I don't know. You got some weird things going on in your scrims. Vonson, thanks for your time. I'll let you go get ready with your team.
So thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Confidence at its peak for Vonson for good reason. And look, we've seen that level of confidence from other teams today, and those teams have won. And so I think if we're continuing that trend, we're in a good spot now for the neighborhood.
I might have to be a neighborhood fan now. I liked that interview.
You're not allowed to do that.
I'm not allowed to, but
we will.
If I wasn't currently doing this, I think I know who would have just won me over.
Well, look, Oceans will have a chance in our next pregame interview to maybe one-up that. But when you're coming in with the confidence of Vonnie there and his Twitter game being second to none, I don't know.
That's a lot to stand up to.
That's a lot to overcome. But the Fun Havers have a good roster to hopefully overcome the Twitter diff here in our third set of the day. This is a roster as well, Gore, that in the last day or so has also had to swap around a little bit. The roster going into this game will be Uzi, Magic Feet, Joshy, Oceans, and Tuba. And so if you've been watching the SCC, the SOC, even the SPL a little bit in the past, these are names that you'll recognize as well.
And I'll mention what it was before was you had Tuba, it was Joshy where Tuba was and Kiki where Joshy is. So Kiki in mid and then Joshy over there in the carry. And then there was the swap there for Joshy, and of course now the swap there again so that Tuba became the carry and Joshy's over at mid. But admittedly, you should recognize every single player on this team, 4 of them, from competitive experience that has already existed. Tuba, Oceans, Joshy, and Uzi have been around the scene for a long time. Maybe the biggest surprise of this tournament is the fact that Uzi and Leon are not on the same team with each other, just because they have been like a pair for the longest time. But those are a lot of players that you have to keep your eyes on because of what they're going to be able to provide. Magic Feet is the one that I want to keep my eyes on throughout this game, just because of what they might be able to provide out of the jungle. I think this is going to be a fun team to watch, and not just because their name is Fun Havers. I think that they, with their competitive experience, should be able to give us a pretty decent show and a really good showing of what this can really be and coalesce into. If this is a team that, let's say, doesn't make it into the SPL, maybe they do. But if they don't, I expect this to be a team that can absolutely run the SCC.
Now, Gore, I'm not going to let Uzi just get away for free. We saw a double kill on Baron just now. But the highlight started, and he was 1-9. He was 1-9 at that point in the game, and he gets a double kill in the highlight reel. So, look, I'll give you your props. A double kill from 1-9 is impressive. But I'm not just going to ignore the
And then he was 3-9, wasn't he? That's a way better KDA.
Right, he had 4 assists, so getting a little, I'm not letting you totally get away with it, Uzi. But maybe we'll see Baron solo from Uzi today. I don't know. We've seen weirder things already. Oceans, we've seen this player in plenty of competitive SMITE, and we will see him now for the pregame interview. Oceans, look, this is something that I just asked Vonnie with the neighborhood. Obviously, the roster changed around a little bit over the last day or so. How heavily do you think that impacts your guys' ability to perform here today?
I actually have no idea.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You don't have to have any idea. Obviously, there's some synergy that'll have to get worked out, but
yeah, absolutely.
maybe the confidence is there that you guys can learn on the fly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're the fun havers, right?
Is that really what matters? We're having fun.
We're going to have fun.
That's right.
And if we're not having fun, they're having fun.
That's right. And somebody's having
fun.
One way or another in this set. I asked Vani in our interview a second ago, maybe outside of Sylvanas mid, has anything about the meta, the games you've seen so far today, taken you by surprise? Anything stood out to you?
Not really. Everything's kind of as predicted, I suppose.
Do you think that we're in a meta now where nothing is fully stabilized and everyone kind of has their own game plan going into these games, or do you feel like in each role there is a pretty set lineup of picks that hold the priority?
I'd say it's pretty set right now.
Yeah.
Maybe like some niche picks, some comfort picks coming out. Other than that, it's just pressure, really.
We'll see if you and the rest of the fun havers are able to have some fun here in the set. Oceans, thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thanks.
Look, having fun is the name of the game here. That's the point of playing games, right, Gore? To have fun.
Yeah.
And that's all we're worried about here this weekend. Nobody's concerned about qualifying to the SPL, nothing like that. We're all about having fun.
I'm not worried about qualifying to the SPL, are you?
No, I'm not. If I had to qualify to the SPL,
I'd be looking for other work currently. If that was my position right now, I know where I'd be.
In a double elim tournament, I would have somehow been elimmed before the tournament even started.
Yep.
A loophole would have found its way, and I wouldn't even be allowed to arrive.
Luckily, we're right here.
Luckily, we are right here, and we get to talk about the people who are having fun. We have fun no matter what. And so I admire the straightforwardness of Ocean's answer there. Look, we had some changes to the roster. Who knows how heavily that's going to affect us? You know what I mean? You're kind of learning on the fly. In reality, you never love roster changes and swaps and role changes having to happen. But the fact that it's happened to both teams maybe puts us on level playing field.
It makes it a very interesting concept to have, because going into this, again, when you look at this, I view this tournament as three things.
Oh,
one is a qualifier to the SPL, right? For two teams out there that are playing this week, you're going to be able to get salaried. You're going to play professionally for a living here. You're going to be on LAN for a lot of the year and playing with the best of the best in the business.
Yep.
For the next set, it's those teams that are playing upset. They're the teams that are coming in, and they're going to be the ones that, you know what, we might not be able to win this, but we're going to stop you from winning this too. And that's going to be an interesting position. And in tandem with that last one are the other players that have been around for a long time, that are really good at SMITE, and just haven't had that breakthrough team, or they've had a team that was really good, but unfortunately were unable to make it to like a world championship or anything like that, things like that. And they get to show off this weekend.
Yeah.
So if you have a great set here, even if you don't make it to the SPL, you're going to be on someone's mind for the rest of the year.
And Gore, there's a fourth thing that you missed. This weekend is an opportunity
about having fun.
To have fun. And that is the fourth thing that this tournament is about. Good mindset, though. Look, I mean, some things maybe just out of your control. We're going to show up. We're going to do our best. We're going to have some fun. And that's a great way to look at it. Athena, Gore, I was wondering if that was just going to be a pick ban priority in our first set. Has been anything but here as of late. Athena now banned out by the neighborhood, as well as an Erlong Shen. Amaterasu finds her way back into the ban column, but really for I would argue the first time today, at least from the picks and bans that you and I have been together to analyze, a hefty mid lane priority in one of the two teams' bans here. Fun havers take both the Morrigan and the Thoth away, and we've seen a mid lane ban here and there. But some priority mid laners both gone.
Yeah, it's actually impressive to see that, considering, I think, wasn't it the first set that there were pretty much no mid laners banned for the duration of the set. And I think that, what we've seen out of the Morrigan is just absolutely worthwhile of a ban if you know that the other team has a player that can make her look good. And most of the time, we've gotten used to talking about Paul when it comes to almost in tandem with that. So that makes sense to me. Thoth, again, falls into that category. We saw him earlier. He won his game earlier, but is in that opportune area where he's always been decent in ranked, decent in your casual games, and when it's not in competitive scene, he can almost carry the game for himself. But then sometimes you get to see him leak through into the competitive area, and then he just gets sat on and doesn't necessarily get to stand out the way he wants to. But here, I do think it's worthwhile, especially with the way the meta is and the itemizations in mid right now. He does hit really hard, really well. So I like the fact that Fun Havers control that.
Another heavy-hitting pick has been the Soul, and that's a pick that has made its way through. Maybe a ban here or there, but we've seen plenty of Soul so far here in our first two sets of the day, and we will see her at least in our first game of our third set of the day. But Let's pair magic damage with magic damage. A little physical in the middle with the Fenrir. Persephone grabs herself another pick.
And I really like what we saw out of Persephone earlier. Again, she's got good damage. She's got good CC off of her ult. And it's surprising to see her come back, I think, with as much punch as she has. Only because I got so used to not seeing Persephone, whether it was because prior to that she was banned all the time, or after that, no one wanted to play her except for the like 3 or 4 games maybe that we got to see out of her. I think this is a really good start for Funhavers, though. You've got a really good core built up for your team, a lot of good damage, some good dive, and I think that's going to be an easy foundation to build off of.
Gore, how about the Apollo pick? This is...
with a fancy new picture.
You know, the last time I saw Apollo, I played Apollo in the Casters versus the Pros game. And I got like 4 kills or something like that in that game.
Hey, you remember how many kills I got that game?
How many?
A big old goose egg.
Yeah, but you were support.
Yeah, I was doing my tank job.
Were you Ganesh?
Was I Ganesh? What did I play?
Do you remember?
I think I was Ymir. I want to say I was Ymir.
No, they're saying Geb over next.
Geb?
They're saying
Oh, I was Geb. That's right. But that was like 2 weeks ago. How did my brain flood that already?
Yeah, no, I got plenty of kills on Apollo, but also died plenty.
It cost me $200.
What cost
well,
you $200?
I say it cost me. I donated $200
right.
for
you
that
did
game. Yeah.
For the kills and the deaths. That's absolutely right. So Apollo was the
You
last.
think I'd remember
I
it
played
better,
Apollo
though.
the last time. Maybe we had him on broadcast.
The last competitive
But-
game.
And now you rewind the clock a couple of years. Apollo was at the forefront of the meta.
Yep.
That big AoE global rotational meta with the Ratatosker, things like that. Haven't seen much Apollo since.
No, he's really in this. He's always on the like teetering on the edge. It really depends on like where his kit is. Sometimes it's a small buff to like a Mez or something like that. His knockback on the moves for a while was like enough to make him the top pick ADC, and then sometimes it's itemization that really ends up paying into it. And he does a lot of auto attacks really quickly, really well. And so I'm thinking like you have, certain upgrades, specifically like a glyph there for Jotuns where maybe it can benefit for him. He can do a lot of damage in the right hands. Yep. And so I'm curious and excited to watch what he's able to do. There's also sometimes, and this is what I love about this level of play, Dave, sometimes somebody's just nuts at Apollo, and it really doesn't matter any like theory crafting you have. He could be like eighth on the tier list, not necessarily looked at by anybody, and then you just get that one guy who makes him look like the best of the best.
So I think similar things, Gore, like the SPL level could be said about Merlin, who we're now going to see for the neighborhood as well. And I think of like Shinto and Merlin. Anytime it's Shinto playing that pick, an immediate spike up in the tier list. Everyone else in the SPL, I'm sure, just fine at playing Merlin. Probably an understatement, but Merlin, another pick we don't often see, but in the right hands can absolutely shred down some damage. Gore, in our earlier sets, though, as we pivot back towards the Funhavers, Kleena was banned consistently. Nothing but Kleena bans across the board. In our last couple of sets, though, seen a little bit more.
And honestly, she showcased what she can do. Early on in that set we were casting, didn't necessarily stand out the way that I think you would have expected. But as time went on, you got to really see the damage Kleena brings to the table, as well as the potential she can have. I think you can get a little more hands-on. This roster you're up against, maybe against the Merlin, maybe against the Apollo. Everybody's got pretty decent disengage on the side of the neighborhood, so it's going to be a little more difficult, I think, even at that beginning level, especially with Gilgamesh on the other side, to get as hands-on as you would really like. But as long as you can make it to the late game, that's really what you want. You've got Kleena, Persephone, Soul. Like, you're happy with that. Fenrir and Odin should be able to carry you to that point, and then they should be able to kind of pass the torch over and shift that onus onto the carries and all the damage dealers that Funhavers have picked up.
Gore, we have got some serious AoE here in this game. I mean, I look at the neighborhood team. Of course, Apollo does Hunter things, but with his ultimate, a little bit of AoE. Merlin, maybe one of the best in the game at controlling spaces. Now you've got a Guan Yu, not only with the heal, but with his ultimate as well. Gilgamesh, of course, Winds of Shamash, plenty of AoE on the Funhavers as well. And so it feels like already, just with the two teams that we have drafted here, space control and positioning are important in any game. But this style of composition from the neighborhood may be doubly so.
And honestly, it's the double healing that I think is going to end up being troublesome. But like you said, the amount of engage. Let's say, oh man, Gilgamesh, he just wasn't able to get his engage off. Well, that's cool. You still have Ardeo, Guan Yu. Oh man, Ardeo wasn't able to get her engage off. Oh cool, Guan Yu's going to ult in. Like, you can't control all three of them. You can only really isolate one, or you can try to knock around their cooldowns, maybe blinks, whatever they have, to make sure that they don't all have that capability at the same time. But you're not going to be able to do that so consistently across 25 minutes. It's going to be very difficult. And then you add in the AoE damage you had mentioned for the Merlin, plus the fact that between him and Apollo, they should have an easy time burning down any of the neutral objectives across the map, Gold Furies, Fire Giants, all that stuff. I expect this to be a team composition that throughout most of this game is going to be feeling very comfortable taking any engagement that comes their way.
Well, the Fun Havers, I think, have now brought an Odin back into the pick. Not I think. They have brought an Odin back into the pick.
For sure.
They've for sure done that. I think we have seen enough gore, though, from the Odin that gives me some confidence in that pick and higher expectations and talk about space control and setup for the rest of your team.
It does bring back that conversation we were having, though, and Mifflin, I think, had mentioned it on the desk during our set, but that Phantom Shell, it used to be, do you get shell plus med or shell plus whatever, shell plus phantom in order to be able to get that, the Phantom Veil? Or now you just have to get one. As long as you upgrade into that Phantom Shell, you're going to be able to deal with those walls a little bit better, which Merlin will be fine, but Apollo's going to need it. You're going to need it on Artio. You're going to need it for Guan Yu. So a lot more people now need this Phantom Shell, which makes it a lot easier for them to pick up and makes it an easy choice. The fact that it got two pretty decent relics combined into one is just icing on the cake here, I think, for the neighborhood.
Yeah, Gore, I don't know. When I see the styles of picks that both of these teams have drafted here going into game one, I just get very excited. You know what I mean? Also, as we speak, piece of confetti flying. We're on confetti
1, 2,
count.
3, 4, 5.
We're on Leviathan's confetti count 2 so far here this year. I imagine it's going to be happening all year long. There's still one in front of us. There's one behind us.
I can see at least 20 up there.
Yeah, there's a bunch that are on their way down.
That one's going to fall.
Now the question is, Gore, what of the teams that we're watching this weekend will be joining those Leviathans in the SPL moving on in Season 9? Which one is going to be competing for their own SMITE World Champion? What, Mifflin? All right, fair. Thank you. Probably something I shouldn't have referenced live. But, you know, you come out of day one, Gordon, you have to look at what teams are starting to give you some confidence moving forward, moving into the next couple of rounds. We have seen teams today that have been able to steamroll their opponents in certain games. And the next seeded teams that all of these teams today are going to be playing, in theory, are seeded a little bit higher. So you're going to start to learn things about the neighborhood, about the Fun Havers, and about how those roster swaps do or don't impact these teams here in game one.
And again, that's the thing that's most important coming into this. You've got a guy who was practicing for jungle trying to come into today, and now he's going to have to play mid. You've got a team that their mid laner disappeared, their sub that was already subbed out. Like, they just did a whole shuffle in terms of getting their team where they are. And so now they're in this awkward position where you're playing some gods that you're maybe a little more uncomfortable with. We'll have to see whether or not they're actually going to be able to play to the level they need to.
Gormizer, game one, set 3, Fun Havers versus the neighborhood. Let's kick it off.
Well, we got a shuffle in the rosters, but not a shuffle in the casters for this set. It's J-Mac and Mifflin back
it's
here.
Literally a shuffle.
Well, I mean, you and I were here earlier, but we're not swapping. You know, we're swapping with them, but it's between the four of us. Whatever. You ruined my whole segue, Mifflin. I'm done with this already. We're 16 minutes into the game. Not even because we're not
16 seconds.
16 before the game's. God. All right, Mifflin, I'm done. You have fun.
All right, yeah, I'll cast it. I'm expecting some pretty high-octane early game, especially around the jungler from the neighborhood. Jumpa is a guy who's loved to get involved very early on, all the way back in the console days up until now, and a pick like Gilgamesh is something that can certainly facilitate that hands-on style. I mean, we were talking about it earlier on the desk before we shuffled over here to the cast. It's a pick that really does have strong strides throughout the early, but eventually Jumpa is likely going to be forced to switch his style up more so towards that facilitator, which I think you can see slightly reflected in the build. Could be that he goes towards the Jotuns or some of that additional CDR to separate these fights, or it could be a Crusher to even make that early game just a little bit stronger.
It's something we haven't seen in quite some time here. There's Guan Yu support. We've been seeing a lot of solo lane Guan Yu back in the early portions of Season 8, even late Season 7. This god was nuts during the SCC. I mean, this was like a 75–80% win rate god over in solo lane. And then he just, oh no, it was nuts. He had a super high pick ban rate, and when he was picked, he was winning a lot of games. But then he just kind of fell out of the meta for a long time, and we haven't really seen a whole lot of Guan Yu. So I'm curious to see how he'll perform here over in the support role. As you saw, Oceans get a nice little steal there, some damage up against Vonson. on that Guan Yu. And Tuba, well, Tuba's fighting for his life right now, but he's got some potions. He's got a little bit of healing in his kit. He'll be able to stay alive for a little while.
Yeah, I like the heads-up play from Vonson there, utilizing the Talu Assault aggressively once he realizes Oceans had already expended the Unchained, meaning that there really is no way for him to contend with that. You need some form of hard CC to stop that Talu Assault, or you're likely going to be losing out on the majority of these trades. And in the long lane, it really is just Oceans capable of doing so. Every single time that jump is down is going to be the go button for Vonson.
I have been jump scared by that Kleena scream through the wall one too many times. More times than I'm willing to admit. It is
like you actually jumped? Like you're scared?
There was actually a moment where I flicked my mouse and did like a 720 because my DPI was way too high. All of a sudden, I was walking forward. Next thing I know, I'm looking up at the sky, looking the complete opposite direction. It's gotten me once or twice. But here with Magic Feet on the Kleena, we'll get to see it again. Jump in by Ocean. Vonson low in health. Doesn't have his heal up until just now, and a quick mez will stop the Brutalize. Now Oceans is the one in danger, and Mineral can turn it around for first blood for the neighborhood.
Man, Oceans just sticks around way too long in that team fight. Could have utilized Brutalize to just walk away. Mans could have just left, but instead sticks it in aggressive, forces Tuba to take a fight inside an entire minion wave. By the way, Oceans decides that's he just likes being outnumbered.
Well, they like fighting over here by this blue buff once again, but
Big whiff.
Uzi will be able to pick that one up. Magic Feet is low, though, being surrounded by these frontliners. A jump in by Tuba. They need a little bit more, but the tower is hitting Jumpa just a little bit harder. Uzi wants to get this hit, but the stun hits Delny instead. He'll pop the shield and just walk a Jumpa, but he needs a little bit more. He needs the leap, but it's off the mark. Breaking his ankles, but he'll go right back in for Jumpa drop kick against the wall. Jumpa turns it around and gets the kill, but now it's Joshi who's trying to finish this one.
Can Joshi do it? The damage output not enough. It's a great heal from Delny that keeps Jumpa alive, and that buys time for Dame.
Joshi is so low himself, he's down to half. Dame comes over to bail out Delny, and it's just been play after play by both these teams to keep themselves just on the brink of death before being bailed out by somebody else here. But it's the neighborhood comes up 2-0 to start this off just 3 minutes in the game.
Man, what a massive turnaround. I mean, Jumpa takes a tower shot, drops low enough to bait in the rest of the fun havers, and that's exactly what happens. They were baited as Jumpa drags their attention away, creates space, and Delny does so much damage throughout that entire team fight. Joshi actually forced to rotate a little bit earlier than Dame to get involved, so misses out on some of that wave. Going to give that mid laner, the Merlin, for the neighborhood, a slight XP advantage over there as well. This is crazy stuff, but despite all this high-octane combat, it's only like 100 gold.
Yeah, there's basically nothing separating these two teams. Good farming out of Fun Havers has been able to keep them in this game, at least keeping even with the neighborhood. One ult, and the Kleena expended to try and get those camps. And that's just one of the 2 charges that she has. We haven't really gotten to talk a whole lot about Kleena. We talked a little bit on her release during the qualifier stage when we saw her. And then she was gone for a while, now getting to see her back here again today. And one of the things that you really stressed about during our death segment of the previous set was just how good she is at really threatening these objectives.
She is. With the rest of the composition built around Fun Havers is not necessarily the best for objectives. Sure, you've got decent objective burn from Tuba on Soul. Ocean's going to do a little bit more than other supports, but the same can be said in the neighborhood. They've got a whole lot of objective burn between Talu Assault and Dame's entire kit and even Jumpa's auto attack style. It's a toss-up.
We're back to the blue buff once again. The thing that started it all last time is now a 4 versus 3 in favor of Fun Havers. Jumpa has to jump away. Delny and Vonson both get locked inside the cage, and Jumpa gets dragged right back into the depths of it, but they haven't fallen yet. The winds will separate everybody. Only Delny goes down out of the 3 of them, and it looks like Jumpa and Vonson will be able to make it out.
Ocean's dragged Jumpa, kicking and screaming through the Valley of the Shadow of Death, and my man just walks through.
He just left.
Yeah,
He's
nobody,
out.
the neighborhood ignored this man. What? He just, okay, yeah, I mean, do your thing, bro. I mean, that's awesome. Good for you.
Somehow Jumpa able to make it out of there, despite, like you said, I mean, Oceans literally jumps over the wall right after Jumpa and says, no, this cage is meant for all of you.
He put him in the cage.
He dragged him back in and said, it's kennel time, but it didn't matter because he's able to walk himself out. And these fights around the blue buff, man, it is constant back and forth. And this time it's Delny who comes up with a blue buff of his own. He'll be able to secure that one.
Yeah, he got that with like a 40 damage tick. I'm pretty sure it was an auto attack from Delny that secures him that blue buff. Unfortunate for Uzi, just slightly off the mark with the bird bomb, but yet again, worth noting, it's constant fighting, but for what? There's no separation between these two squads. I think it's going to have to come down to either a Gold Fury shortly to find the first bit of separation between these teams, or maybe we're going to stalemate for the next couple of minutes while we wait for that Pyromancer to spawn up.
It's for a power move. That's all it is. The blue buff is the ultimate seal of power.
Oh my god!
But Magic Feet able to juke the drop kick going right around it, and then a snipe from downtown out of Joshi locks Jumpa in place to pick up the kill.
I think actually the screen from Kleena is knockback immune, so he just straight up face tanks it. Jumpa utilizing the dropkick just a little bit too early in that fight and loses out on his entire life. Once that silence was applied by Magic Feet, it's simple. Joshi has time to line up his shot. There's no counterplay potential from Jumpa. I think the only route out for the Gilgamesh there is to leap before the silence comes through, and unfortunately for Jumpa, man's missed the bus.
And that scream does a lot of damage, especially if you're maxing out in the early game. Being hit by all three of those ticks there, like I said, Magic Feet potentially just face tanking that drop kick, keeping himself alive, setting up Joshi, and putting Fun Havers right back on the board for kills, and, well, still keeping the gold even. I mean, that's the thing, is all of this fighting, that first blood that the neighborhood got worn down to basically nothing, and then it's just this back and forth action for essentially nothing but blue buffs at this point, and that last little one was a fight around the Scorpion that spawned in. Neither of these teams have been able to push an advantage just yet.
That's how I know you're not a solo laner. You said nothing but blue buffs, but like for solo laners, blue buffs
I mean, that's like
are everything.
That's like the speed buff for the jungler.
No, the speed buff should be important for everybody, just like Magic Feet's life under threat here from Jumpa does force out the Winds of Shamash, which could open the door for Uzi to find a re-engage.
Back to the blue buff once again. It seems to be the place to be no matter what, but this time we will not see a massive rotation all the way to the blue buff, at least this time. We did see 4 members of Fun Havers within that right side jungle, kind of sneaking their way up there. But it goes down, so Neighborhood, specifically Delny, will be able to hold on to his blue. Meanwhile, the Neighborhood taking a look at Joshi here as he tries to rotate over towards his red, but Oceans, he wants a little bit more, will get the horse out of Vonson, and they're trying to wait out each other's ultimates, but they're going to fade away at just about the exact same time.
Speaking of these supports with the ultimate trade, there's also a bit of a disparity in their builds. The Rune Forge early on for Vonson going to be able to leverage some of that damage very heavily. Cavalry Charge is going to be incredibly strong for him, whereas Oceans on the other end has gone for a more so standard support build. Sovereignty in that first slot, going to keep him alive in these fights, but that defense does get shredded fairly by Vonson and his Tattoo Assault.
You're going to need some of that HP 5 to try and match even a fraction of the healing that the Neighborhood is going to put out. Ocean secures the red buff, keeping that one from being stolen by Vonson. Vonson will dash himself back out. Magic Feet walks himself through the wall, but doesn't have much follow-up beyond throwing a little bit of damage his way. But again, all this fighting around these buffs. This time, this is the first one that we've finally seen that wasn't around the blue buff, granted at the very least. It was by the red. Joshi does get a hold on to it. Enhanced red buff, very important to have this early stage for the mages.
It is, especially considering that Dame still is nursing about a half-level lead. He was sitting at 10 comfortably when Joshi ticked over. But even that said, we still have not seen very much separation from either of these squads. I'm really expecting one of these teams to try and go towards the Gold Fury shortly. We touched on it a little bit earlier, but both teams have got great burn potential. Tuba, Oceans, Magic Feet all can shred a Gold Fury, but the same can be said of Dame, Vonson, and Mineral on the other side. But neither team has got the confidence to look towards the objective proper. The largest separation in the game, 9.5 minutes in, still sub 1,000 gold.
How often do we get to see a Hunter Sentry Ward battle sub 10 minutes in the game? I don't think I've ever been able to see or witness something like that. But Tuba does end up getting to hold on to his Sentry, and that'll allow Oceans to kind of stick around this way. But he's just soaking up some farm, because he does need to go back to base soon. Looks like he is building his way towards a Gauntlet of Thebes for his next item. But yeah, I think talking kind of about that Rune Forge there, more importantly, is going to be this Pyromancer started up by the Neighborhood and finished. Nobody on Fun Havers going to answer that call. First objective of the game goes to the red team.
And now the objectives are desynced, so either squad can dedicate their full attention to the opposite side of the map without having to concern themselves with a return play from the other side. Again, the Neighborhood doing a great job of kind of utilizing some of that pressure on the right-hand side of the map. There isn't a whole lot of steal potential from Uzi himself, so play for the Pyro. It's a lot safer of the two, but all that does is net us right back to neutral 10 minutes into this game. So we got to start evaluating, if the pace is going to keep up like this, which squad has got superior late game potential. If we're talking about Siege, I think I probably give the edge to Fun Havers. but the defense of the neighborhood so strong, it's going to be difficult for the Funhavers to utilize that great structured DPS that they've got. It's hard to say. I think it's going to come down to these two junglers and which one's going to be able to find more value with their respective builds. Seems like Jumpa going to dedicate himself a little bit more so towards that damage style short bow pickup from his quest, immediately to a Berserker Shield finish, means his auto attacks are going to be swinging. Whereas Magic Feet on the other side, that standard ability damage from an assassin going to help out a lot around these structures, but if you're not connecting that ultimate consistently, might just get outscaled from the engage that Jumpa's bringing.
Curious if that Jotun's Wrath out of Magic Feet is going to turn into that Jotun's Vigor that we saw the previous one, just because of the extra life that you can get kind of synergizes a little bit with Clean's passive, or if it will be that ferocity, kind of that sundering effect that you so much like to emphasize there. But I think one of the more curious items I've seen picked up here is over on Tuba. Celestial Legion Helm as a first item sold.
Yeah, my man said, I'm laning against double physical and I don't want to deal with it. Vonson would love to just walk out of this situation and not have to deal with it, and it seems like that's the case. He just walked out.
He just decided, I don't want to be here anymore, and so it shall be. A lot of abilities and spells thrown through there in the mid lane, but not a whole lot of damage thrown back. A lot of healing from Vonson to keep him back in. He'll go right back to the fighting. Now with Mineral here, a fight up against Ocean. Takes about half the health on the support.
Massive
but
ults.
Ocean sleeps back in, and a big ult from Joshi locks them all in for Tuba to take one down, but Jumpa returns the favor, burning down Oceans, and Dame is all alone up against Magic Feet, who will just yell at him inside the jungle, taking him down and bringing it to a 4-3 lead for Havers.
Man, Joshi connects a 4-man ultimate in the jungle. That is so hard for the neighborhood to contend with. And really, it's Jumpa only on that fight who's able to separate the engagement as Mineral goes for a red buff invade. Looks like he was successful in taking it away, but at what cost?
Well, I was thinking, oh no, Joshi, because maybe, maybe Mineral was just going to dive him at this red buff, but no, instead it's uh-oh for Mineral as he gets dove by Magic Feet after a very greedy invade. So he gets the buff. That's one positive, but then you die, and there's kind of the big negative there, and I think that negative may outweigh the positive here.
Yeah, especially considering that Joshi already had a red buff on his belt. Pretty sure he was able to take the other sides a little bit earlier on in the fight. That said, as respawns, the neighborhood will have control of the red buffs, but it's actually the Funhavers who've got control of the Vision. Much more important at this portion of the game because Vision nets you objectives and teleport targets. Gold Fury pulled out, and Uzi, he's going to act as the zone.
Yeah, Uzi is here. He hasn't gone out to zone anybody yet.
Wow.
Vonson is still there. Ocean
Just
sleeps
DPS.
forward, but he will pick up. Vonson didn't have that force up available in time, and it's Joshi to burn him down. A couple of ultimates expended, but they get one kill and they get the Gold Fury for Funhavers.
That is such an Ocean's call, man. I could hear it in his voice. We could just do gold here, and they just do. The great teleport, good awareness, realizing with the vision control that they had that the neighborhood really didn't have any great answers. I misspoke and thought Uzi was going to step up and zone, but now realizing that he's playing Odin, if anyone was going to step forward, let's pretend that Vonson had ultimate there. He could have just dropped a cage on the Gold Fury. No way you're walking through that one. So Funhavers essentially in a checkmate position once they had already grouped up on the Gold Fury proper. And this is now the largest separation we've seen. Desync neutral objective still means that the Funhavers can start working on that snowball, start working on that ability to control the rest of the map. I'm expecting to see the Order side team on this Pyromancer the second it spawns.
It's just under a minute before that one comes back up, but first we got to steal a couple of Scorpions, says Funhavers. One veil will be torn open, and Vonson under a quarter health as he's running for his life. But the ultimate from Joshi is just off the mark, and that's enough for Vonson to maybe get out, but no, the Vine grabs him and holds through, but it's not enough damage. Instead, it's Jumpa taking down Magic Feet, and the Winter Shamash will lock down 3. Joshi leaps forward. Delny is low. Delny is taking so much damage, but Oceans is giving him some health back because of the heals. How in the world is Delny still alive after all of this? Jumpa has got to be some massive zones here if he wants to get his solo laner out, but he won't. And instead, it's both going down. But here comes Mineral for the attempted resurgence.
No way.
But he eats a ton of damage and maybe eats the remainder of his life bar. But he is fighting under this tier 2 for his life, and he's not going to make it out.
Uzi with the double kill, and the rest of the squad hovering nearby. Magic Feet trades out his life, but in exchange for 3, a trade I'm sure he's willing to take every single day of the week. The neighborhood just gets separated in that team fight. It was essentially a 4 versus 1 that the Funhavers take, and then they transition or shift up, shuffle up, if you would, that 1 throughout the entirety of that engagement. And if you're rocking that conveyor belt, the Funhavers will punish you every single time, netting themselves not only the kill advantage in that trade, but also the objective. Pyromancer taken down.
Just over 5,500 gold that Funhavers are able to net themselves here. 16 minutes in. Finally, our first real significant lead of the game. Same for the experience. And you can see where a lot of that pressure is being alleviated for this team. You have a 2-level lead for Tuba over in that duo lane. You have a 3-level lead in the solo lane with Uzi. And one thing that was talked about in the Backliners podcast with Aggro, Gore, and PBM was this, is this an Uzi meta? That's when you kind of determine when is Uzi going to pop off. And gods like Artio, Odin, these are right up his alley.
Yeah, he's been playing Artio and Odin almost exclusively for like 6 years. When we talk about an Uzi meta, it's not this deep, shrouded in mystery, like esoteric text that they're referring to. Aggro is saying that Artio and Odin are good right now, and therefore so is Uzi, and it seems to be ringing true as of now as well. 2, 1, and 3 for the solo laner on the Funhavers.
Uzi did it. He got the Relic Dagger, so that means you get 40 seconds off that cooldown of his teleport, off both of his relics technically, but specifically 40 seconds off an already very short cooldown. He is going to be teleporting everywhere that he can.
Oh, no.
Like right here on top of Vonson. Cage is there, but it gets broken immediately, and a cavalry charge is just in time to get him away from the jaws of oceans. He'll be able to make his way back out. Can't say the same for the tier 1 tower though. As Tuba rotates over, this should be a nice and clean T1.
If you guys at home are wondering why JMac was saying, oh no, about the Relic Dagger, take a peek at Uzi's CD on his Relic right now. 20 seconds left. He TP'd less than 15 seconds ago, it feels like.
Yeah, and he didn't even get a kill or assist during that, so that is just the flat cooldown of when he teleported there. That's the scariest part about it.
It really is, man. Uzi is going to be everywhere on the map and nowhere at the same time. As long as he's not getting affected by hard CC, he can just TP straight out of these team fights. But it is down for another second, just now coming back off a cooldown. He had to walk on his mortal feet to try to put up a defense up against Mineral, who is not only taking out a tier 1, but it looks like he's going for the tier 2.
Yeah, quick Mez will make sure that Mineral does get it, but Mineral's got a quick ultimate. He'll get himself out. I wonder if Uzi can predict where where he's going to be landing through. Will not be so. Maybe try and catch out the teleport and be like, ah, I saw you over at tier 2, but now I'm here at your Phoenix. What will you do?
If Uzi TP'd on him right there, if like there was a ward perfectly placed and he just like goes to him, I would have lost my mind. It would have been single-handedly the coolest TP play I've ever seen. I'm kind of mad at you for even bringing it up because now I didn't get to see it.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm a little upset with myself now. I kind of got us hyped up for something that isn't going to happen, at least not yet. We can keep our hopes alive that it may happen at some point. In the neighborhood are trying to keep their hopes alive in this game.
They can.
Walking over towards the Fire Giant, but all the tanks have already left. It's just Mineral still standing at the pit, while Delny is being chased away by a 3-level advantage Odin with not only a full teleport that just got used and still only has 35 seconds on the cooldown, but a corrupted blink as well, which is so good going up against these hunters and these more auto-attack-centric gods.
Yeah, just what are you going to do about it? You know, you go in and all of a sudden they're dealing less damage, essentially. I mean, you got just less output from all these auto attackers. Jumpa's going to struggle against it. Mineral as well. Going to have a very hard time. But the Funhavers, they just do whatever they want on the map. They don't even necessarily need Uzi there. Gold Fury going to go down yet again. Take a peek at the disparity between these two Hunters builds. Mineral just now starting to approach some of that crit. Just now looking towards that Shuriken. Whereas on the other side, Tuba, my man's sitting on a Telkines. He's already got the Demonic. He's got a little bit of survivability from the helmet as well. Level 19 to Mineral's 18. The Funhavers, with just a moment left alone with the Fire Giant, will remove it.
Yeah, it's already halfway gone. But so is Oceans as he jumps in. He'll be able to go and try to grab Vonson, but Vonson will get up onto the horse. Funhavers do get the Fire Giant, but Vonson does not get to find a path out. Delny pops the shell, pops the Phantom, just trying getting himself out of there. And he will manage to do so, but Jumpa himself is low. Uzi throws the spear, and I thought maybe that was the killing blow. Maybe Uzi will be able to get it nonetheless. It will at least force Jumpa's. No, he still got the blink, and he blinks under the tower and gets him. Are you kidding me, Uzi?
Delny going to try and make him pay for it, but what can you do against the Fire Giant full HP Odin? Not much. Maybe get fed to the dogs. Delny going to be forced to retreat here. Meanwhile, though, Mineral makes some value on the map, at least able to push out that wave all the way to the Phoenix. So if it is going to be a siege attempt in mid from the Funhavers, it's going to just be gods, at least for a little while.
Magic Feet on the right side, pushing up these minions. They've got a couple of waves coming up towards this right lane. But it's a 4 versus 5 for another 20 seconds. Jumpa is still on cooldown for his respawn. But it doesn't seem the Funhavers want to fully commit to this right side Phoenix. They do have the Fire Giant for still quite some time. They're going to do their best to make sure that they maximize its efficiency. Still one more tower on that left lane, if that's where they want to set their sights towards. But it doesn't seem that Tuba's interested. He'll instead just go back to the Pyromancer and knock that one down himself.
Yeah, Tuba might just be superfluous for this left side push. If they want to, the Funhavers can take it a little bit slower, group up around the minion wave, and start pushing it forward from there. The neighborhood have taken notice, plays a sound effect when the Pyromancer falls, so they know that somebody from the Funhavers is not on this left-hand side of the map, which is why we saw the neighborhood try and group up, try and start to work their way forward on the left-hand side, see if maybe they could catch somebody slipping, but the Funhavers, ever privy to it with decent vision coverage on that side, were able to spot them out and go ahead and fully disengage. So that is a massive golden experience swing for the Order side that they can now utilize to very easily push down the left, whereas the neighborhood, we talked about it earlier, once we were evaluating that late game, they still do have very strong base defense. Wins a Shamash from Jumpa, great space control. Merlin is one of the best mid laners for just keeping waves and keeping gods out of your tower line. Has large AoE damage as well as CC in that arcane stance. That is very hard to work through. But a couple of the picks from the neighborhood will struggle a little bit on defense. Namely, Apollo doesn't have that standard ultimate, doesn't really have that damage output. Instead, when you're fighting on your own Phoenix, you can't really utilize that mobility. So Mineral in particular gonna have a very hard time finding value in these fights.
Oceans has been using his ultimate more often than not to try and grab Vonson, and unless he has that stun set up ready to go, Vonson has been able to utilize the cavalry charge to either immune the initial bite or at least delay the ultimate right out there. But as you say, that tower absolutely melts at the hands of Tuba. Nearly full items in his build. Did manage to go back and upgrade his starter item. And he'll throw some pot shots out under the Phoenix, see if he can catch any strays. But for now, it's just Uzi soaking up the damage of the Phoenix. Oceans goes in, finds 2 on the stun, and finds Dame, who has to use the beads to get out instantly, while the cage is dropped by Uzi to zone everybody through. Vonson cannot get out. The damage from the Supernova and Oceans is enough to close him out. And they pick up the first one. Triple stun in the backline by Oceans, though, forces everybody from the neighborhood to get out.
Can the Funhavers keep up this push? Seems like they're not concerned with it. Instead, they want to go for the Phoenix, and that 4-1 split a little bit earlier has net them a minion wave. Magic Feet pushes it up very well, but Oceans, you can't go in alone, you fall!
He's all by himself. Uzi goes in to try and help him out, but the rest of the carries are just dealing with the Phoenix long enough, and Uzi is able to soak up just enough damage to now net 2 Phoenixes, but a drop kick against Uzi puts him at critical health. Damage through. Back onto Dame, though, and even Jumpa is in danger. He is not shy. Does have the blink to get himself out. Mineral at a 3rd HP, fighting for his life against Uzi, but this is not a war that he's going to win. It's Joshi on top, and it's 3 to defend up against the Titan, but I'm not sure that Funhavers are willing to commit to go for the end.
Fire Giant has worn off, and I think that should spell the end of this siege unless they can find at least one more pick. It's tanky targets between them and the Titan. Downey, Jumpa, and Vonson will not make it easy, but the Funhavers, they're going in.
Big cage in from Joshi will force the beads out of Delney, and the Titan down to half health. Vonson, everything that he can is not enough. Jumpa is holding them back, though, between him and Delney. They're able to hold them for a while. Delney is trying his best to hold them out of the throne room. He does get
massive.
one, but at the end of the day, it is going to be the Titan going down, and Funhavers are able to pick it up and take game number 1.
What a crazy pacing to that game. It was back and forth battles throughout the early. Harken back to the first 15 minutes, it felt like that whole game was going to be off the edge of blue buff invades. That's all we were fighting over throughout the entirety of it. But once they saw slight opportunities, once this soul started to hit the ground running, they transitioned those blue buff invades immediately into Gold Furies, Pyromancers, desyncing the neutral objectives, and just controlling the macro.
Mineral doing everything that he can to keep the neighborhood in there. Constant split pushes was at least delaying Funhavers, making sure that they couldn't just go for a Phoenix or just go for an end call there. So heads up play by him to make sure to at least hold this game out for his team. But at the end, the damage output, I mean, you saw how fast any of these structures and, well, I guess any of these gods were just melting.
Yeah, I mean, this is the damage output of a late game Soul who was allowed to free farm for the majority of that match. It really was just a 1v1 between the Soul and Mineral on the Apollo. Throughout the entirety of the early, we didn't see too many rotations from junglers over to that side of the map, and eventually one team's going to outscale, and I'm pretty sure we all know Soul hits pretty hard.
Soul hits very hard, and so do the Fun Havers here. They strike first in game number 1 of the set. Can the neighborhood bring it back in game 2? Let's take a break, and we'll find out after.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it.
real close, and I would even argue the neighborhood was ahead for like 2 or 3 minutes at the beginning of that game, and then the Funhavers really started having some fun down the stretch. Uzi starts to go off out of the solo lane, and the Funhavers were able to close out this game, and I would argue pretty convincing fashion here. The regroup and the team fight just felt too consistent for this Funhavers team down the stretch of this game. Gore, would you say that you have a similar read on the way that things broke down here?
This was the team that didn't sound confident, right? Like
yeah, this
you
was
said,
Ocean. Like I guess I don't know.
I mean, I guess we'll see, right? I don't know. Who knows if we're going to be able to mesh well? Yeah, it turns out they can.
Right.
They are very again. It's 4 very capable players that are known to me, and then one that was a little unknown that seems very capable after what I've already seen.
Right.
And so it was a little bit of a question mark, especially when you're going up against the neighborhood because they have a lot of good names on that side as well. It did not seem to slow them down in the slightest. I mean, early on, again, this is something I'd mentioned to you. I was like, it was either 2-0 or 3-0, and you could see the neighborhood having a little bit of an impact early on, and then it just kind of stopped eventually, right? I mean, you get a couple of kills slowly but surely. You get Magic Feet having a very good game at 8.0 with that a brilliant KDA and a good showcase of what Kleena can do after we've seen her banned so much today. I mean, it's so much for this team that benefited.
And we were in remember, Magic Feet is kind of this newcomer, right? Like not much data on Magic Feet from past competitive SMITE experience, but a player that has been, the rumblings, right?
Yeah.
What you're hearing about Magic Feet.
The only assumption you could make about this player is that their jukes must be nuts because they've got Magic Feet.
Gore, I want to let you know that I appreciate you, but I wasn't quite done speaking. That is a
wild inside joke.
I appreciate you though, Gore.
Thanks, man.
You're absolutely correct. Look, Magic Feet. and the way the Kleena looked, and we saw, I think, a glimpse of why Kleena's starting to get banned down so heavily. I'm normally the one who shatters when I break.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that I got one, but then I broke anyway. This is the lose for me. But I think Magic Feet puts on a great performance here on the Kleena at 5-1-6. And I think Uzi as well, and the cast talked about it for good reason. Uzi, the type of player who can, take games over on picks like Odin, and does the meta suit Uzi? At least in game 1 at 4-1-8 on the Odin, I think yes.
That was actually, it was really funny because it was a topic, I know J-Mac had brought it up, that we were talking about on Backliners last night, where it was just, Uzi was the kind of guy that you want to keep on your bench, and then whenever your solo laner is having to complain about like the Cthulhus, the Odins, etc. Of the world, you just swap Uzi in because he loves to play those gods, and he plays them really well, and so you get someone who's really, and so you just constantly have this swap of your solo laners as it goes forward. So this is ending up looking really good for Funhavers. Anytime Uzi gets any of those gods that we've seen him be accomplished on, it changes the perspective that you can have. And I think this is potentially looking like a set where he could really step up. I think it wouldn't be surprising if Odin either gets banned in the top 3, maybe as one of the third ban, or if they manage to try and get him in the back 2 in those bottom 2 bans, just to make sure that they can control it, but not prioritize it so heavily that you let something else that's maybe a little worse through.
And Gora, I think you look at it really with this Funhavers team. We mentioned roster swaps, the changes. Back to what I said.
That's just residual giggles.
The changes were largely centered around the mid lane. The other spots on this team largely unchanged going into this, and so of course, when the center of your map changes up a little bit, that's where you wonder if synergy and things like that will ultimately change. But it looks like the mid lane swapping out was still a little enough change that the Funhavers had success here in game number 1. So it is time to adapt our strategy if we're the neighborhood. There were some picks in there, Gore, that I don't know if you call surprising, but more of those picks, the Apollo, the Merlin, haven't seen a hefty priority in either of those two, but the types of picks where you're willing to give some credit, right, depending on the players. And there were moments early in that game where I think those picks had value, didn't quite hit the right stride moving down the stretch. And the old Athena ban, Gore, I think is maybe something we're going to start getting a little bit more used to, some global pressure taken off the table.
Didn't Season 8 start with Athena bans all the time? Granted, she was a lot more in an awkward position to deal with then because we were seeing her in solo, jungle, and support. And so it was a little more that you had to worry about here. I think this is a really good blast over towards the support role, just based on what we've seen. Erlong Shin, as well as that Persephone actually making her way up there, is maybe the most surprising. Erlong makes sense. Athena, from what we've seen, makes sense.
Yep.
Persephone, maybe actually based on what we've seen, makes sense. In the right hands, this god can do a lot. And even though she didn't see a lot of SPL play after all her changes last year, I think she still has that place in the meta, and with the way that, again, the items are right now and how she fit with what Funhavers were having to play, I think this is a good call to just kind of strip that away from them and control a little bit more of the mid lane, especially with the Funhavers also having 2 mid bans.
And, I think that's important because it's the same mid bans for the Funhavers this game as well. The Thoth and the Morgan both banned out. So the Merlin pick for Dame, that was a question. How would that look? Remember, this is Dame having to pick a Merlin through a Thoth ban, through a Morgan ban. Remember, the SPL level, SEC, whatever, there are always going to be target bans for certain players.
Yeah.
And so maybe the Thoth and the Morgan are just the picks for Dame out of the mid lane. Had to go to something like the Merlin. Funhavers happy with the way that their strategy worked out in game number 1. And so Amaterasu Gore will end up being locked in first here for the neighborhood, followed up by a Soul and a Gilgamesh. So I would say those 3 have just been wildly popular so far here today. We have seen plenty of priority for all 3 of those picks.
Materasu is the one that I think stands out in good form. Like, Soul and Gilgamesh were pretty solid by the end of last year for Season 8, so it makes sense that they've been able to carry over pretty well here into Season 9. Soul looks pretty good, and Gilgamesh has been able to find a lot early on, and I think that Funhavers here, whether this is a Soul mid or a Soul in the long lane, it really doesn't matter. You've got a jungler already online that's going to be able to get hands-on super fast. If it's with the Soul, then good for them. If it's with anything else, just as well good for them. It's going to work out pretty well in the duo, or sorry, in the mid lane, that mid 2v2. For the Amaterasu, we saw get bodied in lane, but then absolutely decimate when it came to the team fight, which admittedly is also everything I remember about Amaterasu from years past. Every now and then she has that golden ratio where she does decently in lane and then still is able to do well in team fights. But when you are able to put her into a team fight, especially alongside a Fenrir and an Oleron, all of a sudden I think that team fight becomes a lot more complicated for the other side.
Oleron, a pick that largely, you feel like, centers around the usage of the Sanctified Field, right? I mean, Oleron can do hefty damage no matter what, but the ability to drop that Sanctified Field down and impact the rest of the team fight, largely where we see Oleron's priority. And then you start to wonder, all right, how do the Funhavers draft around that? Because this is an Oleron who gets picked, a couple of picks in already for the Funhavers. You get 3 more picks to kind of pick around that ultimate, and it is an ultimate that has to be picked around in some instances, whether it's CC immunity or the ability to escape it or counter it out in one way or another. And so Chiron comes to mind here, Gore, as a pick that might interact with the Sanctified Field, and it's a pick that we've seen already banned out today. Do you think Chiron has some value here for the Funhavers?
Chiron's always in that weird area of, do you want to play him? Like, are you good with him? And if the answer to that is yes, then you can usually make him work even when he's not meta, right? And we get to see that a lot with the bolts, like Venenu, just every now and then would play. Like, we had that wild Chiron meta Phase 2 last year, at the very beginning of Phase 2, where you had everyone, save for PandaCat, was running Chiron. PandaCat was playing Danza into the Chiron and beating it, things like that. And then eventually it just kind of shifted over into mid lane again, and sometimes you got to see it, and most of the time it was alongside something like a Soul. I feel like it's just one of those picks, like you said, just if you can play it well, sometimes he makes his way through. He plays in a comfortable position. He's got a good cleanse on his kit, which is going to be very helpful against what the neighborhood have. He's got a really good knockback in terms of some control.
That's the
It's going to make things very fun. And this is almost synonymous with Uzi. Hey, remember all those gods I was talking about earlier? Hey, if your solo laner ever complained about having to play these, Uzi loves them. There's another one.
Gore, are you surprised that with Cthulhu available, especially for Uzi, especially with Sanctified Field, that it was not banned out by the neighborhood in one of their final 2? I mean, don't get me wrong, Odin for Uzi and Ares as well, 2 very worthwhile bans. But when you talk about the ability to walk into the Sanctified Field and mitigate that ultimate and put pressure onto an Oleron, it feels like it's always Cthulhu who comes to the forefront of that conversation?
It's Cthulhu and Camazotz were like the #1, hey, we don't care about your ult Olarun gods last year. And both of them were left available? Yeah, I'm actually really surprised, especially, like you said, knowing Uzi's on the other side. Odin makes sense, have to get rid of that. The Ares, at the time, and honestly even now, really only slowed down Finmir. I guess technically would stop Amaterasu a little bit and cause some trouble for the Olarun, but ultimately, when you're looking at what will those chains shut down in terms of escape, they didn't have a lot on their side. Now you're looking at someone who is going to be able to just bully out this Olarun despite his ult, plus the cleanse, plus Soul having her immunity. Like, this Sanctified Fields is going to be harder to make work than any of the times that it's going to be up. I mean, it's got such a long cooldown. It's going to be hard for Neighborhood here.
Now, there is a little, then, Cthulhu counterplay, right? I mean, Cthulhu directly into the Olarun feels fine. Feels good, even.
Yeah.
It feels good. But then you get the Nemesis drafted afterwards. Nem has been a pick to counter out Cthulhu in the past as well. So, you know, you might have Cthulhu running down this Olarun. You drop the Nemo, though, on that Cthulhu, strip away some of those protections. And so there's a lot of interactions that'll be happening in these team fights. Score a lot of counter picks on counter picks.
The world's weirdest rock, paper, scissors game that's going on. Cthulhu beats Olarun, Nemesis beats Cthulhu. And in that theory, I guess Olarun beats Nemesis, but they're on the same team, so you don't want that to happen. So there has to be something else in there that really helps pad the stats for him.
Yeah, I don't know if
either way, Bastet beats Nim. No.
Isn't that all Smite is, though, Gore? Is just one giant game of rock, paper, scissors? Like counter picking back and forth as we go, and so you know you pick the Soul to go up against this, and they pick this to go up against the Soul. So all 10 really.
How much thought do you put into rock paper scissors? Like if we played right now, I have one thought about rock paper scissors, and that's that pretty much everyone throws most of the almost the exact same thing the first time, but it's one of two. Okay.
Rock paper scissors shoot. Oh, I'm nuts. I'm so good. It's all, I don't, for what it's worth, no thought into it. Just threw scissors at the last moment. Sorry there, Gore. All right. So
there's two kinds of people. There's your rock throwers and your scissors throwers.
I want to know, Gore, in this game, in this game of rock paper, scissors, that
in
was
this
picks
study.
and bans. Who do you think won the rock paper scissors battle of picks and bans here, going into game number 2 of set number 3? Who do you think? One rock, paper, scissors.
I'm going to give this one to Funhavers. I think Cthulhu shutting down the Olarun is really good. I think they've got a lot to deal with the Fenrir. Amma's a wild card, but I also think Bastet against this Zeus is going to be able to shut him down early. But that's the key phrase. Shut him down early. We've seen too much Zeus lately. Specifically, it was Heroin last year on the Dragons. There was like a 12-minute period you had where you could just bully anything that he did. And no one really got to capitalize on that as much as I would have liked. Yep. Instead, he got to that 12-minute mark and lived, but the book build isn't necessarily huge right now.
Gore, it is game number 2 of set number 3, Neighborhood versus Funhavers. Let's see if they can close it out.
Funhavers want a big win here, and they get Uzi on one of his signature, 3 picks that really define the quote-unquote Uzi meta here with this Cthulhu in the solo lane. And I think Gore's kind of right to maybe even kind of talk about, the Zeus. We've been seeing a little bit more of him as of recent, especially after his changes. Book build became so popular. The question kind of now is, with this double flat pen, how does that work out for the Zeus compared to the more traditional book build that we see out of him Myth?
See, I feel like the double flat pen really prioritizes or helps out gods that are looking to apply poke consistently. And I don't really quantify Zeus as one of those picks. Zeus is the, okay, I found my opportunity, I found a chain lightning, I'm going to detonate. Oh, cool, I'm going to do that again later. If somebody gets too close, I drop lightning storm. It's more so of an all-in engagement, drop all your damage immediately style of play, which is why the book build was so good, because the counter to that is to just dive the Zeus. Just get on the Zeus before you can apply all that damage. It's not exactly a build that I think can work out very well in Season 9, though, which is why I'm very curious to see this Eye of the Jungle penetration start around this Zeus. So I'm very curious what that power curve is going to start to look like.
The thought just occurred to me that this is a Gilgamesh support, but it doesn't necessarily surprise me. This is something that we saw on the NA side of the SCC time and time again. Blugan and Gamma, kind of the 2 biggest proponents and kind of pioneers of this god over in this lane. It just kind of threw me for a loop for a moment to recall the fact that there is a Gilgamesh in this game, and that he's not in the jungle. He's actually support.
Yeah, as long as he's not in the solo, I'm not going to complain. So Oceans can do no wrong in my eyes. I mean, it's not exactly the most consistent support style. At most, you're seeing 2 or 3 people if you're hitting like one of the best drop kicks of all time. Winds of Shamash, always going to be a good initiation tool, and just having that HP stack that supports normally go for is going to synergize very well with the Sun Scimitar.
Definitely not a fight that they want to take over here. Oceans, though, does want to pick a fight up against Vonson and Mineral, but Mineral is winning that trade initially out here. Tuba,
Magic Feet.
once again down to half, but Magic Feet wrapping around the backside, going for the 2 versus 3, and Mineral is the one being collapsed on. It's Tuba who comes out with first blood for the Fun Havers, and Vonson has nothing that he can do except watch as his carry falls.
I wonder what Mineral was thinking there. That was some of very aggressive pathing. I think had he just head towards his own tower, likely could have just walked on out of there. Maybe didn't realize that Magic Feet was standing so nearby, and at the end of the day, your Oleron falling down this early just doesn't feel good. That is your late game win condition. It's going to be one of your highest DPS gods. It's going to be your objective clearer as well. You really want this pick to be able to at least farm up in the early game, if not do well. And having Tuba on a pick like Soul that should be able to bully relatively easily going forward does bode bad things for Mineral from here on out.
Here's an item that we haven't seen for some time in the solo lane. We saw it a couple of times pop up for hunters like AMC and Izanami, but now we're seeing it over in the solo lane for Uzi here. Tainted Steel up on this Cthulhu, mostly just kind of worried about the healing that Mineral and Delny have.
Maybe. The self-sustain from Delny and lane is going to be pretty hard to contend with Tainted Steel, but some of the upgrade options are pretty nice. The anti-heal always going to be just a decent stat stick as well, so not one that I'm really going to argue against. There's not any individual starter item where like, yeah, that's what I want on Cthulhu. It's not like he's really utilizing too many of them overly well, so I think it really is just a stopgap measure.
Yeah, it does seem with the nerf that came to the Warriors and kind of Sundering Axe in this 9.1 bonus, we haven't really been seeing it. We've been seeing a lot of experimentation with other items. We saw double Death's Toll earlier on when it was like Amaterasu versus Erlong Shen just for their own basic sustain. We even see that Death's Toll coming back again with Delny this time around. But we've been seeing a lot of flexibility in those solo lane starter options.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good options. I think Bluestone having a resurgence as well is going to be very nice for some of these stance switchers, but in this game, it really is just going to be Delny getting a lot of value from Death's Toll, utilizing some of that sustain from the item as well as in the kit to try and force out Uzi. Whereas Uzi's entire game plan is, let me just survive the laning phase. I'm not really concerned about winning it. It's more so about just being able to rotate out, and as the Death said, try and put some of that pressure on a Mineral. Once that Sanctified Field gets dropped, it's really onto Uzi to make sure that you're not finding the full value of that ultimate. But that said, in that weird rock, paper, scissors analogy, jump on this Nemesis is going to make it very difficult for Uzi to hold that W key in these team fights. So it's going to be a very interesting just kind of like game of back and forth, a tug of war of pressure, seeing which team can get the upper hand in these engagements.
You can see just the level of threat that a Zeus Nemesis has. I mean, they walk over to mid camps, and Magic Feet and Joshi back away. They don't want anything to do with a potential early tussle that Nem Zeus has. Instead, it'll be a fight over here by the red buff initially, but now with Vonson rotating over, no reason for Oceans or Magic Feet to get too aggressive for just an early red buff. Their mage isn't even there for helping on the secure. And instead, now we get to kind of leave these hunters all by themselves. But both of them this time actually picking up the helmet earlier on. We saw it out of Tuba last time around. We're seeing from Mineral this game too.
Yeah, the helmet's going to help out a lot against these junglers. Magic Feet, in particular, should be able to displace Mineral relatively easily. Again, that ultimate from Bastet going through walls makes it very hard to predict in these team fights, so just having some additional survivability built into the kit. If he does get pulled, Mineral, that is, can use the knock-up when he gets on the other side, drop the Sanctified Field, and likely utilizing some of that healing and defense, survive the burst damage potential that Magic Feet is bringing. Plus, it's just like a decent stat stick just on its own. You're not even like really sacrificing too much in the power department, so not surprised to see them both elect for this item.
It might be one of the earliest and maybe kind of easiest obelisks that we've seen picked up here, just right over the 5-minute mark. And thank you, Doug. We get a nice look at the Celestial Legion helm. 90 power on that item. Some good defense. And then as well, all the stacks give you the extra physical defense. A lot of fighting here, though, up against Delny. He gets some solid damage up against Magic Feet, but there are 4 people here who want this Amaterasu dead, but they just don't have the damage to take her down. Delny will stand strong under the might of his Tier 1 tower in rotation from Jumpa.
Yeah, Delny just says, hey man, you don't have enough damage to take this fight. We'll see if Mineral feels the same way. Does survive the onslaught of Tuba, but that's all he does. He just barely survives.
Dame, though, will he survive?
Good
Drop
kick.
kicked against the wall, beads expended, and an ult for ult out of the jungle and mid, and it will be a 1-for-1 trade between the jungle and mid. As Dame and Ocean's actually, not the jungle, that was the support Gilgamesh. It still impels
Yep.
my brain that's got to be jungle Gilgamesh, but no, it is the support Gilgamesh that falls.
First blood was going over to the Funhavers a little bit earlier on, but that's the first kill of that engagement going their way as well. Magic Feet forced to use the beads early as Vonson puts out so much damage.
Joshy's not making it out there. Jumpa comes back in. Vonson is fighting into it, but it's another 1-for-1 trade. Another mid for support, but Jumpa's the one who comes up with all the benefits. 2 kills to him, and a killing spree early on. A late rotation from Uzi.
And that does leave us at a net neutral on the kill department. Gold still favoring the neighborhood at this point, which is very reminiscent of what we saw in Game 1. The neighborhood had decent control throughout the early portions of this game. It's more so about which one of these squads is going to strike first around the neutral objectives. Back in Game 1, it was the Pyromancer that fell at around the 11 to 12 minute mark that really started to open up the doors of this match. I'm expecting both teams to group up around these neutral objectives very shortly. Again, both squads have got great confirmation, got great space control around it. Mineral, with that Sanctified Field, going to bring a lot of DPS and make it very hard for the Funhavers to work their way forward. But the same can be said of Tuba's DPS and Ocean's space control with the Winds of Shamash. I think if either team can walk away from a fight with a clean pick, it very well could spell the end of this Gold Fury very quickly.
Interesting to know we do see, the Eye of the Jungle coming out from Dame. It's something we saw a couple of times with Zeus's in the past in the mid lane. Kind of like how Solo is becoming very flexible with its starter items. It seems that Zeus is also just a mage in that mid lane who can flex between just about any starter item that he really wants to. It will be the Eye in this case.
Yeah, Eye's got some good upgrade options for Zeus going forward as well. Protector of the Jungle, just a phenomenal stat stick if that's the path he elects to go towards. And that is what I expect from him from here on out. It's not as if Zeus is sacrificing too much in the starter items either. You're not really playing for that early game aggression.
Oceans gets picked up and dragged out of his own wins, and he'll be dragged right back down to the grave. Jumpa with the 4th kill of the game for the neighborhood, the 4th kill of his own. But Vonson will lose his life. Joshua with some good snipes will take them down. Now Uzi in the middle of 4. Use that Descent into Madness to try and create a little bit of space to give him some extra tankiness. And a Sanctified Field expended out of Mineral. He used that just to keep them away, but it doesn't matter because everybody's going back in. Uzi gets one, and Magic Feet continuing the chase. He'll throw out the cat. But Jumpa's doing just fine. He won't be deterred.
That is a head-scratcher ultimate from Mineral. We're talking about it consistently. The reason Uzi picks Cthulhu is because Sanctified Field does not work against Cthulhu, and then Mineral drops it like 5 seconds into Uzi's ultimate on just Uzi in that team fight, sacrificing his life in that same moment as well. Just a very questionable play from the Ola run there, which is going to net him a massive deficit. Tuba doesn't have to rotate to that fight. Tuba stuck around and cleared out the jungle and stole a purple buff and got some waves. That's a 2-level lead now for the Soul out of the duo lane, where Mineral just rotates out and dies.
A full Spear of the Magus as a benefit for sticking around in lane that entire time. And Uzi on this Cthulhu, a god that popped in the meta, was extremely dominant, especially when paired with a Morrigan. You could have 2 of those Cthulhus running rampant throughout the map. And then we started seeing him kind of fall off. A couple of small nerfs and a couple of, more than anything, just hunters really becoming prominent in those lanes. And those are really the kind of gods that deal with Cthulhu really well. You build those kin sides, and you can just shut him down, but no kin side to be bought, at least not between the magical gods here. It would depend on Jumpa to get that.
Yeah, and Jumpa should be able to shred Cthulhu in the late game. Especially worth noting that Hydra's Lament needs a pretty major buff, as Delny in some trouble here might find himself in a 1v1.
Well, Delny gets at least out of there, has to use the bead so he doesn't get knocked up. The heal from Uzi will not be enough to get the kill. He used the knock up on the wave and the mire to clear it out there.
Jumpa might have him.
Should be okay, but with Jumper rotating over, he might not be. Slice and
whiff.
Dice, though, will be just a little too short. Uzi gets hit by the ultimate. Jumpa, though, will be able to dash right out of it, so he's not too worried about the root. This should be a kill up on Uzi. Slice and Dice is there, but he needs a couple more basics.
No way.
Doesn't have enough mobility, has the speed buff.
No way.
But that one mire, blink, dash in, slice, dice, dash, and down. Uzi finally falls, but what a long time that Jumpa spent to get that.
Yeah, that was one of the longest chases I think I would have expected, man. Uzi does a great job surviving the majority of that and forcing Jumpa to use every single one of his resources. Had Jumpa connected the first Slice and Dice, it probably would not have cost him his ultimate. Had he been able to stick a little bit closer, Probably would have cost him his blink as well, but instead, at the end of the day, you pick up a kill, you pick up a Pyroman, so you're not feeling too bad about it. Who will be feeling bad pretty shortly is Mineral if he doesn't get out of dodge. 4 members of the Fun Havers hovering the left side jungle.
He'll get between the 2 towers, which will make him fairly safe here. Does still have Sanctified Field and Bead, so he's got both of his escape options up. And I thought maybe the Fun Havers, after recognizing that he was leaving that area, were maybe going to try and go over towards that Gold Fury, grab that objective, since he was so far back. I guess seeing Vonson pop himself up on the map was just enough for Fun Havers to instead back off and clear out the jungle.
Take a peek at the gold. Fun Havers still not that far behind. Experience, the largest deficits we're seeing are in the jungle role. Jumpa's about 2 levels up on Magic Feet at this point. But outside of that, there's some slight leads for the Fun Havers elsewhere on the map. 2 levels for Oceans, 2 levels for Tuba. So there are very unique odds, very unique interactions I think we're going to see going forward, especially around Magic Feet, who likely will spend the next couple of minutes just trying his best to free farm, trying his best to get some of these items online and stack up that Transcendence before he gets involved in the fight, which could create an opportunity for Jumpa to try and close up some of these gaps.
Well, Mineral uses his ultimate just to try and fight up against Tuba Supernova. Very slow inside that Sanctified Field, but now with Oceans as backup, this should be a nice and easy kill up onto the Hunter. He gets drop kicked against the walls of the winds, back against the tower, and then right to his doom. Oceans credited towards the kill, but Vonson and Jumpa are here. They're not going to go up against this. They're not going to try and fight this 2v2, despite there being no ults up for those 2.
Yeah, but the beads were available for both members here. I mean, Tuba has beads to himself, as does Ocean, so Vonson doesn't really have the best ability to engage this fight. Instead, tries to pick up Magic Feet in the jungle, but again, beads still available, so Magic Feet going to work his way out of there very easily. It's a significant grouping around the Gold Fury from the Chaos team. Thought maybe we would have seen them pull out the Gold Fury itself, considering Vonson had already utilized that ultimate, but instead it's a hard reset. Why leave it up to Risk? The Fun Havers, they take their pick and they get out.
Something needs to be done about Tuba, Mifflin, because this man is level 15, 102 on the soul, and has just been left to his own devices over on this left side of the map. We are seeing a fully upgraded teleport come out of Uzi that was actually used very early on in the game in that one rotation towards mid that he did make. But instead now, not only are both of the solo laners starting to itemize towards this Frenzy, we even see Oceans picking up an extra one of his own. So 3 Frenzies on the map and 2 big upgrades they can go towards.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, because these icons are still new to me. That is the Belt of Insatiable Hunger for Uzi. I feel like such a nerd saying Belt of Insatiable Hunger, but I believe, no, that's Greater Belt of Frenzy. The tier 3, it tricked me, man. They look similar.
It's okay.
We'll wait. All right, it's going to get upgraded eventually, and it will be Insatiable Hunger. I'm calling it now.
It was a pre-call.
Yeah, it's a pre-call. That's me making a prediction. Fans at home, get in the comments if I'm right.
We'll see what it ends up being. There is the other option there for Oceans too. He can go towards the other of the Frenzies, which I'm not going to try and be fancy with the name, but it does give you a massive burst of damage, 50% extra attack speed, 30% extra damage. But the downside of it is that it decays very quickly over the course of 6 seconds. So it's a massive burst right away, but you only have that 6-second window to really get a ton of value out of that item.
Well, if you're going to break down the other one, I guess I'm just going to talk about Insatiable Hunger now.
Go for it.
That is a Frenzy that resets its cooldown. Like, the duration of it is reset if you get an assist or a kill.
It's wild.
You could just have it for the entirety of a team fight. Insatiable Hunger goes crazy.
Well, Vonson kind of going crazy here, at least grabbing Ocean, so it's a trade-out ult for ult of the supports. But most importantly, Beads are now down for Ocean, his only form of CC immunity. But there's one Frenzy popped by the support. Make it the second Frenzy popped by the solo laner. Go for the Gold Fury, but it's the neighborhood. It's Delny going in with Vonson. They steal away the Gold Fury. Uzi is stuck in the middle of the Sanctified Fields. Oceans gets cut off from the rest of the team, and he'll be taken down. Delny credit to the hit, and everybody on Fun Havers is so low. They're separating themselves so they don't all get picked away. Instead, it'll just be 2 going down.
Man, a couple of targets on the neighborhood. We're so low in that fight. Vonson, Delny both in critical condition towards certain portions of the engagement. It felt like there was a desync in the communications from Fun Havers. Oceans goes in alone, diving deep into the back line, gets himself collapsed on very easily. Magic Feet forced to utilize that jump back, puts himself out of position as well. But at the end of the day, the neighborhood come up massive in that fight, now putting themselves ahead in the kills and the gold department.
Delny and Vonson coming up big, able to steal away that Gold Fury from Funhavers, so that's a massive gold swing going back their way here, about 2,000 up that the neighborhood has over Funhavers. And you can see some of the build reflections coming out here. Delny going with a Witchblade to kind of counteract the double Hunter comp here.
Oh, let's see
And we
it.
do see Vonson just cleanly walks in. I can't even say he walks. This man jumps right in and says, thank you very much for a free Gold Fury. And then the team fight after just goes all the way of the neighborhood, because that Sanctified Field zones 2 different people from Funhavers completely away from the rest of the team. It ends up being those 2 that get picked off at the end.
It is not often that individual plays are what separates a team from a win and a loss, but that type of play in that kind of scenario from Vonson is the stuff that will win you games. Vonson nearly single-handedly putting his team in a great position to transition themselves into Pyromancer, even potentially the Fire Giant in the next coming minutes. Vonson closed up a lot of that gap that Oceans had established for himself as well, now tied in levels 13-13. Up against this Gilgamesh. The neighborhood desperately needed a play like that, and Vonson steps up to the plate.
Man, is Paul playing Smite out here, because we got Dame picking up a Mantle of Discord in that mid lane for some extra defense. Maybe call that the Paul special. He's one of the few mid laners in the Pro League who really do love picking up defense on their mid mages. Mantle of Discord and Breastplate of Valor usually the 2 calls here, but that'll give him a lot of protections and a nice little get out of jail free card at the end with that CC pop.
J-Mac, I don't know how you did it, how you tricked me into gassing up a support player. I just looked at the KDs. There's a jungler popping off. My man has got 100% kill participation. I'm talking about Jumpa, by the way. 6-0-1 on this Nemesis pick. That is massive. 2-level gap over Magic Feet still established. He's got tons of damage output. His chase potential is incredibly strong. I didn't get a chance to touch on it, but the change to Hydra's Lament in Season 9 is nuts. It has 10% pen on it now as well. I mean, this is just a great build for this Nemesis. He's hitting his stride. He's got decent like 1v1 potential. The auto cancels have been on point. So if he's utilizing that properly, Tuba's going to struggle in that 1v1. Even Joshi could as well. Jumpa needs to be addressed in these fights.
Fire Giant started up, and this is what Amma and Magical ADCs are really good for. Shred the defense of the Fire Giant, make it take more damage for your carries to come through, but they've got to walk themselves out quickly, because Uzi and the rest of the Funhavers have shown up to crash the party. It's only Joshi sitting in mid, and Mineral wasn't even there. He was pushing up that left side of the map all by himself.
Yeah, that was just a heat check from the neighborhood. They know they can't just take a fight around the Fire Giant. Despite winning out handily in that last team fight, the gold and experience differential still is relatively small at this point. Experience not even worth bringing up. Gold barely worth bringing up 19 minutes into this game. I would go as far as to say that this is a dead even match. 19 minutes in, it's going to come down to play on the field that separates these squads. Can Uzi separate the engagement? Can he find the opportunity to make sure that Mineral isn't able to use that Sanctified Fields? Or is it going to be the other way around? Is it going to be Jumpa stripping away that defense of Uzi, making sure that he can't step forward, can't utilize that W key? Don't hover that. That's not insatiable hunger.
Well, that's one of the 2. There's still the chance for you to get insatiable, because you were talking about it with Uzi
earlier.
Yeah,
thank you.
You were talking about it with Uzi
you.
earlier. So that is the Belt of the Berserker, the one I was talking about earlier. A lot of extra attack speed, a lot of extra power, but it does decay over the course of the 6 seconds.
Every 0.5 seconds over the course of 6 seconds. Yes.
Right. You are going to get less of that attack speed, less of that power diminishing down. So you got about really a 3-second window where you have a ton of power, a ton of attack speed, and then that last 3 is kind of the fall off there. But kind of going back over to the other side here for the supports, back to talking about Vonson, because I'm going to make you talk about the supports again. Look at this second relic he's picked up, the Entangling Winds when it comes down to, or the Entangling Root Sprint, whatever the official name it is here. Pop this sprint, Entangling Wings. I almost had it. I said winds, it's actually wings. You pop this, and everybody in a massive area around you, all within ranged auto attack range of you, gets rooted for 1 second, and what better god to want to root than a Zeus?
Yeah, that is going to be massive for him. Just the ability to apply that peel whenever you want, or if they're stuck in the Lightning Storm, they're going to stay stuck in the Lightning Storm. You're also still applying additional movement speed to your team. It's not as if you're sacrificing that in going for it. So I really do like that pickup as well for Vonson. It's going to be pretty hard to apply to some of these targets, though. To separate, essentially, you get to ignore it. The jump back from Magic Feet, you could just leap out of this route as well. It's not also a cripple.
Vonson wants somebody. He'll grab Josh, but Josh is quickly pulled out, and Vonson is put in the dirt quickly. Oceans strikes the final blow to take him out, but Jumpa has separated himself from the rest of the team in the midst of the fight, and he'll finally get spotted out. A quick blink to get him away from Uzi. But it seems the rest of the Funhavers don't care too much about him. They'll back up for a moment, but only to bait Dame and the rest of the team forward. Quick beads gets him away from the drop kick in a sanctified field. Dropped in the middle of the fight. Tuba is eating a ton of damage, and Dame will help take down another one. Uzi is doing the best he can to try and kill these carries. He'll be able to grab one, but Uzi and Magic Feet are shredding through them, and now it's Jumpa diving in. Magic Feet will go down, unstoppable for Jumpa, and maybe just give him one more. Delney will chase through, he'll get rooted out, but Jumpa doesn't care. He's gonna walk right in, and with the help of Delney, they'll make it a 3-for-5 deicide for the neighborhood.
Man, just such patient play from Jumpa there, waiting for his opportunity to make sure that Uzi isn't able to utilize that Descent into Madness to the fullest of its potential, works his way back into that fight, and separates the engagement. Gotta say, questionable dash from Joshy there. The giddy up just straight into everybody. Dies before it's even finished channeling. I thought he had maybe still had Centaurus available and he was going to try and drag some attention away that way. Not the case. Man's just died in that team fight. Had Joshy, I think, just swung back a little bit more so, that could have been a completely different engagement for the neighborhood. But yeah, I agree. That Fire Giant pull was a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going through their minds there. Maybe they thought they had a little bit more DPS on it, but instead...
Them dead, me fire.
Yeah, it's just us, guys. They can't possibly steal the Fire Giant if they're all dead. Instead, they'll rotate over and they'll go ahead and take Primal Fury. Much easier objective for the two of those to take down there. This Nemesis really swinging hard. I thought maybe we might see, you know, the potential kin size coming to build, but no, it is just straight ability damage coming out here. Erendite, Brawler's Beat Stick to reduce some of that healing, and then even building in towards one of those katanas, maybe that stone-cutting sword that's such a popular item with Nemesis.
Dude, it's got to be serrated, right? Like
20%
pen, yeah, some light steel. I think it is likely going to be that. You could really tell that
There it is,
Jumpa's...
you got it.
Oh, nice. I knew it. Yeah, we knew all along. It really looks like Jumpa's going for the one-shot style of build, but Joshy's just dead?
Yeah,
okay.
Joshy is gone. Jumpa gets the final credit for that kill. Oceans is diving as deep as he can go, but Mineral turns him around. Jumpa picks up the double kill.
What's happening?
But it's already 3 down on the side of the Funhavers. It's Uzi in the middle of these 3. He's going to try and get this kill on Bonson, and he will do everything he can to make sure it happens, but it's Jumpa with the triple kill on the Nemesis. Dive on in, and might as well go ahead and give him the quadra, baby. Jumpa against the world. Jumpa with 11 kills, and the neighborhood are clawing their way back in this set.
Man, Jumpa is cheesing. Get a look at him in the bottom left of your screen. He is feeling himself off the back of that quadra kill. And you know what? I got a chance to talk to the neighborhood before they went in for their set. They were hanging out in the practice room, and they said, as long as Jumpa gets Nemesis, we're just gonna win. And you know what I said to them? I said, there's no way Jumpa gets Nemesis. He's been jamming this god for 5 years straight. No way the Funhavers allow this pick through. Well, they did,
Apparently
and Jumpa's just winning 11-0-4, undying, 15 of 17 affected kills, and now Fire Giant on 3 members of the neighborhood with only 3 towers standing between them and the exposed birds of the Funhavers.
And about a little over 8,000 gold, and we get a nice first-person POV in Jumpa's quadra kill in that fight as Joshy was hand-delivered to him in the jaws of Vonson. Then we see him go for a nice little kill up against Tuba. Unfortunately, Mineral does snag one of those ones away, but Jumpa was busy with another kill there. A solid quadra kill out of the jungler. 15 out of the 17 kills he has now been a part of, and a quadra kill to get them set on pace to taking game 2.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make earlier is that Jumpa has gone for a style of build where he is no longer an auto attacker. He's not really playing to stick around in these team fights. He's not consistent damage. It's not that like that Kali answer to a Cthulhu. Instead, it's I'm going to go in, I'm going to dash cancel, get my Hydra's proc, and I'm going to keep auto canceling, and it's just working.
And once again, Vonson will deliver one on a silver platter. Uzi, the one who has been saving this team, has fallen first in the team fight. Joshy goes down next, and just as quickly after the tier 1 tower, Uzi, their saving grace in these team fights, delay them for so long, he died instantly.
Yeah, I think the Funhavers have taken emotional damage. They are no longer having fun. That is, what, the 3rd fight in a row where they just walk up and it's like water crashing against a mountain, man. It's not doing anything. The neighborhood are steamrolling them.
The neighborhood is going to walk right into the throne room. Vonson gets picked up by the cat and separated from the team. Oceans is delaying for as long as he can. Vonson goes down. Magic Feet and the Titan able to take them down. Dame is also falling low, but the Titan even lower. And the neighborhood able to squeak through at the very end of it. And they'll take game number 2. tie us up in this set to take us to game number 3, Mifflin.
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and do the Funhaver's coach's job for him. You know, let me take a little
Here we
load
go.
off of you here. Ban Nemesis. What do we think about that? How's that hit your ear?
I don't know, man. Nemesis only went like 11-0-6. Only was kind of topping the player damage charts.
Maybe one quadra.
Maybe a quadra. I don't know if Nemesis ban is the call, Mifflin.
Yeah, I do. I'm talking to you guys, Funhavers. Ban that one. That was a crazy performance from Jumpa out of the jungle, and a great just draft around it. I thought it was facilitate the Olorun. That was my idea. I was like, that's what they're going to do. They're just going to make sure Olorun's doing okay. Didn't need him. My man was there to clear waves and land because Jumpa was busy winning the game elsewhere.
He was there to bait out the Cthulhu ultimate, and that's about it. I dropped Sanctified Field. We know Cthulhu wants to play here. Jumpa go literally do anything else. Vonson also coming in big. I mean, 2 Ragnaroks that single-handedly
essentially won him the game with the Gold Fury Steel.
Gold Fury Steel picks up the Cthulhu in that last little team fight, able to absolutely melt him. Clinical plays coming here out of the neighborhood. They tie up the set. It will take us to a game 3. That'll come to you right after this break.
See all the birds and all the bees and all the trees. Help me feel everything around me. Help me in the vibrations of the universe inside of me. Help me beat the shit out of my ego, please. Wash me now in the blood of the Lamb and the Holy. Let me go to hell to cleanse my fucked up mind. Let's embrace the sunrise and the sunset and the time between them. Let us stay forever young and never die.
Well, that is quite the bounce back. I would say Jumpa bounces back here along with the rest of the neighborhood in game number 2. Maybe one of the most convincing individual performances I've seen in a competitive game of Smite in a long, long time. And we have seen some really, really strong games. The Nem pick, we talked about the rock, paper, scissors style of drafting that we had going on. And it was the Nemesis that was winning time and time and time again, Gormizer. And Jumpa has a hell of a game here to bring us to a game 3.
Yeah, I think everybody had their moments for the neighborhood, but they were all brought on because of Jumpa, right? Like, it's one of those things, like, you get to see Delny, you get to see Dame from Newark and Mineral, like, all have their moments. But then no matter what, at the end of the day, you look at who's doing a lot of the setup, who's doing a lot of the killing. Yeah, I came down to Jumpa every single time. To the point where up until very, very, very close to the end, he had 100% kill participation. I mean, was just chasing him down. I will admit, I didn't expect this from a Nemesis going into this game, and it's not something you get from Nemesis often. To have a 13.0, let's just let that sit in for a second. 13.0 KDA. Yeah, that's an absolutely nuts performance from them. And again, a very, like, what feels like rare game that you get to see from Nemesis. She's not always going to be a hyper carry,
No.
But this one absolutely showcased what Jumpa is capable of.
Every once in a while, actually, to your point, Gore, maybe more often than not, just kind of an ult bot. You know, you drop the ult, you get the slow with the sword clap there, and you know, you're more utility. Obviously, you do some good damage, but this is just absolutely run through you style of play from Jump out of the jungle. And I don't know if the fun havers were having much fun in that one, Gore. I think the cast already made that joke, but I'm gonna make it again.
But you know what? They had said, Oceans had even said in his interview, no matter what, either they're having fun or we're having fun. One of the two.
I will say that Oceans walked by after that game and said, hey, and I said, Oceans, you having fun? Without a second of pause, said yes. And so Ocean's still having fun, regardless
sometimes you
of
just
the way.
enjoy playing Smite.
And if you can enjoy playing Smite any game,
even when there's an 11-0
in a smackdown like that,
Nemesis on the other side,
you love yourself some Smite. So fantastic performance from the neighborhood here, and Jumpa notably to bring the neighborhood on to a game number 3.
I like how everybody's kills on this tab look virtually insignificant, and like they're all normal.
Right,
everything's
for
regular
everyone
except for Jumpa,
right?
Where he's got like double the next highest.
Everyone
at
on the neighborhood has, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 kills, 11, and then everyone on the fun havers something similar, which is really surprising. I mean, you're looking at the damage there. It wasn't like Jumpa melted all of this damage. You know, I think as far as damage numbers go, the Nem about average in that game. So call it last hitting, whatever you want to call it. But
half and half, right? Some earned, some last hits.
Doesn't matter though, because all of them are in the kill column.
Yep.
I'm a kill truther, Gore, and if they're in the kill column, they were yours. You know, if you didn't do enough damage to finish off, that's not my fault.
I'm very much in the as long as they died, they die, and that's what matters.
Right,
but
I
also play support. So
I'm sure that's what the neighborhood is worried about in game 2 as well. Is I don't care who gets the kills. I just don't want to go down to the losers bracket just yet. And they do
I don't know if
stave off
Jumpa's playing like that. I want Jumpa getting the kills.
Right, let's feed the hot hand. Sure. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe we're totally giving all the kills over to an individual person, especially when you then consider what that opens the door for the rest of your team. Suddenly the Sanctified Fields feel a little bit more impactful if the Cthulhu just can't do anything regardless of the ability to walk into that ultimate in his own ultimate. And so some draft strategy and then some individual play from the neighborhood pays off here in game number 2. And the overall chess match score of picks and bans now comes into an interesting pivot point here in this set. You've shown your hand in a couple of games if you're both of these two teams. We've seen some of the same in games 1 and 2. You know, Amaterasu has been very popular, but then you kind of see these counter picks causing players to change things out. I wonder if you're the fun havers, you have to look towards Jumpa and ban something out, but I don't think you're banning Nem, right? Just like out of nowhere.
No.
But if Jumpa has the ability to play a pick at that level again, you're going down to the losers bracket if you're the fun havers.
Yeah, I think this creates a very problematic scenario for them because ultimately you picked what you thought was going to be a great counter, and honestly probably should have been a great counter just to deal with Mineral. And unfortunately, Jumpa decided that that was going to be your last and final mistake of at least of Game 2. We'll figure out if he's going to be able to continue that. I'm also surprised with how much they got away with. I didn't expect to see Zeus do too terribly well, and while he didn't necessarily have a crazy KDA, in fact, he did die quite often, got all the damage out, and sometimes, I mean, we had said it earlier with the Poseidon, sometimes it's all you need to have go out there. If you can drop your ult, get your burst out, and then die, then you've done your job and you've set up your team for success anyway.
I mean, really, with both those picks, there's not a whole lot happening after that anyway, right? After
you're waiting for cooldowns.
You're waiting for your cooldowns, and for Zeus, his cooldowns are like another detonate once your ult is out. So you're right, and I think that lends itself to the damage conversation we were having, where 11 kills, you can't ignore that for Jumpa.
Yeah.
But the damage was all pretty generalized, I would argue, across the board, and so everyone doing their job, it just translated to 11 kills for Jumpa in game number 2. Funhavers find their way back into the first pick position. The Morgan and Thoth have been consistently banned out by this Funhavers team, not allowing the neighborhood to pick those up in any of the 3 games so far. Same can be said, though, for the Erlong Shen and the Athena as well. And I will eat my words immediately. I'm thinking there's no way you just blind ban an M, because it felt like a heavy counter pick. But I guess it counter picks everything if you're playing it the way Jumpa was.
Yeah, you know what? If you go 11-0-4, it kind of just slaughtered everybody that stood in their way. And that's actually what's most interesting. Running back through those highlights in my mind, it started early on. Like, it wasn't the Cthulhu that was constantly having trouble. It did cause a lot of trouble for the Cthulhu, but ultimately early on, it was in mid lane that it was causing a lot of trouble. It was finding kills very quickly in the game and had that 100% kill participation. Reminds me a lot, I feel like I've said that a lot about Nemesis, about how I don't expect her to be like this hard carry. And I've almost always had that statement precede like Leviathan's drafts. And so if you're playing at that level, that is exactly what my brain is trying to bring up with you, then you're doing a good job here if you're the neighborhood. But already I think Funhavers, that's a good adjustable ban. I want to see what the neighborhood is able to do, because was it just one good Nemesis game? Is Jumpa really good at Nemesis? Or is it going to be another fantastic jungle?
How about this pick, who I'm assuming is for Joshi in the mid lane, ESET Gore. Often a one-off pick. You know, it's like Sino will play it in the jungle or something, or somebody in the SEC playoffs will play it in support, something like that. And it could be, and I would argue maybe should be now an ESET support, though I guess the opportunity for it to be ESET jungle still there. But some uncertainty is sewn in there, Gore, because there's also a Zeus. And so you mentioned big AoE burst damage. You got a Lightning Storm and a Circle of Protection, depending on how this ESET builds. That should shred down some health bars.
Now, if it weren't for the fact that Fenrir and Daji are already locked in, this is where I would say we'll see how much homework the neighborhood have done, just on Smite in general.
How much homework have you done?
For this?
Just in the last...
Well, if it's not like work-related, which I don't know if you can call it homework. If it's
You're working
work
from
stuff.
home.
Well, so is everybody.
We're all doing homework.
Everyone's homework, so the last 2 years has just been nothing but homework.
Something like that.
Yeah.
At any rate, Gore, I apologize.
I don't know. I can't remember. What was my point? Oh, right. I was gonna say they don't have a Nox available for them to try and pull out like the Leviathans did, that dealt with an ESET support handily in the World Championship. Also, by the way, 100% win rate in Season 8 for Nox. Just throwing it out there.
If the neighborhood picks Nox,
what are Fenrir and Daji doing? That's one of those has to be. Well,
jungle,
Fenrir has to be support.
Fenrir solo. No, Fenrir. Sole ADC.
Fenrir mid? Is that where you're trying to shuffle hard to make this work?
Just throw Nox in the mid lane. Boom. Done.
But that's the whole point. Is she'd be in the lane with the ESET
and then you lane swap. 2 minutes. I don't know, Gore. I was really trying here. I'm not going to die on this hill. You're right. Nox, unlikely. At any rate, we'll see what Funhavers want to round out their draft with. It's going to be a cleanup.
I feel like we haven't had a conversation for the last 3 minutes. Let's just go ahead and ignore that it happened. Hey, look at all these cool gods that got locked in.
Literally what I was doing, Gore, was bringing up the fact that Klino was just locked in and Medusa was as well.
Yeah, but I did it
finalize
faster.
The draft. I was saying it when you cut me off. Funhavers and Klino. Funhavers will round out their draft with Klina and Medusa as well. So, Gore, I just see a lot of damage, a lot of burst damage for this Fun Havers team in what should be a scary team fight to go up against.
Yeah, I actually think this is going to be it's the duality, right? You have so much damage open to you that you should theoretically be able to make a fight happen pretty much at any given time. Granted, I see Zeus, I see Kleena. I might want to wait a little bit before those fights start kicking off, but once Zeus has a couple of points in that detonate, it hits pretty hard. And Kleena, we've seen already today what they're capable of. Plus, with an E-set, once you get into that 3v3, it's going to be a little wild. But then it balances out with Fenrir, Daji, Agni, right? Like, you've got two assassins on the other side that want to hunt down these mages as quick as possible. And so I think this is going to be a much more high-octane game, or both teams are going to play incredibly scared and not even get close to each other. It's like one or the other, just because of the fact that they are set up for a lot of kills, and they're all pretty squishy on top of that. And it's going to make late game pretty interesting, too, because E-set, like, even with a full build, E-set or a Fenrir, tank, don't hit as hard as like Guardians do when they're trying to tank up the Phoenix for you or a Fire Giant or things like that. So Ama and Osiris have a lot of heavy lifting in that regard.
Gore, do you find the same thing for Daji here in this game? I mean, Jumpa had an incredible game number 2 to push us on to a winner-take-all game 3, and then you get Daji up against E-set and Zeus.
Yeah.
Call them somewhat immobile. How important is Jumpa here in this game for the neighborhood?
Immobile, and they don't have CC immune ults. It's going to be really easy to pull them away. Plus, depending on when E-set uses her ult, right, it makes it a lot easier for Daji to just go ahead and pull everyone to the powwow. You might then get to see a circle of protection with like a beads or something, but I do think that this Daji is going to be able to eat them alive for a lot of this. If Jumpa can get off to even slightly the same start, then I think we might see another good game. Maybe not 11-0-4, but at least another good game out of them. With the Fenrir on top of that, I think it makes it a lot easier to burn beads, make it easier for this Daji to be able to find those picks. And if Daji doesn't, guess who does? Yes, the Fenrir. No matter what, someone is going to be able to find some CC and control the Fun Havers. The downside is then you have to play objective conversation, right? Team fights, neighborhood look really, really good, especially early on if they get aggressive. Beads burning capabilities out the wazoo. Fun Havers, they can burn any objective they want in the game, and you don't have anything you can say about it. They just drop Zeus and E-set ult on one spot, and the Gold Fury, the Fire Giant, the Pyromancer, although that one might be a little bit of a waste, they all will disappear incredibly quickly. So you have to be prepared for that if you're the neighborhood. You might be winning a ton of fights, but unless you can guarantee those ults are down, any objective might be risky.
Gormizer, it is our second game 3 of the day. Remember, no knockouts yet, but we will have knockout games tomorrow. And so that's what awaits the loser of this game right here, the neighborhood versus the Fun Havers, game number 3.
And what a big game to get you up on the top end of the bracket and stay on the top end of the bracket. It's J-Mac and Mifflin and Doug here in game number 3 between the Fun Havers and the neighborhood. Fun Havers had a good, strong game number 1, and then Jumpa did Jumpa things in game number 2 and brought the neighborhood with him. Now into game number 3, going over to this Daji pick. And it's one thing that Gormai specifically said that he really liked up against his composition. Mifflin, how do you feel about the Daji in this?
I mean, just take a peek at the enemy side. How many of them have CC immunity?
2.
Some of them, just 2. That's not even half. Well, I guess it's maybe half. 5's an odd number. Bad commentary over here. Joshi, Oceans, and Magic Feet all going to struggle mightily up against this pick, which is why we see them pick up beads so early on, but it's not just Jumpa putting threat onto beads, as Gorso aptly put. It's either going to be Vonson getting the credit for it after the beads have been burned, or at least setting up for Jumpa on the other side. So the neighborhood have got some tools to work with once we start to approach level 5. I'm very excited to see the pacing of this one. But this is a match where coin tosses won't exist. If Ocean is around, he kills Gold Furies, he kills Pyromancers, and according to level 1 so far, he might just kill Vonson.
Yeah, so 2-man Spirit Ball into an easy Acid Spray in the dual lane.
You think that's good?
Took about yeah, I think it's pretty good. I mean, we just saw like Vonson and Mineral lose half their health. There's another Spirit Ball from Oceans. He threw that one basically blind over the wall. A nice little shot there out of the support.
Good God.
To make sure, but Oceans is losing quite a bit of health back in that trade up against Mineral and Vonson here. Tuba will be able to sit back, and this is the one benefit that Medusa has against a lot of other hunters, is that Acid Spray. All you need to do is make sure that you hit the melee minions, and you're basically guaranteed to hit those archers.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to apply that poke as well, but even with that, the pressure has been favoring the neighborhood. They've stolen away the Harpy on that bottom left-hand side. They've taken away the neutral Harpies as well. So far, experience deficit favoring the neighborhood at this point. Maybe we see a jungler rotate over just to try and alleviate some of that pressure.
We do see double death's toll once again in the solo lane. Previously, before when we'd seen it, was Amaterasu versus Erlong. Well, sub out Erlong for Osiris. Essentially fits somewhat of the same build in that aspect. You see a little bit of a fight here over these mid camps. Jumpa and Magic Feet really want to box out for them, but Jumpa has just used a lot of his mobility to try and get there. Magic Feet cuts off the path and sets up for an easy kill onto Joshi, and just enough damage on the last tick of that scream to take down the jungler. It's the Funhavers who strike first blood.
Luckily, it would have at least applied the silence, so Jumpa would have had to wait a little bit longer to get that leap off, but at the end of the day, man, that was thin margins that Jumpa dies for at first blood. The Funhavers credit for that one, and Magic Feet off to a great start. Kleena is the type of god that can run with the lead. We've been talking about her damage output around objectives, but the same is true around these enemy gods. If he's able to keep this pressure up, Magic Feet might just walk away with it.
Oh no, Magic... Okay, I thought he still had the tether on him there for a moment coming out of the wall, but Magic Feet will be okay. Walk through that wall to get away from Delny. Him and Uzi, though, taking a lot of damage going for this blue buff steal. Magic Feet did manage to steal the blue buff, most important thing to the solo laner. So that will at least slow down Delny a bit, but because of that death toll, he's able to sustain himself fairly well over in that lane even without it. But when it comes down to this dual lane, though, Mineral is now the one losing these trades. Spirit Ball does manage to hit right outside, and Tuba sets up with the acid spray for the kill.
Just this constant death of 1,000 cuts on that side of the map. We'll see if Joshi can at least pay for it. Good return kill from Jumpa. Worth noting on the opposite side, Magic Feet was able to solo confirm their own blue buff. So no blue buffs from the neighborhood on the right, and on the left, the Funhavers find themselves a kill as well. Oceans off to a great start. This Fenrir was bullying early on, but now that Oceans has got access to that third ability, the silence, it's going to be very difficult for Vonson to stay involved in these fights. Unchained, still going to apply that stun, but Brutalize essentially a non-factor.
And Dame with a nice little bait there in that mid lane, forcing Joshi to continue walking up, say, hey, I'm a nice easy kill here. And you do see Joshi throws his shield into the middle of the wave, gets a little bit, and then immediately just starts going to try and damage Dame. What he doesn't realize is that Jumpa was wrapping himself right back around there to pick up that kill, and Jumpa finally gets himself on the board with that rotation. But it's not going to be a teleport out of Delny this time around. It's going to be a blink for a first relic.
Yeah, maybe he wants to get involved a little bit earlier on, try and, again, put some pressure onto this Zeus in mid. If you can start to close that gap on a Joshi, Delny as well has got some pretty decent resources for burning away those beads. And we are starting to hit that pressure point for the neighborhood. Watch Jumpa. He's got the ultimate available and some targets that he can force out some relics.
A lot expended here as you go ahead and steal this flower away. A slow on to Magic Eve, but he'll dash right in, throw out the first veil, and scream at Mineral, who doesn't care because the Supernova is even more damage. And the Spirit Ball is just a little shy from Oceans. And it will be the neighborhood at least stealing away one of the Serpent camps to steal one flower. But it looks like they're going to lose their own, so it comes out as a net even as far as the Obelisk is concerned.
It does, but we got to talk about the ultimates expended, and it costs Mineral a lot more than it costs Magic Feet. Magic Feet has access to 2, whereas Mineral has only got the 1. Vonson as well has to use that Ragnarok, so there's a lot of fight potential lost for the neighborhood. Even the Horrific was expended there just to escape that situation, so I'd say the Funhavers come away pretty happy with that. They keep all their relics, all their ultimates are still available. Now would be a great time for the Order team to try and find something on the map that they can fight over. If they're privy to it, the neighborhood's red buff is going to spawn very shortly. Could be one place for the Funhavers to throw around their weight.
Could even be this mid camp because it's about to respawn here, and it is still an enhanced camp, as you can see that golden ring around it. And that's going to spawn 2 of those Lotus Flowers, the last 2 that Funhavers would need to stack up that Obelisk. We'll see if that's where they elect to put some of that pressure. But for the time being, it's just clearing out the waves, just a little bit of boxing back and forth. And you can see just how capable an Osiris is when it comes to laning up with that Death's Toll. Now that he has that free access to Death's Toll again, he's just become a bully in that solo lane.
He just sticks in these fights for so long, but there's going to be a distinct change, I think, very shortly. Once we start to approach second item, Amaterasu's scaling is going to be very hard to deal with. Delny does have the benefit of having finished that Berserker Shield a little bit sooner. So maybe if he's able to leverage that and keep Uzi in the lane a little bit longer, try and control that rotation and that pathing, make it harder for Amaterasu to hit those power points for herself. Obelisk activated for the Funhavers. Scepter still available, but here's what the Des was talking about. Drop a Lightning Storm, drop a Circle of Protection, and you'll drop a Gold Fury in the same breath.
Yeah, not just those. Drop both of the Veils from Magic Feet, expending 3 ultimates to absolutely shred through the objective. Gold Fury down just shy of 6.5 minutes, and a nice little gold spike for the Funhavers here, about 1,500 gold and XP in their favor. A lot of that coming off the back of Magic Feet, trying to get as active as he can. Vonson misses the leap for the ultimate, but he does pick up Oceans, and will get the beads out of the ESET support, which is a weird thing for me to say now, that it's nice to see a return to normalcy for ESET back in that support role.
Yeah, I gotta give some shouts to Oceans there. He holds on to his beads until he locks eyes with the threat. He doesn't care that Vonson's picked him up. Once he sees Dame around the corner, he says, okay, there's actually some threat here. I'll use the relic. It just keeps the neighborhood a little bit honest around that ultimate usage.
Little forward step there out of Uzi, gets away from the Lord of the Afterlife out of Delny. And they're still kind of boxing each other out here. We did see Uzi using that ult to back himself up. Recognize if I go back one more, he'll probably hit me. Nice little casual forward step there to juke him out. He'll get to live, go back to base, and he's got persistent teleport, which means he's right back in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, for only 80 seconds is that going to be on cooldown. So you better believe that Uzi's not going to miss out on a whole lot of farm on the right-hand side. Having backed and finished up Berserker's Shield, he's also going to be having a much better time taking these fights up against Delny. The sustain going to favor Amaterasu from here on out.
Yeah, that first ability, changing between your power and your speed stance, gives her a lot of self-sustain, plus having that Death's Toll there that we've been talking about all day with this god. Means that Uzi will be just fine now that he's at least shored up the item difference between the two of them. But now Oceans and Uzi and Joshi will team up in the mid lane to clear out the wave and kind of set themselves up. But where do they go from here? The Gold Fury's going to be down for a few more minutes. The Pyromancer hasn't spawned in just yet. So where do the Funhavers divert their attention to, Mifflin?
They could start looking towards just doing what they're doing now, which is controlling these mid camps, making sure that the neutral farm stays going their way until another objective does spawn up. I don't hate their odds in the invade, as long as they're the ones initiating the fight. If Joshi has got some peel around him, looking towards these red buffs, could be one way in, especially considering your Zeus is already playing with a lead, already has the Spear of Desolation finished up as well. But I don't think we're at a point where the Funhavers really need to be forcing the issue. They can go ahead, rest out for a little bit, just kind of feel good about the lead that they've already established, and wait for an opening around the Pyromancer in about a minute now.
Yeah, just shy of 2,000 gold up for the Funhavers here. 9 minutes in the game. XP kind of petering back and forth around 1,000 in their favor. The real only substantial lead kind of just comes from that duo lane here, Tuba and Mineral. Tuba with about a 2-level lead up. Where last game around, it was like a level 15 to level 11 that Mineral had in favor over his opposition. That was a little bit later on in the game. But we do see Magic Feet rotating over to the right, just trying to get any farm that he can. Basically, his entire right side jungle was still down on cooldown. And Alono's Mask, second item picked up by Oceans.
Oceans is a weirdo, dude. He's just so weird. He just wants to be tanky, I suppose, and he's successful in doing so. But that is a large sacrifice to your damage this early on. I think Lono's Mask is something that I would like to see built a little bit later, maybe 3rd or 4th slotted, so they can keep utilizing that circle protection to secure your objectives. But now, you've taken a pretty large hit on your ability to secure objectives. You're taking a pretty large hit on the healing output that you're bringing to your team. In trade, he can initiate fights a little bit more safely. He doesn't have to worry about the Fenrir ultimate nearly as much. But that is a large sacrifice.
Vonson will lead a very long silence there from Oceans. But double bomb onto Oceans. He's feeling just fine. Didn't take a whole lot of damage. Now, granted, Dame only does have 1.5 items online, so you're not expecting a whole plethora of damage just yet. But even still, for the support to be able to mitigate that much this early on, got to feel good for Oceans.
Yeah, the HP 5 from ESET's passive is like already fully restored. Like all that bomb damage. You don't think that Dame's bombs are all back up either, so there's that Lono's Mask finding value early on. We'll see how Oceans plays from here on out. Pyromancer has spawned.
Vonson goes for Joshi, but Joshi, much like many other teammates on his team here, have a beads up, and he'll use them to get away. Jumpa will initiate onto Uzi, Powwow up. Uzi doesn't have the ultimate, so he can get the pull in here. No beads out of Uzi, but it's just Delny there to capitalize. Meanwhile, the rest of the Funhavers are rotating over Uzi. It's just baiting for as long as he can as the veils are torn open, and Magic Feet is the one who slices down Jumpa. And with a full rotation here, Delny has no chance of getting out.
Man, it was a massive whiff from Delny there. Had he been able to connect that second ability, maybe Uzi falls, but the counter rotation was already present from the Fun Havers. Magic Feet comes in, and it's an easy cleanup for the Kleena, doing so much damage, netting them 2 kills, 0 deaths, a tier 1 tower, and potentially the Pyromancer as a fallback.
Jumpa stood up on the top of that Palo for so long after hitting that first chain. I guess just wanting to maximize how many shots from the chain he could get for the damage, but because of how long he waited up top there, it allowed for Magic Feet and the rest of the team to rotate in and just help out Uzi.
Yeah, I think he was waiting for Delny to close gap a little bit. If he just pulls him immediately, the damage output from the Osiris would not have been there, and I don't think Jumpa, having already used his entire kit, could have finished off Uzi on his own. But you're right to say that that hesitation, that slowness does give the Fun Havers the opportunity to find that counter rotation and win the fight. They get the tower, and they do actually pick up the Pyromancer. Primal Fury having respawned means that with 0 expenditure from the Fun Havers, Oceans and Joshi maintain their ultimates. We could be looking at a second burst, same as the first on the Primal Fury. Just have both these mages present and dropping their 4 key.
With that Pyro now, it's about a 4,000 gold lead that the Fun Havers now have. It was about 2,000 earlier, and then you see a nice little spike right back up here. The Fun Havers to continue extending that lead, about 5,000 XP that they have up. Again, some of that here in the dual lane, some of that now in the jungle. You see 2 levels up for Magic Feet on the Kleena. And all we got to do is wait to see if one of them will strike towards an objective. But for now, it'll be Vonson and Dame striking Josh in the mid lane. 3rd bomb is needed to kill the Zeus. And they will take him down. Dame finally putting himself on the board to try and get Neighborhood back in this game.
Much needed play there from Vonson, just setting up for that kill. Dame benefiting mightily from it. Was a little bit behind now, at least equal levels to his opposition, and maybe Tuba bites off a little bit more than he can chew. He's got the team with him though. Uzi already making the rotation all the way across the map.
Saprate used very early here by Mineral, but he cancels it right away and decides to go back in. Uzi with dazzling offensive will get the Supernova out of the carry, but under the tier 1 tower goes the 3 members of the Neighborhood, while Fun Havers regroup themselves as 4 strong on this left side. Joshi is now back up from his death. He's respawned in. And this tier 1 tower isn't the healthiest. It seems that Oceans and Uzi are willing to take this up, so that way Tuba can take it down.
Yeah, the Fun Havers have to make plays on this side of the map because Delny is just free farming on the right. Uzi makes a massive rotation, already playing into an XP deficit up against this Osiris. Does just now tick over to level 13, does Uzi, but Delny's been sitting comfortably at 14, and he's made the rotation as well. This Gold Fury, it's not free.
It's not going to be the easiest one. Now with all 10 players on the map, on the left side of the map. Primal Fury started but quickly turned away. One veil opened up by Magic Feet, but it's just off the mark. Meanwhile, the damage from Joshi is really starting to ring true. Magic Feet is inside the wall. Keep an eye on where he pops out. The Lightning Storm has dropped through. Vonson does pick up one, but inside the circle of protection will be more than enough healing to keep them alive. Vonson goes down to the Might Tuba, but Jumpa is in the backline trying to shred through, but that Shell holds off all the damage necessary. It's a double kill for Tuba.
Man, MVP of that fight goes to Uzi for me. You could see it at the tail end. He has got Delny and Mineral quaking in their tier 2 tower. Just cannot step forward, cannot help the rest of the team. You need those guys to get involved if you want to finish off some of these kills. With Uzi from behind creates infinite space for his squad. Oceans drops a phenomenal ultimate. We were talking earlier about how he's healing a little bit less with Lono's Mask. You know what doesn't take a hit? Damage mitigation, so it doesn't matter. Ocean's doing a lot for his team.
Dashed in by Dame, and the stun is going to be immune, but Magic Feet does eat a couple of bombs from the mid laner. And now you can see with 2.5 items up, just the kind of damage output that an Agni can have, even if a level down there against Magic Feet.
Magic Feet actually put a lot of respect and trust on Dame right there because Dame missed the stun. He dashed in and put the fumes a little bit too far forward, but it was preemptively beads by Magic Feet because had the stun come through, he would have died had he not done so. So despite having a slight macro misplay from Dame, at the end of the day, it's the exact same. You force off Kleena's beads.
Look, it's kind of like the Erlong Shin conundrum that we had earlier on where you beads the 9
No, that one was crazy.
That
he was so far away.
True, he was far away, but it's kind of that same mindset. You're expecting the Agni to be able to slam those stuns, so you're going to hit that beads just in case that he actually does, even if it does end up missing this time around. But the Pyromancer is still about a minute before it comes back up, and now with the Oni Fury going to be the next one coming up. Can imagine there'll be a lot of emphasis by both these teams to get there once they've got some lanes opened up.
Oh my God.
But who cares about the lanes? We can get Jumpa here. He barely makes it up to the Pal out. Chains one but he doesn't have very many places to go. It's the Petrify from Tuba to turn him into statue and leave him there.
That's so unfortunate. Jumpa's just kind of like checking the jungle, peeking around corners, and he just gets silenced by Oceans and pays the iron price immediately. Good damage output from Joshi. I don't think you can defend this tier 1.
Tier 1 tower started up here. You do see one Veil in the back line by Magic Feet to zone them out. Tier 1 tower will go down. Pyromancer just a few seconds from coming back up. And look who's got ultimates. Joshi and Oceans have it. It may not be necessary, as Fire Giant seems to be the call from Funhavers. They'll jump on it right away. And it's already under half health. They have burned this objective down. And between all the ultimates dropped through, between the Veil, between the Circle of Protection, it is gone. And so is the younger cousin of the Pyromancer.
Man, the Funhavers have just controlled the pace in this game from minute 0. The CC core of Oceans has just been so strong. Uzi creating so much space in these team fights as well. It's been a lot of rotations from Uzi. Harken back to about 5-6 minutes ago. We were talking about Uzi rotating out a lane at level 12, goes into the duo lane, falls behind 2 or 3 levels on Delny. But in doing so, is put his team so far ahead. Uzi has essentially sacrificed his own farm to help out the rest of his team, and even Ben just now catches up to his opposition, both Soul Laners sitting at level 16, but more importantly, the XP deficit lies in the jungle. Level 17 for Magic Feet, 2-0-4, 6 of 7 affected kills, and Jumpa does not get a repeat performance of game 2, 1-4. That's a far cry from what we just saw.
Now, even though they are on the back foot right now for Neighborhood, I do want to emphasize that we finally get a look at the Nimble Rod of Tahuti. It's finally been able to be picked up here, and it is by Mineral on this Soul. We talked about it earlier on the Des, the amount of extra attack speed that you get just for building power, which is what a mage always wants to do, is build power. 2% attack speed for every 40 magical power, including that item. So there you go. You get 6% attack speed just for building the item.
Yeah, Nimble Rod is an incredibly strong piece of kit for some of these hybrid mages.
Uzi only finds Mineral with the stun, and Uzi will get picked up, has to use his own beads, and a Petrify in the back, plus the Lightning Storm, and Magic Feet damage with the Veil Torn open. 2 down.
Where you
Jumpa
going?
all by himself. Some good damage out of Tuba,
He's
but
out.
they're not going to continue the chase on the Assassin. They'll let him go because the bigger prize, the Phoenix, is here, but not for much longer.
Yeah, Jumpa is a non-factor right now. This Daji can't one-shot, and her ultimate is down, so the Funhavers say, why chase him? Phoenix is the goal. Let's go ahead and pick that one up. And they are all still full HP and full mana. If you told me that they just essentially wiped the Neighborhood, I wouldn't believe you, because nobody has been hit on the Funhavers. Why stop? Why slow down? Keep up the onslaught. Uzi walking in.
We do see Uzi eat a couple of those bombs from Dame. Dame is forced back. Bonson will walk in. He'll jump in. And, well, that'll be the last decision that Bonson gets to make, because as soon as he lands, it's the CC and damage train out of the Funhavers to absolutely annihilate the support of the Neighborhood. And Funhavers have stripped now 2 Phoenixes off the map.
Yeah, where are they going to go next? Oni Fury? I suppose so. No way the Neighborhood wants to take a fight in neutral territory. They could barely survive an engagement in their own Phoenix. Well, no, barely is not the right word. They didn't survive it. They got shredded on the defense there. But the Neighborhood weren't really grouped up as 5. They didn't really have their feet under them for that fight. So once they do group up, once there are a 5-on-5 engagement, that could be one way back in.
Oh, no.
Unless Jumpa dies.
Well, Jumpa does have beads this time, and he got spotted on the Sentry Ward up by Purple Buff. And what a call. I mean, you saw every set of eyes on Funhavers. They saw him on that ward and they said, who cares about the Fury? What if we can just kill Jumpa instead? I mean, he gave us so many problems in game 2. Let's try and hunt him down, but instead they do just get the beads, and then they pick up the Oni Fury right after.
Yeah, this gold deficit is stifling, man. We're rapidly approaching 20K. I say that because I'm not willing to do the actual math of it. Are you mad that he's not picking up the flower?
I'm mad they both just left the flower.
Well,
Tuba can
no,
go pick
they're
it
waiting.
back.
You know, they're waiting.
Waiting for what?
They're gonna go pick it up later.
What, on the way back in? It doesn't seem so. 3 of them are going towards the right side. They just left 2 flowers on the floor.
Yeah, but like, who needs a scepter? It's like what, 80 damage per tick? That's
it
like.
Takes a half a second to pick them up. See, look, Mineral's picking them up.
Yeah, but they picked it up and they're losing.
But they still need them to help them try and get back in the game.
I don't know. One team's not picking up the flowers and they're winning, and the other team's picking up the flowers and losing.
All I'm saying is, if I'm watching your games and you're not picking up flowers, I'm just going to be a little tilted. That's all I'm saying.
Delty might be a little bit tilted, caught in his own tier 2. No CC, though. Means that he is able to walk on out, and the tier 2 that he was defending has fallen. All that work you put in, Delny, clearing out those minion waves, doesn't seem to have done much.
Yeah, it doesn't really help him out here. The Oni minions are starting to push up. A couple of archers still alive for the Fun Havers to maybe push up this final Phoenix that still stands. But without the Fire Giant up, not willing to make a full commit to this fight. Instead, Fun Havers will back up, maybe try and catch somebody around the corner or somebody
There's no way.
unsuspecting. But there's not a chance that anybody just walks up through that jungle by themselves.
Yeah, they're all suspecting is what's happening right now. The neighborhood know exactly what the Fun Havers want. Neighborhood have done a good job of at least pushing out some of these waves to buy themselves some time. Left side Phoenix should respawn by the time the Fun Havers have grouped up again to siege with their Fire Giant, but maybe I shouldn't call it their Fire Giant because the neighborhood are showing presence here. They want to take the fight in the neutral.
Magic Feet. Kind of teetering between two different walls here, but hasn't made a commit to either of them. Instead, he'll just smack some damage up against Delny. Now it's a 5v5 as everybody from Fun Havers have finally grouped up around this Fire Giant. And Oceans, the lone Eset, all up by himself to try and hold away against 5 players. Uzi will hold the Fire Giant stunned against Vonson, but that will be all that they get for now.
Yeah, and I guess Oceans got hit by like a sickle or something.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
you
I
could
don't
have
think
fooled
so.
me.
Yeah, and looking at the neighborhood's grouping, they won't even be able to put up a defense on their left side Phoenix. If they stick around here, they need to dedicate.
It's gone.
It's Dame. No, Dame went back to base. He should be able to defend.
No, I'm talking about the Fire Giant.
Oh, yeah, that's
it's gone.
gone.
Fun Havers just removed that. Delny didn't even get the opportunity to try and get in there and steal that one away. Lord of the Afterlife to get away from this Amaterasu. But can you get away from Magic Feet is the question. Yes, because you do have a decent bit of tankiness, but he's still going to fire shot after shot at them. Vonson losing a third of his health, loses his shield, loses his ult, loses his life. It's Tuba to put him down with the Petrify.
Lightning Storm expended by Joshi, though, connects with nobody. The neighborhood might have an opportunity here.
Jump on the powwow, looking for anybody to pull in, but it's only Joshi, no beats. He'll get yanked back into a circle of protection, and Joshi does not care one bit about it, but maybe he should care about the bomb damage coming from Dame. A quarter of his HP left after that fight.
Joshi resustaining with Fire Giant, as is Uzi. So the Fun Havers, they can slowly start to approach these weakened Phoenixes in the neighborhood. It's going to be 10 seconds left till they're at full strength. Vonson's still dead.
Weakened Phoenix in the mid lane is gone. Joshi, he's back up to about half health thanks to the Fire Giant resustain. And a nimble Ratatouille of his own on the Zeus, who's already getting a lot of attack speed when you throw that shield. Give him just a little bit more, and, well, we might as well just go for one more bird. I mean, what's another Phoenix here for the Fun Havers? Well, extra gold and more problems for the neighborhood.
The ultimates are coming back up, though. Vonson going to have his up very shortly. Mineral as well. So Vonson could just dislocate one person. If he can connect with Joshi, drag him into the fountain, that could crush this push from the Fun Havers.
Keep your eyes on Dame. His damage with these bombs has been monumental for the neighborhood in keeping them alive, topping the damage for his team, if only barely. He's not level 20 yet, doesn't have his starter item fully upgraded. Instead, it's Vonson going deep in. He'll find Joshi.
Where's the follow-up?
Petrified is not going to do a whole lot. Vonson gets caught inside, and Circle of Protection is dropped. 2 already down for the neighborhood. To make that a third, as Downey gets caught inside the middle of everything. Joshi picks him up. The Titan falls down, and Fun Havers, even despite having a shaky game 2, they regain their composure here in game number 3 to close out the set and take their win.
Man, a well-executed plan at the end there from the neighborhood, though. It was clear. Vonson said, hey, there's one guy with beads down. I can pick him up. He finds Joshi with the Ragnarok, but playing into the deficit as he was, level 15 on Fenrir at that portion of the game, just did not have the survivability to carry Joshi far enough to his own team. Good engagement from Magic Feet as well to separate that fight, make sure that the follow-up wasn't easy to apply. All adds up to a pretty quickly dead Titan.
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought, okay, we got the perfect target. We got the Zeus. Doesn't have his Aegis pop, doesn't have his beads. Dame, this is a nice and easy kill. And then what happened? Magic Feet walked in and said, nobody's touching my Zeus. I don't care who you are, how tanky you are, how much range that you have. A nice kill for them and a nice win for the Fun Havers in their first set here in the weekend.
Yeah, congratulations to the Fun Havers, a squad that we had some pretty high expectations for coming to this weekend. Have some SPL talent behind them, some SEC talent as well, and they perform well here. But if you're a fan of the neighborhood, gotta reiterate, they're not out just yet. It's a double ELEM weekend.
Double ELEM and double, yeah, it's a full
like
5 days.
Yeah,
that's a work week. We consider that a work week, 5 business.
That's 40 hours right there.
Yeah, that's a nice little week for us, a nice little week for them, and maybe for some teams, because 2 do qualify to the SPL at the end of this, but not today. for now, it's just one team moving on to the winner's bracket. And unfortunately for the neighborhood, they will drop down to the loser's bracket. And we'll come back right after this to close out the set.
Take it too far, now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. Like a fish on land. I started to get lost at the station where you left. Everything was falling off. Who am I without this man? Oh, fingers crossed at any cost. Knock, knock on wood. I hope I'm better off. I would kick your if I could, but I'm deep, deep down on the bottom of a well. I don't belong, can't you tell? This place must be hell. No more cookies in this jar. Did I take it too far? Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. 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 I was getting lost in the quicksand. Pink clouds eating their way into my head. On and on until I bled. Superstitious, kind of vicious. Oh, knock, knock on wood. I was getting lost. And before I understood, I was deep, deep down on the bottom of a well. Seagrass was all I found. An alternative hell. No more cookies in this jar. Did I take it too far? Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. But I'm deep, deep down on the bottom of a well. I don't belong, can't you tell? This place must be hell. No more cookies in this jar. Did I take it too far? Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. Like a fish on land. Like a fish on land. Like a fish on land.
So we have had 2 3-game sets today, and both of the 3-game sets have almost been the exact same, where game 1 is a blowout, and then a blowout the other way in game 2, and then the team that originally won in game 1 ends up taking it all home in game number 3, and that's exactly what happens here with the Fun Havers. And it's the relative newcomer, maybe newcomer needs more emphasis there, in Magic Feet that has an incredible game here in game 3. And the Fun Havers, they regroup, they join together, and they take down a very strong opponent in their first set of this week in the neighborhood, Gore. And so, you know, I want to start off, before we really sink our teeth into game 3, the way that this Fun Havers team played today, does that give you some confidence in their potential in this week moving forward?
I think looking at what they were able to do from games 1 and 3, and specifically, again, when you take a loss in game 2, especially a loss as heavily as we saw when it's an 11-0-4 Nemesis on the other side that is having a really, really good time, I think being able to bounce back and have a performance like this makes me a lot more confident in it. Do I think, obviously, like the practice is still going to be nice for them, because as you could, you know, tell from the pregame interview and conversations with them, this wasn't the roster they expected to be coming in and playing with, and so they were still maybe not worried about synergy. That might not be the right way to look at it and phrase it, but worried about whether or not it was going to be as strong as it could be, right? This team has a lot of potential, and it's living up to that. That was really the question mark. I think they were able to do so, at least in this set, and showcase what is there and what is capable for them as they move forward. Ultimately, I think this is a team that, again, is one that I'd keep my eye on as potentially playing upset for a lot of these top teams, right? Being able to cause trouble for teams like the Oni Homies, for the Winter Dogs, and things like that, because they're just at that level where they're going to make a lot of problems for them in-game and potentially out-of-game in picks and bans and things like that.
Yep.
And so it is going to be fun to watch as they continue. I think if they can clean up what went wrong in Game 2, then this is a team that we're going to have a lot of fun watching for the rest of the weekend.
I think Tuba, you know, we bring up Magic Feet to start this conversation. Tuba went through the ebbs and flows of this set in game 2 as much as the rest of this team did. And so I think an important game to bounce back, not only for the Fun Havers in general, but for Tuba in game number 3 here, because, you know, ADC just wasn't feeling comfortable there in game 2. No one was, because the assassin on the enemy team is fed, and so everyone is just going to get absolutely shredded down by a Nem. And so I think the way that the Fun Havers won game 3 here, not only is it important to get the win and move on with the win, but the fashion that it happened, Gore, I think is so important for the Fun Havers in building their confidence moving forward.
Yeah, and I really do think that this is going to be a fun team to watch as they go forward, because again, and you had mentioned this, but like when you look at the player specifically that we're highlighting for this one and what they were capable of, when you look at Magic Feet at 5-0-8, that's an insane game. Of course, Tuba has to be shouted out at 6-0-4 as well. Yeah, Josh is the only one dying on the team.
Come on.
Oh man, look, that's
Zeus, though.
That's how you bring Kiki back. Okay, hold on. This is how they go through this conversation. No, he didn't even know he was going to be playing mid today, and that's a great way to kick things off for him. 14k damage as well coming from that Zeus. I think they did a great job when it came down to shot calling in that game as well. I think it is going to be, you know, this conversation. If you've got 4 guys who really know what they're doing because they've been around the competitive scene for quite a while for a lot of them, and it's just making sure that synergy is there for each other and together as a team, as well as in some of the roles, because again, sometimes I think I've seen Joshi more in the carry role than in mid, so that's a little bit of a switch up. Tuba, I think originally wasn't even playing and then got brought in, and it's just been all topsy-turvy for him. I'm happy to see him find success.
Yeah, a team that has shifted around, and one of the players that popped off today, a newcomer to this level of SMITE play, and that is Magic Feet standing by with me now for the post-game interview. Magic Feet, first and foremost, congrats. It's a big set win for you guys, and I think a great performance for you. And I don't think I'm stating this incorrectly. The biggest style of SMITE you've played in your career up to this point. How do you feel like you responded, and how prepared do you feel like you were for these matchups today? Play-ins for the SPL.
I mean, I felt pretty good about it, because at the end of the day, we're all coming in with nothing to lose, because we're just here. The name gets memed, but yeah, we're here to have fun. We're here to have a good time. So there's no pressure on us.
Good.
And I mean, like, I come from a competitive sports background anyway, so this game was, you know, it wasn't anything too crazy.
Understood.
But don't let me bait myself into picking Bastet anymore, because it never works for us. Not even once.
Stick with the Kleena then.
I'm going with the Kleena.
That looked good in game number 3.
Yep.
hate to bring it up, but game 2, I think compared to game 1 and 3, where you guys knocked them down heavy, game 2 a bit of a slump. What about the NEM gave you guys so much trouble in that game?
I mean, he was playing exactly how he needed to, but to be honest, it was, and during all our draft talks, it was just, we can't be running face first into an Ola run Zeus, and what do we keep doing every fight? We keep running face first into an Ola run Zeus. So we were like, we'll ban the NEM because he's hot on it, but at the end of the day, we didn't really feel like that was the issue, but he did play that one really well.
Look, Magic Feet, it was a blast to watch you guys play. The fun haver mentality is just contagious, and I'm loving every bit of it. Congrats on your first win. Looking forward to more of you guys here this weekend. And so Magic Feet and the Fun Havers, they grabbed their first win in the SPL Season 9 play-ins. And Gore, it's one thing if we talk to Oceans and, he's just talking about having fun on his own, but you now get the idea, and everyone we've talked to from this team, they are just having fun. They've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Let's try our best and make a run for it, and let's see what happens.
And again, it's the two mentalities that you can come in with. There's the mentality of we're gunning for that spot and we're going to get it, and then there's the mentality of, you know what, we recognize where we are, we recognize who we're up against, and we're not necessarily playing for keeps. Like, we know if we lose, who cares? But if we make it, that's even cooler, right? It's just it's nothing but uphill. It's a very positive, albeit bleak outlook. Like, it's really weird and backwards to say it that way, but it's that idea of with nothing to lose, you have nothing but everything to gain, I guess. And so it's real happy for him.
Well,
there we go. We got there.
Magic Feet talked about his competitive sports background, so I imagine through that, someone who's experienced plenty of high-pressure scenarios. One final game remaining on this Wednesday. And Gore, I think it is a team in Just F6 that a lot of people at home, a lot of fans at home will be familiar with. Lastimics, Masskill, Sotos, Rotwin, and Toddy. And then some fan favorite names going up against that Just F6 team, the Duck Club. And that's Ducky, Luconium, Moswall, Hurrywind, and Snoopy in our fourth and final game of the day here. And important to say the least in that matchup, because what you're hoping to do is go up against what you would hope, Gore, is an upset where nobody's favorite takes down the Windog, something like that. But avoiding dropping down into that lower bracket so important. I think in all of the teams that we've talked about, their seedings, things like that going into this week, this Duck Club team, who finds themselves seated a little bit further on, as you saw in that bracket, probably rightfully seated. This is a team who's got SPL talent.
Yep.
Who's got world champion talent.
Yep.
Right? And you've had players who have played in the SPL here as of late. So I think you look forward to this next matchup. You look forward to Duck Club versus Just F6. Stick around. That matchup and more coming up next.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff, I'll leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff, I'll leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff, I'll leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff, I'll leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
everybody, and welcome back to our fourth and final set of today. Duck Club and Just F6, some former SPL talent on the side of Duck Club, up against some of the SCC/SOC powerhouses in just F6 from the European region. And so we get to see another clash of North America versus Europe, and maybe kind of a clash of the metas here. It's J Mac Tucker joining me here for our final set today. Is going to be Mifflin on the desk. And what a great set that we get to end out on, seeing some of the former SPL players now fighting for another opportunity for themselves to get back in the SPL.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the battle of individual talent versus teamwork, right? Duck Club is a group of guys who have been very successful in their own right, who have just kind of like shored up and made a team to try and play into the SPL. Whereas Just F6 is a squad that has been playing together for years, man. I think it's been 2 or 3 years since the conception of this team, and they've been playing together consistently throughout that entire period. I'm going to be very excited to see how these two squads match up.
Yeah, I mean, Just F6 has been kind of culminating themselves over the course of the last couple of years, and they've slowly been moving one member here or there, adding another person here. Masskill, probably the most notable one to be added to this roster, and one to really keep your eyes out for in this set. But if you missed any of the action, make sure and go back and watch. I mean, we had 2 2-1 sets go through today, 1 2-0 earlier on. And now we're into our 4th and final set. The loser of this match has to face off against Thunderhead tomorrow for an elimination match. We'll have 2 top-side bracket matches tomorrow, 2 bottom-side matches. So we'll send 2 people home tomorrow, but 2 more teams will continue their advancement. And 1 more team today will at least continue their advancement in the winner's bracket. Let's take a look at that bracket and see all of the beauty that is before us on this weekend. As I said here, Duck Club, you know, one of the SPL talents. You have Ducky, Hurrywin specifically coming just out of the SPL and then picking up a former world champion in Moswall, picking up Snoopy here, and then Luconium, who was a top contender in the SCC out of that jungle role to kind of formulate this team.
But it is worth noting that there are some, I don't want to say roster swaps, it's role swaps for some of these notable players. Hurrywin is not going to be playing mid. He's ceded that role to Moswall, coming from that Splice days, right? That guy who was able to dominate on things like Opwash and Zeus before Opwash and Zeus were popular. So where are we going to put Hurrywin? He's going to support. And I think that this is going to be a very interesting fit for this guy. I mean, he was one of the most selfless mid laners you'll ever see. I've had the opportunity to talk to Kabam. He said, man, my mid laner just won't farm. He just won't do it. He keeps giving all the farm to Sam for Soccer. He keeps getting all the farm to like PBM. Well, if you're going to be that selfless, you might as well play the role that rewards you for it. I'm excited to see how well Hurrywin has adapted to this support role.
Which is so wild compared to some of the other mid laners that were in the SPL who were the complete opposite. They were the give me all of my farms. Shinto specifically out of that mid was the most farmed mid laner in the entire league. And it wasn't even close. I mean, it was by 10s, if not 20s, as far as GPM is concerned here. But we get to see Ducky go back into the solo lane, and it's one of those players that gets talked about time and time again is when are we finally going to see Ducky get that breakout opportunity? When is he going to get that team that really lets us see just how strong this player is? And maybe we'll get to see that here on Duck Club.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, it's titular Ducky on the Duck Club, right? But Ducky is a guy who has been struggling to find success for a couple of years now. I think he's been kind of hovering around the bottom half to like lower half of the SPL for about 2 or 3 years, really struggling to find a team that can utilize him, I would say, because Ducky on his own holds his own for the most part. He'll win some lanes occasionally. He's got a pretty diverse God pool, gone on record for saying that he doesn't really like playing the Odins, the Herculeses of the world, but still has had very good success on those styles of pick. But I'm going to talk about him, bro, because he's in the room. I got to do it. It's Hurrywin. I think that that is the largest question mark for this team. And I never thought I would say that about Hurrywin. I never thought it would be he's the question mark. But with this role swap being so drastically different from the mid lane, you got to worry about how well and how quickly he's made that change. How long ago was it? Like 2-3 months he was just playing mid? Now he's already on support competing for his role in the SPL? Wild.
Yeah, I mean, not even that. It's only been, what, maybe even 6 weeks that we saw him competing on the world stage in that mid lane. And now we see him swap over to support. And now we get to talk to him just a little bit and kind of talk to him about this transition specifically. And Hurrywin, I kind of want to open up the conversation kind of talking about that. What's it been like moving from that mid-roller role where everything's kind of centered around you to now wanting to kind of be that center of attention, that pillar for your team here in support?
Yeah, I would actually argue it's the game is very much so more centered around me now that I'm in the support role. I think I can control the pace of the game a lot more and kind of decide, you know, just kind of like how our team wants to play and how we want to play in general is a lot more, I think, on the support role, at least for the early game and the mid game. Mid, I think, is a lot more of a farming role than support is. I think mid is still obviously a very important role, and you need a good player in that role, and luckily we do have a good player in that role still. But yeah, I don't know. The support, it's the game running role, in my opinion.
Yeah, hey, as a support player, I completely agree with you on that statement there. But kind of talking about some of the players that you picked up here, you grabbed Ducky for solo lane, you grabbed Moswall, Luconium, Snoopy. Kind of tell me, what was some of your process on, kind of building this team to get ready for this event?
So, I mean, well, we just wanted to make the best team that we could with the players that are the easiest to work with. And so that's kind of a culmination of the requirements that we came up with and the criteria for who we chose and like how we came together in general. Everyone's just really easy to work with and really easy to mold. And everyone's really, it's not hard to get anyone on the same page. I feel like our practice time that we've had, although limited, has been really, really productive.
Well, Erwin, it sounds like you got a good team behind you. It sounds like you got a good head and shoulders for this event. I wish you luck in your set, and good luck, and I'll let you get back with the team.
Yes, sir.
A lot of confidence coming out from Herwin. I like the statement there. Mid was the farm role. Now it seems that everything is actually centered around him and that support. And we do see very often those supports are kind of leaving their lanes fairly early in the game. 3, 4, 5 minutes. We're seeing them kind of rotate out. At least that's how it was. Now kind of with the bringing back of the obelisk here, or the bringing of the obelisk, I should say, not bringing back. We kind of see supports stick to this side of the map a little bit more, and they really are kind of those pillars of getting that early game lead.
Yeah, I mean, to quote PBM, you're trying to get active. That's the whole job of the support. It's either go control the obelisk, go control mid lane, try and get involved somewhere on the map, make sure that you're at least making the rotations, matching what the opposition is doing. It's very similar to jungle in that way, in that you're always going to get involved. You're always everywhere. It's your job to be at a team fight. If the enemy support is there and you're not, it's a failing on you, which is why I think it is going to be a hard adaptation. He says that the game is more centered around him now, and he's right in saying so, but the responsibilities of support of not just locking yourself into a lane is a very hard transition. It's one that we've seen a lot of these laners, SPL tier, world champion talent struggle with in the past. It's not the exact same, but Scary D, notably, went from solo to jungle. That's a pretty similar shift up, I'd say, and he struggled mightily given a lot more time to compete at a higher level. So if Hurrywin is able to make a splash here in support day one, I'm going to be A, impressed, and B, flabbergasted, and C, impressed.
I mean, A and C are basically the same, but
no, they are literally the same.
Yeah, I get what you're saying here, Mifflin. But they are going up against Just F6, a team that we talked about earlier, who has been together for quite some time. The newest addition to their roster was Masskill partway through Season 8, and he joined up in there on that SCC team. And because they've been around for a while, they've got that chemistry. They've been able to mesh together, and they've been able to find what works for them. And it feels like a lot of that does come around kind of Isotos and Masskill over in that mid-jungle combination. These guys have really kind of been running the center of the map against a lot of teams that they were facing up against. They've had mixed success when it comes to the SCC against some of the really top teams. They've been able to find some crucial picks, have some decent early games, but their late game was kind of where it started to falter down here. And this will be a nice kind of heat check really for both of these teams to kind of see where they're standing against each other.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I want to see Just F6 improve on is their consistency. Occasionally, you'll see Isotos pop off. He just has a blowout performance where he's controlling the pace of the game, or sometimes he's got a very quiet performance where he isn't able to really get involved. The same can be said of the rest of the squad, but I think that Just F6 got a massive boon with the pickup of Masskill. This guy has had phenomenal individual performances from day one. I remember the very first game he played with this squad, I said, jungle is one of the least plug-and-play roles. I'm going to be very patient with him. He's trying to adapt to playing around this new team. But instead, day one, Masskill showed up, and he controlled a set. So having that on your squad, having that backbone that you can lean on and rely on is going to be very useful for Just F6.
But with every good team, they do want to have a decent mind behind them. We actually do have the coach for Just F6 standing by. We have Alpha for our pregame interview to talk a little bit about his team here. Alpha, thanks for standing by for our pregame interview. Talk to me a little about your team. You've had these guys around for a little while. They've been able to build up that synergy. Masskill then joins in the roster partway through last year. How has that kind of elevated this team over the last few months?
So we made it to SCC last year, and we think that we had a decent performance given the circumstances. But we feel like our job is not done yet, so we decided to stick together coming into Season 9, and we really feel that this long-term project that is our team will really start getting its fruits once this season comes, because we have developed better synergies, and also we think that having the opportunity to play here on LAN is a great experience to play against great players like today, for example, and I think that this is going to be crucial for our development as a team.
And for your team that has, somewhat developed itself here for how long they've standing, you're going against kind of a newly formed roster.
Yeah.
Does that kind of give your team a little bit of extra confidence? Maybe, we've got the synergy because of how long we've been together kind of versus a new squad.
Yeah, we definitely feel like an advantage situation coming in against this team, but we also know that individually they are great players, really accomplished players. Even they have world champions in the roster. So obviously it's going to be a hard match. I think it's going to be a fun one as well. And no matter the results, we're going to give it all and try to put on a good show.
Yeah, just kind of quick thoughts, on how the meta has already kind of been shown here in our first 3 sets. Is it kind of meeting the expectations you thought coming to this event?
Well, I think that the NA meta is specifically concentrated in this region. We only got to play EU teams, so I think that this pressure meta is going to be really interesting and see how everything turns out.
All right. Well, I'll let you get back with the team. That way you guys can strategize, get ready for picks and bans. Good luck in your set.
All right, thank you so much.
Love the confidence coming from the coach here. They've been around for a while, but I like what he said kind of at the beginning of the interview is we've got a lot to prove still, and we're here to prove it today. They are determined, and they want to show just what this team's value is, just what their worth is, and what better team to try and prove it on than against some, not just SPL, but even some former World Championship talent.
I think I'm biased now. I'm an Alpha 25 fan, dude. That was a phenomenal interview. It's great to hear the energy that he's bringing. He said, this is a long-term project. He's saying, I don't care if we lose today. I don't care if we lose tomorrow. Just F6 is a long-term project that is going to continue to improve, and he's looking at this as a learning experience. That is tried and true, through and through, the mind of a competitor. Nothing but respect for that kind of mentality. Got to think that it's going to expand to the rest of his team. If your coach is that focused, if he's treating everything like a learning experience, it's on him to explain things to his team, show them where the mistakes are, already evaluating the North American meta as well. That's crazy stuff, man. And it's very reminiscent, I would say, of what we heard from Oxy last time we interviewed him. He said, look, we've been practicing for a very long time. We never take losses too hard because they always improve us. So that is just a great mentality to have from your coach.
I mean, step 1 is, picking the team, getting those guys together. Step 2 is going out there and playing. But the most important step 3, is learning and improving from the mistakes that have been made of the past here. And all throughout Season 8, Just F6 as a squad has been able to slowly improve themselves. Even if it's been one small step at a time, they've been able to slowly get their way up the staircase. And now they're trying to get towards that peak, getting a little bit closer and closer. SPL obviously is the kind of the crowning achievement that you can get there. Can you get to that last flight? But they've got to go through quite a few obstacles here, namely the team we're talking about now. And then, of course, they've got still the entire weekend here. Duck Club is just that first one. And worst case scenario from this one, even if either of these teams don't make it through till the very end, we got some real strong teams to look forward to in the SEC potentially.
We do. And silver linings, if you're a fan of both of these teams and you want to see both of them succeed here today, well, there's still a loser's bracket. There still is the opportunity to continue working towards that ending and meeting back up in the grand finals. 2 spots on the line as well for the SPL. So I'm sure every single one of these guys are hungry. And that hunger is not just locked down to Just F6. It's not just these SEC representatives coming in and trying to prove themselves. These are SPL guys on the side of Duck Club, which should have been Snoop Troop, by the way. But they still want to get back in. They're not SPL anymore. It doesn't matter what your pedigree is. It doesn't matter that you were a world's MVP back in Season 3. It doesn't matter if you've been playing SPL for the last 4 years. Here today, the playing field is equalized. Everyone is on the exact same footing and competing for the exact same thing, the right to play SMITE at the highest level. And what better way to celebrate SMITE than to watch these competitors play here today?
And I think one of the biggest matchups I'm going to be looking for, I mean, we talked a lot about Hurrywin and his transition to support, how he's going to be matching up against Rotwin, but I'm looking specifically over in the jungle. The praise that we've been singing of Mass Kill all throughout this opening segment, I got to talk about towards Luconium. He hasn't really had his big opportunity to really shine at the SEC level just yet, but he has had some very strong moments throughout, and he's also got a very diverse kit into his draft. I know a Wheelish is one of the gods that he really does love going towards if given the opportunity. And we don't see many junglers who have that kind of flexibility that he has. I'm very interested to kind of see how these things are going to shift around, but specifically how this EU team is going to handle the NA meta that the coach was talking about.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. Just F6 has got to have been strategizing for the last couple of, well, not even couple of hours, for the last, what is that, 8 hours we've been here already. They've had plenty of time to evaluate the North American meta, see some of the drafts, the styles of picks that they're looking towards. But that is just one day of preparation, right? If they didn't really have the amount of data they would have liked, having only played against European SCC, SOC, SPL teams. So the Duck Club likely do have a slight advantage coming in. They have plenty of SPL talent that have been playing at the highest level, very willing and easy for them to bring that same meta that we saw in Season 8 here to Season 9. But I think, speaking to your point earlier of bringing up Luconium, he was the question mark for me as well. But when I look at the talent surrounding him, Ducky, Moswall, Hurrywind, Snoopy, and Kassir in the coach role, this is not a squad that would pick up dead weight. This is not a squad that is desperate to find a teammate. They're not just scrounging the bottom of the barrel. They're not. They have a line. There's a line of people that would have loved to have played jungle for this squad. So there is a reason that Luconium is here playing with these guys. It's because every single individual member of this team has faith in Luconium to play at their level, and that's all the endorsement I need. I'm not going to put a question mark on his name, which is why earlier I brought up Hurrywind. It's just that role swap that is concerning me.
You know, kind of talking about, Coach Kassir, he's been around the scene for quite some time, I believe at least as early back as Season 5, where we kind of first got to see him bring himself into the light. He even subbed in during Worlds qualifiers at one point for his team at that. I believe he was teaming with, or he had Lasbra, Genex, and some of those other players on the team. So he's played with and against some of the best players in the world. So he's got that mind. He's got that play style down. He kind of knows what to look for in a lot of players and a lot of teams. So I'm very excited to see what Kassir has been able to put together with this squad in particular. It will be just a moment before we get here into picks and bans, but man, these two teams, I think this is one of the matchups I've been most excited for today, just because, one, we get to see how some of the old SPL guards are going to be doing, but also we get to see how an SCC team that has had time to kind of build themselves up, a team that has really had the opportunity to finally get their full squad ready to go and see how they can compete up against some of these top squads.
Yeah, I just can't get over how Alpha 25, the coach of Just F6, worded it. It is a long-term project. They are not looking for the short-term reward. They're not replacing individual members unless they absolutely have to. This is a team. These guys are a squad, and that's a beautiful thing to see in SMITE, because it feels like, specifically in SMITE, throughout history, it's, all right, guys, how do we win now? How do we find our dub today? Is our junglers playing weak? Get rid of them. You know what I mean? It is a lot of role swaps. We even had a little bit of roster drama with some of the teams coming in a little bit earlier today. And Just F6, despite struggling at times, consistently finding themselves a little bit more so towards the middle of the pack, they have stuck together year in and year out, continually improving and iterating on previous versions of themselves. And it's just a great mentality to see. They came in today as competitors, and I am going to give them the full respect of that. I have got very high expectations of Just F6.
And I mean, that mentality that the coach, and I can only assume that all of his players on his team also have, is very reminiscent of two in particular teams that have done something very similar. Panthera, all the way back in Season 2, coming from SCC, then shooting their way all the way up into becoming world championships back-to-back. And then the same thing can be said with the Leviathans, with their long journey that they had through the SCC,
Sanguine,
coming into the SPL. Sanguine at that time, team that people were saying, these guys don't deserve to be here. Why is this team out here? And then they have a bit of a struggle in their first SPL season. And then they come back this past year as the Leviathans, making one roster change up over the entire course of it. Keeping that core has been kind of that big benefit for some of these big teams out here. And we'll see how well that can pay off here for Just F6, this EU SCC squad.
Yeah, I mean, but they do have a very steep hill to climb, right?
It's not going to be easy.
It is tough that the first step of their journey is through the Duck Club. I mean, that's a low roll on the bracket, right? You don't feel great having to line up against them absolutely first, considering that this is going to be one of the favorites of new teams coming in. I mean, it's just got so much talent behind them. But it is going to be a great heat check. If Just F6 win here, I might just have them going all the way.
This is our first shot into the picks and bans for set number 4, game number 1. Duck Club will be your first pick, and they're going to take two of the most potent assassins that we've seen today off the board immediately in Fenrir and Circuit, and then Izanami Klina. After a strong performance in the last set, Just F6 don't want anything to do with that god, and they're just going to keep up the assassin bans here. Why stop at just 3? Let's add a 4th one in with Best Stat.
Yeah, Duck Club had the Assassin tab open and refused to look anywhere else. It is worth noting that Fenrir and Surcat likely are a little bit more so support bands, especially now with the Obelisk as it is. They are incredibly mobile assassin supports that can just walk up, steal some flowers, and then essentially double dash away, jump away, Ragnarok CC immunity away out of those situations as well. So I think that is the respect that Duck Club are tossing towards those top 2 picks, and then we all know why Bastet's banned. That god's just very strong right now. The displacement is just so potent through walls.
Hey, a god that's very strong that we haven't seen a whole lot of today, Yamoja. Picked up for just F6, and then Amaterasu on the other side. We've seen just how strong that god is, and all of the, the buzz around this god coming into the LAN. We kind of had some expectations for Amaterasu. A lot of teams are saying, yeah, this god is kind of crazy. Her itemization early is kind of crazy, and we've been seeing the success that this god has. And then pair that Yamoja with the Soul potentially to round out the dual lane of just F6.
There it is.
But finally, it only took 3 sets and jumping into the 4th one to finally get it. Atlas will see his first true competitive game in the SPL.
Yeah, so the failings of Atlas on release were the fact that he had no damage. That's the only thing that was wrong with him. His CC output was still incredibly strong, his ability to keep people in combat, a global ultimate, good defense shred on the ultimate as well. But the fact that he legitimately just couldn't clear waves and couldn't put threat onto people made it very difficult to play this pick. So every single hot fix or every single bonus balance, we've seen some slight adjustments to Atlas until just this point where I think he has hit a critical tipping point. He now does just enough damage to generate threat. His CC has gone unchanged essentially still, incredibly strong. And now I think Atlas has found himself near the top of support priority picks. This god is incredibly strong. A good lane bully, decent transition into the late game, great lockdown. I expected to see a lot more Atlas than what we've seen so far. Good to know that Duck Club's got him on the radar.
Well, this is one of the first times we're seeing SPL talent kind of bring their way here, and we do know that between SCC and SPL, there is always a couple of changes and a couple of differences in that meta. Maybe Atlas is that one difference here, and it will be on the new support in Hurrywin, so we'll get to see how he performs with this new god. I've been seeing some of his ranked play with him. I mean, this god is crazy. Hurrywin has been crazy on this god, so I have high expectations for the Duck Club with this pick in particular. But Tyr on the other side for just F6, a god that we don't see very often, usually in the hands of Ducky, more often than not himself, but instead it'll be for just F6. They'll ban away Dodgy Thoth, and the Duck Club will keep that assassin tab open. They'll throw Gilgamesh, who kind of might as well be somewhat of an assassin at this point, though he is still considered that warrior, and then a Wheelish will be banned away. And we saw a few of these kind of teaser hovers before, and once again, we'll see another teaser hover of this Giannis. It's just not going to get locked in, man.
Yeah, someone needs to get El Leon out of the booth. Your set's over, bud. Chiron locked in. Going to have a good damage output. I think that does mean we will likely see a Hunter in mid for just F6 that will put Soul and Yamoja together in the long lane, but there is flex potential between those two. Chiron and Soul could very easily switch it up themselves. I think you're right to bring up the Tyr versus Amaterasu matchup. I think that is a matchup that is going to heavily favor Amaterasu until around levels 5 or 6. Around level 6, once you've got 2 or 3 points into the power cleave for Tyr, that's when his sustain is going to tip over and make it very, very difficult for Amaterasu to find trades where she is finding value in her own right. So we could see a highly contentious early game in the solo until it slowly mellows out and becomes more so about rotations.
Yeah, I'm very curious where this Chiron and Soul will pan out here. Sotos has been loving the Soul. He's been able to get a lot of very early pressure on this god. So having Soul go to mid or over to duo lane in the hands of their Hunter could be an option there. We'll see whether it be Sotos or Toddy who grabs that god. 2 more picks here still for the Duck Club. They've got 2 of their frontliners and they've got their carries. So the duo lane has been rounded out. So it all comes down to what the mid and what the jungle is going to be here. And Laconium kind of has the pick of the litter. He's got a lot of I say that, but they've been banning like basically every assassin away from him at this point.
Yeah, no, not the pick of the litter. The opposite, rather.
He's got the pick of whatever litter he's got capable of here. I mean, I know that I talked about the Wheelish earlier. Well, Duck Club banned that away from him, so he doesn't get to play it. They've had the one Dodgy and the Kalina. Instead, it'll be a Merlin, who's been a god and works very well with this double flat pen meta that we've been seeing in the mid lane. We saw good success out of him previously. Maybe there is still quite a few decent picks out there. We do see Laconium now going over towards Susano.
This is a very high CC team from Duck Club. Atlas got great lockdown, dazzling offensive from Amaterasu, going to initiate a lot of these fights as well. Susano is going to make it very difficult for things like Set to perform, even Chiron going to struggle up against this ultimate. And then once you do get to these objectives, the burn and area control, Ho Yi with the ultimate for area control, burn potential from Merlin is incredibly strong. Duck Club have got a tried and true classical knowledge Smite composition. I mean, this is the style of draft that you'd expect to see at any given year of competitive Smite. Whereas on the other side, Just F6 have got themselves a double hunter composition, one physical, one magical, with incredibly strong scaling from Set as well. I think Just F6 would very much so like to slow down the pace of this game. It's kind of reminiscent of that European style in that they're not playing for that early game aggression. They're playing for that late game 5-on-5 scaled team fight.
And I'm again kind of going towards this Atlas. We talked about the protection shred that his ultimate provides. Also works on these objectives too. You drop that in a giant AoE circle there. Now a lot of teams are going to be able to kind of fight into that one. Obviously the full benefit of it does come from holding the charge the entire time and then firing that beam out. But even just one quick tick, fire the beam, you still get upwards of 15 to 20% protection shred on any objective. Get a good god like Merlin and Ho Yi to burn it down. A little worried for objective play here for Duck Club.
And there's some hidden synergies as well with this draft. Susano, when he's channeling his own ultimate, will keep you kind of locked into the circle slightly. If Atlas is there as well, you're locked in and stuck. You're shooting the beam off at the same time. The knock-up is going to set up for that defense shred as well, creating even more damage output. I think the Duck Club have come away, again, should be Snoop Troop, with a very strong composition.
Look, we can't be going on with Snoop Troop and stuff like that because then one of us is going to slip up and actually just call them out legitimately instead of Duck Club.
Dave, call them Snoop Troop.
Now they're gonna be Duck Club, at least as far as our official stuff is concerned. Duck Club up against Just F6, former SPL and some SCC talent here up against the SCC European squad of Just F6. I'm excited to see how this first set goes. I mean, at first I was like, Duck Club versus Just F6, this is going to be good. And then seeing the confidence from Coach Alpha 25 come in here, this has got a whole new wind under its sails here. I'm very excited.
It does, and I'm sure Just F6 are very kind of cognizant of the fact that they aren't the favorites in this matchup. These guys are the underdogs, at least in my mind, and I'm sure the fans at home likely agree considering just the pedigree that Duck Club are bringing to this set. So that should take a little bit of the weight off. You've also got a double elimination on the back of your mind, so you're saying even if we do lose here, we can move on, continue playing. But the same can be said of Duck Club. Sure, there's some pressure on them to win, but they don't necessarily need to do it today.
Yeah, this is going to be a big set and one that you do not want to miss. Duck Club versus Just F6 in our fourth and final set of day number one. Winner, well, they move on in the winner's bracket at the very least. The losers, they're not out just yet. They will move on to lower bracket. They still have more time to come back through here. We are sending 2 teams at the end of it all. Out of these 10, only 2 will make it up into the SPL to go up against the 6 teams that have already been guaranteed.
Yeah, and again, the grand prize being an SPL slot. It gets you guaranteed salary. It gets you the opportunity to compete for these large prize pools, worlds, playoffs, things along those lines. Coaches have got a slight boon this year as well. Yeah, these guys would love to have that opportunity going forward. But again, Just F6, steep hill to climb in Duck Club. Duck Club have got to play against a team that has been playing together for an incredibly long time. I kind of framed it earlier as individual talent and pedigree up against a squad that has been honing themselves for years on years now.
Yeah, 2 teams that really have a lot to prove with each other and a lot of things to prove against each other. Let's see what happens in game 1.
It is game number 1 and a highly anticipated one. Just F6 score up against the Snoop Troop.
I like Snoop Troop. I'm a big fan of Luconium Pandemonium.
Oh.
Right?
That could be
that's a fun one.
We did have a Pandemonium team, right, in the SEC.
Yeah, see, there you go.
And so I think there's some carryover there as well.
If they make it to the SPL, petition to change one of the brands completely.
Right. Maybe it'll come full circle. Maybe it'll come full circle, and this team will take the Valhalla Valkyrie spot, and Ducky will just be right back on the Valks, right?
That'd be, I'm okay with this. I like this universe that we could live in.
Yeah, it's an all right universe. Look, you talk
Sell more
about
onesies.
You talk about the teams that are favored going into a weekend like this. Of course, the Oni homies. Of course, the Winter Dogs. This Duck Club team is one of the other teams that people and fans and viewers are assuming. Nice double pull back.
Hurry, calm down, dude.
Are assuming will be competing for one of the 2 SPL spots by the end of the weekend. Luconium's found the in cage in mid, but not enough damage Naturally, Sotos turns around a lot of it on the Susano. That's an important dodge there from Luconium. That 2 hits from the Soul. And the Susano's having a bit of a rough time. But Gore, I think the point stands that this Duck Club team has very high expectations attached to them.
And here's what I've learned in the first minute of gameplay so far.
Okay.
They want to fight, too. It's not just high expectations. They want to prove that they have that capability. Maybe not why they're fighting. I think they just all want to be aggressive. But it feels very reminiscent. Like, when I think of Snoopy, for a lot of people, you should be thinking back to Cog Red. At least that's, like, where I remember seeing him make that debut. It was absolutely insane. And the fact that they lost in the semis of that year at Worlds was nuts, considering what you expected out of that team. And I feel like he brings a lot to this duo lane, so I'm really excited to see how he's going to handle this, plus especially against Rotwin and Toddy. We've been watching them pretty much all last year. But Just F6 is this team on the other side, to talk about them for a second, that for a majority of the year, they were very reminiscent of, I mean, they're the only EU team I know that consistently went to 3 games. Unfortunately, almost always lost those 3-game sets.
Yep.
But they always went to 3. And they looked really good in the games they won. The problem was that it was just so inconsistent for them. When they picked up Maskill, they got a little more consistent, but I'd like to see if this offseason and the way Season 9 has been treating them is just a lot better than what we got out of them last year.
God, Hurrywind is just obnoxious with this Atlas. The double pulls have been there, and all of this lane pressure has just been seeded over to the Duck Club duo lane. That's a nice purple buff invade.
Ooh.
Like, was that
That was
Rotwin who
Rotwin,
used
yeah.
the hog? Luconium now solo invades the red, gets it, but is it first blood given over to Just F6? It sure is. Rotwin's the one who picks it up. And so less than ideal for Just F6, but uh-oh, Ducky being dove. And will Listimics try the dive? You've got a heal in the health bar, but Ducky sustaining up just enough. And so it'll only be the 1 kill to Just F6.
I like Ducky's Amaterasu in the past, so I expect it to, again, maybe struggle a little bit early on in the lane phase, but once it starts to come to team fights.
Did Ama get picked last year, Gore?
Not a whole ton. I know she did a little bit.
She was a picked god at some point.
Yeah, she
right?
definitely,
Okay.
everybody got picked last year.
Right.
I do remember that. Nox
God,
was the
when
only
did-
last
when
one
did
on the
we-
list,
when
and,
did we
and she
see
hit it
Ama?
once.
I don't know. It's been a minute since we've seen Ama.
Nika played her a couple times last year for sure. Ducky might have.
Much less like prioritized though, right? I mean,
Season 7 was like her year.
I have never seen, not never, I haven't seen this level of Amaterasu priority in quite some time. And has flexed the muscles a little bit so far here this week. And Ducky, you assume, will look good as this game goes on. Maybe no surprise that Listimics having a good time up against the Amaterasu in that lane. The tier, a pick that we haven't seen yet this week, has the ability to control that lane. Luconium ticks over to level 5. Mast Kill is there as well. And so the brawling and dueling potential, Gore, of both of these junglers now hits a peak. And the playmaking potential of the Duck Club jungler, notably, I think, with his ultimate, starts to come to mind. Wouldn't be surprised if after some early game fighting, we start to see some scrapping with these junglers leading the charge.
Yeah, honestly, I think Mast Kill, again, someone to keep your eyes on, because I can already tell, based on small interactions, that they really want to get into a lot of these engagements and cause some trouble. And unfortunately for Luconium, I mean, you know, he's keeping up in terms of level as of right now, but having that first blood against you, slowing things down a little bit, I definitely expect it to be a few more minutes of Just F6 in control before we get to see some major pop-offs from Duck Club. Luckily, I think they have a lot of good fights. I mean, Soul might not be the easiest to gank, and Merlin follow-up damage isn't going to be crazy, but when you pair that with the Susano, it should be enough to maybe find a kill onto Sotos. I think Listimics could be an early target until we see a little more protections. That breastplate definitely slows down a lot of ganks over there, though, and makes it harder for both Luconium and Ducky. And so I turn my attention over there to Toddy, who's been coasting pretty, I don't even want to say comfortably, because Fairywood's been absolutely harassing that lane with pulls.
Right.
But ultimately hasn't felt too pressured out so far. I'd like to see a little bit of pressure maybe on the duo lane, and it looks like Luconium's feeling the same way.
Comfortable given the amount of pressure that Toddy has received, I think is an okay way of looking at
the fact that he hasn't died is very
Right.
impressive.
And Hurrywind's just been double pulling all laning phase long. There's so much to talk about, I feel like, with both of these teams. Moswall, somehow, we haven't really mentioned yet, a guy who has won the SMITE World Championship at the highest level with Splice, of course. In the mid lane, should be a powerhouse here for this Duck Club team, as the, what's our literal term for that? Scepter? Gets Hurrywind just causing a little bit of havoc in the the totem side.
It took me a second to catch up. It was like the scepter. I was like, what scepter? Nobody's bought a scepter, Dave. That's called
on the
spear.
thing. Right, Spear of the Magus. Come on, Dave. A Spear of Desolation.
No, the scepter.
But at any rate, I think Maswal, hopefully throughout this week, will be a point of conversation. If you can turn back time a little bit, return to SMITE World Championship form. Things looking good. What is that damage, though? Onto Luconium, and it finds its way onto Hurrywind as well. And Just F6 have found 2 kills, nearly a third. And Just F6 are so low in the mid lane. But Maswal will not have the damage, and it is a 2-kill swing for Just F6 in mid.
And again, really big ones. You get a kill onto the jungler, which is going to slow down Luconium, but you get Hurrywind, who at this point has been a nuisance, but otherwise hasn't really had too much to say. Hasn't had the setup for the kills that we've seen. Rotwin, look, you pick up anything, the Amaterasu in this case, but anything over a Yemoja, and it has to have a good showcase. And as of right now, we're waiting to see what Ducky will be able to provide. But if you're Just F6, you're more than happy to show off why Yemoja was one of the top picked and most banned gods last year.
Yep.
And it is strictly because of what she can bring to the team fights. And as of right now, Rotwin has been doing well.
Snoopy misses the stun, but has some good damage with his ultimate. Toddy will have to gallop away. Snoopy maybe just looking for some lane pressure there. Will back away, clear out this wave. Maybe sees an opportunity to go back. Holds his beads. Rotwin's here. I think maybe Snoopy able to see Rotwin round that corner, and so he'll just snag himself this purple buff and safely head back to lane, because Gord, it just kind of feels like everywhere Rotwin rotates right now is turning into some level of pressure, some type of kill, and that's something that we saw from Hurrywind early in the laning phase, but has not quite translated. My goodness, that's translated the damage. Smacks Masktail in the face. And the ability to teleport right back in, well placed by Luconium. Signs of life now from the Duck Club. Needed a kill desperately after the way that the early game has gone. And they'll lean on their jungler to get it done.
And I like the way that they're able to play this, because now Sodos is in an awkward position. In fact, if Maswal decided to get aggressive there with Hurry and Luconium still, even though Luconium was relatively low on health and Maswal was low on mana, I think they might have been able to get a kill on Sodos if they wanted to get hyper aggressive. That being said, I'm always happy to see them play safely. What a ricochet from Snoopy. And again, talk about a guy who's been doing it, I think, literally since Hu Yi came out. So something that is always going to be fun to watch. I just like the pace that they've taken it. Duck Club definitely did not get off on the right foot and didn't start this game the way they wanted to. But they haven't drifted too far behind in terms of gold. And I think that that's really the pace that they're trying to keep up. They recognize, guys, we goofed up. we messed up a little bit. Let's make sure that we can just maintain for a little bit and then see what we do. I also looked it up for you just because now that we've swapped over to Ducky, I can say this. It has at least been one full competitive year.
Yeah, it's been.
Since we've watched him play. 1 week. No, 1 year. Since he played at No, I can't make it match up with the
Ducky or Amma has been played in general.
Oh, no, Ducky specifically.
Ducky has played Amma 1 year.
Did not play her last year.
Did not play her at all last year. This is an opportunity for the Yemoja to be dealt with and knocked around like a, I don't know, what gets knocked around, a ping pong ball.
Yeah, sure. I went to a pool table.
Right, I was trying to think. I nearly said a bowling ball. And the only way a bowling ball gets knocked around
with the gutters up,
or
the
if you
bumpers
play
up.
like me and you put the bumpers up. So in my world, Rotwin knocked around like a bowling ball. But at any rate, the Yemoja.
Rock you like a hurricane.
Rock you like a hurricane, that's right. Finally taken down is this Yemoja. And so the regaining of control now for Duck Club Gore over the last handful of minutes has been very important to watch. Don't you make fun of me.
No, I'm having
Bowling
fun.
is hardcore. Bowling is real hard. Toddy into his ultimate. Might need to make use of it, but Snoopy goes up and over. He missed single one earlier on in this game and hasn't missed him since, and he's got plenty of damage. And Snoopy gains a 2-level lead over Toddy.
And you have to look at how much they've been able to pull back in response to these kills, right? It's not just Snoopy able to find a lot of damage and a lot of control over Toddy, but finally that kill. It's also pulled the gold back in their favor and the jungle back in their favor. What was an experience deficit, still an experience deficit there for Luconium, but hasn't necessarily hurt them as much. And when you look at the net worth, he's not too far behind, and that really is. Actually, he's ahead by 100 gold right now, which is a huge deal considering what he's been able to do. So the farm game right now from Duck Club is about where you need it in order to make sure they feel comfortable going into the late game.
And I wonder now how Maskill and Luconium, how this kind of 1v1 in the jungle starts to change as this game goes on. Because it feels like Luconium, the only one really behind on Duck Club right now, and that is a nice fearless from Lastimics. Ducky doing his best to turn something around. But Maskill continually at the forefront of the conversation of where Just F6 is finding their pressure. This set at 0-1 and 2 has only participated in half of the kills, but has found more pressure than Luconium, who falls down to 1 and 3 now in this game, and the tier 1 tower drops on the right side of the map. Pyromancer gonna get picked up by Just F6 as well, and there's no answer on the Gold Fury. And this is an important pivot point for Just F6. Right when the Duck Club starts to grab some momentum, Just F6 makes a play.
And it's really impressive. Again, Just F6 is a roster. Go back throughout all of last year, and save for when they picked up Maskill, they've been playing together for a while now. And so you're starting to see, I think, that comfort with everybody. Again, the shot calling and recognizing competitive play. I think Hi-Rez fits this support role really well with what we've heard from him as a vocalized player and things in the past. But realistically, I think you're seeing that difference in team play as of right now, which is that Duck Club, albeit 5 fantastic SMITE players, do still have a little bit of growing pains, right, to go through. And I don't think this is going to be the end-all be-all. I think Just F6 definitely are taking advantage of small things throughout the map, and it's getting them, again, slight leads. There's a lot that you have to go through to win this game. This is borderline even, and honestly, the way that they keep going blow for blow is very impressive to me.
I love the flowers all get collected, the scepter comes down. And I see Rotwin, the icon, starts to sprint there. Looked like Hurrywind was on his way to that side of the map as well, and so a little bit of a race to get over. But the Duck Club able to capitalize on what they've set up for themselves. The Gold Fury on the left core, that likely is where we'll see these two teams group up here in just a moment. It looks like the Duck Club, or you feel like Duck Club have this ability to burn down these objectives with Moswall. That's something that Merlin always brings to the table that we haven't seen a lot of. We haven't seen a lot of Merlin. Snoopy is in trouble. Drops the ultimate at his feet, uses the Aegis as well to avoid some damage. And all of that was necessary just to keep himself alive. Is it an immediate Gold Fury pull, though, ends up being the question.
Honestly, they have the capability to do it. They've got the healing, they've got the
Snoop's gotta
damage.
go back.
And really, on the side of Duck Club, the most you have to try and steal it, I mean, Hurry, maybe Luconium?
It looks like Gold Fury will go over to Just F6, but it gets reset. There's just enough pressure from Duck Club to make Just F6 think twice.
Bye.
Luconium is an afterthought around the backside of the Gold Fury pit, and now falls to 1 and 4 on the Susano. Can Moswall make a play happen? No, he can't. Gold Fury gets taken down. It's a River's Rebuke that is up, but now Hurrywind is left alone, and Ducky will rotate in, finds the first kill of this one, and Hurrywind somehow walks away. So Gold Fury for 1 kill, but that ends up getting evened out because Luconium dies as well, and even further evened out because Snoopy dies a moment ago. You do get this idea of chemistry from Just F6 right now. They are playing together, kind of one by one, it feels like. Duck Club keep going in. At least able to grab a kill for Ducky. But Gold Fury and a couple over to Just F6.
And realistically, you get the best trade, I think, out of all of that if you're Just F6. Not just the kills, as you had highlighted, but it's Luconium for Rotwin if you just take the 1-for-1. And you get a Gold Fury. Like, at the end of the day, take that Scorpion. Who cares? We are going to be happy if you're just F6. And so I'm assuming this is where things are going to change. There was a very early Frenzy pop from Hurrywind, which I don't actually know how many people it hit. It looked like Moswall might have been just outside the range for it. I don't know if Ducky's teleport had finished channeling, so it might have just hit him. And it's little things like that that are going to make a huge difference in a lot of these team fights. It's the difference of power and push potential up against a team, pressure that you're going to be able to bring into a fight. Good on Ducky to use that teleport and get behind and join the fray as soon as possible, but I do think that there's just a little bit to clean up here right now for Duck Club to make these team fights go their favor.
Anticipate from Ducky. Lastimics has used a lot of those abilities. Luconium rotates on over to Solo. Already has pulled Lastimics, who's got his ultimate, and out he will go. So not enough damage yet, Core, from this 1 and 4 Susano. So 4 out of the 5 kills from Just F6 have landed on the Duck Club jungler. And then you ask yourself, all right, where's the turnaround? Got to be out of the jungle. That's where Just F6 have pulled a big lead, 15-13, 2 levels there. And that's largely mitigating the leads that Duck Club have. 1 level in mid, 1 level in support, 1 level in ADC. It's really a jungle difference right now that has kept this game kind of close.
And honestly, despite the deficit, at least earlier, and I'd have to glance back over. Okay, so now we actually do have a pretty significant gold lead for Mastkill over what we saw for Luconium. Earlier he was behind, but at least had like 300 or so gold to his favor. Now he's starting to fall behind. It's about 700, 800 gold, and that is going to be enough. You know, it's a tier 1 item at base, but realistically, you're going to start feeling that pressure if it continues at this rate, because look how free they can run around the map.
A lot of damage from Snoopy here, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. Teleport coming out as well. Has Mastkill done too much? Ducky rotates on over to the duo lane, but Mastkill avoids the pull back in with his beads. Beads do not matter against damage, and Hurrywin's got that. Bit too much there from Just F6. It was a coordinated dive, but a coordinated answer from Duck Club.
I'll be honest, that might be one of the only kills we get to see from an Atlas ult throughout the year. Good on Hurry for putting the pressure on and finding him, although a lot committed from the Duck Club to just get 1 kill. Granted, it's a very worthwhile kill for him. That ult doesn't do a lot of damage, Dave. Intentionally so. So it's impressive to see Hurry pick up a kill with it. But again, we get good pulls from him, and now good pressure. All it took was one team fight where you force a couple of members back and you kill off the jungle, and they're putting pressure on a tier 2 like it's nothing. They're not going to be able to find it unless they want to commit very heavily. But with 2 tanks and a carry, they accomplished a lot on the left-hand side of the map. Meanwhile, they're losing just Pyro. I mean, that's not really the end of the world for them.
Right. And I like the way Ducky's build is starting to go here, Gores. Ducky's rotated into these fights. Started to be a little bit more present with the team, picks up the Shoguns, and with Snoopy, and the way that Snoopy's build is going, Crusher, Aussie, into the kin size, those two will synergize pretty well with one another, and then of course the auras from Amaterasu will help out there as well. And so I think a great opportunity here, and this is something we've seen from Snoopy at the SEC level as of late, the ability to put Snoopy in a position to just have a big game. Right, I mean, the ricochets have started to hit a little bit more consistently. The ultimate will always do some good damage. And, you know, I think Snoopy's a player who's had a lot of drive to get back to the SPL. And a game like this is a fantastic opportunity to get there.
Yeah, and honestly, the synergies, like you mentioned, between just the way they're playing and the itemization and things like that, just kind of enhances, like, the mechanical. Again, I think if you look at all 5 members of Duck Club, all you can think about, or at least all I can think about, is how mechanically talented every single one of these players are. I will, you know, give it with the asterisk, right? We've seen Luconium a lot, but not necessarily at the SPL level. And so that's something that is not necessarily questionable. I think he's been doing well enough. He's 1-4-1, so maybe not the best KDA to illustrate said point. But, you know, we've seen Moswell win a championship. We've seen Hurry, we've seen Snoopy, we've seen Ducky all on world stages. And realistically, you have to think of these players as the potential that they could have.
Right.
And if you look into the far future, it's absolutely nuts. But if you look at the right now, unfortunately, you're not getting too much. The jungle right now feels a little slow. Unfortunately, Hurrywin hasn't been able to do too much. And you can look at the player damage charts, but Luconium's at the bottom.
Luconium's at the bottom. Chance for Luconium to climb up a little bit here. Ultimate will fly through from Hurrywin. Actually clipped out some damage there. And so Atlas, support Atlas. 3rd on the damage charts right now. But Hurrywin ultimate down for what could be a fight around this Gold Fury, or Oni Fury rather. It is melting quickly. River's Rebuke up, and Just F6 will confirm the Fury, but Listimics has taken a lot of damage in the meantime. Typhoon is up and over from Luconium, and there's a lot of damage from the Duck Club. Luconium finally back in the kill column, avoids the death column.
Fire.
And Duck, I was gonna say Duck F6. Duck Club grab 2 kills. They drop the Oni Fury and Gore. They have eyes for the FG.
And I love this call. They've got carries.
They got burn.
And that's about all they have. But you've got burn and you've got zone potential. So this is going to be very easy to control. You have to be worried about this set. And I love that Hurry is getting the zone out, but they got to be careful here.
You cannot get it stolen by Just F6, and it is not. Duck Club get 2 kills, get the FG. Could be kills on the other end as well. Soto's pulled right back into the grasp, and Duck Club find their 3rd. Over the course of a little bit of time. Mastkill and Toddy, the last 2 alive, and they are squishy. There is chase potential for the Duck Club, but instead they will turn their eyes towards a tier 1 tower. Massive spike here in game 1.
And what a great sequence for them. Not only getting that huge fight against the 2 supports. Yeah, you lose the Fury, but who cares? Because now you've got so much potential. Any gold deficit that might have existed is going to get absolutely blasted out of the water. And now you're going to be able to swing control so heavily in your favor with this FG. I really like what position the Duck Club are in now. I also want to talk about this because I saw it earlier. And I love this because Witchblade is one of my favorite items in the game, especially against a comp like what Just F6
Really? That's one of your favorite items in the game?
Yeah. I'm genuinely, I love picking it up.
I mean, nothing by this. I would argue if you asked 100 people
Nobody's going to say Witchblade.
I think Witchblade would be said 0 times. Maybe
and you know
once,
why?
Because you're in the
No,
ball.
I was going to say the only reason I say that is because it's a very niche item. Like picking it up most of the time is not going to be helpful for your team. But when you're up against a team where you have a set soul and a Chiron, it feels really good to slow down their attack speed whenever you happen to be nearby. So that's very helpful for you and your team.
Yep.
But also paired with the Shogun's Kusari to up your attack speed plus Luconium's, but specifically Snoopy's. I just think that it's such a fun pairing that Ducky's been able to pick up here to really enable all of his team to do better while taking less. And so this is not an item that I genuinely do agree. I don't think there's anybody in the world that's going to say this is one of their favorite items other than me. But I do love it when it gets to come up just because it feels like that it's that glory of being able to counter build.
Right.
And that's exactly what it is. That is not an item you're building unless it's to spite someone on the other team.
And Ducky happens to be spiting like 3 people all at once.
And it feels real good.
And it feels real good. Minute and 50 seconds left remaining on the Fire Giant buff. All the towers after Ducky finishes off the one on right will have fallen, and you're going to have 3 Phoenixes open here. And Ducky has got this. He's got a lot of split push potential. Amaterasu at this point in the game absolutely wails away on structures. And so the Duck Club Gore probably smart. They're just going to split 4 for 1, send 1 in the mid lane as kind of a flex, so 3-1-1, and you're just going to force Just F6 to reply.
This is where things do get a little awkward. The far split, right? With Luconium kind of hanging awkwardly around the tier 2 zone in mid. You don't necessarily have the easy rotations over, although if Ducky can get a solo kill or continue controlling that fight, I mean, he has not lost a single bit of health bar and is more than happy to fight Listimics.
And I think Listimics already used his heal, so I saw that health tick up just a little bit, so no imminent kills. But the answer for a split pusher is always who can deal with this person one-on-one. Listimics can maybe stay alive,
yeah,
but ultimately is not going to kill off Ducky. So if you're just F6 at this point in the game, maybe that's the best you can do. Ducky, I think, goes back to base, buys a power pot, and then teleports into the left side of this map that has maybe caught just F6 a bit off guard. But the Duck Club and Snoopy notably will be playing a little bit passively, but we're going to allow Snoopy to lifesteal up across these minions. And with 30 seconds left remaining on the FG, one big push.
30 seconds on the power play is not a lot of time to work with, but Listimics is going to kick it off.
Oh, and that is a great Fearless. Forces the beads out of Snoopy, the flicker on out from Oswald, and the jump on out from Snoopy. So there's disengage, but Ducky has run down the back line. 3 versus 1, and Ducky still finds a way to get it done. The scaling has reached a tipping point for Luconium as well. Finally, this Usano is able to make some plays. The Duck Club knocked down a left side tower. And Duck Club is right. Ducky walks into the back line and grabs himself a 3 versus 1 kill.
And looks so good doing it. I just think being able to get back there, zone them as hard as he did, get a lot of the damage that we've seen out of Ducky so far. And they don't even have FG anymore, and they're pushing for this Phoenix. This might actually be a danger zone.
Uh-oh, Snoopy, that's a big double Fearless. But is there anyone here to help out Listimics, who has to use his ultimate to jump away? And the Duck Club will do so as well. Fire Giant 35 seconds away from respawning, but there's a bit of a chase here. Listimics, mass kill, they all have eyes for Snoopy. Where is his jump? He is knocked up and tossed to the side. And it's moments like this where you need to get out because these death time are so long. That is a minute without your ADC, and Fire Giant's up in 20. Gore, that could be an opening for Just F6.
Luckily, you still have Ducky, you still have Luconium, and I think those two are probably who I would put the steal on if someone's going to be able to make one. Unfortunately, 10 seconds away, and you've got a lot of members resetting from Just F6. They're about to get a Pyromancer, so it's going to make their reset even easier. This is definitely an awkward spot to be in if you're Duck Club. You are in a great spot where wards are about to fly out. I see a lot of sentries already getting dropped, but 3 in inventory. You need control of vision here because you have the numbers disadvantage, and you just have to delay this for another, let's say 25 seconds, right? 15 now for Snoopy to respawn, and let's say 10 for him to get back into the fight. And as long as you can hold on to that, you'll be fine. And the good news is, again, fire minions on left. You're going to be able to coast through this timer, not easily, but not without any, or not with like a major rough patch. So overall, no one is going to be able to put a lot of pressure on you, cause things to be awkward. Snoopy's going to be able to buy up an item. I think he just finishes that oboe. And so it's going to be a much heavier hitting Snoopy that comes back. And all it takes is one misstep, one good pluck from someone like Heroin, and all of a sudden Just F6 are the ones falling behind again.
Got to keep your eyes on those fire minions on left as well. That's where map pressure for the Duck Club will start to build up. Maybe put a little pressure onto the Titan as well. So you're going to have immense burn if you're the Duck Club. That means Just F6 has got to be here and present for this Fire Giant pull. And remember, you're not only worried about the FG if you're Just F6, but the fight in general. The death timers are so long, and there's already a win condition on the map with the exposed and the down left side Phoenix. And the Duck Club have such objective burn that you lose a fight handily enough here. Who cares about the Fire Giant? Duck Club are just going to turn their eyes towards the Titan. Ducky is the one who wants to get it done, and he is doing it again. Sotos has lost all of his health bar, so is Rotwin, who will end up falling down second. Luconium's got a double kill after a slow start to this game. Bye-bye, Just F6. Duck Club, they'll take game one.
Yeah, they don't even need the FG. They don't need the kill on the Stimix. They might go for it anyway, though. I think the rest of the team, yeah, there they go. Turn and go straight towards the Titan room. They even have a fire minion wave walking in for him. This makes it just so much easier for them. And what was, 1 in 4?
1 in 4.
There for Luconium, ends at 4 in 4. That's a great turnaround for that Susano. After we saw it, I mean, he was bottom of the damage charts. He didn't really climb too much further up on the damage charts, but he got the kills.
We're going to need Fearless with 0% cooldown for Lystemix here to get this game turned around. It is not
100%
there.
cooldown.
100% cooldown. I didn't know which way to word that. At any rate, unlimited Fearlesses.
0% cooldown. It never comes back.
It never comes back. It won't come back in this game, at least. The Duck Club Gore, shaky at the start of that game. I think chemistry in the early game was winning the day a little bit there for Just F6. And then Duck Club, some of that skill and that talent in experience in games like that. Not that Just F6 don't have it, but you see some of that history, that veteranship from Duck Club down the stretch that helped take game one.
And I really do think that, and not even just the veteranship, but like the team play, and specifically when we were talking about it, but like mechanical capabilities of individual players, I think you get to see that from Snoopy and Spades. A lot of that game, there were really good ricochets, really good autos, things like that, good synergy in items, and I think that's something that just comes from playing the game as much and as long as these guys have, when it's just like, cool, we have a comp that does X, Y, or Z. Yep. These items enable us to do X, Y, or Z, and so we can build these plus this, and all of a sudden you've got these unkillable machines in the background where Snoopy only dies because they happen to stay a little longer over a mid-Phoenix after their FG disappeared.
That's right, Gore. It's a great showing in game one for Duck Club, the SPL veterans. Can they close it out 2-0? You got to stick around and find out.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you... thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it.
And welcome back. Conclusion of game one goes the way of Duck Club, the SPL veterans
Snoop
and
Troop.
Luconian Duck Club.
Okay.
I will refer to them as Duck Club. You can call them Snoop Troop if you so wish to, and I guess anybody else who wishes to call them that. But as far as official goes, Duck Club with a game one victory over Just F6. Took a little while for them to be able to get there, but we do kind of finally see a little bit of veteranship kick in. We do get to see how these players are able to group up kind of towards that last half of the stage, and we got a pretty good look at what Atlas is able to do.
Yeah, the trajectory of that game was super weird, wasn't it? It was almost the exact opposite of what I had predicted. I had thought originally that Just F6 were going to go for a very slow start, wait to group up as 5, and then kind of deathball their way through the map with a double hunter composition. But instead it was Just F6 get like 3 kills by the 4-minute mark, are able to hit the ground running. But from there, they kind of shifted their attention. Although they had already established a lead for themselves, they go, oh, okay, well, we did it. Let's go. Okay, slow down a little bit. And you can't let off the gas. You can't take your boot off the throat of your opposition, because given that space, the Snoop Troop were able to bounce back, use superior macro play, and eventually close out this game through neutral objectives.
And plays like that is why it's so exciting to watch players like Luconium and players who are really masters of gods like Susano. I mean, you see multiple different gaps that are traversed by a single god, and he just goes, okay, cool. I'm just going to wait till you do all that and then just teleport right to you and get a nice little kill here. Duck Club, a slow roll for them, to say the least, at the very beginning. And I think you're kind of right to bring up the, they let off the gas here, Just F6. They get the early lead. They say, all right, that's cool. And that's something that we notice of a lot of the kind of usually the lower seeded SCC teams is once they get that lead, they sometimes don't really know what to do with it. Do we need to keep pushing it much further? Do we need to just kind of stay back? We've got the lead. There's no way that we can lose it if we just don't mess up right. But when it comes down to compositions like Duck Club has, when it comes down to tenure of some of the players like Duck Club, you can't let off the gas. You have to keep going. You got that lead, push that, shove that lead down their throat.
Yeah, and we see it in the last couple of clips as well. Before that Fire Giant had dropped, it was the Duck Club initiating fights from a gold deficit too. 3,000 gold down, doesn't matter. They start the fight on their own footing, and from there we're able to win out on the engagement and then transition it into a permanent objective or a neutral objective, be it Gold Fury, a tier 1 tower, Pyromancer, or even a very early Fire Giant. Worth noting, when the Fire Giant went to Duck Club the first time, they were still down 2,000 gold, but it was them being the proactive players. It was them choosing the engagements, making sure that even though they are playing into a deficit, they're playing on their own footing.
Do you think this one game that we see here out of Hurrywin on this Atlas has potentially warranted a ban coming his way with the amount of control that he's put out there, and maybe potential bans for the remainder of the weekend? Or maybe do you think this even kind of opens the eyes to some other teams now that we've actually gotten to see what this god is capable of?
I thought Atlas was going to be permanent banned coming into this week. I didn't think that we were going to get an opportunity to see him besides in the ban column. That's how strong I think this pick is right now. Whether or not we see the rest of the team saying, okay, look, Hurrywin has a good performance on it. This god is incredibly strong. We're going to ban it out. Yet to be seen. Maybe not going to be the case. Whether or not he's banned this next game, unless we see Just F6 pick up that god, I want to see it banned out.
It's going to be a very important one here. I mean, Hurrywin, we got to finally see what Atlas is capable of at a competitive level. His first official competitive game, because this is, well, the first time the god has been available at a competitive level to be played. Kind of like Kleena, Morgan Le Fay, all these gods, when they finally get that opportunity to come out and play, they usually have a big splash here. Atlas nice splash in game 1 for Duck Club. Can they keep that going in game number 2? Picks and bans are here and ready to go. It will be Duck Club who will be taking first pick this time around. Just the 6 have elected to hold on to that second pick slot for themselves. And as the bans start rolling in, it's a lot of the similarities that we saw last time. Serket and Izanami first 2-1 out.
Yeah, and if it's going to maintain the same, Duck Club will match it up with a Fenrir, and then I believe, what was it, a Bastet in that last slot, just sticking with that Assassin tree. Both Serket and Fenrir likely support bans. Again, that mobility just really makes it easy for those two gods in particular to steal away flowers and control obelisk pressure. Duck Club will reprise the exact same bans from game 1, where now it's all up to Just F6 to make the adaptations in their own right. I would like to see an Atlas ban here. I doubt we see Duck Club take it in the first slot, though. So, if Duck Club don't take it, it is an opportunity for Just F6 to pick up Atlas for themselves. But despite being incredibly strong, Atlas is a high-performance god. That god has a very high skill floor. It takes a lot of practice to be adept at it. So we'll see if Just F6 have got that in their back pocket.
A god who got a little bit of a heat check in the second wave of bans in the last game makes it through his first pick for Duck Club. Gilgamesh as a first pick because Amaterasu does get banned away by Just F6. They don't want to deal with that god any longer. And instead, it's going to be a first pick Ho Yi out of Just F6. And the most important thing to note out here, I mean, 100% win rate on this god, which is the most wins and the most success that he's had in like the last 8 months of play. To be noted here. So seeing Ho Yi and Soul as a top, they really want to get some carries picked up here very early on for Just F6.
Yeah, double hunters locked in immediately. That's a good deal of late game scaling. You should have relatively decent pressure wherever you land this Soul. Ho Yi, not so much, not exactly known for his lane pressure, more so his ability to take the 1v1s once supports rotate out, or if he's left alone with the mid laner and they do elect to send him towards the center of the map. Decent 1v1 potential there. But I don't think Just F6 have addressed the issues that Duck Club were able to bring in those mid to late game team fights. We could be looking at essentially just about the exact same style of draft from Duck Club. There could be an Atlas lock in here if they so choose, but instead, Hurrywin's going to flex his wings a little bit. Say, hey, I know I'm new to the role, but I've got an eclectic god pool, I guess, if you're going to lock in Bacchus. So no complaints. It's a very aggressive style. It means that he can hit the ground running very quickly, which is where Duck Club stumbled earlier on.
Bacchus, a god that we saw banned once earlier on, and it felt like kind of a stray ban out of nowhere, and now a second pick for Duck Club, which is probably the most interesting part, is not even just picking up the Bacchus. It's picking up Bacchus in top 3 when we've only seen one ban and really no other player or team kind of look towards this god. They'll pair that Bacchus up with a Chiron, potentially, unless that Chiron does go towards mid. But Just F6 go for a pick that always kind of seems to be that counter right behind the Bacchus, in that a Wheelish is a lock-in for the final one before the wave of bans here for Just F6.
Yeah, Gravity Surge has got good targets, not only the belly flop from Bacchus, but I believe it's called Hero's Advance from Gilgamesh. The leap, the jump. She could pull that
The Gilgamesh incoming.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, she could pull you out of that, exactly. And they've already got some knockups on their side. Soul, that ultimate is a knockup. Pretty hard to combo with Gravity Surge, but certainly possible. Ho Yi has got a knockup with his leap as well. So there is some decent synergies from Just F6. If they are looking for some late game, the bridge being a Wheelish feels pretty nice. Her early game is strong enough that you can generate threat and create space for the Soul and the Ho Yi. But I want to see what the front line is around Just F6 draft, and Cerberus is certainly one place to look immediately. It's going to have a large bit of AoE CC. It's going to set up for the Gravity Surge incredibly well, but there really is just the Cerberus burning beads. A Wheelish can do it, sure, to be sure, but that's single target. It's going to be more so on the Cerberus to facilitate a Wheelish rather than the other way around.
And really only Ho Yi is going to get the Hunter, the enemy Hunter's beads at best if he's going into a boxing match. I really do like the Yemoja ban here by Duck Club, because Yemoja, one of the better Guardians in the game at being able to knock people out via the way of that Riptide, whether it be your own allies or enemies and whatnot there. So banning that one away, a very strong one. And then the Ares right after, because of the lack of CC immunity on this team in their front line, Gilgamesh and Bacchus, with none in their kit, would be forced to buy beads. But now we're going to see a guy, first time this day in this tournament, Loki picked up in the jungle going over to Luconium.
Yeah, you know, it could go to Luconium, but I'm remembering the old guard show match where Maswal locked in Loki in the jungle. That could be pretty cool. Zeus locked in definitely fits Maswal's style, so maybe Luconium will be piloting a Loki, but I am hoping against hope. Just for a raw spice factor, that we see a little bit of a role swap here.
Why would they need a role swap?
Because Maswal went like 15-2 on Loki, and that's super cool.
Sure, but you're also giving Maswal one of his World Championship MVP gods in Zeus, potentially, if you just leave him there in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Snoop Zeus troop could be cool, to be sure, but I want to see Maswal play Loki. That's all it is to it.
What if we get Loki mid?
That would be so cool, but I don't think that works anymore because it's not a decoy. It's like...
I mean, it does still do damage to the minions, though.
Yeah, like 20.
I mean, you could kind of max it out a little bit earlier. Probably
I
not the
wouldn't
best.
do that.
I definitely wouldn't do that either. Enough about Loki, though. Let's talk a little bit about Horus. We saw him picked up earlier. He's received buffs coming into Season 9. That's given him a little bit more base healing, a little bit more base damage. And he's a very aggressive support, and one that synergizes really well with the Wheelish.
Yeah, that knock-up, the updraft, going to help out a lot with the Wheelish's Gravity Surge, another way to burn beads consistently in these team fights as well. So I do like the Horus pickup. It's going to make your in-gauge a little bit one-note, I believe. It's either going to be a blink-in from Cerberus, or it's going to be Horus going in on his own. That's a very W-key style of play up against what the Duck Club have brought, which is anti-W-key. Bacchus has got great disengage for his team. Belly flop going to make it very hard for some of these picks for Just F6 to engage these fights. If Zeus is under threat, he's like a squid. He just inks, which is, you know, Thunderstorm or whatever for Zeus. Just drops it at his feet. Makes it very difficult for gods like a Wheelish or Horus to stick to him as well. I think the Duck Squad, what was it, Duck Troop? Duck Club. I think they've got a good draft
You
here.
have thrown like 6 different names out here for this team now.
Yeah, it should be Snoop Troop. That's so much easier.
Also, I don't think I've ever heard that analogy for Zeus with Lightning Storm is equal to a squid inking.
Yeah, he just inks himself, you know? He's just like, oh, get away from me.
That
Lightning Storm or whatever.
That might be the weirdest analogy I've heard, but it's such a fitting one for Zeus here. A round squad out for kind of both these teams, looking at their rosters, or looking at their gods, I should say here, kind of in a vacuum, kind of looking into this one. Which of these two rosters you really kind of favor a little bit more here, Myth?
I like Ducks. I like them, the Ducks. The left side of the screen. I feel like Loki's got a great matchup in a Soul. Disapparate's a good tool to disengage, but you have to fully channel it. My man's going to be sneaking up on you more often than not, and Zeus goes hard.
Well, let's see if Duck Club can close this out, or can Just F6 bring it to another potential Game 3. Let's jump right in to Game number 2.
Going to require a lot for Just F6 in Game 2. The Duck Club have a hell of a draft here, a lot of aggression. And an interesting rotation out of Just F6, searching for someone, but clearly read by Duck Club. Pings on the map know where this entire squad is. And so outside of some absurd mispositioning, nothing will come of this rotation from Just F6. And I talk about overcoming, heavy obstacles here if you're just F6. Duck Club now have a style of draft core that is able to play aggressive and in your face. Ducky's got himself Gilgamesh. Luconium on Loki, which has been obnoxious. I really look at Hurrywind, though, on Bacchus. Not a pick we've seen a whole lot of, but a very, very aggressive option.
Yeah, and something that I'm excited to watch how he plays it, because Bacchus, I mean, based on what we saw out of Atlas early last game, Hurry wants to play aggressive. Bacchus can do that, but he does take a lot more mana in order to kind of sustain that level of attention. And so that'll be interesting to see how he handles that. Plus, along with a Chiron, not necessarily a lane matchup and a lane pairing that I think of too often. But this is going to be very fun once they hit level 5. Oh my god, Snoopy takes a lot of damage there. But belly flop into like Intoxicate is one of the best in my eyes, like Guardian ults when it comes down to getting damage out there. It's very, very comfortable for you, as well as the just in general CC that it applies. Is very fun.
Level 2 reached for Snoopy and Hurrywind. Will they stay at level 2? No, Rotwin and Toddy also reach it on that last minion. So a sliver of an opportunity to be aggressive with a 1-level lead has given Snoopy and Hurrywind just a bit of a drop over Toddy and Rotwin.
They just cringe ganked their own lane.
It did, and it was great. Moswell in the mid lane, though. He's being real-time ganked. No cringe here for Maskill in the mid. And the immobile Zeus will live to fight another day. Luconium in range to provide some counter gank. So action early, Gore, but no kills.
I really like the way the duo lane specifically played that. I think when you look at what happened in mid, that's just a classic disengage. But trying to get to Toddy while he was still level 1 and trying to cut him off, if that burp had been able to find the stun as opposed to Toddy getting the leap when he hit level 2, it would have opened up not only first blood, but a huge amount of control on the left-hand side of the map for Duck Club.
I wonder where. Gore, the hat's got to drop somewhere here. We've got half HP. A bunch of players of just F6. Now Luconium also half HP. Maskill easily winning this fight. Luconium falls for first blood, and there is no answer from Moswell. Disapparate out from Sotos, and it'll be a clean kill over to just F6.
Yeah, not enough damage that Moswell can output just yet to make it really last and hurt Sotos the way that he would like to. So not only get a clean first blood, but you get away with it, you get to back up and pretty much still get all the farm. You will be losing your red buff, though, as they wait it out. And this is the glory I think that Duck Club has. They did this very similar last time. You lose the first blood, but then you maintain aggression somewhere else. They actually have to back away, so they don't even get the camp steal. And that's just unfortunate. I think they thought it was going to spawn just a smidge faster. And unfortunately for them now they're just flat behind in terms of gold. Not too much, but that first blood is really going to pay dividends in mid for a while.
Now this was something that we saw a lot in game 1, though. Duck Club a little bit behind in the gold. Be a 1,000 or so spike for just F6, but then Duck Club would shrink up that gap. And so Duck Club, first blood in general. Nice ricochet from Toddy. Snags a stun there. But Duck Club in general already has shown us that they can come back from these small discrepancies. Belch out from Hurrywind, up down from Toddy, but Rotwin is here as well. Uh-oh, masked kill on the left side of the map as well. Snoopy should be able to gallop away from this one. Nice knockup from Hurrywind, but it's a dash over the wall from Maskill, a dash in as well from Rotwin, and another kill over to just F6. But now Luconium has made his way left. Hurrywind should have Belch up here shortly. Is there enough damage to finish off any of these kills? Luconium turns his eyes back towards Rotwin, and somehow Maskill will live to fight another day. Luconium blinks back through, and Duck Club come up empty-handed.
If they had been able to get that kill on the Maskill, I think it opens up not only level 5 for Luconium and for Hurry, but a huge potential to swing that lane. So great for Maskill to stay alive there. Good use of his mobility to close the gap between himself and Snoopy, but also to disengage from a Loki. Very difficult to do, but he managed to do it just before that ultimate comes online and made it a little easier for himself. And this is a good start for Just F6. I mean, good control. I'd like to see something more come out of it. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to find anything like an invade on any side of the jungle because all of the camps have been down, even when they do get the advantage. And it's not like there's timing for them to really explore big bosses.
Double knockup from Hurry, and Snoopy has got the damage. And that was a perfect grouping for Hurrywind on his belly flop in from Rotwin and Toddy. A double knockup. The burp was there on the other side. And Snoopy just got plenty of damage out on this Chiron. And so similar to game 1, Gore, it's exactly what the Duck Club needed after the way the early game has went. Now Luconium's got his ultimate, and Luconium's got a kill. We won't go, I was going to say 1 and 4. I guess the opportunity's still there. But we won't fall down that heavily in the early game for Luconium. He'd be able to make a play happen on right.
And that's just payback, right? You should have gotten that kill in duo, and it was just Maskkill playing the God very well that got him out of there. But Snoopy now has to be careful. He might die.
Yeah, he might. He is. Snoopy overextends. And that's the knife edge that Snoopy plays on. The type of player who will play aggressive. He will look for the solo kills. Caught a bit off guard there. And it ends up being a 2v1 fall for Snoopy. And that is brutal after that lane finally gets some breathing room. Especially if Hurrywin dies here. The belly flop pulled out by Maskkill. And Just F6 can do no wrong in the early.
That might just be the most unfortunate spot for that to have happened. I think if Hurry's able to belly flop pretty much anywhere else that is clear around that red buff over the wall, probably fine. And at least happy with it, although maybe not able to escape the running gods behind him at that point. But that is good from Maskkill. He uses his ult, reads right into what you have. He's the only god that he's going to, no, I'm sorry, he'll be able to do that to Gilgamesh as well, but realistically, the only god that you're going to find that consistently on. And a good kill onto the support early on, plus Snoopy's been put into the ground twice. I think this is a very comfortable spot for Just F6 to continue this amount of control. Although Dave, and this is wild to me, I didn't even think about it, Duck Club have the gold lead.
They do. Duck Club somehow winning this game. And if they, it's an interesting style of composition, right? Where when you're rolling the dice every time you play this aggressively, it just hasn't quite worked out. But oh, that was near. I mean, that's good beats from Oswald. Nearly really needed him. If that stun would have connected from Rotwin, but not quite there. And so Just F6 are able, or Duck Club rather, able to back away. And that's what we haven't seen much from Gore, is this Zeus out of the mid lane. And this Zeus out of the mid lane has a helmet to start off his build. And so, and an Eye of the Jungle to start off his build. So we're going to need to see where the damage starts to roll in one of these team fight phases.
This is the second time we've seen this start, though, right? I mean, we've seen something very, very similar. I don't think it was the Eye of the Jungle at the time, but we saw the helmet picked up earlier on by Soul, I want to say, over in the duo lane. I remember me and you talked about it, so it definitely happened today. It's been a long day.
Hurrywin, belly flops in. That's a 3-man Intoxicate.
Wow!
And Moswell drops the Lightning Storm on top. Maskkill down, and Duck Club finally capitalize on some of that aggressive engage. Luconium, he wants a little bit more. Doesn't have his ultimate, but got the damage on Rotwin, who has to dash off to the side. Sotos has no mana. And so Just F6 will only lose one. Let's open up the door, though, for Ducky to stay aggressive, find some pressure over here in the solo lane. Listimics doesn't have his ultimate. Ducky will not look for the dive.
Props where props are due. That was a really good knock-up from Hurry, a really good Intoxicate, and a great ult from Moswell. And it's very similar, at least trajectory, as game number one. The early game so far hadn't been the cleanest from Duck Club, but at the end of the day, they're winning the fights with they really need to, even if it does, fall a little short at the very, very beginning of the game. And as this continues, I think that ult combo is something you got to be worried about. The control of locking people into Moswell's ult, the damage that he's going to be able to get down as he continues building items and stacking up that power. That detonate's going to hit incredibly hard on people like Sotos or Toddy. And so you're going to have to be even more careful about avoiding this Zeus. And even though it's not the same as when we saw the big Book of the Dead a few months ago, where it was, hey, good luck killing Zeus, he's just going to get a massive shield and then laugh at you while you die in front of him. Now he's just going to laugh at you while you die in front of him because he can deal the damage necessary.
Hurrywin, Gore, I think the, I'm intrigued by Moswell's build here, Gore. It continues on. The helmet into the Void Stone. Going a bit hybrid on this Zeus. I guess he's tanky enough to survive all this. Lightning Storm back down. Not tanky enough, but there's the damage setup. 1-for-1 trade. And Moswell may be realizing support style play right now is the way to be. Maskkill goes down, and it's all been Maskkill. Passing it on this Awelix. The pressure that he's put out. Hurrywin, one stun connects, and that's the double for Luconium, and there is no kill on the back end. We are at a breakneck pace. 10 kills in 9 minutes. And it's really the Duck Club that have been benefiting. 1.5K or so gold in the lead.
And honestly, that trade still ends up favorable. It's unfortunately you lose Moswell, but killing Sotos and Maskkill in the grand scheme is incredible for you right now. Already Luconium's getting off to a much better start. You had mentioned it earlier, made the joke, can't go 1-4. At the time he was 1-1. Well, now he definitely can. He's 3-1.
That's right.
And this Loki has definitely been making his impact on this game known. And it feels very similar. And this is something, I'm going to meme Hurry for a little bit, but like, admittedly, when you play on a team like the Dragons, one of the things that ends up happening, I think inevitably, is that your mid lane, while some games is going to be like a hard carry, most games is still going to be kind of falling in that like pseudo support role where they're really helping set up, they're setting the damage up so somebody else can get the kills. And I think that's kind of where Moswell is right now. That Lightning Storm, despite losing his life, does so much to set up his team.
Belch no good on the Maskill, but the stun is there. That is a lot of burst damage. Well played by Maskill. Nearly turned that around. Luconium literally playing with fire as Sodos drops the hammer. And the Loki, we have seen 1-for-1 trades involving Loki and Maskill on cooldown. Watch out, Horus is about to be here. Snoopy's gonna learn that the hard way. He will gallop away, turns back around, and sends some damage Toddy's way. One more shot, but it's just short. And Just F6 grabs another. These teams, Gore, refuse to have a lopsided fight. We have been getting a kill for 2, maybe at best. And this time it's the latter for Just F6, but again, the gold lead remains 1.4K. 1.4K in the experience as well.
This is going to be topsy-turvy. I was waiting to see when the next fight broke out. Inevitably, it happens in mid. Hurry is going to be forced to run away here. I don't know that he's going to be able to make it out.
Belly
fly. He needs mana. He's got it. That's just enough to make that work, right? He just got the mana for that. Plus, they get that Pyromancer, so that feels pretty solid for them. Yeah, as long as Ducky stays alive, yeah, they'll be fine. The fight's literally not done.
Oh, Luconium stun on a mass kill. There's the knockup. And now Luconium is the one who goes down. Gore,
wait, I got to jump into it immediately because otherwise they're going to start fighting, Dave.
No, hold on. I'm going to practice something with you. Let's both close our eyes.
Are you sure?
Yep, and take a deep breath. In we go. Out we go.
Something's going to happen. I'm getting anxious.
Right. All right, you can open your eyes again. We can both open our eyes.
The anxiety was very big.
We've been going absolutely nuts here. We're going on our 9th hour of broadcast, and these teams playing at lightning pace. And it's difficult to keep up with at times. You're absolutely right, though, Gore. And you got to get your thoughts in here. And I'm going to direct you where I think all of the pressure has been. And it's been both of these junglers. Feels like Maskill and Luconium have been setting everything up.
The two of them comprise 8 of the 14 kills. I guess total it's, 6 + 5, so 11 of the 14 kills.
Yep.
And also 7 of the 14 deaths. Like, they are the forefront of these fights. And they're causing a whole ton of what's going on. And then when you add in the factor, or maybe take out the factor of what is these supports, it really is the pressure ultimately onto Snoopy that's being felt the most, right? He's the one outside of the junglers who has died the most, who is getting focused down. And he almost had that turnaround in that last fight. Unfortunately, just shy of getting that kill and getting the reset. Granted, I don't know that reset saves his life. He probably just comes back to life and then gets immediately sat on. But it does open up the conversation for aggression from Just F6 here, despite the fact that they've been in a little bit of a gold deficit, and it continues growing for Duck Club, despite some of the fights not going their way. I think this Gold Fury has just scaled in importance here, because if Just F6 get it, it's a dead even game. And with the way the fights have been going, maybe things are even more in their favor. But if you can get it for Duck Club, then you're set for not necessarily life, but at least for the game.
Stimic's under pressure from Ducky here, but as we so often seen, Maskill is right around the corner. Winds of Shamash. Here come Hurrywind and Luconium. This is a 3 versus 2. If there's a re-engage, stun out, beads for Maskill. Prevent the initial stun, but it won't prevent the drop kick. Maskill melted through, and the Duck Club, namely Hurrywind with the Intoxicate, able to grab it, but here comes Sodos now on the late engage. Watch out for this ultimate. Should be big damage onto Hurrywind, but not enough.
Sodos is going to be able to follow up, and look, Listimics can continue this chase. This is actually a bad spot for Duck Club.
The drop kick will keep Hurrywind alive, and no one is rotating in behind him. There's fighting happening on the left side of the map as well. Way too much going on here. Moswell has gotten a couple of kills in all of this. There's way too much chaos. What we can say for sure, Gore, is Duck Club is getting everything and Just F6 is getting nothing.
Those were 3 individual fights going on. It was a 1v1 there for Snoopy, it was a 1v1 there for Moswell, and then it was a whatever number remaining for everybody else on the right-hand lane. The fact that Snoopy stays alive, not Snoopy, Hurrywind stays alive through all of that is absolutely insane to me as well. He was incredibly low, able to leap away and continue a chase. But we get to take a look at what Snoopy was able to do, and I guess I stand corrected. It ended up being a 2v2. It gets separated slightly, and he's low. I mean, Dave, look at this. This is not the position anybody should be able to fight back from. But Snoopy recognizes the range, recognizes the damage he can get, gets the reset if it had been necessary, but also a kill. Sets up Moswell for another one because at that point, Toddy's incredibly low. And it just creates a smooth sailing on the left-hand side. Now your carries are feeling confident.
And that is when this Duck Club team looks scary, when the confidence starts to roll, and they've also got the golden experience to back it up. And that's the case so far in game number 2. Experience largely even. Gold, though, has continued to roll for the Duck Club. Gold Fury still stands 15 minutes in. Moswell finally gets a traditional mid-lane item in his build in the Sphere of Desolation. Rotwin might not be here to participate in the Gold Fury fight. Duck Club takes down the Fury. Snoopy in his ultimate sends some damage Just F6's way, and a blink for Maskill will disengage.
I will also say, and so far, I mean, Maskill having to use his blink is actually unfortunate, but there's been a lot of like displacement, whether it's drop kicks, but blinks, ults, things that just move people around the map has been nuts this game, and keeping track of like individual movement is impressive. Maskill's looking for a little bit more. I mean, they're going to get aggressive. This is actually a good fight, potentially, to take.
Oh my god, it's massive from Ducky! A drop kick turns into 3 stuns, but there's just no follow-up on it from the rest of the Duck Club. The disengage from Just F6 is immediate. Ducky will finally set up a kill. And I say finally for the rest of Duck Club. Ducky went massive in forcing Just F6 out of the left side jungle.
Ducky's been trying to set up kills for minutes now.
Right.
It's just that's the first one that's finally been converted. Really good on him to turn that around. That felt like a good engage for Just F6 literally until that drop kick happens. Everything about that drop kick turns the pace around, allows them to re-engage, continues this onslaught of a gold lead, and the kills are only 10-8. I mean, admittedly, it's very close, but that 8 has been sitting up there for Just F6 for minutes. It was 8-6 when I was talking about it last, so that's 4 unanswered kills minimum, and I think a little more than that, technically, for Duck Club. That has just been so consistent for them, and they've turned it into objectives. They've turned it into camp steals. Any kind of experience in gold that they can strip off the map, they've been finding it.
Gore, I don't know if it's the broadcast length or just the way that this game has gone, but like, it starts to wear you down a little bit by the end of it here. We got so many kills, so much fighting between the Duck Club and Just F6.
They are fighting a lot.
They are fighting a lot. Remember at the top of the broadcast, though, that's something we talked about. You look at the EU SEC last year versus the North American SEC. I mean, it's just a strict play style difference between some of the teams. You know, take your preference. EU likes to be slower, more methodical, set the stage, you know, burn the objectives, and really build up a foundation. We see North American teams that do the opposite. We are fighting from minute 1, and that's the way that this game has felt. More that North American just cage match style of SMITE game. And early on, Just F6 was able to answer, but it felt like none of the objectives were going to Just F6. All the farm, all of the jungle camps were there for the Duck Club. And so, though the kills have been answered, the gold hasn't quite been. And now the Duck Club have set themselves the stage. Too many thes in that sentence for me. 4.7K experience, 5.7K gold. And Gore, you know, one more big fight like that could set up for a Fire Giant pull. Plenty of burn now as Moswell has really got some damage online in that build. And with the way Ducky's playing, I don't know, it's sort of that intangible feeling that the Duck Club is starting to roll here towards the game 2 win. Unless this Horus ultimate changes things. Toddy gets some damage out from Snoopy. He'll go up and over. You know, that's on me. I talked for more than 15 seconds while a fight wasn't happening, and now we're right back into it. Ducky will rotate in, drop the winds of Shamash. There's a lot of damage from Luconium, and it is plenty to get the kill onto Toddy.
Now they're going to be able to get the disengagement. Look at this. Duck Club recognize that they're poised for success here. You're going to have the drop kickoff cooldown relatively soon. I mean, there's not a Fury on this side. You need something a little bit more. One kill's great. You can push this tower. You can probably go for tier 2 with the backs that just happened. I think they have the potential to force a fight here. Either make Just of 6 very uncomfortable, maybe steal some from the Obelisk, but at least get some pressure on this tier 2.
Stun from Hurrywind. Doesn't set up for much. Not just yet. Now look out for Ducky. The drop kicks have been absurd, to say the absolute least. I am looking at Maskill, and so have Duck Club. 6 times, in fact. 4 and 6. Maskill was off to a great start on this Wheelix, but has dropped down to 4 and 6 here as of late. There's just been enough of an answer. And Luconium, you could say something similar. Started off at 3 and 1. It is now 4 and 3, so there's been an answer to the Loki here as well. But Oswald is starting to get those gears turning, and Sotos is starting to get those gears turning. But just hasn't been there consistently over the last couple of engagements from Just F6. You wonder how comfortable, though, Gore, this Duck Club team starts to get in considering a Fire Giant pull.
Now here's where I think their comfort will come from. We've already seen them want to fight, so that's A. They're happy to take a fight. If that means they're out Fire Giant, they'll do it. The other one is it's, well, 46 seconds away, but the Belt of Insatiable Hunger that was just built up there by Heroin. Yeah, Rotwin's dead. That's what happened there.
I have never seen someone have less control over what game they're playing than Rotwin just now. Absurd. Everything connecting there, and that one kill is enough to give Duck Club the Fire Giant, and what you would think, Gore, is an opening to end this game here, almost at will. There's 2 tier 2 towers left. You got 15 seconds without Rotwin, so you're at least going to get a 5v5, but Duck Club have a commanding lead.
In literally 20 seconds. It took them 20 seconds to take what I thought was going to end up being a fight a minute plus away and kill somebody and get a Fire Giant. I mean, it was very fast. Maskill, as well, had been lurking in the jungle and might have been able to find something big there. But now that they don't have to have used it for a Fire Giant or a fight like that, I'll still talk about this Belt of Insatiable Hunger. And I'm going to talk about it specifically in combination with this Fire Giant and a team trying to see.
What a horrible belt to wear.
Well, it's actually real good. So realistically, you only need to read the yellow text here. If you get the kill or an assist on an enemy god while it's active, it's going to refresh. Now, it's lasting for 8 seconds. And so it's a, damage increase 15%, attack speed increase 25%. Getting those resets, the assist or kill, means that you are going to be able to slaughter a team underneath a tower or a Phoenix here. If they group up on Just F6, it's going to be feast or famine. And so I'm really interested to watch what they're going to do in response here.
I said Duck. Doug, can you rehover the belt? How long is the initial buff duration?
8 seconds.
So it's 8 seconds is the
and then it refreshes
so you have
to
8 seconds to find a kill. That's a long time.
Yeah.
In Smite, 8 seconds is like forever. That is insatiable. That belt is insatiably hungry.
Yeah, it is.
You get an unlimited frenzy, it feels like, for an entire team fight. Although if you're killing at the pace that Duck Club are, an entire team fight might last 8 seconds anyway. But just
they're also dying at the pace that they're killing, so realistically you might lose it.
Gore, are you intrigued by, well, I was going to say the pace of this Fire Giant push, but there hasn't been much fighting because there hasn't been much pushback. But Duck Club have gotten everything they can so far. Tier 2 on right, Tier 2 in mid. The Fury goes down, only the Tier 2 in left. Just because they haven't grouped up and shoved stuff down doesn't mean they're not making use of the FG buff. And so they've opened up 2 Phoenixes and looking like a third on the left side.
I will say I am surprised by it still, though. 2 minutes left on the power play. There wasn't the massive reset that we're used to seeing from either you get Fire Giant and you push, you get Fire Giant, you knock a tower, you reset, then you grab whatever's left. It feels like the reset timer was a little bit longer overall for Duck Club before going back. And admittedly, like you said, they get a Fury, they get a tower, they do get a little bit for their time. But it does leave them a much more limited actual engagement here because they have a minute and a half of a power play left to mess with. Well, they should be able to push down the tower no problem. Getting into a Phoenix, even with the Belt of Insatiable Hunger, it might be a little more complicated than they'd like.
I don't know where that ricochet just came. I mean, it didn't mean anything, but just like a slow arrow, like bouncing off a wall and flying its way in, just caught me off guard. My brain's in a weird place, Corey. You're gonna have to just bear with me.
Look, Hugi's a flashy, fun god. I understand.
For what we assume will be one of the last fights in this game, you'll have to hang with me, Gore. As the Duck Club, despite a back and forth early game, have wrangled control of game number 2, and the favorites of our 4th and final set on the precipice of moving on in the winner's bracket and sending Just F6 down to the loser's bracket. Need a big setup from Rotwin, maybe a flashy play on this Horus to sort of outposition the Duck Club in the way that they're going to be rounding themselves around these Phoenixes. Snoopy makes his way in, finds some damage on the left bird, but it won't mean much. Now the mid lane, Phoenix receiving pressure from 2. Ducky drops Winds of Shamash. Luconium continues to work down the minions. Half HP left on the mid lane, Phoenix.
And this is a good position to be in. Already weakened, very easy to be able to get aggressive, but they haven't even grouped up yet. All relics are available. I think this is a good spot to be in. Admittedly, losing 2 ults for Duck Club will slow things down, but not enough.
Masked Kill will not die, but Masked Kill is taken out of the fight. That should be a mid lane Phoenix, and it sure is. Rotwin being whittled away. Toddy up and over. Lightning Storm down. Maswal on a killing spree. Duck Club, they've got 5, and they've got eyes for the Titan. Toddy with Aegis. Back into the fountain he goes. Oh, now Ducky. He stayed too long. Luconium, he's the first to go down. Ducky is low on the left. Masked Kill up and over Hurrywin, who sets up a kill for Oswald. And Duck Club able to answer right back.
Just barely finally goes down, but has been staying alive so long through all that. Toddy is going to get some good return damage, but that is all she wrote. Luconium goes away, Ducky goes away, and that does shut that down. 30 seconds for a Fire Giant. I'm going to say if you're going to die, that might be the best timing they have because there's not going to be enough of Just F6 available before the respawns for Duck Club come through. That Fire Giant's going to get burned without them. So they'll be able to reset. They'll be able to find what they want. They get a Phoenix and a bunch of towers, a bunch more gold. I mean, at this point, Dave, they're absolutely rich and loaded and making Scrooge McDuck jealous. But it is still a little bit a full vault to swim in.
A bigger swimming pool full of gold coins?
Now, do you know, this is something I think about often, as much as, because I love cartoons and I love like the suspension of disbelief for stuff like that, but also how much it would hurt to try and jump on a giant pile of metal like that.
Right, I mean, even if they're like
you would break several bones.
Like chocolate coins, that would hurt, right? I mean, diving head first. I was going to say anything but water, but that's not true. There's a whole list of things you could dive in that's not water that would be comfortable.
Most liquids.
Yeah, most liquids.
Depending on the height of the dive.
Feathers.
Feathers?
Blankets. I guess depending on how many.
Now, would feathers give too much? This might be getting way too far away from the game. Would feathers give too much that you would hit the ground?
That's right. It depends on how many feathers there are. You're right, Gore. We got to do the
last. Does it weigh more than steel?
What weighs more, a pound of steel or a pound of feathers, Gore? That's the question.
Well, steel is heavier than feathers.
That's right. Pyromancer knocked down by the Duck Club. The Fire Giant will fall as well. This one not enhanced. 2.5 minutes remaining. 3.5 minutes. I can do math, I promise, until that one becomes enhanced. But the Duck Club were able to knock down both objectives on the right side of the map. They've got eyes towards the right side Phoenix. Like the reset already happened, Gore. You group up, you take down the FG, and now you've got your full 4-minute buff to hopefully push down another one of these Phoenixes. Mid lane still halfway done. Not a great way to start with Ducky outdueling Masked Kill, and if you can slow down those backs, you're going to have a great opportunity with a lopsided fight on right.
This is going to be a golden opportunity. Masked Kill still resetting. I mean, you've got the numbers advantage. You should be able to get aggressive. Ducky's in a good spot. Masked Kill's going to be able to join the fray a lot faster than I think they would have liked. That's going to slow down the ability to siege into the Phoenix immediately. But I look towards where Blink is, up and available. 10 seconds left on the beat. Luconium's going to be able to get aggressive. I don't think Just F6 should try to force the fight.
No, I want to leave. I want to go now.
They want to go in.
Sends damage toward Just F6. Massive Winds of Shamash from Ducky, who is pulled into the back line. And it's the Ducky show. He is controlling everything in the back, but he's only able to grab a kill for his team. Just F6 fighting back. Are you kidding me? Masked Kill comes up big. And the Phoenix defense for Just F6 is there.
Honestly, it could be a little bit more than that as well. 4 towers up, so I don't think it's the end of the game. Although if they get these kills, this could be huge for Just F6.
Maswal has got to go massive here. He's able to get Toddy down, which will slow down the push, if there is one, from Just F6. But Sotos is still around.
You got to be careful here,
Got to be a real delayed deicide. If Oswald ends up going down, at least takes one with him. Nearly took 2. Almost a big play from Oswald. But the story of the game now, Gore, is completed, turned around, and repelled. Phoenix pushes. Just F6 is here to play.
They're going to get a little bit off the table only because Sotos is alive and can find damage. I mean, Sotos was almost last man standing. Listimix being alive is close to a miracle for him. But realistically, a lot of what Masked Kill does, so the immediate kill onto Luconium is impressive. It's just a lot of damage immediately to burn him down. Ducky and Hurry, I will say, get a little tunnel vision-y. They do get a kill for it. Hurry almost finds a second, but Sotos has too much healing for a single Bacchus to do. With the rest of the team as separated as they were, it felt like it was going to be big for somebody. It's just lucky enough for Maskill to pick all of those up. Now he's 8-8-3. Remember, he's 4-4. It's wild how many kills that they've been able to do on just a single person. At this point, I mean, give him a few more assists. Fights keep going this way, we might be looking at a triple-double.
Those are rare, but
They're
always fun to watch.
Very rare.
You know, it's my fault.
I think the last one we got in the SPL was Sam in like phase 2, season 7.
Where are they going to go? Over to the right. Nobody's there. All right, unlucky. But maybe we'll catch the Duck Club off guard. Ducky wants to go in. Winds of Shamash separates this fight. We're not fighting over anything, but Just F6 finds a kill onto the solo lane of Luconium. Answers back. It's a big play from the jungler. Duck Club are repelled a couple of times, but they will be denied no further. They've got 4 against 2, and they will go back in, and Duck Club will finally end this game. Luconium at the forefront.
You got to run it right down mid. Maskill's still someone to be threatened by, but you have to get in there. Hurry's a little slow. They have the team. They've got the pressure. This Phoenix is weakened, and yeah, they should be able to control this. This has not been as clean-cut of a game as I thought it would be. I mean, you have to look at this. Look at the gold difference between these two teams as of right now. 16,000. And it has been hovering around that. And if they get kills, Maskill could go huge just trying to shut them down. I mean, look at that. They take some damage out of that.
I appreciate it. That was ridiculous burst and humorous that Luconium ends up going down. But the Duck Club, excuse me, in their massive gold lead, ultimately not denied. So we'll call it a learning opportunity.
Moswell's just laughing.
We'll call it a learning opportunity for the Duck Club, Gore, because, I mean, that's a huge gold lead that got repelled on a Phoenix Siege twice, right? And so if you look at maybe an idea, obviously you love a clean win, right? You love that more than anything. But maybe an ideal scenario for this Duck Club team and improving into the future is, okay, where did we go? Like real hard data points on where things went wrong and addressing that moving forward. And I think also giving Just F6 some confidence maybe. And this is one of the favorites to challenge for one of those SPL spots in the Duck Club. And Just F6 battled him to the end despite being down like 20K gold.
And I think that's one impressive for what we're going to see out of Just F6, I think, for the rest of the bracket. But realistically, a good showing that, you know, even though you've got this massive amount of talent on Duck Club, that they are still manageable, right? And that's something, like you said, that they need to go home, think about tonight, before they get into tomorrow, before we get into Friday, see where their games are going to take them, because they need to plan out how to fix those small mistakes if they want to be able to make it to the SPL. Because we've talked a lot about them. We'll get to see them tomorrow, but the Oni Homies and the Winter Dogs will capitalize on things like that. Yep. And so it'll test the mettle for every team here.
It was a long, fun day. I was happy to do it with you, Gormizer. Duck Club able to take our 4th and final set of the day, 2-0. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the desk will take us home.
back one final time here for today on the desk. Duck Club come up with a 2-0 victory over Just F6, and they'll move their way through the winner's bracket. But Just F6, even with this loss, don't forget, they do still have tomorrow to continue making their runs. They still have the lower bracket in order to make their opportunity to go through here. But what a performance out of Duck Club. Kind of our first look at this, new roster here of some of the old guards, some of the, new guard in here with Luconium, especially over in that jungle role, kind of seeing how this team got to come together. And again, it was another one of those games where it felt like Just F6 kind of had that early control. They were off to a real early start. But there was one fight in particular in that mid lane that I was watching where you do see Rotwin go up in that Horus ultimate, and you see two people next to him. You're like, all right, this is going to be a nice and easy kill in the mid lane. And then it was just Rotwin who dove in there, and then finally the team collapses in, but it engages for so long that Luconium's able to rotate and get a duo, and then from there you're able to see Duck Club kind of move forward, and then that poor kill over by the Fire Giant, Fringes didn't get to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, there were some clear points of improvement that I think both teams can take away from this set. In particular, Duck Club probably wants to clean up that early game a little bit, and Just F6 needs to start running with their leads a little bit more. Both games this set, we saw Just F6 kind of control the first 3 or 4 kills of the game, which should net you at least some neutral farm ahead, maybe even an objective if you're able to consistently do that. But each time they were able to establish a 2,000 gold lead, it was immediately responded to by Duck Club. So if Duck Club could just shore up that early game, all of a sudden they're a consistent threat throughout the entirety of it, and they won't have to play into that deficit throughout the mid game. I think that both teams perform incredibly well. One of the question marks coming into the set for Duck Club in particular was Hurrywin's ability to transition himself into that support role. I would argue that Hurrywin was one of the more consistent players here today. He was constantly finding engages. The Bacchus play in particular in Game 2 was very impressive. Multi-man flops, found a lot of engagements, was closing gap into that back line. Despite playing a very safe pick in Seoul, it felt like Sotos was having a very hard time peeling himself off of Hurrywin as well. So I think that if that was our major concern coming into this set or for this team, I think a lot of fans can be alleviated. They can feel fine. Look, Hurrywin did it. He's all right at support.
He's all right. I remember I did
that
see
was good. He's good.
He's good at support, and that's a good starting point as we kind of get to see the general kind of base level of this team jumping into this tournament. They got plenty of competition throughout the entire weekend, so we can see how much more of these guys improve and kind of really see where their thresholds start lying through here. And even having to play box against an Awilish, never a fun matchup for that support, because basically your only initiation or your only disengage is immediately shut down by the press of a single 4 button. You're almost guaranteed to have to pick up a beads if you really want to deal with it. But Duck Club do make some very nice strides here in their first set. And for our post-game interview, we've actually got one of our other former SPL players here, the solo laner, Ducky, standing by. It's been a while since we got to talk to you, Ducky. First off, congratulations on your set. Tell me a little bit how you're feeling with this new team now that you've kind of gotten your first competitive set under your belt.
I mean, we looked perfectly clean those 2 games. Nothing else I can say, really.
Yeah, you think so?
Wait, what are you trying to say, Myth?
I didn't say anything.
Uh-huh.
It was your interview.
No, we've been working well together. Obviously, we didn't have a lot of time to put teams together, but I think this tournament we should have in the bag, and I just want to prepare for SPL afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of kind of change-ups in the solo lane. I want to talk about one pick in particular, kind of this Amaterasu that's really risen up. I mean, we've seen just how much priority a lot of teams have had with it. We got to see your play with it in that first game. Is Amaterasu really just that good right now?
I mean, she's good, but she's so boring, man. Like that first game.
Oh, my God.
What do you mean? I'm just avoiding Tear Fearless and clearing the wave. Then I walk over to a fight. Oh, we won the game.
Oh, man. So the rise of Amaterasu, the rise of Teleport now coming back in as well. We've been seeing a lot of crazy plays back and forth with that one. But more than anything, as you guys are moving into your other, kind of your other games here, what's some of the expectations you have towards maybe working on things from this set into your future ones?
Hopefully no early deaths. We'll clean that up. Maybe don't kick the Huyi into the fountain. We'll stop that. Just maybe play cleaner Smite, and we don't mess about as much, I would say.
Well, Ducky, thanks for stopping by for a post-game interview. Congrats on your set. I look forward to seeing what you guys can do for the rest of the tournament.
All right, thank you.
What soul laners do you like while I got you here?
I don't know if they're even going to have his audio.
He likes Sun Wukong and Jormungandr. That's what this guy likes.
He also likes Tyr. I mean, he did play a decent bit of Tyr.
He likes the safe, unkillable picks. He either wants to have CC immune ultimates, or he wants to be healing off waves, or he wants to be invisible in a somersault cloud. Ducky, you're so he's doing the L dance. Get out of here.
And the funniest part about
You
it
won.
is the gods that he says he hates playing is usually the ones he performs the best on. The gods that he's like, I don't want to play this because I don't want to deal with, X, Y, or Z, like Odin, Hercules, are usually the ones that he kind of just goes crazy with. But always fun to have Ducky out here into the solo lane. You never know what you're going to get from that player in that role, respectively. And at least it's a good start out here for Duck Club to get their first win of the tournament.
It is. Just staying on that winner side of the bracket is going to be so important for a 5-day event. If you can just alleviate or stay away from a couple of sets, if you don't want to have to go into the grand finals with like a disadvantage either. So I think that is very good for the Duck Club to make sure that they're starting off right.
Yes, and they will move on in the winner's bracket. And that's all that we have for today. As you can see the schedule, a nice little review. For today, we're done. But Mifflin, you, me, Gore, Dave, we're back here again tomorrow for another 4 sets. And for 2 of those sets, we're going to be sending people home. Just F6 and Thunderhead and the Neighborhood and Reverse Card are going to be fighting for their last opportunities to stay in this tournament. Meanwhile, Oni Homies versus Samsara and Winter Dogs versus Nobody's Favorite on the top side of the bracket. And those guys are going to be fighting for their opportunity to stay on the upper end of the brackets and trying to avoid some of those eliminations games. Big sets tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the Oni Homies, and I'm going to struggle a lot. I hope I'm not casting that set, because I will call them the Oni Warriors, almost just guaranteed from here on out. But look, man, it's an SPL squad that was hailed as a super team when the SPL was first starting up last phase. I have high expectations from here. I'm sure the fans at home really do expect the Oni Homies to make it. I don't know, though. I like seeing some upsets.
Yeah, there's going to be some exciting sets all week long. Day number 1 is done, but be sure to tune back in tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m. EST, for day number 2 of the SPL play-ins. We'll see you tomorrow.